Senior brother, master has left us. What shall we do now? Sanquan inquired. What do you mean, what shall we do? How could this happen? The young senior brother exclaimed. The senior brother's name was Sanfeng. Indeed, Sanfeng, the deified figure of Zhenwu Emperor, Zhang Sanfeng. Moreover, it is quite a coincidence that his common name is also Zhang. However, that is not the crux of the matter. What is significant is that the current Sanfeng is no longer the original Sanfeng. At this moment, he is a post-90s individual from Earth named Fong Lin. Fong Lin himself is quite perplexed, having inexplicably arrived in this world. And to top it off, he has been bestowed with the impressive name of Sanfeng. What is even more frustrating is that this sect now consists of only 3 individuals: himself, the senior brother, Sanxin, the second junior brother, and Sanquan, the youngest disciple. Their master, Taoist Yuan, has just passed away. Looking at this so-called sect, perched precariously on a steep mountain, there are merely 2 small houses, and even before Yuan's demise, they had yet to decide on a name for the sect. My dear junior brothers, with master's passing, as a senior brother, it is my rightful duty to assume the role of the sect leader, is it not? Fong Lin declared, embodying his nature of never wanting to lose out. Naturally, Sanxin and Sanquan replied. Very well then, from now on, I shall be your sect leader, senior brother. The 2 knave youths promptly responded, We greet you, sect leader, senior brother. Fong Lin smiled with delight, reflecting on the fact that upon his arrival in this extraordinary realm, he had already acquired 2 loyal disciples and ascended to the position of sect leader, which was quite commendable. Master brother, how shall we handle our master's remains? Sanxin inquired. Our master, being a practitioner of the Tao, has naturally transcended to the realm of immortality. Thus, his corporeal form is merely a decayed shell to him. In Taoism, we espouse the principles of desirelessness and non-action. Since our master has attained immortality, let us incinerate this body, he replied. Brother, your insight is remarkable, the 2 disciples responded, filled with admiration for their elder brother's profound understanding of Taoism. After all, they were merely 15 or 16 years of age, and in this world, children of that age possessed far less knowledge than their counterparts on Earth. Moreover, although Fong Lin was born in the 1990s, he was now 20, thus belonging to the older generation of his peers, easily able to impress the 2 with his wisdom. Gazing at the items left behind by the elder Taoist, Fong Lin remained silent for a while. Among them was a single scripture, the Taiping Jing, a text not particularly rare or precious. Indeed, the elder was a rather impoverished Taoist, with only this one scripture to his name and a sect that was a rarity in his experience. There was also a somewhat worn sect robe, which, while aged, was still superior to the novice robes worn by Fong Lin and his companions. The rest consisted of a few pieces of silver. They had occasionally accompanied the elder on rituals to earn some income, but with his passing, providing for their livelihoods had become a pressing concern. Nonetheless, with 3 or 4 taels of silver remaining, they could manage to sustain themselves for 4 or 5 days if they were frugal. Before long, the elder was cremated. Fong Lin contemplated in his heart that, in truth, Yuan had imparted some martial arts to them, albeit a rather eclectic assortment. Sanxin was utterly obsessed with martial arts, while Sanquan was rather cunning. Originally, Sanfeng had been a prodigy in martial arts. At least the unnamed techniques taught by the venerable Yuan had been mastered by him to great proficiency, surpassing even Yuan himself. Fong Lin speculated that perhaps, had he not occupied Sanfeng's body, this individual could have genuinely ascended to become the legendary Taoist Sanfeng, potentially creating unparalleled techniques such as Tai Chi. However, at that moment, Fong Lin found himself at a loss for words. There were indeed many pressing matters at hand. Their finances were dwindling, and he needed to devise a means to earn money. Furthermore, he had a mission to attend toys, a mission. Yuan, accustomed to locking his door at night, had not been roused the following morning, despite their repeated calls. Concerned, the 3 contemplated breaking down the door to ascertain the situation. Aware of their own lackluster martial skills, Sanquan and Sanxin urged Fong Lin to take the lead in this endeavor. As they pushed, Fong Lin's hand inadvertently brushed against the key he possessed. Indeed, the key mysteriously, Fong Lin had arrived in this world with a key to his own home, glimmering and unchanged. Yet, when the key made contact with the door, a miraculous event unfolded. The door swung open on its own. Sanquan and Sanxin were immediately confronted with the sight of a Yuan's lifeless body, leaving them utterly stunned at this moment. Fong Lin was utterly astonished, for he heard a voice whispering in his ear. The universal key system has been activated. You will automatically receive the task of developing your sect. Before Fong Lin, a task list materialized instantly. The mission consisted of a singular, seemingly insurmountable objective: to elevate the sect to the status of the greatest in the world. Beneath this paramount task lay several subtasks, clearly indicating that this ultimate goal must be achieved incrementally. The first subtask was to establish the sect as the foremost in Danjiang County. Fong Lin was completely taken aback, while Sanquan and Sanxin remained oblivious, assuming that Fong Lin was merely shocked by the death of their master. Yet, this was not the most dire aspect. The truly alarming part was that this ultimate task was mandatory. Furthermore, it was bound by a deadline of 10 years. Failure to accomplish it within this time frame would result in an automatic erasure by the system. After reading the details, cold sweat streamed down Fong Lin's face. Could it truly be possible to become the foremost sect in the world within a decade, or face annihilation by the system? Master brother, what do you think we should do next? Sanquan inquired. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Master brother, we have come to discuss a matter with you. As the door opened, Sanquan and Sanxin entered. The three had initially shared living quarters, but since the passing of a Yuan, Fong Lin had assumed the role of sect leader and naturally took residence in the abode that a Yuan once occupied. Master brother, before he departed, our venerable master did not bestow a name upon our sect. What do you think we should call it? Fong Lin was truly disinclined to engage in the matter. Feel free to ponder amongst yourselves. Sanquan spoke up, suggesting, how about naming it Yuan Sect in honor of our esteemed master? The master has ascended. I believe it would be more fitting to name it after our elder brother, calling it Sanfeng Sect. Clearly, Sanxin was more cunning than Sanquan, adept at flattery. Sanfeng Sect, Fong Lin murmured, suddenly struck by inspiration. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Wudong. What do you mean by Wudong? The two inquired. Wudong Sect, let be named Wudong Sect. Later that night, Fong Lin lay alone, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. The choice of a name Wudong Sect was merely a source of solace, a hope that it could indeed become a great sect like Wudong, with the southern Shaolin and northern Wudong standing as titans in the martial world. Yet, one cannot truly emulate the legendary Zhang Sanfeng from martial arts novels by first becoming a lay disciple at Shaolin. Who knows if Shaolin even exists in this world? At that moment, unbeknownst to him, midnight approached and a chime resonated. Would you like to participate in a lottery? A lottery? What kind of lottery? Before him appeared 7 boxes. He peered inside to discover a sword, 2 manuals titled Flower Fist and Child Skill, a Taoist robe, a duster, 50 taels of silver, and an object resembling 2 glowing points. Would you like to participate in a lottery? The system's voice echoed once more. Confirmed in an instant, the 7 boxes sealed themselves, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, creating a chaotic scene where the contents of each box remained a mystery. At that moment, the key at his waist slowly ascended, landing in Fong Lin's hand. It seemed that with just a gentle turn of this key, the lottery could come to an end. Fong Lin contemplated deeply for a considerable time. With a firm resolve, he reminded himself that there was certainly something within those boxes, albeit of varying quality. Although the unique internal cultivation method, known as was singular, Fong Lin had no desire to acquire it, as it would bind him to a life devoid of marriage. He was aware that Taoists in this world were indeed permitted to take wives. As for the other items, they appeared quite appealing. The sword looked promising, at least for self-defense, while the robe seemed splendid, offering convenience for future rituals to earn a living. The whisk was also commendable, an essential tool for any Taoist. The silver coins were rather pragmatic with them. He need not worry about his meals for the month. The martial arts manual was even more urgent, as to fulfill his mission, he needed to grow stronger first. The two glowing dots likely represented grand prizes, offering him 2 chances to draw. Fong Lin silently shouted in his heart, "Grand prize, let it be the grand prize." He chose the 3rd box, and with a gentle touch of the key, the lock clicked open. Inside lay a manual, though not a grand prize. It was precisely what Fong Lin needed. He fervently prayed, "Please, let it not be Zhugong." Upon inspection, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was the flower fist, as the secret manual shimmered with a golden light. Fong Lin instantly comprehended the essence of the floral fist technique, achieving a remarkable mastery of this external martial art in a fleeting moment. Chapter 2. The challenges of a charlatan. Fong Lin gazed at the manual of flamboyant martial arts in his hands, realizing that it was not merely a one-time use. He could impart its teachings to others after utilizing it himself. After some contemplation, he ultimately resolved to withhold the manual from them for the time being. As it would be difficult to explain, he deemed it prudent to await a more opportune moment. Nevertheless, he intended to prioritize the cultivation of Sanquan and Sanxin, for they would henceforth represent the inaugural generation of Wudong, and they were individuals in whom he placed considerable trust. Sanxin exhibited considerable intelligence and adaptability, proving to be quite adept in both the realms of preaching and managing the sect. In contrast, Sanquan was a fervent martial enthusiast, possessing remarkable talent, second only to the original Zhang Sanfeng, a potential asset ripe for development. Fong Lin examined the key in his possession. It appeared capable of unlocking the door to the ancient Taoist sect, suggesting it could open all locks. One could not help but wonder if he was being subtly nudged towards a life of thievery. A wry smile crossed his lips as he surveyed the few pieces of silver he possessed, acknowledging the necessity of finding a means to earn money. Casting a glance at his Taoist robes, inspiration struck him. He promptly summoned Sanwan, instructing him to procure a bamboo pole and a piece of white cloth. Upon receiving the white fabric, Fong Lin retrieved a brush and, with a swift flourish, inscribed the 4 characters "Heavenly Secrets" in divine calculations. He affixed it to the bamboo pole, and adorned in his Taoist garb, he transformed into a veritable figure of a charlatan. With the bamboo pole in hand, Fong Lin proceeded down the mountain. Danjiang County was expansive and bustling, one of the larger counties within the province of Hubei. Fong Lin gazed upon the picturesque Tianzhufeng, a wave of emotions washing over him. Indeed, this old Taoist had a knack for selecting splendid locales. Tianzhufeng was undeniably enchanting, with its lush vegetation and occasional glimpses of rare medicinal herbs. However, Fong Lin had no intention of selling these herbs. After all, it was these very treasures that would lend prestige to Tianzhufeng and, by extension, to Wudong Mountain. In the future, he planned to fervently promote this place as the ascension site of the ancient Xuanwu and the esteemed training ground of the true martial emperor. Without such elements, the narrative would lack credibility. After a considerable walk, he finally arrived at Danjiang County. The bustling atmosphere of the county captivated him, especially as it was his first encounter with such an ancient locale. Prior to his arrival in this realm, he had seldom encountered architecture steeped in antiquity. Each Taoist had a small platform before them, yet none were as ostentatious as Fong Lin, who had set up a bamboo pole adorned with a white cloth, brazenly inscribing the words "heavenly mechanism" and "divine calculation" in bold strokes. Nevertheless, having studied calligraphy for several years, his elegant characters flowed with grace, and after practicing martial arts, his strokes possessed an added vigor, exuding an air of mastery. As he settled down, he noticed the hostile glares from 3 fellow Taoists, indicating a competitive atmosphere among practitioners. The entire morning slipped by without a single visitor seeking his counsel. Fong Lin remained unperturbed. He understood that as long as he could accurately predict for one individual, others would inevitably follow. Patience was key. One could not rush the cooking of hot tofu. He waited in quiet contemplation, and as the sun climbed higher in the sky, he casually purchased a few vegetable buns and resumed his vigil. At last, the first customer arrived. Fong Lin promptly composed himself, adopting an air of ethereal wisdom. Yet at merely 16 or 17 years of age, he lacked the gravitas to convince. The individual cast a glance at Fong Lin and inquired, "Young Taoist, how much do you charge for a divination?" Fong Lin smiled faintly. The man appeared to be of modest means, seemingly having been turned away by the other 4 fortune-tellers. Now seeking his luck here. Very well, let this be a fortuitous opening. I shall offer him a complimentary reading. After all, the path of enlightenment knows no hierarchy, and the enlightened may serve as teachers to all. Thus, I suggest you forego the honorifics. Simply call me Taoist. Fong Lin spoke. The man's eyes brightened, sensing a hint of authenticity in this young Taoist. Fong Lin continued with a gentle smile. As a practitioner of the Tao, I seek to be free of desires. My divination is a matter of your heartfelt intentions. Since you are the first to seek my counsel, I shall waive any fee. Upon hearing that there was no charge, the man, feeling no risk in trying, quickly knelt down. He had no choice, for Fong Lin had not prepared a seat, sitting instead in the protruding area of the room. "Taoist, do you read palms or faces?" the man asked. Fong Lin smiled subtly, declaring, "I engage in the art of character interpretation." The man's eyes sparkled. Character interpretation was indeed a skillful endeavor, unlike the more casual practice of fortune-telling. It seemed this Taoist might possess genuine abilities. Fong Lin spread out a sheet of paper. In this era, although most people were illiterate, the average person still knew how to write their name. The man inscribed the character for 5 on the paper, indicating that he was the 5th in his family lineage. Hence the choice of this character. Fong Lin smiled faintly, refraining from excessive contemplation, and directly remarked, "Benefactor, the character you possess, with a cross in the center, indicates that you are currently faced with a dilemma, struggling to make a choice. Am I correct?" The man hastily exclaimed, "Divine being." He was astonished that this Taoist could discern his predicament without him uttering a word. His exclamation attracted more onlookers. Fong Lin chuckled inwardly, pondering the obviousness of the situation. After all, it is only natural to seek divination when confronted with difficulties. Furthermore, every matter presents multiple choices, as nothing in this world is entirely absolute. Everything is relative, a fundamental truth. Nevertheless, in this realm, one may indulge in a bit of deception. The man quickly affirmed, "Indeed, I am faced with a challenging decision. I seek your guidance, esteemed Taoist." Fong Lin noted that the man did not elaborate further, which was quite typical. Once everything is revealed, one is no longer seeking fortune-telling, but rather soliciting advice. Fong Lin smiled gently, gesturing towards the crooked character, and said, "Observe. The topmost stroke of this character reflects a straight line, symbolizing a broad and bright path." He mused to himself. After all, such is the nature of affairs. Twists and turns are commonplace, and the timing of success ultimately depends on one's own fortune. Upon hearing this, the man felt a surge of joy and urged Fong Lin to continue. Fong Lin continued, "Now, observe the lower portion. It depicts a winding path, yet concludes with a straight line. This signifies that regardless of the choices you make, the outcome will ultimately be favorable. The journey may be simple or fraught with challenges. You appear to be a person of good character, blessed by the infinite celestial honorable." The man, beaming with gratitude, hurriedly expressed his thanks and was about to depart when a woman rushed in. The individual hastily exclaimed about the divination prowess, eager to offer money to Fong Lin, who resolutely declined. Fong Lin, taken aback by the prompt realization of his abilities, felt a sense of divine support. Observing the crowd of seekers beside him, he smiled subtly, aware that his reputation had begun to spread, paving the way for a more relaxed future. "Esteemed friends," he addressed them, "I perceive a dark omen upon your foreheads. An ill sign indeed. The remedy is simple. Recommend and collect, and thus you shall receive the blessings of the infinite celestial sovereign." As Fong Lin prepared to depart, those awaiting their fortune were quick to halt him. With a slight gesture, he formed a mystical seal with his right hand and proclaimed, "Infinite celestial sovereign. Dear friends, the day wanes, and I have 2 junior disciples to attend to. Should you wish to consult the oracle, please arrive early tomorrow at Tianzhu Peak. I, as the head of the Wudong sect at Tianzhu Peak, shall be most welcoming." Holding aloft the sign of celestial divination, he recited the name of the infinite celestial sovereign and departed with an air of a sage. Fong Lin was confident that, on the morrow, individuals would seek him out at Tianzhu Peak. His primary objective was to elevate the prestige of the Wudong sect, knowing that his time was limited to a mere decade. He was determined not to be erased by the system, possessing such a powerful tool. He felt it would be a grave waste not to achieve something significant in this world, a sentiment that weighed heavily on his conscience. Casting a discreet glance over his shoulder, he noticed that the two fortune tellers had been following him closely. It was only natural. As the clients had gravitated towards Fong Lin, they likely had not garnered much income that day and might be contemplating settling accounts with him. Fong Lin assessed the strength of his fist, acknowledging that he had attained a considerable level of mastery in his martial arts, rendering him no longer a target for the whims of any trivial adversaries. The two individuals trailing him remained relentless, and upon reaching the midsection of Tianzhou Peak, Fong Lin halted his steps. The duo behind him was taken aback. Fong Lin inquired, "Esteemed friends, may I ask the purpose of your persistent following?" At that moment, he had positioned himself in a state primed for action. Should the situation prove insurmountable, he was prepared to flee at a moment's notice. To his astonishment, the two knelt before him, exclaiming, "Master Fong, we beseech you to accept us." Gradually, Fong Lin discerned the circumstances. The two were in a predicament akin to his own. Their masters, both fortune tellers, had passed away, leaving them to fend for themselves. Upon witnessing Fong Lin, a prodigious figure with the aura of a leader, they were inclined to join him. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Lin, recognizing that Wudong was indeed in need of disciples, decided to provisionally accept them and evaluate their potential further. Thus, they became his apprentices. In a playful mood, Fong Lin chose to bestow upon them names. The elder was named Song Yuanxiao, and the younger was dubbed Yangzhou, reminiscent of the first and second of the 7 heroes of Wudong from the classic tale The Legend of the Condor Heroes. After accommodating the two at Wudong, Fong Lin prepared to take his rest. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, he was suddenly roused by the familiar chime of the system. "Would you like to draw a lottery?" Fong Lin immediately awakened, realizing that this lottery system was available once a day. The system's voice echoed, "The lottery occurs once a month, with yesterday marking the inaugural attempt, while today signifies the true lottery. From now on, the 19th of each month shall be the designated date for the lottery." At this moment, Fong Lin comprehended the situation and was filled with joy. Before him appeared a dark box, but unlike the previous occasion with 7 compartments, this time there were an impressive 13. It seemed the last attempt was merely a trial, hence the limited offerings. The system was indeed rather stingy. Upon inspection, he noted 3 types of silver coins: 10 taels, 20 taels, and 50 taels. Fong Lin exclaimed again about the system's miserly nature, deeming the rewards rather meager. He then turned his attention to the items category, which included a duster, a hat, and a broom. Fong Lin felt disheartened. What use was a broom as a reward? Yet, upon reflection, he realized that this broom must possess extraordinary qualities. After all, it was a product of the system, and thus, it should be of premium quality. Next, he examined the martial arts category, which was Fong Lin's absolute favorite. To his dismay, he discovered that the child's skill had resurfaced. This was something he truly wished to avoid practicing. Furthermore, there was a technique called silver hook and iron stroke, which was quite formidable, comprising both the judge's pin and the steel hook, both valuable items. However, he currently lacked internal energy, rendering him incapable of unleashing the full potential of even the most basic moves. As the saying goes, flowery fists and embroidered legs are the most rudimentary of techniques. Finally, he scrutinized the last book, Taiji Power. The mere mention of Taiji Power set Fong Lin's heart racing. This was the authentic internal skill of Wudong. Although it might not rival the 9-yang skill or the pure yang ultimate skill of Wudong, it was nonetheless an admirable internal technique, precisely what Fong Lin had yearned for. Fong Lin stifled his inner excitement and continued to read, his anticipation growing even more fervent upon discovering the construction token, a true treasure that could conjure edifices with a mere toss. The first was the hidden immortal rock, a wondrous stone, resplendent like jade and towering in stature. It was undeniably a rare gem. Having visited Wudong, Fong Lin was well acquainted with its scenic wonders, and this was among the renowned sights of Wudong Mountain. The system's offerings were indeed treasures. Next, he beheld the Xianyu Gate, an essential fixture and the foremost structure of Wudong, far superior to the aforementioned ornamental stone. Fong Lin's exhilaration mounted with each revelation, and to his astonishment, he encountered the Encountering Truth Palace, a veritable palace in its own right. While it may pale in comparison to grand edifices like the Golden Hall, it was undoubtedly a paragon when juxtaposed with his current modest dwelling. Lastly, there lay the grand prize, promising 2 opportunities. Observing his circumstances, Fong Lin noted the meager silver reward, far from his desires. However, the other offerings were commendable. Resolute, he yearned for the grand prize. The opaque box immediately sealed, commencing its rapid movement. Fong Lin, clutching the key, hesitated to act, overwhelmed by the allure of these treasures. With a firm resolve, he selected the 6th box, invoking the auspiciousness of the number 6. To his astonishment, it was indeed the grand prize. This indicated he had secured 2 random chances. In an instant, the 3rd and 9th boxes sprang open. Inside the 3rd box lay a tome of secrets, igniting a thrill within Fong Lin. So long as it was not a novice's manual, he would be immensely satisfied. Upon examining the 9th box, Fong Lin was truly exhilarated. It contained the construction token, a most valuable item, especially needed by Wudong at this juncture. Fong Lin stepped forward and first retrieved a tome, Child's Skill. To his astonishment, just as he contemplated discarding it, a flash of golden light illuminated the text, and he instantly mastered the skill to its pinnacle. In that moment, Fong Lin felt a wave of despair wash over him. Oh heavens, after 2 decades of solitude on Earth, was he destined to remain a bachelor for life? Fellow practitioners, I have inexplicably drawn the Child's Skill. I implore you to offer some recommendations and collections as a consolation, for my heart is heavy. Chapter 4. The arrival of the divine Fong Lin was engulfed in anguish. Could it be true that he was to remain alone indefinitely? Resolutely, he reasoned that if he were to break the purity of the Child's Skill, the power would dissipate, and he could simply abandon this internal discipline. Upon a cursory examination of his inner energy, he found it to be exceptionally refined. Indeed, the strength of the Child's Skill lay in its purity. However, it was not an advanced technique. At that moment, having reached the pinnacle of mastery, which corresponded to the mid-stage of the acquired realm, Fong Lin grasped that achieving perfection in the Child's Skill not only enhanced his power, but also deepened his understanding of the technique. He finally comprehended that attaining mastery in the Child's Skill had preserved his pure yang state, signifying that he would not have to remain a bachelor for life. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Ah, the pure yang physique. This is a constitution that can only be attained through the mastery of the 9 yang divine art. To think that I have acquired it myself. From now on, my cultivation of martial arts will yield results far beyond my efforts. It appears that practitioners of the Tongzi skill are scarce in the martial world. Such benefits remain largely unknown. Attaining a pure yang body by the mid-stage of the acquired realm is indeed a treasure. However, it is understandable, given the stringent requirements of the Tongzi skill, that few would pursue its cultivation. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Fong Lin. According to Jin Yang's writings, Zhang Sanfeng had learned a portion of the 9 yang divine art from the monk Zhuyuan. This implies that the system is crafting manuals based on the martial arts of the Wudong school. Thus, I too may have the opportunity to master one of the world's divine arts, the 9 yang divine art. The mere thought of this exhilarates me. After gathering my excitement, I reminded myself that it is indeed a remarkable feat to have reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage in the acquired realm overnight. While I may not yet be deemed powerful, I now possess inner strength, and this construction token holds significant value. Approaching the hidden chamber, I opened it to reveal the construction token of the Xianyu sect. Such a valuable item. The Xianyu sect is the gateway to Wudong, and I vividly recall my visit to Wudong, where I marveled at this grand entrance, truly a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Holding the construction token of the Xianyu sect, a bold idea took root in my mind. I am confident that in a few days, Wudong will gain renown throughout Danjiang County. With my spirits lifted, I rose early, and when I arrived at the foot of Wudong Mountain, I brought along Song Yuanxiao, Yu Lianzhou, and my 2 junior disciples. Fong Lin arrived at the foot of the mountain and soon began to see individuals arriving at Wudong Mountain, all eager to seek his divination. Master Sanfeng, might you bestow upon us your wisdom? Someone inquired. At this moment, more than 20 people had gathered, yet this number was still insufficient. Fong Lin proclaimed, Wuliang Tianzuan. Esteemed guests, last night, I received a dream from Wuliang Tianzuan. Today, under the protection of Wuliang Tianzuan, miraculous events shall unfold at Wudong. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a flurry of discussion, struggling to grasp the veracity of such claims. Even Sanquan and others behind Fong Lin were bewildered by his intentions. Fong Lin continued, I believe there are many in Danjiang County who hold faith in our Taoism. Wuliang Tianzuan safeguards all his devotees. I urge you to invite them to witness the forthcoming miracle. Observing Fong Lin's unwavering confidence, a few individuals ventured down the mountain, yet the majority, intent on seeking divination to dispel their misfortunes, were reluctant to depart so easily. Fong Lin smiled once more and stated, "When miracles manifest, misfortunes shall surely dissipate. It would be wise for you to summon more believers." With a mindset leaning towards the possibility of the miraculous, everyone descended the mountain to spread the word. Rather than merely calling others, they engaged in fervent promotion. Before long, news spread throughout Danjiang County, reaching nearly everyone. At the foot of Wudong Mountain, the throng of people swelled to several thousand, all drawn by their curiosity to witness the unfolding spectacle. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Fong Lin realized that at this moment, his words held little persuasive power. Nevertheless, he was confident that from this day forth, there would be no need for divination. As Wu Dang gained prominence, the offerings would surely follow. Fong Lin addressed the assembly with a respectful invocation of Wuliang Tianzuan, and promptly made his way to a spacious area he had previously selected, an expanse with a broad vista, ample enough to serve as an ideal site for the establishment of Xianyu sect. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he cast the token in his hand and once again uttered Wuliang Tianzuan. At that moment, a miraculous spectacle unfolded. The crowd gasped in astonishment as the ethereal silhouette of an archway materialized, gradually becoming more tangible, its form aging into a striking reality until it solidified entirely. This archway, known as the Zhi Shi Xianyu Pai Fong, or the majestic characters of Zhi Shi Xianyu, elegantly inscribed with a flourish that exuded both grace and strength. Undoubtedly the work of a master calligrapher. The structure itself was meticulously assembled with mortise and tenon joints, exuding an air of solemn dignity while adorned with opulent decorations and intricate carvings of various figures and floral motifs that appeared vividly lifelike. The entire archway emanated an aura of grandeur. As Fong Lin beheld this magnificent creation, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. The archways he had seen on Earth, weathered by time, lacked the vibrancy that this one possessed. As the archway emerged, thousands knelt in unison, fervently invoking Wuliang Tianzuan, beseeching the blessings of the celestial deity. Among them, Sen Quan, Sen Xian, Song Yuanchigao, and Yu Lianzhou were particularly moved. Being Taoists, they held deep reverence for such divine beings. Their gazes towards Fong Lin transformed entirely. He was indeed the one favored with the dream of Wuliang Tianzuan. This was nothing short of a divine miracle. The sect leader was truly extraordinary. At this moment, Fong Lin was undoubtedly overjoyed, yet he maintained an outward composure. He addressed the gathering, urging, "Please rise, esteemed guests. From this moment forth, you shall all be devotees of the infinite celestial Lord. Why not traverse the Xianyu gate together and immerse yourselves in the blessings of the infinite celestial Lord?" As he spoke, Fong Lin took the lead and gracefully passed through the Xianyu gate, instantly feeling invigorated. This sensation had first struck him upon the gate's initial appearance, and now, upon experiencing it again, he was convinced of its authenticity. It seemed evident that the products of the system were indeed exceptional, each possessing unique effects. Under these circumstances, it would be challenging for Wudong to remain obscure. All present reverently walked through the Xianyu gate, experiencing a profound sense of comfort that resonated deeply within them. This feeling was unmistakably clear, leading them to believe they had indeed received the blessings of the infinite celestial Lord. Excitement surged through the crowd as they began to chant praises for Taoist Master San Feng, extolling the sanctity of Wudong as a true sacred site of Taoism, eagerly rushing to pay their respects. Observing the dilapidated state of Wudong's buildings, everyone promptly reached for their purses, compelled by the miraculous events unfolding before them to contribute with sincerity. They expressed a collective desire to aid in the restoration of Wudong. In response, Fong Lin fervently encouraged their efforts, proclaiming that the current state of disrepair was a test from the infinite celestial Lord for them all. Now that the trial had been passed, further miracles were destined to manifest, prompting even greater reverence among the crowd. Although the Wudong sect leader appeared youthful, he was indeed a person capable of communicating with the divine, deserving of utmost respect. At this moment, Song Yuanxiao and Yu Lianzhou realized that their choices had been exceedingly wise. They were now disciples of a divine being who could converse with the infinite celestial Lord. Fellow cultivators, the miraculous manifestations of Wudong have arrived, and I need not worry about the practice of youthful energy. Should we not generously offer some incense money, perhaps through recommendations and collections, to seek the blessings of the infinite celestial sovereign? Chapter 5. The Commander's Might, third update. In recent days, The wonders of Wudong have spread far and wide, and the entire Danjiang County is abuzz with tales of its marvels. Wudong has suddenly gained immense fame, unparalleled in its renown. During this time, Fong Lin has been overjoyed, as Wudong's earnings have reached an impressive daily sum of 100 taels of silver. It is worth noting that this amount rivals that of the largest temples, with the Lingyun Palace, the foremost temple in Danjiang County, earning little more. Observing Wudong, which consists merely of a few dilapidated structures and the Xianyu Gate, one cannot help but be astonished by such income. However, Fong Lin is not one to possess short-sightedness. The opportunity to draw construction tokens is not guaranteed each time. If such opportunities dwindle, Wudong's reputation could gradually wane. Relying solely on these scant resources is insufficient. Hence, Fong Lin has begun the construction of stairways, a monumental endeavor that commenced from the Xianyu Gate. It is essential to understand that Tianzhu Peak boasts an elevation exceeding 1,600 meters, making the number of stairs required incalculable. Fortunately, the income is substantial enough to cover daily wages. Moreover, given Wudong's current fame, the workers are willing to accept the minimum wage. Sensing the flourishing development of Wudong, Fong Lin is naturally elated. Additionally, the assessments of Song Yuanxiao and Yu Lianzhou have recently concluded. It is indeed a remarkable coincidence that Song Yuanxiao embodies a grand demeanor, a strong sense of loyalty, and an impeccable management style, truly resembling the legendary figure of Song Yuanxiao. As for Yu Lianzhou, he mirrors the character from Jin Yang's literature, displaying a calm and composed nature that resonates deeply with Fong Lin's sentiments, an exceptional talent indeed. As days pass, Wudong experiences tremendous growth. However, life, akin to an electrocardiogram, reveals that a flat line signifies death. Thus, life cannot be devoid of ups and downs, and challenges will invariably arise. This morning, Fong Lin rose early once again. Having reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the acquired realm, his strength quite commendable. Naturally invigorated, he felt an abundance of energy coursing through him. Fong Lin was eager to engage in practice, curious to ascertain the extent of his current abilities. Yet, as the leader, he understood the importance of maintaining an air of mystery and refrained from acting impulsively. As for the Huaquan technique, Fong Lin had already disseminated it among the Wudong disciples, who were diligently studying it. He had also compelled everyone to learn the Tongzi Gong, particularly as it pertains to the pure yang body, a remarkable asset that would yield significant benefits in their future training. These individuals are poised to become the core figures of Wudong, warranting careful cultivation. Under Fong Lin's encouragement, they trained with renewed confidence, believing that achieving mastery in the mid-stage of the acquired realm was within reach. The talents of these few, especially Sanquan and Song Yuanxiao, were promising. With 2 to 3 years of dedicated practice, they should be able to reach their zenith. They placed immense trust in their leader, and when he suggested they train, they dutifully complied. At present, the strength of Wudong has begun to take shape, with the sect leader reaching the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the acquired realm. Of course, this remains a secret. As for the other 4, they have begun to sense their own energies, having just stepped into the early stage of the acquired realm. Fong Lin took a deep breath. Unlike the modern era, the air at this time was particularly fresh, laced with the fragrance of flowers and herbs, making it truly a delightful experience. Feeling inspired, Fong Lin demonstrated a series of flowery punches. Though deemed elementary when mastered, they possess extraordinary power. Without relying on any internal energy techniques, Fong Lin executed the movements with vigor, impressing the 4 onlookers. As for the leader's remarkable prowess and the sudden appearance of martial arts manuals, it was considered normal. After all, it was bestowed by the infinite celestial venerable. Or so the 4 believed. After completing his demonstration, Fong Lin felt invigorated. At that moment, the number of visitors began to increase, indicating a flourishing worship atmosphere at Wudong. Suddenly, a few individuals in similar attire appeared, 3 Taoist priests clad in robes indicative of the Lingxiao Palace. Fong Lin sensed that this might not bode well and approached them personally. "Are you the leader of Wudong?" the foremost Taoist inquired. "Indeed, I am but a humble practitioner," Fong Lin replied. The 3 quickly bowed in respect. After all, he was the sect leader, and a display of courtesy was essential to avoid any misinterpretation. The leading Taoist continued, "While procuring daily necessities in Danjiang County, we heard tales of Wudong's miraculous feats. We have come to seek your guidance." Having learned that the esteemed sect leader can communicate with the divine, Fong Lin harbored a cold smile within. It seemed that Lingxiao Palace remained oblivious to the news. After all, Lingxiao Palace was a major sect in Hubei province, quite distant, and the flow of information in this world was rather sluggish. Even if they had received the news, it was unlikely they would act so swiftly, indicating that these young disciples were acting on their own volition. At that moment, a young girl, who had come to pay her respects, inadvertently stumbled and fell to the ground. Fong Lin noticed her plight and hurried over to assist. His character was commendable, and he was known for his kindness. Observing that the girl had twisted her ankle, he gently lifted her onto his back and carried her to a nearby spot to rest. Those who came to pay homage spoke highly of Taoist Sanfeng, regarding him as an enlightened master, yet he bore no airs, always displaying a friendly demeanor. Among the three Taoists, the leader suddenly experienced a flash of inspiration. Realizing how to deal with Fong Lin, determined to avoid letting him lose face, the leader approached and said, "I am Li Ziyuan, and I truly admire the esteemed Master Sanfeng." Fong Lin offered a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate. Although referred to as a master, he remained humble, just as he would on earth. Li Ziyuan initially maintained a respectful demeanor, but swiftly shifted the topic, stating, "However, Master Sanfeng, it is generally considered inappropriate for men and women to have such close contact. Your actions, carrying that young lady, might not be entirely appropriate." The onlookers began to gather, drawn in by the small-town mentality that relished in the spectacle, all clustering together. Fong Lin smiled softly, offering no explanation. The statement was rather severe. Fong Lin cast a glance at Li Ziyuan, noting the youth's caustic tongue. It appeared necessary to show him that Taoist priests are not to be trifled with. Fong Lin declared, "Infinite reverence to the heavens. As you all have witnessed, I, the humble Taoist, had merely carried that young lady for a brief moment. Yet I have now set her down." Li Ziyuan chuckled heartily, as if he had just heard the most amusing jest in the world. He retorted, "Master Sanfeng, by your reasoning, now that you have set her down, you believe you are absolved of responsibility?" However, Fong Lin was their idol, prompting others to quickly assert that these few Taoists were merely lacking in understanding, for Master Sanfeng was known for his benevolence. How could one hold him accountable? Fong Lin felt a sense of helplessness. Had he merely assisted her, there would have been no issue, but seeing her foot so gravely injured, he had chosen to carry her for a few paces. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself ensnared in this predicament. Li Ziyuan pressed on, "Master, how shall you explain this?" Initially referring to him as master, the tone had now shifted to Taoist. The change in demeanor was quite pronounced. Fong Lin had anticipated this bait and replied, "I have already set her down. Why do you still cling to it? What do you mean by not letting go?" Li Ziyuan was about to say more when the realization struck him. Indeed, in Taoism, the principle of desirelessness prevails. He had released the young woman not only physically, but had also relinquished her from his heart. Yet here he was, unable to let go of this trivial matter. The distinction in their Taoist cultivation was clear to see. Master's cultivation is profound. "I stand enlightened," he admitted, before awkwardly departing with his two junior disciples. The crowd erupted in applause, marveling at the profound skills of Master Sanfeng. It was truly astonishing that these three lesser Taoists dared to challenge him. Utterly oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth, Fong Lin smiled slightly at this, for without revealing his true capabilities, they had mistaken him for a pushover, when in fact, he exuded an undeniable aura of power. Dear friends, please do not rush to depart. With such formidable presence, it is already the third watch of the night, and there shall be a fourth. Shouldn't you all aspire to exhibit some valor as well? I trust you understand. Chapter 6. The Scheme of Lay Disciples. Fourth update. Fong Lin stood observing as the three Taoists awkwardly retreated, choosing not to elaborate further. He adopted an air of a sage, and as the onlookers offered their praises, they gradually dispersed. Noticing that a third of the steps had already been constructed, Fong Lin realized that by the following month, the stairway would be nearly complete. This endeavor was blessed by the infinite celestial venerable, and the workers were exceedingly diligent, eager to lend a hand, vying for the opportunity to contribute. Even the foreman personally attended to the work, attributing their success to the venerable's protection. The lay disciples represented a significant force, and Wudong too had its share of lay practitioners. Fong Lin recalled his visit to Wudong on Earth, where he witnessed numerous disciples honing their skills, all seeking to strengthen their bodies. Notably, the Shaolin Temple was renowned for its lay disciples, with figures such as Hong Shiguan and Fong Xiu enjoying immense fame and generating substantial publicity. Fong Lin was uncertain whether Shaolin existed in this world, but he recognized the importance of lay disciples. Should a few of them achieve great renown, they would serve as living embodiments of a prestigious banner. Thus, Fong Lin promptly instructed Song Yuanxiao to proceed to Danjiang County to post a notice announcing that Wudong was seeking secular disciples. At that moment, Danjiang County was in a state of uproar. It is noteworthy that merely a fortnight prior, a miraculous event had transpired, leading everyone to firmly believe in the extraordinary nature of Wudong. Consequently, the prospect of Wudong recruiting disciples filled the populace with immense joy. Many were eager to join, and it was rumored that even the county magistrate's son expressed a desire to participate, though the veracity of this claim remained uncertain. In short, Danjiang County was abuzz with excitement. Were it not for the explicit regulations stipulating that candidates must be aged between 15 and 25, even some older individuals would have been inclined to join. In truth, Fong Lin did not dismiss the idea of nurturing young children from an early age. After all, one could look to the character portrayed by Shi Xiaolong in the Wulong courtyard, who was trained from a tender age and became exceptionally skilled. However, Wudong was currently experiencing rapid development and could not afford to wait. If recruitment were to occur, it would have to be after Wudong had reached a more stable stage. For now, it was preferable to enlist robust young individuals. The following day, an astonishing assembly of over 200 individuals gathered at the entrance of Wudong, all of whom were youthful and vigorous, though a few appeared frail, seemingly hoping that martial arts practice would enhance their physical constitution. After surveying the scene, Fong Lin recalled that the assessments had already been arranged the previous night, and thus, the evaluations commenced. The initial stage was to assess innate talent. If one's aptitude proved to be exceedingly poor, the path ahead would be challenging. While this did not preclude the possibility of success, Guijing being a prime example, it was acknowledged that the training available was not of the divine caliber. The most formidable discipline offered was the foundational practice, which could not be imparted to secular disciples. Thus, they would only be taught the fundamentals of martial arts. Regarding the assessment of talent, it involved the simplest two movements of the Huaquan technique, demonstrated by Sanquan, executed 3 times. Subsequently, they were instructed to reflect collectively for a quarter of an hour before performing together. After all, evaluating them one by one would be rather inequitable. Observing their movements, Sanquan began to meticulously select participants. As a martial arts enthusiast, he held high expectations in this regard. Gradually, dozens of individuals were eliminated, their innate abilities proving to be woefully inadequate. The second phase was overseen by Sanxin, who introduced them to the classics of Taoism, gauging their capacity for patience. After all, as lay disciples of Taoism, they ought to acquire some knowledge of the philosophy. However, there was only one text available in Wudong, the Taiping Jing, and Sanxin's understanding was limited, resulting in repetitive discourse that visibly elicited impatience from some. To Sanxin's surprise, this inadvertently assessed their composure and patience after an hour. Yet another 10 individuals were dismissed. Upon surveying the remaining candidates, over 100 remained. Given the current state of Wudong, an ideal number would be around 30 to 40. As exceeding this would lead to overwhelming demands. Additionally, as lay disciples at Wudong, their meals were to be provided. Although Wudong enjoyed substantial income, there were still expenses for infrastructure, leaving little surplus. Furthermore, Fong Lin upheld the principle of quality in nutrition, ensuring that the meals were of excellent standard. Sustaining over 100 individuals solely on food proved impractical. Nonetheless, Fong Lin felt a sense of assurance as he prepared for the final stage, his personal interview. The civil service examinations from his previous life had seen countless candidates falter at this juncture, a testament to the formidable challenge it presented. As for what to do, it is rather simple. Casually scatter some paper scraps around the room, or deliberately allow the broom to fall to the ground, and so forth. Such tactics were commonplace in my previous life, yet here they are deemed masterful. After all, nothing is of greater significance than one's character. Should one engage in deceitful acts that tarnish the reputation of their mentors or ancestors, the esteemed name of Wudong would undoubtedly be ruined. Hence, Fong Lin maintains a strict stance on this matter. Upon entering, all applicants found that the master merely engaged in trivial conversations. Some were dismissed almost immediately after speaking just a few words, while those who succeeded were segregated and managed by Song Yuanxiao and Yangzhou to prevent any leakage of interview content. Ensuring fairness, an aspect that Fong Lin held in high regard. He had strong opinions on the lack of fairness in previous examinations, such as the college entrance examination. Gradually, the morning passed. After all, interviews do not proceed swiftly. Eventually, All candidates were assessed, and only 36 remained, a pleasing number that resonated well with Fong Lin. Observing the others, he discerned that one individual, dressed notably well, appeared to be a leader among them. Upon inquiry, Fong Lin learned that this was the son of the county magistrate, effectively the Prince of Danjiang. Fong Lin felt quite content with this, for although he was a minor official's offspring, he possessed a genial disposition and commendable character, making him a figure of great potential. The magistrate's son, named Zhang Yun, was indeed a fine individual, highly regarded, and thus emerged as the foremost among the secular disciples. Observing the disciples of Wudong practicing their flamboyant martial arts in their colorful attire, and contrasting it with the austere robes worn by Song Yuanxiao and his companions, it suddenly struck him that a uniformity in clothing was necessary. The attire of the sect leader, dressed in an unappealing yellow robe, seemed particularly unrefined. After contemplating the garments of the secular disciples, he realized that, as lay disciples, they were not suited to wear traditional robes. An idea sparked in his mind. He envisioned a short-sleeved shirt, a design unseen in this world, entirely white, emblazoned with two bold crimson characters at its center. Unlike the traditional complex script prevalent in this realm, these characters were in a simplified form that conveyed the essence of passion. As he gazed at the embroidered shirt, his satisfaction grew, eliciting an amused grin. "Dear friends," he exclaimed, "I have delivered a robust 4 updates. And looking at this passion shirt, have you not encountered something similar on Taobao? The enthusiasm swells within me. Why not share some of that fervor and bestow upon me some recommendations and collections to uplift my spirits?" In Chapter 7, the literary talent of the sect leader, towering like a mountain, Fong Lin walked along the path, the steps having been fully constructed. However, he had not prepared to build the dwelling or other structures, as these could be accomplished with construction tokens, alleviating any concerns. Furthermore, the creations derived from these tokens were not only imbued with remarkable properties, but also crafted from an extraordinary material, the nature of which remained a mystery. To his surprise, upon entering the dining hall, he found it bustling with activity. A subtle smile graced his lips as he approached to partake in a meal. Just as he was finishing, the crowd unexpectedly pulled him over, insisting that he join them. Fong Lin, though filled with a sense of helplessness, remained undaunted. After all, he was a scholar, well-versed in poetry and literature. Moreover, this world was akin to a parallel universe to Earth, with events unfolding differently. At least the likes of Li Bai, Du Fu, and Su Shi had not graced this realm. Thus, he could resign himself to the role of a literary bandit. Although Fong Lin had never composed couplets in his life, his literary foundation remained intact, allowing him to face the challenge without trepidation. The onlookers observed the sect leader exuding confidence, and thus refrained from suggesting a change. To do so would be to mock him openly, despite the intention of jesting. To everyone's eyes, while the leader was indeed a remarkable figure, it did not imply he was a literary genius, a paragon of eloquence. Seizing the opportunity, they were eager to witness the leader's prowess. Some of the submissions were rather subpar and were swiftly dismissed. Ultimately, the most commendable works came from Li Yun, Song Yuanxiao, and Sanqin. Fong Lin was not surprised by Sanqin's exceptional composition, as the latter had always been an avid reader since childhood. As for Li Yun, being the son of the county magistrate, his talent was to be expected. However, it was Song Yuanxiao who truly astonished Fong Lin. As he found himself increasingly fond of this disciple, Fong Lin first examined Sanqin's couplet. "In the rain, flowers bathe in fragrance. In the wind, the phoenix graces the pavilion." The horizontal inscription read, "Wind, flowers, autumn, moon." Fong Lin found Sanqin's couplet to be quite admirable, as it was not only harmonious, but also aesthetically pleasing. Indeed, it was well crafted, and the horizontal inscription was aptly chosen, for the first line featured flowers, and the second, wind, making it particularly fitting for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Fong Lin expressed his admiration, acknowledging that Sanqin was commendable, yet he felt that the couplet lacked a certain fluidity in its recitation. Upon examining Song Yuanxiao's work, he deemed it superior to Sanqin's. The upper line read, "Rain strikes the tranquil lake in myriad melodies." The lower line, "Thunder roars across the mountain ridges in 4 or 5 notes." The horizontal inscription, "Voices of rain and thunder." Indeed, in comparison, Song Yuanxiao's composition exhibited a greater quality, though it still seemed to fall slightly short in terms of artistic resonance. Next came Li Yun, the son of the county magistrate and the top scholar in the provincial examination. undeniably the foremost among the literati. His writings naturally reflected a degree of skill. Typically, couplets are derived from poetic verses or other adaptations, requiring both meticulous structure and profound meaning, posing a considerable challenge. Li Yun's creation was truly remarkable. The upper line, willows green with morning mist adorned both banks. An exquisite scene unfolded before the eyes. The lower line, a garden bathed in spring rain reveals red apricot blossoms. It was nothing short of a masterstroke. Fong Lin observed Li Yun, confident that he would not commit such a basic error, especially regarding the horizontal inscription. With a self-assured smile, Li Yun unveiled the inscription, "Let the seasons be judged." It was utterly brilliant. Though it spoke of spring, the addition of "let the seasons be judged" elegantly bridged the theme. The imagery evoked autumn's desolation juxtaposed with spring's vibrancy, rendering the autumn day before him as lively as spring itself, a truly exquisite composition. Li Yun indeed possessed considerable talent. Viewing Li Yun's couplet, Fong Lin offered his sincere praise. Its structure was commendable, aesthetically pleasing, and imbued with a positive spirit. Undoubtedly a masterpiece. Fong Lin gazed at the crowd, who in turn were fixated upon him. It seemed imperative for him to showcase his skills to subdue this group of young rascals, allowing them to witness the profound elegance of this sect leader's literary prowess. With a gentle smile, he flicked his arm, and the brush in his hand became saturated with ink. Instead of directly composing couplets, he opted for an expressive ink wash painting, and in an instant, a vivid scene materialized before them. At that moment, Fong Lin, having mastered both flamboyant movements and internal strength, demonstrated remarkable agility in his arm. Being a scholar with a penchant for calligraphy and painting, the artwork he created was truly lifelike and imbued with deep meaning. In the painting, a figure donned a bamboo hat and donned a raincoat, with a torrential downpour to the left and a sunlit sky to the right. The audience, however, found themselves perplexed by the imagery. With a chuckle, Fong Lin brandished his brush once more, signaling the commencement of something truly serious. He was about to inscribe the couplet. The first line read, "A bamboo staff and straw sandals surpass the horse, who fears, amidst the rain and mist, I shall embrace life as it comes." The crowd gasped. This opening line exuded boundless fervor. Fong Lin smiled subtly, for these were not mere words, but the spirited verses of the celebrated poet Su Dongpa, brimming with passion. Though the couplet lacked punctuation, the deliberate spacing conveyed its essence perfectly. Such depth of sentiment seemed to lament the unaccomplished past. The couplet, while not particularly symmetrical, especially the initial two lines, was nonetheless steeped in profound meaning, fervor, and an air of melancholy that was truly unparalleled in history, at least in this realm. Fong Lin quickened his pace once more, inscribing the horizontal inscription, "Determined in the tempest." The entire assembly was taken aback. Fong Lin's utterance was nothing short of astonishing. What does calming the storm signify? Is it the tumult within one's heart, matters of state, or the plight of the common people? Regardless of its interpretation, the essence is undeniably harmonious and naturally profound. Gazing once more at the painting, the perception has shifted entirely. At this moment, no one dares to proclaim their superiority, for they all comprehend that the master's literary talent reaches heights akin to Tianzhu Peak. I beg forgiveness from Su Shi. Esteemed friends, I kindly request your support in recommendations and collections. I shall convey them to Su Shi as a form of consolation. Chapter 8. The Harvest of Mid-Autumn. From this point onward, the already renowned and breathtaking Xian Yu sect gained yet another magnificent feature, the master's manuscript. Upon returning to his chamber, Fong Lin continued to scrutinize the key, feeling instinctively that it was far from ordinary and likely possessed additional purposes. Thus far, two functions have been discerned: the ability to unlock all door locks and its connection to the sect system. Perhaps there are still undiscovered capabilities, so whenever time permits, Fong Lin diligently investigates further. In a daze, he seemed to hear the chime of the system, yet paid it no mind, as he was too intoxicated and befuddled. Is there a lottery to be drawn? When the time arrives, the system will automatically conduct the lottery. The system's sprite has completed its gestation. Shall it be activated? When the time arrives, the system is set to activate automatically, with the sprite materializing in 2 hours. In the morning, sunlight streamed into Fong Lin's room, and he stretched languidly, filled with vigor. The practice of internal martial arts had its merits. At that moment, he felt neither drowsy nor lethargic, but rather invigorated. Suddenly, Fong Lin recalled hearing the voice of the system the previous night and was struck with a sense of alarm. Had he missed the lottery? He quickly checked. The lottery had concluded. Please collect your items. Just as he began to appreciate the system's human-like qualities, he was astonished to find a figure within it. It was a chubby boy, appearing around 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a red apron, remarkably plump. Indeed, he was a little round fellow, yet exuding an undeniable charm. The chubby child eagerly presented a dark box to Fong Lin. Startled, Fong Lin exclaimed, "There are people in the system? I am the system spirit, freshly born. Please, bestow upon me a name." The child replied. Fong Lin, taken aback, realized that his earlier musings about the system's humanization had manifested in a child. No less a rotund one. It perfectly echoed the adage, "Every tale contains a portly character." Thus, amidst his astonishment, the chubby boy was named Little Fatty. Regardless of his protests, henceforth, he would be known as such. As Fong Lin opened the dark box presented by Little Fatty, he felt a surge of joy. Inside lay a manual, a rather commendable one at that, entitled Wudong's 8 Treasures Posture. While it was indeed a fundamental manual, its practicality shone through. This technique was designed to refine one's steps and provide a stable foundation. With his existing internal mastery and flamboyant techniques, this was perfectly suited for him. In a flash of golden light, Fong Lin completely absorbed the knowledge of the 8 Treasures Posture. It seems that regardless of how rudimentary the martial arts technique may be, mastering it to perfection yields significant benefits. Fong Lin, having experienced the essence of the 8 Treasures stance, felt that his combat prowess had ascended at least 2 tiers. Upon pushing open the door to his chamber, he realized the hour was already quite advanced, with numerous pilgrims arriving to pay their respects. Breathing in the refreshing air, Fong Lin pondered, "Fatty, do you possess any additional functions, or is your sole capability merely speech?" "I am akin to artificial intelligence, possessing numerous functionalities," Fatty replied with a sense of pride. "Then showcase your abilities to me," Fong Lin urged. Fatty flicked his little piglet hoof and said, "Your current level is still too low, thus my functions are limited to merely 3. The first is the ability to access maps. Wherever you are, I can unveil the corresponding map." Fong Lin felt a surge of excitement at this revelation, recognizing the importance of having access to maps. The second function is unlocking. "Unlocking?" Fong Lin questioned, puzzled. "This is the effect of a universal key, capable of unsealing any lock. As for the specific types of locks, I shall leave that for you to discover gradually," Fatty elaborated. As for the third function, this brought Fong Lin considerable delight, the ability to discern levels. In truth, the strength of martial prowess in the world can often be readily identified by the intensity of one's aura. However, it is also possible for some individuals to conceal their energy, making this a particularly useful ability. Additionally, one can participate in a lottery on the 19th of each month. With today being the 16th, this meant he had merely 3 days left until the next opportunity to draw, which filled Fong Lin with anticipation. After handing over the secrets of the 8 Treasures stance to Sanquan, Fong Lin ventured alone to the back mountain, engaging in conversation with Pang Dun to better comprehend the system. Through their dialogue, it became evident that the system harbored numerous functions, many of which remained undiscovered and undeveloped due to his current low level. According to Pang Dun, the path to elevate one's level was quite straightforward, by completing tasks. He could ascend to the rank of the foremost sect in Yangzhou County, which would subsequently allow for a system upgrade. As for the functionalities that would emerge post-upgrade, Pang Dun remained reticent. However, after much coaxing from Fong Lin, he managed to divulge some information about the second feature, unlocking. This unlocking ability was said to have the power to unfasten any lock, including unique ones such as a person's emotional ties, referred to as heart locks, wherein a key could effortlessly provide access. In this regard, it was nothing short of extraordinary, capable of unlocking hearts. Moreover, there existed even more formidable locks that could dismantle any formation, although this depended on both his level and inherent strength. Without sufficient prowess, such abilities would be rendered ineffective. Nevertheless, Fong Lin glimpsed a promising future ahead. There were additional functions that Pang Dun declined to elaborate on, citing insufficient permissions. Sitting on a large stone in the back mountain, Fong Lin felt a pressing urgency. It had been a month since he arrived in this world, and his current capabilities paled in comparison to even second-rate sections. The goal of becoming the leading sect in Yangzhou County still felt quite distant. let alone the subsequent task of establishing himself as the premier sect in Hubei province, culminating in the ultimate objective of becoming the foremost sect in the Central Plains. All of these aspirations appeared to lie far beyond his immediate reach. A gentle breeze caressed Fong Lin's hair, and as he gazed upon the lake's surface, he couldn't help but appreciate the physique he inhabited. His countenance was of a delicate charm, exuding an aura of comfort, well suited for his missionary endeavors. He pondered the emergence of the legendary rivalry between the southern Shaolin and northern Wudong sections. As he sensed the internal energy coursing through him, he recognized he had reached the pinnacle of the acquired stage, a bottleneck that demanded a new cultivation method for breakthrough. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Could this bottleneck be likened to an unconventional lock, one that might be unlocked with the right key? Lost in thought, Fong Lin's gaze became somewhat distant. Chapter 9, Blossoming 12, the twin white lotuses. At this moment, Wudong flourished with vitality. Having just passed the Mid-Autumn Festival, the temple was adorned with dozens of mooncake boxes, gifts from devoted followers. Curiously, after traversing the Xianyu Gate, not only did one feel invigorated, but there was also a tale of a severely ill woman who, fervently devoted, visited the temple every few days to pay homage to the infinite celestial being. Each time she passed through the gate, she felt a significant improvement in her condition, and it was rumored that her illness had shown signs of recovery. Fong Lin found this quite miraculous. At that moment, he unexpectedly witnessed a monk approaching to pay respects to the infinite celestial being. This piqued Fong Lin's curiosity. It was indeed peculiar for a monk, who is typically devoted to the Buddha, to seek blessings from the infinite celestial being. As the monk noticed Fong Lin standing nearby, he approached with his palms together, saying, "I am Pianzing YG and wish to meet the esteemed Master Sanfeng of Wudong. Might you be so kind as to facilitate an introduction?" Fong Lin's curiosity deepened. He wondered what the monk sought from him. The monk spoke. "I am the one known as Sanfeng. I wonder what brings you to seek my presence." Observing the monk, who appeared to be around the same age as himself, perhaps 17 or 18, Fong Lin thought that even if the monk intended to trouble him, he would not be able to pose a significant threat. At that moment, the chubby boy interjected, revealing that this monk possessed the formidable strength of a postnatal consummate master. Fong Lin was taken aback. The cultivation of internal energy was no trivial endeavor. For someone so young to attain such a level was undoubtedly a testament to extraordinary talent, deserving of utmost respect. The monk, noting Fong Lin's youth, did not underestimate him, and respectfully remarked, "So, you are the leader of Wudong. My apologies for the oversight." Fong Lin smiled faintly, still perplexed about the monk's intentions. The monk continued, "I have heard tales of the miraculous wonders of Wudong, and upon my travels, I felt compelled to witness it for myself. Indeed, the Xianyu sect of Wudong possesses incredible powers, and I understand that the sect leader is someone who can communicate with the infinite celestial venerable. Hence, I took the liberty of coming to make your acquaintance." Fong Lin welcomed the monk into the courtyard, recognizing that he was a master of postnatal perfection. The stages of postnatal cultivation were significant. The mid-stage follows the early stage, and the late stage culminates in consummation. In comparison to Fong Lin, this monk was considerably more powerful. Moreover, achieving such prowess at a young age suggested either a prestigious background or exceptional guidance, warranting a degree of respect. Fong Lin, a person who reciprocated courtesy, felt it necessary to honor the monk's respectful demeanor. Fong Lin inquired, "May I ask from which temple you hail?" The monk smiled gently and replied, "I am but a wandering monk, and it would be inappropriate for me to disclose my origins." Fong Lin concurred, recognizing that many individuals embark on their journeys without disclosing their sect, for offending someone could bring trouble to their faction. Moreover, if one hails from a prestigious school, revealing their identity might imply ulterior motives. Unperturbed, Fong Lin continued to engage in light conversation with the monk, who exhibited considerable depth in his understanding of Buddhist principles, distinguishing him from the average monk. Occasionally, the monk posed intriguing questions to Fong Lin, often imbued with profound Buddhist insights, which deeply resonated with Fong Lin, a novice Taoist. Yet, being a modern individual, Fong Lin maintained contemporary perspectives on various matters. For instance, he contemplated a scenario involving a horse-drawn carriage. If one were to race forward and encounter an obstacle, the driver faced a dilemma, either to collide with the person ahead or to steer the carriage away, risking a plunge off a cliff, especially with another passenger aboard. Fong Lin, who relished meat with every meal, found the monk's dietary restrictions amusing, as the monk, despite being a vegetarian, displayed an unmistakable desire for meat. Eventually, much to Fong Lin's surprise, the monk indulged in meat and even partook in wine, espousing the belief that food and drink pass through the body. But the Buddha remains in one's heart, reminiscent of the legendary figure Jigong. The monk appeared somewhat bashful about his indulgence, yet Fong Lin's fondness for him only grew. As their meal progressed, the monk's white robe became stained. He subsequently decided to take residence at Wudong, but due to a lack of accommodations, he had no choice but to share lodgings with Fong Lin. Upon returning indoors, the monk skillfully channeled his internal energy, causing the stains on his body to dissipate. Fong Lin gazed in envy, recognizing that such a feat was beyond his current abilities. He found himself perplexed. This monk appeared to possess a multifaceted personality. His profound understanding of Buddhist philosophy marked him as an enlightened master, and he typically exhibited a demeanor that was both gentle and refined. However, when indulging in alcohol, he transformed into a figure of exuberance, demonstrating a surprisingly robust capacity for drinking. This revelation startled Fong Lin, for in this world, monks were expected to abstain from both alcohol and meat. Yet, here was a monk who brazenly flouted both precepts, which was quite astonishing. Furthermore, the monk also paid homage to the infinite celestial sovereign. Did he not fear incurring the wrath of the Buddha? Truly, a marvel indeed. The situation grew increasingly entertaining as the monk became inebriated, drinking excessively with reckless abandon, as if he seldom indulged in such excesses. Remarkably, Fong Lin found no objection to this behavior. He even remarked on the monk's authenticity and spontaneity, suggesting it brought him closer to the Buddhist ideal. The monk, in a fit of camaraderie, proclaimed Fong Lin as his confidant and downed yet another jug of wine, seemingly reveling in the intoxication. Taoist Sanfeng, we are such kindred spirits. Why not become sworn brothers? The monk bellowed. At this point, Fong Lin was truly at a loss, offering a wry smile and preparing to decline, only to be forcibly pulled by the monk. With astonishing strength, the monk discarded any pretense of martial practice. Fong Lin was taken aback, wondering if this monk had indeed mastered the legendary dragon elephant prajna skill of the golden wheel Dharma King, for his grip felt as if it possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds. Thus, in a bewildering turn of events, our Taoist Sanfeng found himself with an older brother. Despite the monk appearing to be of similar age to Fong Lin, he was, in fact, a year his senior, compelling Fong Lin to address him as Big Brother. With the monk's formidable martial prowess, Fong Lin had little choice but to acquiesce. As he gazed at the retreating white figure of Yijia, Fong Lin murmured, "In the bloom of 12, the paired white lotuses, each petal distinct. I have brought Yijia the abbot out. I hope he does not hold it against me. Seeing the Shaolin temple flourish so splendidly, I must confess my audacity in seeking a share of its glory. Following this, I must solicit recommendations and collections. Fellow Taoist, do not be in haste to depart." Chapter 10. Longyang today is the 18th day, which means that at midnight, a lottery will be held once more. Fong Lin felt a surge of joy at the thought. His spirits were lifted throughout the day. Thus, he personally descended the mountain to retrieve the custom-made Wudong uniform from the fabric shop. The proprietor of the shop was quite skilled, crafting the garment to Fong Lin's specifications with great care. Since this was Wudong attire, meticulous attention to detail was paramount. Upon seeing Fong Lin in person, the shopkeeper initially hesitated to accept payment, but Fong Lin insisted, and the proprietor reluctantly acquiesced. Stepping out of the fabric shop, Fong Lin noticed the Long Way escort agency directly across the street. This was the largest escort agency in Danjiang. The establishment was expansive and exuded an air of authority, flanked by 2 black flags bearing the bold inscription Long Way Escort Agency, conveying a sense of formidable power. Fong Lin marveled. One must understand that operating an escort agency inevitably breeds enmity, as they are tasked with transporting goods and, naturally, attract the ire of numerous bandits and outlaws. The magnitude of Long Way Escort Agency must have demanded immense effort from its leader, Long Yang. Adjacent to the agency was a horse dealer. For horses are vital to an escort agency, thus merchants often prefer to sell their steeds nearby. Fong Lin carefully examined the horses and discovered a particularly striking black stallion, its powerful limbs suggesting exceptional strength. Having attended several horse races, and with a university dorm mate who had a penchant for betting on horses, he had cultivated a modicum of expertise in equine matters, thus discerning that this was indeed a magnificent steed. The horse trader, upon recognizing Fong Lin's intentions, eagerly beckoned him over and ultimately sold the stallion at a remarkably low price, praising Fong Lin for his keen eye and discerning nature. As Fong Lin prepared to mount and depart, he suddenly heard some voices. Martial practitioners inherently possess heightened senses compared to ordinary individuals, and his status as a pure Yang body amplified this sensitivity. Long Yang, did you ever imagine you would fall into my hands today? A gruff voice boomed. You actually drugged me, you scoundrel. Xiao Lu, I never anticipated you to be a traitor. This voice undoubtedly belonged to Long Yang. Xiao Lu retorted, Long Yang, having spent your life escorting goods, you must be aware of how many heroes of the Green Woods you have slain. My elder brother perished at your hands. Tell me, should I not take your life? Long Yang sighed, falling silent. He had made many enemies throughout his career as a bodyguard and had taken numerous lives. Let us proceed. Long Yang finally spoke. I have grown weary of this existence. Recently, miraculous events have been reported from Wudong Mountain, and I had intended to renounce worldly affairs and become a Taoist priest, leaving the escort agency behind and ceasing all conflict. Since I have now been ensnared by your schemes, if death is my fate, so be it. At this moment, Fong Lin was taken aback. Initially intending to seek refuge with Wudong, he found himself beset by misfortune. Long Yang was a consummate expert, having reached the pinnacle of postnatal perfection in Danjiang County. He was undeniably among the elite. If Long Yang were to join Wudong, the sect's security would be significantly bolstered. Yet, why were these rogues scheming against him at such a critical juncture? Fong Lin pondered whether he should intervene. Given that these two individuals sought to conspire against Long Yang, their prowess could not possibly match that of a perfected postnatal expert. They were likely only at the later stages of postnatal cultivation. Could he stand against them? While rescuing Long Yang would yield considerable benefits, what if he perished in the attempt? At this moment, Fong Lin wrestled with his inner turmoil. Hearing their intent to strike down Long Yang, he steeled himself, understanding that fortune favors the bold. He would take a chance. Just as the one referred to as Xiao Lu prepared to act, he noticed an unexpected figure had appeared before him, seemingly materializing from thin air. This individual possessed striking features, with a flowing ribbon atop his head that danced without wind. Clad in a robe of black and white adorned with enigmatic symbols, he exuded an air of mastery that belied his youth. Taoist Sanfeng, Xiao Lu exclaimed in astonishment. The burly man beside Xiao Lu was equally startled. Was this truly the legendary figure who could commune with the divine? The man stepped forward, introducing himself. I am Chen Xiong, the fourth leader of the Tianlin stronghold outside Danjiang County. This Long Yang has slain many of my brothers. I implore Taoist Sanfeng not to intervene, if it pleases you. Fong Lin smiled faintly, aware that his reputation held considerable weight, deterring most from acting rashly. He then turned to Long Yang and inquired, do you wish to join Wudong? Han Zi and Xiao Lu were taken aback, realizing that Fong Lin intended to protect this individual. Long Yang also displayed surprise, having just expressed his desire to join Wudong. The venerable Taoist Sanfeng had now made an appearance. With a wry smile, Long Yang remarked, Taoist Sanfeng, I had indeed wished to join Wudong, yet given the current circumstances, I find myself at a loss. Fong Lin replied, as long as you are willing, that is all that matters. Yesterday, the infinite celestial Lord appeared to me in a dream, indicating that there are believers ready to take refuge in Wudong, which is why I have come to investigate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu and Chen Xiong were even more alarmed. An edict from the infinite celestial Lord. Should we still take action? Long Yang, filled with excitement, pondered whether it was indeed true that the infinite celestial Lord had personally sent a dream inviting him to join Wudong. He was a genuine believer, having faced life and death while escorting goods, and had taken many lives. Thus, he often held on to a sense of faith. Long Yang believed in the immortals, figures that are revered within Taoism, and his faith in Taoism had always remained unwavering. Fong Lin, feigning an air of mystery, invoked the name of the infinite celestial Lord, then turned to Chen Xiong and the others, as if to convey that should they refuse to heed the command of the infinite celestial Lord, he would be compelled to take action. They held Fong Lin's words in utmost regard. Exchanging glances, they found themselves uncertain of how to proceed. The prowess of this Taoist was unknown to them, yet his entrance had been so subtle that it suggested formidable strength. Unbeknownst to them, Fong Lin had already mastered the 8 treasures stance and possessed commendable footwork, making it unlikely for them to detect his true capabilities easily. Fong Lin observed their hesitation and felt a surge of anxiety. He spoke, Since Longyang wishes to join our Wudong, this escort agency has become redundant. Why not hand it over to you as compensation for your past losses? Chun Xiong pondered for a moment. These bandits were primarily motivated by profit. Although they often valued loyalty, it was understandable that Longyang aspired to become a Taoist priest, and thus he gritted his teeth and agreed. Fong Lin smiled faintly, grasped Longyang, and with a swift movement, vanished from sight. Chun Xiong inhaled sharply, recognizing the monk's formidable agility and strength. Fortunately, no conflict had ensued. Unbeknownst to him, Fong Lin was equally apprehensive, channeling all his energy to facilitate their escape. Upon returning to Wudong, Fong Lin felt a rush of exhilaration. Today had yielded remarkable rewards. First, Longyang, now appropriately named Yu Daiyan, was a master of innate completion, and with him at Wudong, lesser sects posed no threat. Furthermore, there was another opportunity for a lottery drawing that evening. Fong Lin was thrilled. Having just participated during the Mid-Autumn Festival, he had another chance. He had missed out on the previous draw and was uncertain what treasures the system had produced. However, he was somewhat pleased with the 8 treasure pile, though it was not merely a few dozen taels of silver. If it were silver, that would indeed be unfortunate. As time passed, the moments ticked away, and at last, he heard the delightful chime signaling the lottery. "Shall we proceed with the drawing?" he inquired. Once again, there were 13 concealed boxes. And true to the spirit of enduring hardship before savoring sweetness, Fong Lin began by examining the silver. This is startling upon closer inspection. The system has indeed proven to be remarkably generous this time. 50 taels of gold, 100 taels of gold, and a luminous pearl. The ratio of gold to silver stands at 1 to 100, which translates to an astounding 5,000 taels of silver, 10,000 taels of silver. Alongside the invaluable luminous pearl, Fong Lin's breath quickened, and he uttered a few phrases of reverence to calm his racing heart before continuing to peruse the offerings. Among the miscellaneous items, the broom remains, followed by the sword that first made its appearance, as well as a grand incense burner resembling an alchemical furnace. Now that he is a Taoist priest, could it be that the system intends for him to engage in alchemical practices? Moving on to the construction tokens. This time they are quite satisfactory. The needle sharpening well is particularly commendable. One should not assume that the needle sharpening well is merely a common well. During a previous visit to Wudong, he mistakenly thought it was just that and missed the chance to appreciate it. He later learned that the so-called needle sharpening well is a location comprising over 50 chambers, perfectly suited to serve as a residential area for future disciples of Wudong. However, with only 6 members currently in Wudong, such facilities are not immediately necessary. Continuing further, he encountered the 2 instruments hall. This grand structure may not possess great renown, yet its location is quite favorable, situated in the southern cliff, which is the very place of cultivation for the great Emperor Zhenwu. It is considered the most picturesque of the 36 cliffs of Wudong. Nonetheless, it is not urgently required at this moment. What is preferable now are some central edifices. As these offerings are rather distant from the core, it would be rather inconvenient for the followers to traverse such distances. Next comes the final piece, which is truly remarkable. Fong Lin is puzzled by the system's unexpected generosity. Rare treasures keep appearing. The Zixiao Palace. Indeed, it is the Zixiao Palace. Fong Lin's heart begins to race with excitement. This is no mere hall, nor a ceremonial arch, nor a temple. It is a palace. What defines a palace? It encompasses a complex of structures. The grandeur of Zixiao Palace is monumental. Fong Lin remembers it as one of the few well-preserved ancient Taoist relics, featuring the Longhu Hall, the Shifeng Hall, the Zixiao Grand Hall, and more. If he were to acquire this, Wudong would undoubtedly become the largest Taoist sect in Danjiang County. And this is just one of the major palaces. There are several grand halls nearly of equal size. The splendor of Wudong is beyond imagination. The 72 peaks of Wudong are not mere empty boasts. At this moment, even a single palace is sufficient to elevate Wudong to extraordinary heights. Fong Lin suppresses his excitement. Compared to the Zixiao Palace, what do mere silver coins signify? Next in line are the martial arts manuals, which are indispensable for Wudong. He wonders if any particularly extraordinary texts might appear. The first one is the shocking mountain iron palm, which adopts a direct and fierce approach, boasting formidable power. Its name alone suggests the capacity to shake mountains and rivers, a significant upgrade from the previous flowery techniques, categorizing it as at least a mid-level manual. Following that is the silver hook iron stroke, which had surfaced once before. Previously, Fong Lin had overlooked it, but now he recalls that this technique is no trifling matter. It is the unparalleled skill of a legendary figure's father, that legendary figure bearing the same surname Zhang, named Zhang Wuji. This is indeed his father. The fifth among the 7 heroes of Wudong, Zhang Cuishan, possessing exceptional skills. Within this legacy lies the pen of the judge and the iron stroke, 2 formidable techniques that are undoubtedly treasures. When he eventually receives his 5th disciple, he will be perfectly positioned to bestow these teachings. At this moment, Fong Lin is truly exhilarated. Is this system testing his heart's capacity for endurance? Previously, he had only encountered foundational elements, yet this time, an abundance of remarkable treasures has emerged, overwhelming him. Fong Lin takes another deep breath to steady his emotions and continues to peruse the offerings. The Taiji Xianyao palm from Wudong is equally impressive, on par with the silver hook iron stroke, both being rare and exceptional techniques. Fong Lin laments the absence of internal cultivation methods. If only a powerful internal art were to materialize, he could directly attain a consummate realm. Some internal techniques, once mastered, could lead one straight to the innate realm, allowing him to traverse the Danjiang with ease. Fong Lin internally scolds himself for his greed, having already received such an abundance. He still harbors desires. The final item, of course, is the grand prize, with 2 opportunities remaining. Should he draw the grand prize this time, it would be exhilarating, as each item is commendable, leaving no room for regret regardless of the outcome. Fong Lin inhales deeply once more. He has lost count of how many times he has done so, and prepares to make his selection. The hidden chamber promptly closes, swiftly shifting its position, rendering it nearly impossible to discern what lies within. Fong Lin chuckles wryly, finding it difficult to choose, as the plethora of excellent options has made him anxious about what to select. Fong Lin ultimately made his decision. Today was the 19th, so he would choose 9. Ideally, he hoped for a secret manual or perhaps the construction token for the Zixiao Palace. Just as he was about to take action, a sudden realization struck him. Acquiring the Zixiao Palace might not be advantageous at this moment. Currently, Fong Lin was still weak, and his sect was not strong. If he were to obtain the Zixiao Palace, the grandeur of such a mansion would be overwhelming, but wealth must be safeguarded, and presently, Fong Lin did not possess that capability. He silently prayed for a secret manual instead, for it was the foundation of power. With strength, one could attain anything. As for the foremost sect, strength was the essence. Fong Lin stepped forward, holding the key, closed his eyes, and gently pressed the key. The lottery concluded, and the dark chamber slowly opened. As he cautiously opened his eyes, his pupils involuntarily contracted in surprise. He had not anticipated this outcome. Chapter 12, Zhanlu. Within the dark chamber lay the sword. The scabbard appeared rather ordinary, merely a wooden sheath, lacking any extravagance, emanating an aura of antiquity. Grasping it instilled a sense of tranquility and concentration, transforming his demeanor into one of ethereal grace, reminiscent of a celestial being. Fong Lin slightly drew the sword, which still seemed quite ordinary. Contrary to his expectations, as the sword was unsheathed, there was no immediate flash of cold brilliance. Everything felt remarkably simple. It was merely a sword that appeared decent, its blade a deep brownish black, adorned with intricate golden patterns that subtly hinted at its extraordinary nature. At this moment, Fong Lin felt a tinge of disappointment. Amidst so many splendid treasures in this lottery, how had he drawn this sword? Though I possess no skill in swordsmanship, this sword appears somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, Fong Lin patiently continues to observe it. To his astonishment, he discovers 2 characters inscribed upon the blade, Zhanlu. In his previous life, as a scholar of the humanities, Fong Lin had ample exposure to classical literature and possessed a certain understanding of this legendary sword, not to mention its unparalleled renown. Setting aside the mythical Xianyuan sword, Zhanlu stands unrivaled among the historically significant blades. In the past, King Yunchang of Yu sought the expertise of the foremost swordsmith, Oyezi, to forge a weapon for him. Upon accepting the commission, Oyezi, accompanied by his wife, Zhu, and daughter, Emosia, journeyed to Zhanlu Mountain. There, he fortuitously discovered the divine iron and sacred water essential for sword forging. Consequently, Oyezi settled there, established a forge, and after 3 years of labor, he crafted this unparalleled treasure, naming it Zhanlu in honor of its origin. In that era, 5 legendary swords, all forged by Oyezi, were recognized. The 5th was the Zhu Ke, the 4th was the Yu Chang, the very sword wielded by the assassin who struck down King Liao of Wu, known to have pierced countless shields of guards. This sword, despite its remarkable history, ranked only fourth. The third was Sheng Xie, while the second was Chun Jun. According to legend, the forging of Chun Jun was accompanied by the rain god's blessings, the thunder god's assistance, and the presence of a dragon to bear offerings, with the heavenly emperor personally fueling the forge, while Dong Huang Tai observed from the heavens. Thus, the prowess of this blade is evident. Yet, despite its formidable nature, it is merely second in rank, with the foremost of all legendary swords being none other than Zhang Lu. According to legend, when King Qin waged war against the state of Chu, he proposed that if he were granted the treasured sword Zhang Lu, he would withdraw his troops. This illustrates the exceptional value of the sword. However, the king of Chu did not acquiesce to this request. Eventually, this sword came into the possession of Shui Ringgui and later passed to Yu Fei. Zhang Lu, also known as the Sword of Benevolent Wei, is said to possess a pair of eyes that watch over the ruler. When a ruler is virtuous, the sword remains by his side, bringing prosperity. Furthermore, among the legendary 10 divine swords of Yin and Huang, Zhang Lu ranks second, only surpassed by the elusive Xianyuan sword, which is shrouded in mystery. At this moment, Fang Lin was truly exhilarated. He had not anticipated that the most precious artifact would be this very sword. He understood that, no matter how magnificent the Zixiao Palace might be, it was merely a structure, utterly incomparable to this renowned sword that symbolizes the spirit of benevolence of Yin and Huang. Fang Lin exhaled deeply, realizing that he was now worthy to be compared to Shui Ringgui and Yu Fei, adorned with the Zhang Lu sword. He shook his head slightly, recognizing that he must remain vigilant to see if the system would provide any sword techniques. Lacking extraordinary swordsmanship would indeed tarnish the reputation of such a distinguished blade. As Fang Lin caressed the sword, he pondered whether this world possessed the likes of the heavenly sword, the dragon-slaying saber, or Yang's heavy iron sword. If they existed, he would certainly wish to test whether he could match the might of his Zhang Lu sword with theirs. At dawn, Fang Lin arose early and ventured to the back mountain, eager to ascertain the true extent of this famed sword's power. Upon reaching the rear mountain, he surveyed his surroundings and selected a tree as thick as a water barrel. Without employing any internal energy, he swung the sword with a single stroke, experiencing no resistance. As if slicing through tofu, the tree fell instantly, producing a resounding crash. Fang Lin inhaled sharply. Was this the might of the divine sword? With it in his possession, he surmised that mastering a new sword technique would undoubtedly elevate his prowess by at least 2 tiers, and in battle, he would certainly appear quite dashing. As he mused, he then struck a stone with a single stroke, severing it effortlessly. Next, he produced a silver ingot and, with another strike, it was cleaved in 2 as well. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a gold ingot, perhaps a lavish choice, but once again, with a single stroke, it was cut cleanly. At this moment, Fang Lin could hardly contain himself, exclaiming, "What could possibly withstand the power of this sword strike?" Suddenly, the voice of the plump figure emanated from the system. "You are truly underestimating the martial world." Intrigued, Fang Lin inquired further, astonished that there existed items capable of matching the legendary Zhang Lu, the foremost among the 5 unparalleled swords. The plump figure paused momentarily before responding. "To my knowledge, there indeed exists the legendary heaven-seizing sword and the dragon-slaying blade, which are essentially the most formidable artifacts of our time." Fang Lin's interest was piqued. If the heaven-seizing sword and the dragon-slaying blade were real, then the legendary weapons from Jin Yang's novels must also exist. What about those from Gulong's tales? The plump figure contemplated for a moment and remarked, "The little leaf-flying dagger seems to be among them, though I cannot say if it has been lost to time. As for the peacock plume, that renowned concealed weapon is indeed real, but I cannot attest to the existence of the moon blade from the edge of the world." Fang Lin found himself increasingly curious, hoping to encounter these treasures and ascertain whether Zhang Lu was truly superior or if those artifacts held greater power. The plump figure retorted dismissively, "Do you truly think so? With your mid-stage acquired strength, a mere release of their sword energy would be enough to fell you. Even with treasures, one must possess the requisite strength." Fang Lin, at this moment, found himself devoid of the ambition he had moments ago. As a practitioner of the acquired level, he understood that those who possessed such treasures were undoubtedly formidable figures of the current era. Was it not evident in the tales? The likes of the exterminating nun, Yangzhou, and Xie Sun were all undeniably powerful beings. Here he stood, merely a minor character within the martial world, hardly even a name in the Danjiang County. A faint, cold smile crossed Fong Lin's lips as he observed the 10 burly men leading the charge, with Chen Xiang trailing behind. It seemed that this fourth deputy was not as impressive as the leading man. He wondered whether this individual was the third or second deputy, or perhaps the leader of the Tianlin village. Pang Dun informed Fong Lin that among the more than 10 men, 5 were at the early acquired stage, 3 at the mid-level, while Chen Xiang was at the late acquired stage, and the foremost figure was at the pinnacle of the late acquired stage. Fong Lin calculated briefly. He surmised that Wudong should be able to handle them. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. How audacious to come to Wudong to cause trouble. It was the perfect opportunity to test his sword. Chapter 13. Establishing authority with a surge of internal energy. Fong Lin activated the 8 treasure stance and swiftly made his way to the very center of Wudong. At that moment, all disciples of Wudong, including the secular disciples, had gathered. Fong Lin assessed the situation. The secular disciples were more than capable of dealing with the 5 at the early acquired stage. As for the 3 at the mid-level, he could contend with 2 himself, while Sanquan, Sanxin, along with Song Yuan Xiao and Yu Lianzhou could manage 1. Regarding the 2 at the late acquired stage, he was uncertain if Yu Daiyan, who had reached the consummate acquired level, would suffice. Yet he was inclined to believe it would be manageable. Upon noticing Fong Lin's arrival, the leading man declared, "I am Niu Kuei, the second deputy of Tianlin village. You are to protect Longyang." Before he could finish speaking, Fong Lin declared, "The sacred ground under the protection of the infinite heavenly sovereign is not to be violated. All disciples of Wudong shall safeguard the honor of Wudong." At that moment, everyone gained a renewed understanding of this Sanfeng sect leader. When faced with confrontation, he exhibited an entirely different demeanor, exuding a certain commanding presence. Upon hearing this, Niu Kuei felt a surge of irritation, perceiving it as a slight to his own dignity, and the atmosphere was charged with the impending clash. Niu Kuei had not intended to engage in battle so hastily. He was uncertain of the young leader's true capabilities. However, the confidence he displayed suggested he might possess some hidden advantage. Until recently, he had not been known as a formidable fighter, only recently gaining some notoriety. The entire Wudong was enveloped in an air of tension, with no one daring to make the first move. The onlookers stood at a distance, aware that the martial artists were not to be trifled with. Fong Lin unsheathed his long sword, Zhanlu, which he secured behind him, embodying the image of a seasoned master. Ultimately, he was not entirely certain of his chances of victory, yet he understood the importance of maintaining an aura of mystery about his true strength. Known only to himself and the monkey Jie. Steeling himself, Fong Lin glanced at Zhanlu, bit his lip, and stepped forward, deciding to take a gamble. The outcome hinged upon the sword's formidable power. "I am the leader of Wudong," Fong Lin proclaimed. "As Wudong continues to develop, and this predicament arises from my actions, it is only fitting that I resolve this matter myself. All of you, prepare to engage." At this moment, Fong Lin was deliberately putting on an act. While Niu Kuei dared not act rashly, the Taoist had called for him to join in, and this only instilled fear in him. Thus, he summoned a mid-stage warrior to confront the Taoist and gauge his depth. The bandit wielded his large blade, swinging it down to the ground before charging towards Fong Lin with the intent to strike. Fong Lin's foot slipped, yet he swiftly invoked the 8 treasures stance, transforming himself into a slippery eel, eluding every attack. His steps were steady, filled with myriad variations. Though the 8 treasures stance was considered a rudimentary technique, when perfected, it bore a semblance of sophistication. Frustrated by his inability to land a blow on Fong Lin, the bandit shouted in anger, "Taoist, all you do is dodge. Do you dare to face me in a fair fight?" Fong Lin merely smiled faintly, choosing to ignore him as he walked, muttering, "Infinite heaven's honor. I, a humble Taoist, cherish the virtue of preserving life and will not harm you. You should retreat at once." The burly man, being a bandit, possessed an inherent ferocity and was unwilling to withdraw so easily. Fong Lin shook his head slightly, adopting an air of a superior being, feigning indifference to their provocations. Finally, he made his move. With a flick of his wrist, Fong Lin unleashed his Zhanlu sword, which flew from its sheath and struck the bandit's knee. The bandit immediately cried out in pain, dropping to one knee. Fong Lin halted, reciting infinite heaven's honor once more, embodying the demeanor of a sage. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his knee, The bandit swung his blade down towards Fong Lin's head, provoking a flicker of anger within Fong Lin. This man was intent on putting him to death. In Fong Lin's hands, the Zhanlu sword revealed its true power for the first time. He infused his pure yang energy into the sword, causing intricate mystical patterns upon it to shimmer with golden radiance, which in turn manifested as waves of sword qi. Niu Kuei was taken aback. Such external projection of sword qi was a hallmark of innate mastery. How could this young Taoist possess such formidable prowess? In all of Danjiang County, no one had ever exhibited innate ability. Fong Lin, too, was astonished. After channeling his internal energy, it appeared as though the Zhanlu sword was releasing sword qi, a clear sign of innate potential and externalized inner strength. A faint smile graced his lips, for this aligned perfectly with his intentions. With a single stroke, the mighty blade was effortlessly cleaved in two. The absence of the sound of metal clashing spoke volumes. It indicated that Fong Lin had severed the weapon with such ease, akin to slicing through tofu. The onlookers were bemused, for the sword appeared neither sharp nor ostentatious, bearing an ancient appearance that belied its true nature as a treasure. The only plausible explanation was that Fong Lin indeed possessed the ability to project sword qi, an overwhelming force that placed him at an unparalleled level of innate mastery in Danjiang County. Fong Lin had no intention of taking a life. After all, he was now a Taoist priest, the leader of a sect, and could not resort to killing so casually. He gently reversed the Zhanlu and tapped the hilt, channeling the essence of flowery martial arts. The burly man was immediately sent flying, rendered unconscious, yet he sustained no significant injuries, merely experiencing a jarring shock. Niu Kuei, observing Fong Lin's demeanor of nonchalance, hastily instructed his subordinates to carry the burly man and addressed Fong Lin, stating, "Master Sanfeng possesses formidable martial prowess. It would be prudent for us to take our leave at once. Master Sanfeng's magnanimity in not holding our transgressions against us is commendable. Henceforth, Tianlin village shall never oppose Wudong." With that, they swiftly departed, fearful of any change in Fong Lin's disposition. After all, they were merely mortals, vastly outmatched by his innate strength. The pilgrims, witnessing the encounter, extolled Master Sanfeng's exceptional skills, their reverence for Wudong only intensifying as they offered incense, contributing even more to the temple's coffers. Fong Lin recognized that he had indeed established his authority. Even Yu Daiyan, a consummate practitioner in his own right, perceived Fong Lin as a being of innate prowess, filled with admiration for the master's formidable capabilities. Sanquan and the others did not dwell on the matter excessively. It was only natural that the leader, protected by the blessings of the infinite celestial Lord, would possess such strength. In fact, there was a collective sense of relief among them. What they had anticipated to be a grueling battle had been resolved with unexpected ease. Moreover, they pondered whether they might glean profound martial knowledge from such an illustrious master in the future. Fong Lin himself felt a stroke of fortune. His initial intention had merely been to intimidate them with a single strike against a mid-stage practitioner, yet he inadvertently projected an illusion of innate mastery. He owed much of this serendipity to the Zhanlu, truly deserving of its reputation as the foremost among the legendary swords. In the days that followed, various sects from Danjiang County came to pay their respects and present gifts, with Tianlin village particularly generous in their offerings. Though Wudong might not possess the martial might of Danjiang's leading sect, it had undoubtedly garnered its esteemed reputation. At this moment, Wudong was flourishing, observing the new book rankings. The Taoist contemplated a trial next week. What do you think, esteemed friends? Chapter 14. Reputation. At this moment, Wudong stands as a burgeoning star, renowned throughout Danjiang County, where it is known by all. With Fong Lin mistakenly perceived as possessing innate strength, his reputation has ascended to the pinnacle of Danjiang County. However, Fong Lin finds himself increasingly anxious. While his reputation is sufficient, he lacks the requisite strength. Once Wudong truly attains the status of the foremost sect in Danjiang County, he will have accomplished his first minor task. Yet, it feels as though this goal remains distant. Although Danjiang County lacks innate practitioners, there are many who have achieved full mastery of acquired skills, with the leaders of the more formidable sects generally possessing such strength. He fears he may be among the weaker leaders. Furthermore, many sects boast hundreds of disciples, while his own sect comprises a mere 6 individuals, making the journey ahead seem exceedingly long. That night, Fong Lin pondered the future development of Wudong. Since mastering internal energy, he has felt invigorated, maintaining a routine of late nights and early mornings without any hindrance. Suddenly, he heard the delightful chime of the system, a sound that brought him joy. His reputation value had reached 100, and the reputation system had been activated automatically. What exactly is reputation value? And what purpose does the reputation system serve? Fong Lin promptly sought the counsel of Fat Dun, who now acted as his guide, providing clarity in a more personable manner than the system itself. Fat Dun explained, "Let me tell you, the reputation value is assessed by the system, and you can check it yourself." Fong Lin glanced at the figures and confirmed that his reputation value stood precisely at 100. In the blink of an eye, it increased to 101. Fong Lin then inquired, "What is the purpose of reputation points?" Pang Dun replied, "The reputation system primarily assesses your standing. As for the usefulness of reputation, it is indeed considerable. Upon reaching 100 reputation points, you are rewarded with a chance to draw a lottery. Upon attaining 1,000, you receive another reward. And at 10,000, yet another. Subsequently, for every additional 10,000, you are granted a single lottery opportunity." Upon hearing about the lottery, Fong Lin initially felt a surge of excitement. However, his enthusiasm waned when he learned that a reward would only come after reaching 10,000 points. With the current slow growth of reputation, even as the foremost sect of Danjiang, he found it disheartening. 1,000 points seemed manageable, but 10,000 felt like an eternity. This system truly seemed ineffective. Pang Dun reassured him, "Do not lose heart. What does Danjiang matter? Once you become the leading sect of Hubei province, you will be close to 10,000. As your sect gradually grows in strength, accumulating 10,000 reputation points will come swiftly." Observing Pang Dun's nonchalant demeanor, Fong Lin felt an urge to strike him. His lack of concern was almost infuriatingly human. Nonetheless, it was a comfort to have gained an additional lottery opportunity. Pang Dun continued, "There is another advantage. As your reputation increases, your name will resonate more profoundly within the martial world. You will be perceived as a formidable figure, making it increasingly difficult for others to discern your true capabilities, akin to a concealed martial art. This aspect is quite practical, as it will aid you in navigating the complexities of the future." Furthermore, Pang Dun added, "After each lottery concludes, based on your current reputation points, you will be gifted a volume of the sect's scriptures. This function proves beneficial, and scriptures are indeed essential in any Taoist temple. After all, something is better than nothing. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh." Thus, the lottery commenced. Upon observing the silver coins, I felt disinclined to linger, as the amount was disappointingly meager. A mere 100 coins at most. It seems I had exhausted my fortune last time. Turning my gaze to the items, I was disheartened to find that the broom remained, a constant presence that perplexed me with its stubbornness, appearing time and again. Next, I encountered a Taoist crown, which looked rather fine and quite dashing. To my astonishment, there was also a chair. Truly, there is no end to the peculiarities of this lottery. Having already acquired a broom, the appearance of a chair seemed less surprising. Following that was a construction token. This one was rather ordinary, yet still essential. The first was for the Longhu Hall, the second for the Cheong Tai Temple, and the third for the Thunder God Cave, situated beside the Zixiao Palace, adding a notable attraction to the area. All three were of similar rank. However, Cheong Tai Temple stood out as the best at this moment, primarily because its construction site was atop the Tianzhufeng Peak, which is currently of utmost necessity. Lastly, I encountered the manuals. The manuals were not particularly impressive. In comparison to the previous ones, they paled significantly. The first, the Mizu Fist, is akin to the Flower Fist and is arguably the most inferior manual. The second was slightly better, the Wudong Tai Cotton Palm. While the technique is commendable, its lethality leaves much to be desired, relying mainly on finesse. I am left wondering when the most formidable Tai Chi technique will finally emerge. Next comes the final one, the Wudong Chunyang Fist, which indeed suits Fong Lin well in the present moment. It appears that the system has a rather slim chance of producing internal martial arts. After numerous attempts, only twice has internal skill been revealed, once as the child's skill and once as the Tai Chi essence. Fong Lin harbors a deep desire for the Tai Chi essence, as it is a genuine internal cultivation method. Now it is time for the grand prize, from the two opportunities of drawing lots. As Fong Lin gazed upon these items, he harbored no excessive thoughts and casually selected the 8th box, thus expending his accumulated prestige points. Perhaps it was divine favor. Although the items were not particularly remarkable, he managed to draw the grand prize. Fong Lin couldn't help but smile wryly, as fate plays its tricks. Previously, he had yearned for the grand prize but failed to attain it, and now, in such a nonchalant manner, he achieved it. Consequently, he opted for the two adjacent boxes, the seventh and the ninth. First, he opened the seventh dark box, only to find a chair within, leaving him perplexed, unsure of its effect. As for the ninth dark box, it was relatively satisfactory, containing the construction token for Cheongtai Temple, marking a fairly successful conclusion to this round of drawing lots. Fong Lin smiled gently and proceeded to an open space, situated approximately 10 kilometers from the peak of Yangzhou Mountain, which was the very location he had visited in his past life, Cheongtai Temple. At this moment, it is still deep in the night. The luminous architectural token flickers and vanishes, giving way to ethereal shadows that gradually materialize. The grand edifices slowly come into view, 3 Taoist temples, namely Cheongtai Temple, which is divided into the upper, middle, and lower temples. The complex houses hundreds of chambers, indicating its considerable size as a Taoist structure. Yet it merely represents the tip of the iceberg of Wudong's grandeur. Countless emperors have contributed to the construction of Wudong, a testament to its splendor and magnificence. Cheongtai Temple stands among the largest of the 36 temples. The statue of Xuanwu is remarkably lifelike, accompanied by several stone tablets inscribed with ancient texts. It is said that within Cheongtai Temple, one can step outside without seeing the sky and walk in the rain without getting wet, underscoring its vastness. The principal deity worshipped here is the statue of Xuanwu. The upper temple is named Baiyu Gui Tai, the middle temple is called Ziyue Cheongtai, and the lower temple is known as Yulshao Tai, all exuding a majestic grandeur. One can be certain that the next day, the pilgrims will behold this temple of Wudong, where divine wonders are destined to unfold once more. Chapter 15. Chairs, Taoist scriptures, miracles, and jealousy. Fong Lin observed the gradual emergence of Cheongtai Temple. Realizing that Wudong was beginning to take shape, the chair, its wood unknown, appeared quite exquisite, intricately carved with images of mythical beasts and landscapes, seemingly alive with detail. Fong Lin pondered the purpose of this chair. Surely, it could not merely serve as a seat for himself. That seemed improbable. The items produced by the system must possess inherent excellence. Just as Zhanlu is a divine sword, remarkable in its essence, and Xianyue Gate offers tranquility of mind, each item should have its own unique utility. Eager to inquire about its significance, Fong Lin turned to Fat Dun, but he received no response. Fat Dun insisted that the mysteries of these objects must be discovered through personal exploration, which only intensified Fong Lin's desire to confront him. Fong Lin attempted to sit upon it, finding it relatively comfortable. Beyond this aspect, it seemed devoid of any substantial function. Could it merely serve as a resting chair? At that moment, the system automatically presented a scripture, its lengthy title being the Supreme Mysterious Spirit Northern Dipper True Scripture for Extending Life, abbreviated as 5 Dipper Scripture. While not particularly profound, it was suitable for someone like Fong Lin, who was entirely inexperienced. In a flash of brilliance, he comprehended the essence of the scripture. It appeared to be akin to martial arts manuals, enabling him to impart understanding to others in the future. However, possessing only the peaceful scripture felt rather meager. It was his hope to acquire at least one scripture each month moving forward. This prospect was promising, and for Fong Lin, the profundity of Taoist practices would undoubtedly deepen, presenting yet another advantage. Fong Lin continued to examine the chair. Was it necessary to use a key to reveal its true capabilities? With a slight test, he discovered that the function indeed transmitted into his mind via the key. The 8 Immortals chair could cultivate tranquility and enhance training efficiency, while also providing resistance against inner demons. In essence, it served as an accelerator for cultivation, alleviating concerns regarding mental afflictions in the future. For Fong Lin, the acceleration aspect held limited significance, as he could directly attain mastery. However, the resistance against inner demons proved useful. Yet, it was expected that the system would not present contradictory elements. Fong Lin sat upon the chair and practiced his foundational techniques, indeed experiencing a remarkable increase in efficiency. The flow of his energy accelerated at least several times, and soon he completed a full circulation of his vital energy. Moreover, having reached a state of consummate mastery, where further advancement seemed improbable, the youthful disciple unexpectedly began to exhibit signs of a breakthrough. The following day, Wudong once again experienced a surge of activity. With an overwhelming influx of worshippers, as miraculous events unfolded anew, leading to the resurgence of Wudong Mountain's esteemed reputation. In a single night, such a grand temple emerged that none could dismiss it as mere coincidence. Wudong, being a sanctuary blessed by the celestial sovereign, commanded the belief of all. At this juncture, the illustrious Cheongtai Temple was utterly filled with pilgrims, suggesting that other Taoist temples were experiencing misfortune, likely devoid of patrons, perhaps even harboring resentment towards Wudong. Mused Fong Lin inwardly. This moment was indeed ripe for vigorous promotion. Fong Lin promptly began to extol Wudong as the site of Xuanwu's ascension, asserting that the revered deity Xuanwu was enshrined within Cheongtai Temple. A sense of pride enveloped everyone. The people of Wudong, naturally, felt elevated, and even the denizens of Danjiang County brimmed with pride at such celestial wonders emerging from their midst. How could they not feel a sense of pride? Consequently, the act of offering incense became fervent. Wudong's daily revenue had surged nearly to 300 taels, tripling its previous earnings, a most auspicious development. Observing this influx, Fong Lin began to secretly contemplate ventures he had previously deemed too audacious. It seemed the time had come to take action. In contrast, Lingxiao Palace, once bustling with worshippers, now lay in desolation. As Danjiang County's preeminent Taoist sect, its master, Taoist Lingyun, was a consummate expert of the acquired realm, and the sect itself held significant influence within Danjiang County. At this moment, the disciples of Lingxiao Palace were consumed by envy and resentment towards Wudong, yet they felt powerless. For their leader was a master of innate prowess, while their own master had merely achieved the consummation of the acquired stage. However, within the confines of Lingyun Palace, every individual bore their emotions with restraint. This was due to the fact that the palace master had entered seclusion 2 days prior, subtly hinting at a breakthrough from the acquired level to the innate realm. The entire Lingyun Palace was filled with joy at this prospect. Should the palace master attain the innate state, Wudong would hardly stand as a rival. Lingxiao Palace boasted no less than 3 formidable practitioners at the late acquired stage, while Wudong could muster only 6 in total. Within the grand hall of Lingxiao Palace, the eldest disciple of Taoist Lingyun was presently assuming command. "Master Uncle, are you certain you wish to confront Wudong? Master instructed us to refrain from provoking them until he emerges from seclusion," Guanyin remarked. To this, Taoist Lingfei responded, "Though that priest possesses exceptional martial prowess, he is still quite young and dares to claim divine favor. Such a grand sect as Lingxiao Palace has yet to witness any miraculous occurrences. How could they possibly have one? His youth implies a lack of profound understanding. I shall engage him in discourse and surely restore my dignity." Taoist Lingfei held a firm confidence in his comprehension of the Tao. Although Guanyin was currently acting on behalf of his master and managing the affairs of Lingxiao Palace, Lingfei was nonetheless his elder, making it difficult for him to exert authority or intervene. Since Lingfei insisted on proceeding despite their master's warning, there was little choice but to acquiesce. With a self-assured smile, Lingfei seemed to envision the scene of Fong Lin's humiliation, sneering, "Master Sanfeng, allow me to meet you." At Wudong, within the Cheongtai Pavilion, Fong Lin sneezed and murmured to himself, "I wonder who is plotting against me." At that moment, a Taoist priest had already ascended Wudong, and it was none other than the esteemed Ling Fei. Ling Fei gazed upon the throngs of worshippers at Wudong, his heart brimming with resentment. The grandeur of Lingxiao Palace, complemented by the profound cultivation of his fellow disciples, had not attracted such a multitude even at its zenith. Why, then, did Wudong possess such a claim? It was an affront to him. Initially, Fong Lin's innate strength was sufficient to intimidate them, deterring others from acting recklessly. However, with Lingyun Taoist on the verge of a breakthrough, there would be no fear of Wudong in due time. Thus, Lingfei felt no hesitation. The day his senior brother ascended would herald the downfall of Wudong. As Lingfei strode past the Xianyu Gate, he glanced at the couplet penned by Fong Lin, and his anger intensified. What a farce! To speak of calm amidst the storm, and you, a mere lad of 17 or 18, pose as one who has weathered the tempests. Upon passing through the Xianyu Gate, he indeed sensed something, a fragrance undoubtedly emanating from some medicinal herb, revealing the Taoist's cunning nature. Soon, he beheld the Cheongtai Pavilion, its opulence utterly astonishing him, particularly the vivid statue of the Xuanwu. It was a new marvel, one that Lingxiao Palace remained oblivious to. In comparison, the grand hall of Lingxiao Palace appeared akin to a doghouse. Ling Fei's indignation swelled further, thus igniting a philosophical debate. The humble monk announces that he will be writing and promoting the teachings of Taoism at noon and 4 in the afternoon, while spontaneous gatherings will occur at uncertain times. In Chapter 16, On Tao, Part 1, Feng Lin stands at the entrance of Wudong, where the pilgrims bow in respect before entering to pay homage to the Xuanwu enshrined within Qiongtai Temple. Ling Fei, observing the flourishing incense offerings at Qiongtai Temple, feels a surge of jealousy igniting within him. Upon noticing Feng Lin, adorned in the robe of the sect leader, standing at the entrance, a glimmer of cold light flashes in his eyes as he approaches. Venerable one, might you be the esteemed Taoist Sanfeng of Wudong? Ling Fei inquires. Feng Lin responds with a slight smile. Ah, another from Lingshao Palace? Judging by your attire, you must hold a significant position. However, having just grasped the Five-Do Classic, you possess only a rudimentary understanding of Taoism. I am not overly concerned, for fully comprehending a scripture is no small feat, requiring more than a year or two, not to mention complete realization and insight. As for resorting to force, that is highly improbable. My reputation precedes me as an innate master, and Lingshao Palace would not be so foolish. With a gentle smile, Feng Lin affirms, indeed, I am that humble monk. Ling Fei chuckles amiably, saying, given the multitude of devotees present, Taoist Sanfeng would do well to engage in discourse with me, for I seek to learn from you, allowing the faithful to appreciate the vast profundity of our Taoist teachings. At this moment, the surrounding worshippers halted in their tracks, for they all recalled the time when Taoist Sanfeng had expounded on the Tao and triumphed over that young Taoist. Now, another elder Taoist had arrived. Taoist Sanfeng appeared youthful, leaving one to wonder how he would respond. Feng Lin sensed the ill intentions of this newcomer and inwardly scoffed, yet his outward demeanor remained amiable as he remarked, this is quite agreeable. The Qiongtai Temple is spacious, ample enough to accommodate a multitude of people. Today marks the re-emergence of the miraculous presence of Wudong. It is indeed a moment not to be missed as Taoist Sanfeng engages in discourse once more. Thus, with a mindset of mere curiosity and reverence towards Taoist Sanfeng, more and more individuals gathered until the entire open space was filled to capacity. Ling Fei felt a sense of pride swell within him. This young Taoist was utterly oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth, daring to engage in discourse. Even if he had absorbed the principles of the Tao whilst in his mother's womb, he would still possess little actual cultivation. With so many eyes upon him, he would undoubtedly suffer humiliation. Ling Fei mused whether Wudong would retain its former glory after this encounter. He wanted them to realize that Lingshao Palace was the foremost Taoist temple in Danjiang County. At that moment, Feng Lin harbored no fear. He had just comprehended the scriptures and was eager to test his understanding. Moreover, in his past life, he had participated in numerous debate competitions. The thoughts of ancient minds were unlikely to be flexible, so why should he be afraid? Ling Fei chuckled and stated, Taoist Sanfeng is one who can commune with the celestial being. I, with my shallow cultivation, shall seek guidance from Taoist Sanfeng first. Feng Lin smiled slightly and gestured for him to proceed. Ling Fei then inquired, Taoist Sanfeng, have you ever heard that heaven and earth are unfeeling, viewing all things as mere fodder? Feng Lin remarked, I have heard of it. On the surface, it refers to the cruelty of heaven and earth, yet in essence, it signifies the impartiality with which the universe regards all beings. In the eyes of heaven and earth, all creatures are akin to mere cattle, devoid of distinction, each existing as an equal entity. Ling Fei Dao Ren interjected, then, if Dao Chang Sanfeng is esteemed as one favored by the infinite celestial venerable, what sets him apart from others? Feng Lin inwardly mused on the cunningness of this inquiry, realizing he was being ensnared, yet he remained undaunted. He replied, the distinction lies simply in the act of resting when weary and eating when hungry. Ling Fei laughed heartily. Dao Chang, you jest. What is so exceptional about that? Is there anyone who does not follow such a course? Feng Lin smiled faintly, contemplating the naivety of those in Lingshao Palace. The disciple from last time had claimed to have moved on from that woman, yet he had fallen into the same trap, suffering the consequences. This Taoist, despite appearing to possess considerable skill, seemed equally gullible. At this moment, Ling Fei's expression betrayed his underlying mockery, as he said, surely, Dao Chang must be jesting? A gust of wind swept through, tousling Feng Lin's hair. He gently adjusted it with his elongated fingers, maintaining a serene smile that exuded an air of benevolence. Hinting at a touch of mystery, Feng Lin asserted, Dao Chang, I assure you, I speak not in jest. Humph, it appears that Wudong merely toys with the world. Ling Fei scoffed, acknowledging the gravity of the statement, yet he remained unfazed. The martial enthusiast San Quan instantly lost his composure, feeling an urge to charge forward and chastise the old Taoist, but was promptly restrained by Song Yuanxiao, who stood beside him. Ling Fei, the Taoist, regarded San Quan with an even more pronounced disdain. Such was the demeanor of a disciple from Wudong, utterly unbecoming. Fong Lin then spoke. Master Ling Fei, might I inquire what error lies in my words? Ling Fei scoffed. You are no different from an ordinary person. Fong Lin retorted, Master, do you truly comprehend the meaning of heaven and earth are indifferent? At this, Ling Fei's expression darkened. Indeed, in the eyes of heaven and earth, all things are equal. He had initially intended to counter Fong Lin with this very phrase when he revealed his own uniqueness, but instead, he found himself thrown off balance. With a bitter smile, Ling Fei pressed on. After all, this Taoist is not an ordinary being. He can converse with the divine, cannot he? Fong Lin replied with a subtle smile. In my heart, I am but an ordinary man. Ling Fei responded, why must you be so modest? Still perplexed, Ling Fei was about to speak again when Song Yuanxiao interrupted. Thank you, Master, for your teachings. I, Xinxiao, now understand. People have their desires. And true detachment, being without desire, represents the supreme realm of our Taoist philosophy, though it is indeed challenging to achieve. As an ordinary person, as long as one does not conceal one's aspirations, that suffices. Fong Lin felt genuinely pleased with Song Yuanxiao. This disciple exhibited remarkable wisdom. If only he would not give rise to a successor like Song Qingshan, everything would be perfect. Ling Fei Taoist felt a flush of embarrassment, as he found himself schooled by a second-generation disciple of Wudong. Fong Lin remarked, Yuanxiao, one must not be disrespectful. Your limited understanding should remain unvoiced, lest it brings laughter to Taoist Ling Fei. He turned to Ling Fei and inquired, am I correct, Taoist? Ling Fei coughed a few times to mask his discomfort. Fong Lin continued, Yuanxiao, your comprehension is only half-formed. Amidst the tumult of the mortal world, many struggle to attain tranquility. They ponder worldly matters while dining and find it difficult to slumber due to such concerns. Thus, when I express hunger, it is merely a desire for sustenance. When I speak of fatigue, it is simply a need for rest. This conveys the essence of letting go, which leads to freedom. Song Yuanxiao bowed respectfully, reciting Woyang Tianzuan. Acknowledging his lesson, the surrounding worshippers followed suit, bowing and chanting Woyang Tianzuan. In that fleeting moment, Fong Lin's reputation began to soar. As for the humble narrator, it is anticipated that his brother may require hospitalization in a few days, and he intends to offer companionship during this time. Consequently, updates may become sporadic. However, he will strive to maintain a consistent flow of content. He will seek to borrow a laptop or tablet to facilitate writing from the hospital. In Chapter 17, on the Tao, Part 2, at that moment, Ling Fei Taoist's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and red, feeling utterly humiliated. Seated upon the dais, he was engulfed by discomfort, acutely aware of the gaze of all the worshippers below, whom he felt were mocking him for being inferior even to a second-generation disciple of Wudong. Fong Lin gazed at his current reputation points, his heart brimming with excitement. Initially, with the prestige of Wudong, he expected to gain around 10 points per day, requiring at least 3 months to reach the next lottery threshold of 1,000. However, following his first encounter with Ling Fei, his reputation surged by 80 points, nearing the 200 mark. Fong Lin was genuinely elated, wishing fervently for more individuals to come to Wudong for philosophical discussions, which would simplify the lottery process. Moreover, it seemed that reputation points could be elevated through deliberate actions, suggesting that he ought to devise more plans moving forward. Lost in thought, he unwittingly became somewhat distracted. Ling Fei, initially filled with embarrassment, was ignited by anger upon observing Fong Lin's distracted demeanor. How could this Sanfeng Taoist so brazenly underestimate him? Ling Fei believed that their previous encounter had merely been a stroke of luck and thus inquired, I have been enlightened, but I wonder what further insights Taoist Sanfeng might bestow upon me? Fong Lin's perception of Ling Fei shifted dramatically. He now appeared as a veritable fountain of reputation points, a rare opportunity not to be squandered. Eager to engage in further discourse, Fong Lin promptly suggested, while I hesitate to presume to teach, may I share a brief tale with Taoist and all present? How does that sound? He began once. There was a wandering merchant who revered the Tao, ceaselessly seeking wisdom from others in pursuit of the true path. After 3 years, the merchant found himself destitute. Yet his quest for the Tao remained unwavering. Reduced to poverty, he resorted to selling pancakes for sustenance. However, the meager earnings from selling pancakes left him unable to afford even a place to stay. Consequently, a Taoist priest from a nearby temple took him in and provided him with a small room to reside in. Each day, the merchant sold his pancakes and subsequently posed various questions to the priest. He suddenly realized that the priest possessed profound wisdom, capable of answering nearly all his inquiries. Nonetheless, he still felt that this was not the ultimate destination he was seeking. In gratitude for the priest's hospitality and teachings, he decided to present the priest with 10 pancakes daily, while the priest reciprocated by offering him 1 in return. As time passed, the merchant could no longer contain his frustration. He approached the priest and asked, "I bring you 10 pancakes each day, yet you only return 1. Do you look down upon me?" The priest smiled gently and replied, "If you can give me 10 pancakes daily, why should I not return 1? Ling Fei Taoist, upon hearing this, wondered what the priest meant. Fang Lin glanced at Ling Fei and said, "Is that truly how you perceive it? Allow me to continue my tale." This time, Ling Fei genuinely felt he had made no error. The priest's actions indeed seemed illogical. Even the townsfolk listening to the story murmured among themselves, questioning the peculiarity of the priest's behavior. Ling Fei remarked, "Since the merchant has already given him 10, why would he care about receiving just 1 in return?" Fang Lin replied, "That is precisely what the merchant conveyed to the priest." At this, Ling Fei smiled, realizing his thoughts had not been mistaken. The onlookers were equally perplexed. The Taoist priest smiled at the merchant, choosing not to speak further. Ling Fei interjected, finding the priest's demeanor peculiar. It was apparent he held the merchant in disdain, which seemed unbecoming of a Taoist. Fang Lin remained silent, mirroring the priest's contemplative gaze towards the merchant, directing it instead at Ling Fei. He continued, stating that after that fateful day, the merchant had renounced the world and become a Taoist, for he had discovered the path within his heart and resolved to leave behind the clamor of the mundane. Ling Fei was about to inquire, but glanced at Song Yuanxiao, apprehensive that the priest might interject and embarrass him. However, seeing the thoughtful expression on Song Yuanxiao's face, he wondered if the story harbored deeper meaning. Fang Lin remarked, "Indeed, the priest's assertion holds truth. 10 is not excessive, so why disdain a single one? This perspective, in itself, is flawed. One must regard all things as equal to attain the highest state of enlightenment." Ling Fei remained puzzled, prompting Fang Lin to ask Song Yuanxiao, "Yuanxiao, do you comprehend?" Fang Lin then queried, "Do you recall the origins of all things?" Song Yuanxiao closed his eyes in contemplation. Upon reopening them, a clarity shone forth. He had attained understanding. Fang Lin, recognizing Song Yuanxiao's wisdom, then inquired of Sanxin, second junior brother, "Have you grasped the essence?" Sanxin pondered for a moment, his cultivation surpassing that of Song Yuanxiao. After some reflection, he too had comprehended, responding, "Thank you, esteemed senior brother, for your guidance." Ling Fei was truly bewildered. He could not comprehend the deeper meaning. Was his understanding truly so shallow? Yet, his master had proclaimed him a rare talent in the comprehension of the Tao within the Lingxiao Palace. Little did he know that differing educational methodologies played a significant role. Fang Lin's modern approach encouraged independent insight rather than mere rote study of the scriptures, which was far from ideal. Fang Lin remarked, "The Tao begets 1. Following his lead, Sanxin and Song Yuanxiao chimed in unison, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things." Fang Lin affirmed, "Indeed, that merchant was mistaken. The Taoist was merely guiding him towards the Tao. 1 is the origin of all. All things arise from 1, Song Yuanxiao added. 1 begets all, and all is 1, Sanxin concluded. Ling Fei, not lacking in intelligence, began to understand. And with that understanding came a realization of greater depth. He recognized that this master Sanfeng possessed profound mastery of the Tao. Chapter 18. The Plan for Wudong's Reputation. Fang Lin gazed at the reputation points, a sense of joy swelling within him as he had already devised a plan to accrue these points. The following day, as he opened the door, the sunlight graced his face, and Fang Lin reveled in the sensation. The air and scenery around him brought him immense pleasure. As he squinted slightly to adjust to the brightness, he was taken aback to discover a multitude of individuals kneeling before him. Leading the group was Li Yun, and there were approximately 20 others, including both lay disciples and common folk. Upon seeing Fang Lin emerge, Their faces lit up with joy, and Li Yun, taking the lead, declared, "Master, we all wish to join Wudong and become Taoists." Fong Lin's expression darkened instantly. While it is true that Wudong needs development, it must proceed step by step. Not everyone is suitable for admission. After all, Wudong is a Taoist sect that requires its members to renounce worldly ties. Although Taoist priests may marry, many temples impose restrictions against it. Fong Lin certainly would not obstruct this, yet many parents, even if they believe in Taoism, would not consent to their children becoming priests. Does the county magistrate agree? Fong Lin inquired with a smile directed at Li Yun. Li Yun chuckled, scratching his head, and refrained from further comment. Observing the crowd, Fong Lin realized that these individuals had likely heard yesterday's tale and believed that Wudong was a place worthy of their aspirations. A glimmer of inspiration flickered in Fong Lin's eyes. Perhaps they could contribute to my reputation initiative. He declared, Wudong does not indiscriminately accept individuals. Everyone expressed their understanding, recognizing that accepting anyone carelessly would undermine Wudong's esteemed reputation. Moreover, I have an additional requirement. Fong Lin paused before stating, the conduct of Wudong disciples is of utmost importance. You must engage in charitable deeds, as this is one of the tenets of Wudong. The crowd promptly agreed, vowing to perform more acts of kindness in the future. Watching the departing individuals, Fong Lin summoned Song Yuanxiao and San Xin. At this moment, he felt utmost trust in these two, both of whom were astute. Fong Lin then shared with them his plan for charitable actions, mandating that all Wudong disciples, regardless of their formal status, must perform at least one good deed each day, as this was the minimum expectation. Thus, Wudong became the embodiment of kindness, guiding individuals towards virtuous paths. All disciples of Wudong, regardless of their secular status, delighted in performing charitable deeds. Whenever faced with difficulties, one could seek assistance from Wudong, and should they be capable of providing help, Wudong would generously oblige. Consequently, Wudong's reputation burgeoned, reaching even neighboring counties. The residents of Danjiang County, having witnessed the benevolence of Wudong, grew increasingly respectful, which indirectly enhanced its prestige. Presently, the daily prestige points hovered around 50, occasionally spiking to 100 following commendable acts of charity, much to Fong Lin's satisfaction. Later, Fong Lin felt this was insufficient. Thus he summoned San Xin. As a first-generation disciple with a distinguished status, second only to Fong Lin himself, San Xin was well suited for this mission. Fong Lin envisioned establishing a Red Cross-like organization and a hope project within this realm. He tasked San Xin with promoting the idea in Danjiang County, encouraging the populace to engage in charitable acts and donate to Wudong. The funds would be allocated for two purposes, one to assist the impoverished and the other to create a scholarship fund for children's education, establishing schools or private academies where instructors would teach at no cost. This initiative was essentially a replica of the Red Cross and Hope Project, with Wudong contributing a portion of its incense revenue. Once this news spread, Danjiang County was abuzz, with everyone perceiving Wudong as a sanctuary under divine protection, not only performing good deeds, but also accumulating virtue by channeling funds towards charitable efforts. Merely through the promotional activities, Fong Lin's prestige surged by 500 points, leaving him just shy of the threshold needed for another lottery draw. This was indeed a source of great joy. Fong Lin personally erected a colossal stone tablet within the Qiongtai Temple, directly facing the statue of Xuanwu, which he designated as the Merit Tablet. This monument inscribed the names of all donors alongside their contributions. Ostensibly referred to as a Merit Tablet, its primary purpose was to encourage individuals to donate more. For everyone possesses a sense of pride. Donating generously is indeed a matter of prestige, especially when one's name is immortalized opposite the revered Xuanwu statue. Thus, it was inevitable that initial donations of 10 taels were swiftly surpassed by contributions of 20 taels, leading the original donor to feel compelled to match the heightened amount. And this competitive spirit ensured that the donations were substantial. Furthermore, Fong Lin proclaimed that those who contributed would be engaging in virtuous acts, their merits duly recorded, and they would undoubtedly receive the blessings and protection of Xuanwu. This declaration further galvanized the donors. One gentleman even donated a staggering 8,000 taels in one go. Observing such enthusiasm, Fong Lin took it upon himself to personally oversee the Merit Tablet, not only erecting it, but also inscribing each name and donation amount himself. Moreover, he implemented a novel initiative. Every donor would receive a copy of a scripture, predominantly the Taiping Jing, meticulously transcribed by disciples of Wudong. On the cover of each scripture, Fong Lin would inscribe a personal message along with his signature. It is worth noting that the reverence for Fong Lin was profound. Many believed that possessing this scripture in their homes would serve to ward off malevolence and safeguard their abodes, compelling all disciples of Wudong, including lay disciples, to tirelessly transcribe the texts until their hands grew weary. However, the accumulation of silver coins has indeed been remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, Fong Lin found himself eligible for a lottery draw, with his total silver income soaring to 20,000 taels. 3 academies are already under construction, and notices for hiring teachers have been posted. Over 100 households have received aid, and it is widely acknowledged that Wudong is genuinely committed to philanthropy, earning greater trust from the community, who are no longer fearful of potential misappropriation of funds. Furthermore, the contributions of each individual are transparently documented, allowing for the easy verification of Wudong's integrity. Curiously, those who have donated seem to experience a streak of good fortune in the days that follow, leading Fong Lin to wonder if the purpose of Cheongtai Temple might be precisely this. At this moment, the Wudong Red Cross has become a household name, and the Wudong Hope Project has garnered parental admiration. Some parents, fully capable of affording tuition, insist on sending their children to study at Wudong. Drawn by the occasional lectures given by Wudong disciples, an opportunity not to be missed. With the private tutors lacking income, many have flocked to teach at Wudong's private academy, resulting in an unintentional monopoly over education in Danjiang County. This revelation startled Fong Lin. Currently, he finds himself hidden within his dwelling, as his prestige has reached 3,000, allowing him to utilize a reward of 1,000 prestige points for the lottery. The monk has come to seek alms, recommendations, collections, and clicks are all desired. Chapter 19. A Sword Technique? Fong Lin had initially planned to remain indoors until he could partake in the lottery. But with time still on his side and having not yet dined, he subdued his excitement and ventured to the back mountain to take in the scenery. To speak candidly, the mountains encompassing Wudong are truly exquisite. In a previous life, Wudong boasted 72 peaks, and at this moment, Fong Lin is merely indulging in a brief exploration. The Thunder God Cave is a delightful attraction. Fong Lin takes a seat to rest and sip some water, gazing at the breathtaking scenery. He cannot help but recite, "Stop the carriage to admire the maple woods at dusk. The frost-kissed leaves are redder than February flowers." Just as he finishes, a moment of disorientation washes over him, and the sky seems to darken slightly. Before him stands a figure, adorned in a rather casual manner, yet with 3 wine flasks dangling from his waist and another in hand. This man appears to be in his 40s, with a beard speckled with droplets of liquor, standing approximately half a meter away from Fong Lin. Despite the distance, the pungent aroma of cheap alcohol wafts through the air. Fong Lin is taken aback. He hadn't sensed the man's approach at all, and even the plump fellow had remarked on the difficulty in discerning this person's realm. It is worth noting that, at this moment, with Fong Lin's capabilities, he should be able to perceive the strength of anyone below the initial stage of innate mastery. This implies that the man must possess at least mid-level innate strength. The drunken man sways unsteadily, mumbling, a splendid poem, splendid indeed, akin to the verses crafted by Yun'er. He twirls about, incessantly muttering to himself. Fong Lin, now feeling a twinge of apprehension, realizes that this individual possesses at least mid-level innate strength, and his erratic behavior, compounded by inebriation, poses a potential danger. Should he suddenly act irrationally, Fong Lin could find himself in peril. He subtly rises, contemplating a discreet departure while the drunken man remains oblivious. To his surprise, the intoxicated man suddenly embraced Fong Lin and forcefully threw him to the ground, exclaiming, "Speak. Young lad, was it Yun'er who sent you to find me?" The drunkard continued, "Such exquisite verses could only be crafted by Yun'er. Tell me, did she instruct you to recite them to me?" At that moment, Fong Lin felt utterly vexed. Such splendid poetry was beyond his own capabilities. Yet that did not imply that other esteemed poets couldn't compose them. Unexpectedly, a mere casual recitation had entangled him with this unstable individual. With his eyes glazed, the drunken man suddenly seized Fong Lin by the neck, lifting him off the ground, and threatened, "Speak. Was it Yun'er who summoned you? Otherwise, I shall take your life." Fong Lin genuinely believed himself to be unfortunate. How could he find himself in such a predicament? How could he respond appropriately? Nevertheless, it seemed prudent to acquiesce to the whims of this madman. for one could never predict the actions of an unhinged individual, especially a drunken one. He certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise. That would be most unjust. Fong Lin hastily replied, "Indeed. It was Miss Yun'er who sent me to seek you out and recite these verses." Miss Yun'er, he mused, must now be in her 30s. How could she still be referred to as a maiden? The drunkard remarked, "Ah, indeed, Yun'er is the fairest of them all. You, young lad, have spoken truly." Fong Lin's heart raced as he realized he had inadvertently revealed a flaw in his ruse. He quickly added, "Truly? Miss Yun'er appears youthful and beautiful. I had thought her merely in her prime." The drunken man let out a hearty laugh, responding, "Yes, Yun'er is indeed the most beautiful. You are right, young lad. You are quite right." Fong Lin exhaled deeply. Indeed, crafting a single lie necessitates fabricating countless others to uphold it. This adage holds a profound truth. The intoxicated man abruptly released Fong Lin and, with a forced smile, inquired, "Brother, did Yun'er bring any other messages for me?" At that moment, Fong Lin felt a surge of anger. Observing the man's desperation, he huffed dismissively and chose to ignore him. "Given your madness, you dare to bully me? I shall not leave without inflicting some loss upon you," he thought resolutely. The intoxicated man, sensing the tension, quickly apologized, pleading with Fong Lin not to be upset, and showered him with a plethora of flattery. Yet, Fong Lin remained unresponsive. The drunken man, now growing anxious, pounded his chest and proclaimed, "I see that you, brother, are also a practitioner of martial arts, possessing strength at the peak of the mid-innate stage. Allow me to teach you a sword technique as an apology. What do you think?" Fong Lin was utterly uninterested. He could very well acquire the renowned sword techniques of Wudong in due time, moves that were unmatched in the present age. Why would he covet a mere single technique from this man, especially when he offered only a fragment of the whole? Seeing Fong Lin's indifference, the drunken man became even more agitated, insisting that his swordsmanship was truly exceptional and that he must teach it to him. Fong Lin chuckled. While others clamored desperately to learn sword techniques, here was a man fervently urging him to learn. Very well, he thought, I shan't quibble with this madman. Upon receiving Fong Lin's reluctant agreement, the drunken man promptly drew the sword from his waist. Strangely enough, the scabbard of this sword was merely a piece of bamboo. The madman, despite his apparent madness, was undoubtedly a skilled practitioner. Fong Lin had anticipated that it would be a fine sword, but to his dismay, it turned out to be a rusted blade. Although the materials seemed commendable and the texture undeniably sturdy, it was devoid of a sharp edge, leaving one quite exasperated. Was this lunatic truly a swordsman? The drunken man glanced at Fong Lin with a silly grin before he began to dance with the sword. Indeed, it was a dance. As the sword moved as gracefully as if it were gliding through the air, and the technique was imbued with a fantastical essence. With a flick of his wrist, the sword soared away. Fong Lin watched in astonishment, intrigued by the madman's movements, realizing perhaps he too was rather foolish. However, what transpired next left him utterly dumbfounded. The sword flew forth and, as if responding to some unseen force, wherever the madman directed his hand, the sword followed with astonishing speed, almost beyond comprehension. Even with Fong Lin's enhanced vision, granted by his pure yang physique, he could only perceive fleeting shadows, realizing he was utterly incapable of countering it. At that moment, Fong Lin grasped the formidable nature of the swordplay and widened his eyes to learn. Yet, despite his efforts, his eyes grew weary and he failed to grasp much. For the sword moved too swiftly for him to comprehend. With a flick of his finger, the madman inscribed the verses Fong Lin had recited upon the mountain peak. And then he resumed his frenetic dance, his feet moving in a peculiar rhythm, as if he and the sword had become one. This drunken man was indeed a master of the sword. After a prolonged display, Fong Lin was left in awe. Was this truly a sword technique? Once the madman concluded his performance, he turned to Fong Lin with a foolish grin. Fong Lin raised his finger and inquired, "Is this a sword technique?" The mind of a madman is indeed difficult to fathom. The drunken man scratched his head and replied, "Of course, it is merely a technique. In truth, there is no specific form. You simply need to learn to wield the sword with your chi." Fong Lin, wearing a gloomy expression, pondered, "Then why have you been toying with it for so long?" The thoughts of the madman were truly incomprehensible. Chapter 20. Sword Control. Fong Lin gazed at the madman, his face lined with frustration. Had the madman lost his mind? It was utterly vexing. Nevertheless, this sword technique was undeniably powerful. "Fong Lin, I assure you, This sword technique is absolutely on par with Tai Chi sword, one of the most formidable techniques in the world. You should seize the opportunity to learn it. You stand to gain immensely. Fong Lin's heart swelled with joy. Could it be that his fortune was indeed so extraordinary? He cleared his throat and said, Yun'er indeed entrusted me with a message. The drunken man eagerly grasped Fong Lin's hand and exclaimed, Really? Did Yun'er convey this to you in a dream? Fong Lin's heart jolted. It seemed this drunken man had gone mad due to love. From his words, it appeared that the girl, Yun'er, had likely passed away. At this moment, Fong Lin's heart softened. This was a pitiable soul. He sighed and said, I am one who can communicate with the divine. Fong Lin gazed up at the starry sky, contemplating what to articulate next. The drunken man had been dancing with his sword for 2 hours, and darkness had fallen. He hurriedly seized Fong Lin's hand and said, So, that means Yun'er can call upon you at any time to relay messages to me? Fong Lin felt a twinge of guilt. Deceiving him in such a manner felt wicked. Nevertheless, he decided to grant him a beautiful illusion. Fong Lin sat on the ground, pointing to a bright star in the sky, and said, That is Yun'er. The drunken man gazed at the starry sky and inquired, Yun'er, has she transformed into a star? Fong Lin smiled gently and replied, Good souls, upon their passing, become stars that watch over their families, friends, and beloved ones from the heavens. After speaking, Fong Lin glanced at the drunken man, whose eyes had begun to glisten with moisture. Fong Lin continued, Yun'er sent me to convey her message. She is well and wishes for you to take care of yourself, to not drown in the depths of alcohol. For excessive drinking harms the body. Instantly, the man discarded all his flasks, his gaze no longer clouded but filled with clarity. Fong Lin felt a pang in his heart. This man was certainly no fool. The drunken man murmured, as if conversing with Fong Lin or perhaps speaking to himself. I heard that there is someone in Wudong who can communicate with the divine, so I came to see for myself. Master, I can truly feel that Yun'er is watching over me. Fong Lin smiled with relief. This was undoubtedly a psychological phenomenon, yet it provided him with a beautiful solace. A gentle lie born of kindness. The drunken man. No, he was no longer a drunken fool, was entirely sober. Perhaps merely using this fade to numb his own pain and deceive himself. Master, I am Huang Haixing. Yun'er must have informed you of me, he said. Fong Lin replied. Yun'er mentioned that she has been deeply saddened by everything you have done in these years. Huang Haixing's expression shifted, and he rose to bow, saying, Taoist. I understand. Fong Lin smiled dismissively. It appeared that his reputation for communicating with the divine could indeed serve as a form of psychological counsel. Huang Haixing continued, Taoist. May I join Wudong? I wish to be the first to hear what Yun'er wishes to convey. Fong Lin was taken aback. Huang Haixing possessed at least mid-stage innate strength. With him, Wudong could easily sweep through Danjiang County, and even in Hubei province, few could rival someone of his caliber. However, Fong Lin was reluctant to expand the sect in such a manner. He managed a wry smile, glancing at the star he had just pointed out to him, and said, Very well, you may reside in Wudong, but there is no need for you to become a monk. Huang Haixing smiled and began to teach Fong Lin the sword technique. Taoist, at such a young age, you have already reached the pinnacle of acquired mid-stage strength. Your future is boundless. Fong Lin smiled modestly. He was aware of this. After all, he was merely 17, possessing acquired mid-stage peak strength, only slightly inferior to someone renowned as the greatest swordsman under the stars, a figure from a century ago. At the age of 17, that individual had already reached late-stage acquired strength, one realm above Fong Lin. However, Fong Lin had not initially noticed this disparity. Now, he was genuinely astonished that Huang Haixing could see through his concealed strength. His current disguise of 3,000 prestige points had been effortlessly penetrated. As Pang Dun had remarked, this was indeed a matter of the gap in realms. For the span of 2 hours, Fong Lin diligently practiced that particular footwork. Although he had managed to grasp and memorize it, true mastery still eluded him. As for the technique of channeling qi to wield the sword, he had merely acquired the method and could occasionally make the sword flutter into the air. The once magnificent Yanhuang divine sword, Zhanlu, now flew in a rather haphazard manner, which was indeed lamentable. In the past, he relied solely on the system to cultivate to perfection, but at this moment, Fong Lin truly understood the arduousness of training, which was undeniably exhausting. However, as Huang Haixing had remarked, Mastering the footwork in 2 hours and being able to channel qi into the sword was an extraordinary talent. Indeed, remarkable. Fong Lin rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat bashful, yet he was aware that the body of Zhang Sanfeng possessed an exceptional innate ability. Huang Haixing observed Fong Lin practicing his swordplay while occasionally glancing up at the star above, which he found endlessly captivating. Noticing his companion's fascination, Fong Lin suggested, "Why not bestow a name upon that star?" Huang Haixing scratched his head and replied, "Yuner says I am only adept at wielding a sword, lacking in other skills. Yuner is a talented woman, and she adores tulips. Henceforth, let us call that star Tulip." Fong Lin nodded, believing that it was always beneficial to nurture such aspirations. Before departing, Fong Lin inquired about the name of this sword technique. Huang Haixing, scratching his head once more, revealed that it was a technique he had created in the throes of his solitary sword practice following Yuner's passing, and it had yet to be named. Fong Lin was genuinely astonished. Such self-created swordsmanship indicated that this individual possessed an extraordinary talent for the sword path. Huang Haixing glanced at Fong Lin and suggested, "Perhaps Taoist Sanfeng could think of a name for this technique." Fong Lin initially intended to refuse. After all, this sword technique was created by Huang Haixing, and learning it so effortlessly felt somewhat unfair. He believed he lacked the right to name such a technique. However, seeing Huang Haixing's unwavering insistence, he acquiesced. Gazing out of the window, Fong Lin pondered for a moment when suddenly, he noticed a sparrow flying by, clutching a small twig. It seemed to be gathering materials for a nest. Observing the little bird, it appeared as though it was gracefully perching on the branch, soaring through the air. In his mind, a fleeting white shadow crossed, someone named Li Xiaoyao. In an instant, inspiration struck Fong Lin as he recalled a renowned sword technique from his past life, one that was both illustrious and striking. With a smile directed at Huang Haixing, he proclaimed, "Riding the winds, wielding the sword to vanquish demons across the realms." Since this sword technique relied on the manipulation of energy, he decided to name it the sword art of wind riding. At this juncture, Fong Lin found himself in the confines of his room, reflecting on the day's remarkable events. It had been a day filled with joy. He had learned a powerful sword move, one of the rarest in existence, and tonight he would have the chance to participate in a lottery. Most importantly, Wudong now had an innate force to safeguard it. Upon recalling Huang Haixing, Fong Lin gently shook his head. He understood that Huang Haixing had once dulled his senses with alcohol and was now engaged in self-deception, crafting an illusory sanctuary for himself. He should have been aware that the tales he spun were mere fabrications. He simply wished to dwell within his own dreams. What kind of woman could evoke such profound and lingering emotions in a swordsman? Alas, she had already departed from this world, leaving him yearning for just one final glimpse. A melodious chime resonated in the air. Was there a lottery to be drawn? As Fong Lin listened to the sound, a wave of exhilaration washed over him, prompting an immediate confirmation for the draw. However, he soon realized that the explanation provided by the corpulent figure was rather insufficient. The lottery, based on reputation points, astonishingly, could be upgraded. Moreover, it allowed for categorical selection. A draw requiring 100 reputation points lacked such features. In simpler terms, this system enabled one to select a specific category for the lottery. For instance, if one chose the category of martial arts manuals, the outcome would guarantee a manual, though the quality of the manual remained a variable. Yet, the system would never be so generous, a conclusion Fong Lin arrived at. For draws involving silver, one would require 1,000 reputation points. For miscellaneous items, 1,500. For construction tokens, 2,000. And for martial arts manuals, 2,500. As for the ordinary draw, it necessitated 1,000 points. Regarding draws at the threshold of 10,000 reputation points, the disparity became remarkable, indeed, rather alarming. Fong Lin pondered for a moment, realizing that his reputation had surpassed 3,000. At this juncture, the pressure of drawing lots was relatively manageable, prompting him to take a bold gamble and select a martial arts manual, particularly one focused on internal cultivation, which was of utmost necessity for him. After all, the mastery of the child's skill was not universally attainable. Some individuals, lacking in innate talent, might spend an inordinate amount of time honing this skill, thus squandering their youthful years. With determination, Fong Lin clicked on the martial arts category, and suddenly, four mysterious boxes materialized before him. His heart began to race uncontrollably. May fate be kind to him. Perhaps he would acquire an internal cultivation technique. The second volume revealed itself, The soft cloud sword technique, a rare swordsmanship manual. Glancing at his Zhanlu's sword, Fong Lin felt invigorated. With this technique, the Zhanlu would surely unleash its full potential. The third volume appeared, Cloud Leaping, a renowned lightness skill from the Wudong school. Fong Lin's heart raced with trepidation. Such advanced techniques were scarce, and cloud leaping was among the foremost of Wudong's lightness skills. To his astonishment, it had manifested before him. Yet, as excitement surged, he couldn't shake the underlying anxiety. While cloud leaping was splendid, internal cultivation remained his primary need. With only one box left unexplored, he fervently hoped it contained an internal technique. The fourth volume unveiled itself, Wudong Pure Yang Skill. Fong Lin's heartbeat quickened. For if he were to obtain this, his prowess would undoubtedly soar to new heights. This was an internal skill superior to the Taijiquan. With a gentle press of the key, the lottery commenced. Fong Lin cast a brief glance at the four mysterious boxes and chose the first one. As the box opened, he retrieved the manual, only to find that his luck seemed to wane. It was the cloud leaping. Nevertheless, it was still a formidable lightness skill, and thus, not a complete loss. In a flash of golden light, he realized he had achieved mastery over cloud leaping. At this moment, it was still midnight. Yet Fong Lin felt an inexplicable lightness enveloping him, compelling him to succumb to temptation. Who does not yearn to traverse rooftops with grace? Who does not dream of soaring effortlessly through the heavens? While watching martial arts films, one cannot help but feel an overwhelming sense of envy. Now, he too possessed the coveted skill of lightness, a true and formidable mastery of it. Fong Lin was eager to experience the sensation of flight, and his anticipation was palpable. Stepping outside, he planted his foot firmly, and in an instant, he began to ascend into the air. With another leap, he soared higher, as if scaling an invisible ladder. Moving with remarkable speed and elegance. What sheer exhilaration! Fong Lin reveled in the freedom of flight, and before he realized it, he had already ventured beyond the confines of Wudong. Arriving in a dense forest, there, he danced upon the treetops, and with a slight exertion, he could leap several dozen zhang into the void. Gradually, Fong Lin lost track of the distance he had covered, only aware that his internal energy, cultivated to the mid-stage of the acquired realm, was depleting. Although the cloud soaring technique was an advanced martial art, its consumption of internal energy was considerable, placing a significant burden upon him. He descended gently into the grove, resting upon a rock. This place in Danjiang County, Hubei, is exceptional. Our Tianjiao sect must strive to develop here. Do you understand? A somber voice echoed through the trees. Startled, Fong Lin realized he had unwittingly stumbled upon a clandestine meeting. If discovered, his fate would surely be sealed. Fortunately, with his elevated reputation, his ability to conceal himself had likewise improved. The leader of the gathering was at the early stage of the innate realm, an opponent powerful enough to dominate Danjiang County effortlessly. To eliminate him, one finger would suffice. Listening to this person's speech, it evokes a sense of a Japanese individual, and the name Amaterasu sounds hauntingly familiar. Divine Messenger. Danjiang is indeed a bustling place. However, recently, Wudong's reputation has soared, making it somewhat challenging for Danjiang to promote the teachings of Amaterasu. Another voice interjected, Baka. Amaterasu is the most powerful deity. You and Danjiang must heed my words. Do you understand? A grim voice resonated once more. Understood, understood. I shall give it a try and do my utmost. Rest assured, Divine Messenger. The person responded submissively. Fong Lin touched his nose, realizing through this dialogue that he had indeed encountered a formidable Japanese individual, as well as a traitor. Amaterasu. Now it makes sense why that name is so familiar. She is, after all, the goddess revered by the Japanese. As for the teachings of Amaterasu, he had never heard of them before. Could it be that this world is rife with diverse sects, far more complex than he had ever imagined? Fong Lin felt a slight chill of trepidation as he inadvertently stepped on a pebble. Who goes there? The somber voice inquired. Upon finishing the question, the figure swiftly approached. Fong Lin realized he had been discovered. While the system could conceal his presence, it did not grant him invisibility. His only recourse now was to flee. Utilizing his agility, Fong Lin took to the skies, escaping swiftly, with the Japanese individual hot on his heels. In the deep of night, with overcast skies veiling the moonlight, Fong Lin could not discern the other's visage, just as the pursuer struggled to catch a glimpse of him. The young man from Japan was astonished. This individual possessed formidable martial prowess, and his lightness of foot was astonishingly adept, rendering him unable to keep pace, and, in fact, he felt himself being distanced. His mission to Danjiang County was merely the initial step. The next objective was to expand the teachings throughout Hubei province. The Great Yu dynasty boasted a vast population, presenting an opportune locale for cultivating followers and promoting the faith. However, it was equally true that the holy teachings had been entrenched here for an indeterminate time, with the Amaterasu sect merely a minor offshoot under its aegis. Should word spread, the Amaterasu sect would face imminent demise, hence his palpable urgency. In Chapter 22, the virtue of Danjiang County had vanished. At this moment, Fong Lin was likewise taken aback. Cursed be his fate, for his internal energy had been utterly depleted, and he could not sustain himself for much longer. The pursuer behind him possessed the strength of an early innate master, and Fong Lin was utterly outmatched. How unfortunate it was that his endeavor to practice lightness of foot would culminate in such misfortune. Was he truly so accursed? Observing the relentless pursuit from behind, he recognized that despite his commendable agility, his waning energy would soon betray him. Gradually, exhaustion began to seep in, and while he had momentarily eluded the young man from Japan, it was not by a significant margin. Suddenly, Fong Lin's vision darkened, and he plummeted from the treetop. Succumbing to unconsciousness, the young man from Japan halted his pursuit, for the figure ahead had vanished from sight. The darkness of night afforded Fong Lin a favorable opportunity, and the pursuer was uncertain of where he had hidden. It would be unwise to depart in search of reinforcements. He could only venture into the forest to seek him out. As time elapsed, dawn began to break in the east, yet Fong Lin remained in a state of unconsciousness, with the system having automatically concealed his presence. As for that Japanese individual, he continues his search at a languid pace, uncertain whether he has stumbled into a trap. Judging by his agility, he is at least of innate prowess, and thus he must proceed with caution. Meanwhile, relying on the fortuitous alignment of circumstances and a series of delightful misunderstandings, Fong Lin remains in a state of unconsciousness, yet undetected. At this moment in Wudong, the morning exercises have commenced. Typically, Fong Lin would attend to observe and occasionally offer words of encouragement, inspiring both lay disciples and formal students to exert themselves further. However, today, Fong Lin's unusual absence has left the disciples feeling somewhat disoriented. Huang Haixing thought it prudent to pay a visit to Fong Lin, and thus arrived at his quarters. Upon sensing a shift in the atmosphere, he was astonished to find no trace of Fong Lin within. Taoist, may I inquire where Master Sanfeng has gone? Huang Haixing asked Song Yuanxiao, perplexed by Fong Lin's disappearance. Fong Lin had already discerned the optimal methods for garnering renown, through acts of kindness and by drawing attention to oneself, both of which significantly enhance one's reputation. Consequently, he had been instructing the people of Wudong in the virtues of altruism, thereby enabling himself, as their leader, to accrue a measure of merit points. Over time, the residents of Danjiang bestowed upon Fong Lin the esteemed title of Virtue of Danjiang, a commendable and admirable appellation, would you not agree? However, at present, all formal disciples of Wudong are acutely aware of a troubling fact. The virtue of Danjiang, the Taoist Sanfeng who could communicate with the divine, has vanished. For a full 2 days, Fong Lin has eluded all sight. Due to Fong Lin's immense influence, this matter remained undisclosed. However, the official disciples of Wudong occasionally ventured out in search of answers. It was inconceivable that the leader would depart without notification. Something must have transpired. Initially, many believed that it was the doing of Taoist Ling Fei, but this notion was swiftly dismissed. In the minds of Wudong disciples, the leader was a congenital master. How could he possibly be captured by Taoist Ling Fei? Although Ling Fei had lost face at that time, it did not imply he was incapable of seeking assistance. Yet, who in Danjiang possessed the prowess to threaten the leader? Only Huang Haixing was aware of Fong Lin's true strength, and at this moment, he found himself at a loss regarding what to do. Wudong felt as though it had lost its backbone. The disciples could not enjoy their meals nor find peace in sleep, utterly failing to adhere to Fong Lin's teachings of letting go and embracing tranquility. Wudong was built upon Fong Lin's efforts, and now, deprived of him, the disciples were uncertain of their next steps. Furthermore, the news could not be disclosed, as it would tarnish Wudong's reputation. With the leader, who could communicate with the divine, missing, the followers in Danjiang would undoubtedly be thrown into a frenzy. Master Uncle, it's dire. We've just received word that Lingshao Palace dares to challenge Wudong. Song Yuanxiao exclaimed to Sanxin. Sanxin, being the second Master Uncle, held the highest seniority in Fong Lin's absence, Yet he too was at a loss for action. Moreover, it was reported that Taoist Lingyun, the head of Lingxiao Palace, had now reached the level of congenital mastery. Wudong had no one capable of withstanding his might. What were they to do? It was inevitable that Lingxiao Palace would vie for the position of the foremost Taoist sect in Danjiang, but with Fang Lin absent, the timing of such events was utterly inopportune. How do they intend to challenge us? Sanqin inquired. If it is a debate, then we might be able to contend. For Fang Lin's educational methods are indeed unique. However, if it comes to combat, Song Yuanxiao cast a glance at Yu Daiyan. It was he who had received the news. Yu Daiyan, typically taciturn, spoke succinctly. They have set a pact for 5 battles, to take place 1 month hence. Should we not abstain from combat? Song Yuanxiao suggested. Sanqin pondered briefly. Yu Daiyan should be capable of handling 1 battle, having attained the perfected stage of the acquired realm. He should not falter. Yu Daiyan nodded slightly, expressing his confidence. Yet, this assurance extends only to that singular engagement. Lingxiao Palace boasts a celestial master, Lingyun Taoist, and Lingfei Taoist has also reached the perfected stage, in addition to at least 3 others at the late stage of the acquired realm. How can Wudong possibly cope? To win 5 battles, a minimum of 3 victories is essential. Sanqin's mind was in turmoil as he contemplated the best course of action. However, we must accept the challenge. Losing would not be catastrophic, as we could claim that the sect leader was otherwise occupied, and his absence would mitigate any loss of face. To decline would be an act of cowardice. The martial world is no realm for the faint-hearted. Huang Haixing understood the predicament of Wudong, yet he was not prepared to intervene. Should the situation become dire, he might engage in 1 battle himself, but even then, victory could only yield a maximum of 2 wins, leading to inevitable defeat. Furthermore, he had once sworn an oath. Wudong was indeed like an ant on a hot pan. In the depths of the forest, Fang Lin slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with the piercing brightness of the sun. After a brief moment of adjustment, he realized he bore no significant injuries, save for a few scratches that bled slightly and a painful impact on his left hand, rendering it momentarily difficult to move. Nevertheless, the situation was not dire. Surveying his surroundings, he pondered his location. Glancing at the sun above, he deduced it must be midday. A wave of hunger washed over him after 2 days of unconsciousness, leaving him devoid of strength. Propelled by his sword, Zhan Lu, he recognized the urgency of foraging for sustenance. Otherwise, he risked succumbing to starvation. Fang Lin trudged through the forest, his hunger having drained him of energy. He paused briefly to rest, lamenting the fact that his once mighty Zhan Lu now served as a mere walking stick, a tragic waste of its potential. Gazing at the endless expanse of trees, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him, reflecting on the strength that had propelled him so far. Perhaps it was the instinct for survival that bestowed resilience upon individuals in moments of peril. Cursed Amaterasu sect, he muttered vehemently, when the might of Wudong reigns supreme. I shall obliterate you. You wretched invaders, let us settle the scores of our past lives together. His words dripped with fervor, albeit fueled by hunger rather than anger. As he surveyed the towering trees around him, a sense of hopelessness enveloped him. Why was there not a single fruit-bearing tree? Even a meager wild berry would suffice to stave off his hunger. Must he resort to gnawing on roots or bark like the Red Army during their long march? At that moment, Fang Lin found himself devoid of even the strength to complain. Although there is a map at the fatty's place, it certainly does not indicate where food can be found, and it is quite distant before reaching any signs of civilization. What should one do? Fang Lin's nostrils flared. Could it be the scent of smoke? Indeed, there must be someone nearby. With great effort, Fang Lin utilized the Zhan Lu sword as a makeshift cane, moving forward with the deliberate pace of an elderly man. At last, the aroma of smoke grew increasingly potent as he pushed through the thicket before him. Lo and behold, a small piece of roasted meat appeared. Summoning all his strength, Fang Lin's mind dulled, devoid of rational thought. He did not ponder why there was meat here or why the surroundings were deserted. His sole desire was to consume that piece of meat, for it was his means of survival. Ever since the implementation of the reputation system, Fang Lin had come to believe that in this vast world, the greatest virtue lay in benevolence. At this moment, that piece of meat was of utmost importance. To save a life is to surpass the construction of a 7-tiered pagoda. And how much more significant it was to save his own life. Just as Fang Lin grasped the meat, he keenly heard a rustling sound. A wooden cage descended from above, enveloping him entirely. Bent over, Fang Lin found the cage alarmingly low, merely half a meter in height. In an instant, his head collided with the cage, and as he bit down on the meat, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Was this to be his end? Fong Lin wondered. Alas, having lived 2 lifetimes, he lamented his lack of achievement in both. Vivid memories from his past life flashed before his eyes. During his school years, he had exerted himself in study, yet his talents were limited. Although he excelled in the humanities, his grasp of the sciences was woefully inadequate, resulting in his failure to gain admission to a reputable high school. As he observed the privileged offspring indulging in merriment day in and day out, ultimately gaining admission to the finest institutions, Fong Lin felt a profound resentment. During his high school years, Fong Lin immersed himself in his studies. For he was not among the elite. Rather, he was an orphan, reliant solely on his own efforts to alter his fate. However, when it came time to apply for university, he found himself unexpectedly unsuccessful. He had believed that his academic performance was sufficient to secure a place in a reputable school, to obtain a commendable diploma. How could this be? Later, he discovered that someone had usurped his identity and claimed his achievements. Gaining entry into the university that should have been his, a fellow scion of privilege. With no power or influence to defend himself, he could only endure the indignities, fueling his resentment. Eventually, with nowhere else to turn, he ventured into the underworld. Within this realm, he endured countless beatings and dished out his own share of violence. Gradually, he cultivated a fierce tenacity and resilience. With his long, dexterous fingers, he entered the world of thievery, mastering the art of theft, which improved his circumstances slightly. Simultaneously, he honed his gambling skills, for his hands were both graceful and uniquely gifted. He continued to rely on his hands for sustenance, yet his circumstances had irrevocably changed. Formerly, he could engage in honest work. Now, his hands were employed in endeavors far removed from that. In time, he ascended to a masterful status within the thieving community. His life was undeniably one of failure. Although he had made a name for himself in the underworld, it remained a shadowy existence. Yet, he found himself with a polished exterior and commanded respect, a source of genuine happiness for him, devoid of arrogance. He, who once lurked in the shadows, had now transformed. However, is it truly because of that little Japanese that I am to perish? Reflecting upon my life's endeavors, Fong Lin could not help but smile. At least he had performed numerous good deeds, had he not? Damn it! Fong Lin inwardly cursed. How could he be so spineless? Having endured a miserable past life and survived, now in this splendid existence, he had forsaken his instinct for survival. Was he truly so worthless as to be killed by a little Japanese? A fervent desire to live surged within Fong Lin, and the resilience cultivated in his previous life manifested vividly. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation within, an undeniably pleasant feeling. It appeared he was not dead after all. He was still alive. Fong Lin strained to open his eyes, and through his blurred vision, he discerned a figure, seemingly a boy of around 15. The boy appeared poised to feed him soup, and witnessing this, Fong Lin realized salvation was at hand. His tension eased, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Darkness enveloped his vision as he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. "You little brat, it's time to repay the debts your deadbeat father owes us." A burly man addressed the youth. "Brotherly, there hasn't been much gain today. Perhaps you could take it easy?" The boy pleaded. "Damn it, kid. Do you think I'm here to do charity?" The man retorted, swinging his hand in a swift motion. The young lad was struck to the ground. A trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His gaze was sharp, imbued with a chilling glint. Discontent marred his youthful visage. His father had passed away early, leaving him vulnerable to the bullying of these scoundrels who had usurped everything from his home, yet audaciously claimed he owed them. How could his father, a man of unyielding integrity in life, have possibly incurred any debts? The boy understood he was merely a target for their cruelty, yet felt utterly powerless. At this moment, he yearned for strength. "Yangzhou, do not presume I am afraid to teach you a lesson. Lacking funds, are we? Hand over the deed to your house." Li San bellowed. A deeper coldness flickered in Zhang Song's eyes. This was his ancestral home. How could it be so easily relinquished? What manner of gaze is that? How many times have you regarded me with such contempt? Seeking death, are you? Li San retorted, delivering another slap. At that moment, he caught sight of Fong Lin, lying on the bed, and sneered, "What is this? You've taken in a Taoist?" The attire suggests he must possess some wealth, and with his handsome looks, why not sell him into servitude? "You, Li San, I do not know this person. Do not harm him. He is gravely injured and exceedingly weak. He may perish." Zhang Song implored. Li San paid no heed. extending his hand to grasp Fong Lin's belt and hoist him up. Just as he reached out, Fong Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and Li San felt an icy chill. He turned to find Fong Lin's gaze fixed upon him, eyes that harbored a murderous intent unlike anything he had ever witnessed in this life, a ferocity that seemed to belong to a past incarnation. Chapter 23. Conspiracy and escape. Fear gripped Li San. What manner of eyes were these? The black pupils exuded a bone-chilling coldness, as if he truly wished to end Li San's life. Unbeknownst to Li San, he unconsciously released his grip on Fong Lin's belt and took a few steps back. It seemed as though he was speaking to Fong Lin, yet perhaps it was a form of self-reassurance. Killing is against the law. Fong Lin gazed coldly at him. Once Li San finished speaking, Fong Lin advanced, unleashing a floral punch that struck directly at Li San's heart. Li San was propelled backward, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Fong Lin had fractured his ribs, which had pierced his heart. He was already deceased. Fong Lin paid him no further heed. Nor did he entertain the notion of concealing the body. In the world of martial arts, what is so abnormal about taking a life? After 2 years of navigating this realm, the initial fear had transformed into a steely calmness. This world, after all, is not a haven for the faint-hearted. Fong Lin turned his gaze toward Zhang Song, and the frostiness in his eyes gradually dissipated. It appeared that this young man had salvaged his life. A hint of anxiety and fear flickered across Zhang Song's face, yet he gritted his teeth, seemingly resolved. He stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and approached Fong Lin, each step deliberate and resolute. "Aren't you afraid?" Fong Lin inquired, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. "Why?" With a firm step, Fong Lin launched himself into the air, feeling a surge of strength and no longer hesitating to expend his internal energy. As he traversed the banks of Danjiang, he ceased employing lightness techniques to fly and opted instead for walking. Along the way, numerous individuals greeted him, many expressing their gratitude for the assistance they had received from Wudong, naturally bestowing their respect upon Fong Lin. As I walked, the voice of Pang Dun echoed in my mind. "Fong Lin, I perceive an aura similar to that of the Japanese, albeit somewhat weaker. Perhaps it is in the later stages of the next 2 days." Employing the 8 treasures posture, Fong Lin quietly approached the door, relying on Pang Dun to conceal his presence as he listened intently to the conversation within. "Master, the divine emissary truly intends to take action against Wudong, which is under the protection of deities. I fear." It seemed to be the voice of the traitor from before. "Wudong's deities? What are they worth?" "Our Amaterasu is the true, grand goddess," the Japanese man asserted. Fong Lin smirked inwardly. He had yet to settle accounts with them, yet they dared to disturb Wudong. With Huang Haixing's prowess, he felt no fear of them. The traitor continued, "Is that item truly in Wudong? The guidance of Amaterasu cannot be mistaken. If you obey the orders, your future will be exceptionally bright. What is this item in Wudong? What could possibly be so valuable that they covet it? Why am I, the sect leader, unaware of such treasures?" Their conversation soon concluded, and as they prepared to exit, Fong Lin swiftly moved to follow the group of Japanese men. They mounted their horses and galloped towards the forest outside Danjiang County, while Fong Lin cautiously tailed them using the cloud ladder technique. Within the forest, Fong Lin's pupils contracted. It was that innate-level Japanese individual. The Japanese conversed amongst themselves in their native tongue, rendering Fong Lin unable to comprehend their words. However, the so-called divine envoy penned a letter requesting its delivery before departing. Fong Lin contemplated whether it would be more prudent to track the messenger or the envoy himself. Ultimately, he resolved to intercept the letter first, for if it bore ill tidings for Wudong, he would be better prepared. Once the messenger had distanced himself from the envoy, Fong Lin suddenly revealed himself, ensuring the envoy was given no chance to escape. With a swift strike of the mountain-shaking iron palm, he directly struck the envoy's head, causing the Japanese to suffer a fatal wound and perish instantly. Fong Lin retrieved the letter from the envoy's possession. The handwriting was crooked, yet decipherable. His gaze grew increasingly frigid at the mention of Lingxiao Palace. They sought to conspire with the Japanese to undermine Wudong, aiming to seize its stronghold while the Japanese pursued their desires. A cold smile crept upon Fong Lin's lips. Before the battle even commenced, they were already delineating their spoils, brimming with misplaced confidence and disdain for Wudong. He then sensed the envoy's location, pondering whether he might overhear further information. The Thunder God Cave remained unchanged, and a sense of frustration washed over Fong Lin. Previously, he had encountered Huang Haixing within the very same cave, and now he found himself there once more. Fong Lin entered the Thunder God Cave, concealing himself behind a rock to observe. He noticed the envoy extracting a piece of cloth adorned with the image of a jade pendant. Speaking in Japanese, the envoy's words eluded Fong Lin's understanding. Gazing at the pendant, he speculated whether it was indeed the object of their search. Yet, Wudong possessed no such artifact. Realizing he could glean no secrets, Fong Lin prepared to depart, only to discover that the Japanese was also on the verge of leaving. Caught in the act, Fong Lin silently lamented his misfortune. Could it be that he was once again being pursued by this Japanese adversary? Cursing his luck, he ceased to dwell on the matter and swiftly activated his agility, darting towards the forest. In his mind, he pondered that with a mere 10 days remaining until the next lottery, should he secure an internal martial arts manual, he would be the first to eliminate the so-called divine envoy. The envoy bellowed, "Baka," recognizing Fong Lin from that fateful night, clad in a Taoist robe. He mused whether he was a disciple or subordinate of the holy sect. It was imperative that he be eliminated. The holy sect had yet to make its move, and should they do so, the Amaterasu sect would surely meet its demise. That entity must not be allowed to exist. Thus, the chase through the forest commenced anew. Fong Lin assessed the terrain. He was well acquainted with Wudong. Now would be the opportune moment to seek assistance from Huang Haixing, yet he feared that upon reaching Tianzhufeng, this Japanese foe might threaten ordinary people. With the dwindling number of Wudong disciples, it was best to avoid any casualties. Gritting his teeth, Fong Lin resolved to see who could fly faster this time. Last time, I was drained of energy and fell victim to your scheme. This time, my strength is restored. Let us see whether you can catch up to me, or if I can outpace you. In the 24th chapter, The Message Lost in the Forest, Fong Lin continued to run, with the Japanese pursuer relentlessly in tow. With the intent of protecting Wudong, he consciously avoided heading in that direction, and before he realized it, he had unwittingly ventured beyond Wudong's borders. The young Japanese man exclaimed, "Baka, are you a member of the holy sect?" Fong Lin felt perplexed. What was this holy sect? And on what grounds could he be labeled as one of its adherents? Nevertheless, since the enemy had made such an assertion, he might as well embrace it. With a resounding voice, Fong Lin retorted, "And what of it?" At that moment, the Japanese man appeared somewhat intimidated. Could he truly be a member of the holy sect? Observing Fong Lin's remarkable agility and his flowing robe, he pondered the possibility that this young individual, with such exceptional skills, might indeed be a disciple of that formidable figure. If he were to take Fong Lin's life, and it was discovered that he was the culprit, the entire Amaterasu cult would be in peril. That individual was far too terrifying. The young man was lost in thought, deliberating on what course of action to take. As Fong Lin navigated through the map, he noticed a troubling revelation. According to the system, he had been going in circles. The system indicated that this place was called the Lost Forest, depicted merely as an expanse of trees, devoid of any visible paths. He quickly inquired of Fat Dun, who replied in a languid tone, "It's a hidden area. The system does not provide information." Upon hearing this, Fong Lin felt an urge to drag him out and give him a good thrashing, but alas, he was merely a figment of imagination. The Lost Forest, as its name suggests, was a vast labyrinth, a natural maze that one could not escape without prior knowledge. Being from Yangzhou County, Fong Lin had heard tales of this place. Growing anxious, he glanced behind him and noticed that the young Japanese man had vanished. It seemed the Lost Forest had ensnared him as well, making it unlikely they would encounter each other again. Fong Lin gazed at the boundless expanse of the forest. This was the second time he had found himself ensnared within its depths. Fortunately, having learned from his previous ordeal, he had brought along some sustenance. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a few fruit trees scattered throughout the wilderness, though their fruits were still unripe and undoubtedly unpalatable. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he would not perish from hunger. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to proceed straight ahead, convinced that this path would eventually lead him out. In his mind, Fat Dun chastised him, "Fool. If it were that simple, countless souls wouldn't have met their demise here. Why do you believe that walking straight will lead you to freedom? But if I keep walking straight, I must eventually find my way out." Fong Lin retorted. "However, here, you are utterly disoriented. Every single tree can deceive your senses. You may think you are walking in a straight line, yet in reality, you have veered off course." Fat Dun replied with exasperation. With no map provided by the system and no guidance to assist him, Fong Lin pondered what to do. Was he destined to be trapped forever? No, he would rely on chance. After all, he had heard that two individuals had managed to escape before. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him, and he would soon find his way out. Suddenly, a sound akin to a bone snapping echoed beneath his feet. He glanced down, only to be met with the sight of a human rib. Fong Lin gasped in horror. It seemed that those who had perished within these woods were not mere rumors. There was indeed a mysterious force at play here, as Fat Dun had suggested. This was a manifestation of nature's astonishing power. The arrangement of the trees resembled a labyrinth, capable of creating illusions that could bewilder the mind. At that moment, the Japanese man also realized he was lost, but he was convinced that Fong Lin had deliberately led him to this place. Firmly believing that Fong Lin knew the way out. "Baka, this forest is truly peculiar," the Japanese man exclaimed. The diminutive figure raised the short blade in hand, beginning to etch markings upon the tree. Yet, fate seemed to mock them. The likelihood of success through such a method was already minimal. And with both individuals resorting to the same approach, their marks would inevitably become entangled, resulting in greater confusion. Why are there scratches everywhere? This is not right. Fong Lin mused internally. If I were to utilize my lightness skill to soar to a height far surpassing that of these trees, wouldn't I be able to escape? After a moment of contemplation, the rotund companion replied, "Let me tell you, to rely on lightness to escape, you must ascend at least 30 meters, given your current capabilities. That is unattainable." Fong Lin now understood the extent of his inadequacies. Indeed, it all stemmed from strength. Had he been powerful enough, there would have been no need to flee. He could have simply vanquished those who harbored ill intentions toward Wudong, thus avoiding such a predicament altogether. As he continued on, Fong Lin stumbled upon a remarkably intact skeleton. Between the ribs lay a letter, apparently having fallen due to the decay of the clothing. However, by all accounts, if the garments had rotted away, the paper should have deteriorated as well. Upon retrieving the letter, he discerned that it was not paper at all, but rather silk, fashioned into an envelope. The letter within was also crafted from silk, an extravagant medium indeed for a correspondence. The message was succinct: "Come to Tianjia Peak to meet me. I shall hand you the dragon seal." From the letter, there appears to be nothing particularly significant. However, to an outsider, its meaning would likely be completely opaque, devoid of any discernible clues. By sheer coincidence, this letter comes into the possession of Fong Lin, who has inherited all the memories of Zhang Sanfeng. With the benefit of Zhang Sanfeng's recollections, he recognizes that this handwriting belongs to a venerable Taoist master. The date inscribed upon it is from the 21st year of the Yuanhe era, during which the Yuanhe emperor ascended to the throne at the age of 23 and is now 63, having ruled for 40 years. This indicates that it is now the 40th year of Yuanhe, which renders the situation rather alarming. This letter originates from 19 years prior. 19 years ago, the venerable Taoist, Zhang Sanfeng's master, wrote to summon an individual to Tianjia, instructing him to retrieve the dragon seal. However, this individual became lost in the forest of confusion and ultimately perished within its depths. But what is the dragon seal? It is a relic of the venerable Taoist, which Fong Lin has already examined. There are no objects resembling a seal, aside from some silver fragments and Taoist texts. The only item of significance that the venerable Taoist carried was a jade pendant, which has now come into Fong Lin's possession and is worn at his waist. Upon removing it for inspection, Fong Lin notes that the jade is quite simple in form, shaped like a square with a single character etched in its center. It remains unclear whether this symbolizes the essence of the yuan or the singularity that embodies all existence in the Tao. Regardless, it does not resemble a seal in any way. Gazing at the jade pendant, Fong Lin recalls the images he encountered within the Thunder God Cave, as well as the carvings etched upon its stone walls. The Japanese ventured into the Thunder God Cave to compare these images and carvings, perhaps in search of the very object they seek, prompting Fong Lin to consider revisiting the cave to uncover its mysteries. Although Fong Lin had merely cast a glance, he vividly recalled the jade pendant engraved upon the stone wall, which depicted a dragon. Wait a moment. The jade pendant adorned with a dragon bears a resemblance to the dragon seal. Is there a connection between the two, or are they, in fact, the same entity? Chapter 25. A silken thread. At this moment, Fong Lin found himself devoid of the energy to ponder further. He needed to exit swiftly. His unease regarding Wudong was palpable, and he was not the only soul amidst the forest. That little Japanese fellow posed a challenge he was not yet equipped to handle. Glancing at the sun, he noted the hour was late, dusk approached, and the night was on the brink of enveloping the landscape. Fong Lin decided to take a brief respite, sitting down for a moment. Gazing at the jade pendant in his hand, alongside the letter, he felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. In his recollection, the old Taoist was merely an ordinary priest, lacking in scholarly pursuits of Taoism and possessing negligible martial prowess. Appearing rather frail, a quintessential image of an elderly man. Yet, this letter seemed to unveil more than he anticipated. Could the old Taoist be a reclusive master? Fong Lin chuckled at the absurdity of the thought, dismissing it. He had been raised by this man for 17 years. He understood his nature well. The letter dated back 19 years, a time when Zhang Sanfeng had yet to emerge. Deciding to set aside the letter for now, Fong Lin tucked it into his robe, opting to study it further at a later time. Holding the jade pendant left by the venerable master, Fong Lin murmured, "Old man, you must bless me. Wudong is flourishing rapidly. I cannot afford to perish. After all, Wudong is your creation, albeit you departed just 2 days after founding it, without even bestowing it a name. Yet, at the very least, your disciples are striving to carry it forward. If you are aware in the afterlife, grant me passage through this forest." As the sun descended, the evening rays bathed the woods in a golden hue. A beam of sunlight fell, momentarily dazzling Fong Lin. The jade pendant in his hand appeared unexpectedly translucent, and Fong Lin's gaze grew unfocused, as if he were perceiving something extraordinary. Could it be? Had the old man truly manifested? Fong Lin found it hard to believe. He fixated on the pendant, which bore only the character one, devoid of any other carvings. Adorning himself with it served merely as a keepsake. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The pendant had offered him insight. He now understood his course of action. Fong Lin settled down, resolved to wait until dawn to proceed. The voice of the rotund figure echoed, "Listen to me, brother Fat. These trees are beguiling. Now that night has fallen, it is the perfect time. Others are hindered by the darkness, but you possess a pure yang body, granting you vision beyond the ordinary. Fear not the night, trust in brother Fat, and you will be safe." Fong Lin felt an urge to strike him. This system's sprite was becoming increasingly insufferable. Nevertheless, he recognized the merit in the suggestion, so he rose and sought out a large tree. He tore a fragment from his garment, extracting a thread, and secured it around the sturdy trunk. Fortunately, the finest fabric was employed initially, and the silk thread was remarkably sturdy. A single robe is essentially woven from an exceedingly long silk thread, showcasing an exquisite craftsmanship. Fong Lin grasped the silk thread and began to advance slowly. Whenever a tree obstructed his path, he would unsheath his sword, Zhanlu, and effortlessly sever the obstacle, per Zhanlu. First serving as a cane, and now as a tool for clearing his way. Fong Lin's actions were driven by a singular purpose, often bewildered by the trees. He found it challenging to proceed in a straight line. However, the silk thread remained unfaltering. By pulling the thread taut, he could navigate directly. It was the straight character that inspired this realization. Fong Lin continued to stretch the silk thread, progressing steadily. He harbored no fear of the Japanese soldiers hearing him and coming to investigate. Even if they did hear the sounds of his path-clearing efforts, they would inevitably become disoriented along the way, only to drift further from him. Indeed, as Fong Lin anticipated, the soldiers approached, convinced that he had deliberately led them into this predicament, erroneously believing there was a way out. If he had known this cursed place existed, he would have never ventured there, even at the cost of his life. Fong Lin proceeded with caution, thinking that he could escape with the help of the silk thread within a day. However, to his astonishment, he found himself deep within the forest, far from the exit. After 15 long days, he finally glimpsed an open clearing, exclaiming in his heart that he had finally emerged. At that moment, clad only in a white long shirt, the once proud robe had met its noble demise. The vastness of the forest was indeed overwhelming, and he had struggled immensely to find his way out. The consumption of silk thread was excessive, and having exhausted his supply, Fong Lin discarded his robe. Glancing at the system's map, he noted he was currently at Qingshan Ridge, far from the 72 peaks of Wudong. With no other option, he took to the skies, employing his lightness skill to soar towards Wudong. Meanwhile, in the forest, the Japanese man was in a disheveled state, his sanity fraying. He swore to himself that he would eliminate that Taoist. After all, if no one knew, what did it matter if he was the disciple of that individual? Little did he realize that Fong Lin was not affiliated with the holy sect. Nor did he know the identity of that person. Lost and distraught, the Japanese man wandered until he suddenly spotted the silk thread on the ground, left behind by Fong Lin. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. He realized that by following the thread, he could track down the Taoist and exact his revenge. In his current state of mind, he was singularly focused on killing Fong Lin, and so he proceeded along the thread. The wind occasionally blew, causing the thread to deviate from its original path, unlike Fong Lin, who had to remain vigilant to avoid losing his way. The Japanese man, however, merely followed the thread without concern. After 3 days of travel, he found himself in an open landscape. Immediately, he understood he had emerged. Like a madman, he shouted in joy and sprinted forward. Perhaps it was fate's irony. Due to the shifting winds, the thread had strayed from its course, yet the place he emerged was, paradoxically, even closer to Wudong. Fong Lin, adorned in a flowing white garment, displayed an elegance that transcended his previous Taoist robes, now resembling a scholarly figure. Zhang Sanfeng, already possessing a handsome visage, soared gracefully in the wind, exuding an air of nonchalance that brought pride to Fong Lin for quite some time. At last, he arrived at the location marked on the map, Li Village, the nearest settlement to the enchanted forest. Within the forest, he could still forage for wild fruits. Yet upon emerging, he would need to seek out inhabited areas for sustenance. Relying solely on wild fruits, particularly those that were not fully ripe, had become a torment. The mere sight of them now made Fong Lin feel nauseated. Upon adjusting his appearance, he stepped into the village, only to be confronted with a scene that filled him with revulsion. Chapter 26. The Powerful Fool. As Fong Lin entered the village, he observed a group of children hurling stones at a disheveled individual, their voices echoing with cries of "Kill the fool." Fong Lin felt a deep discomfort at the sight. Regardless of whether the man was indeed foolish, such cruelty was unacceptable. He approached and dispersed the children. The man lay trembling on the ground, mumbling incoherently, "Don't hit me. Don't hit me." Feeling a pang of compassion, Fong Lin helped him to his feet. Though his face was grimy, the man appeared to be a middle-aged individual of unremarkable appearance, akin to a passerby who could easily be lost in a crowd. Noticing the man's gaunt frame, it seemed he was quite hungry. Fong Lin purchased 2 baked flatbreads from a nearby vendor, one for each of them. Observing the man's desperate manner as he ate, it was evident that he had not had a proper meal in a long time, and his emaciated state suggested that he likely struggled to find enough food each day. The fool finished his meal and stared intently at the half-eaten sesame cake in Fong Lin's hand. Fong Lin smiled faintly and said, "If you're still hungry, you should express that, but refrain from consuming what others have already eaten, understand?" After saying this, he purchased 2 more sesame cakes for the fool. In his mind, Pang Dun remarked, "It's peculiar. Although this fool appears thin, his muscles are quite robust, suggesting he is a martial artist. Yet, why can't I see through him? Could it be that he possesses innate abilities beyond the ordinary?" Fong Lin chuckled and replied, "Pang Dun, this fool is indeed gifted. Perhaps you are the one who is blinded. He might have merely practiced some external techniques, which has strengthened his physique." Pang Dun muttered, "Do not call me Pang Dun. Refer to me as Brother Pang." Fong Lin merely smiled, choosing to disregard him. Upon inquiring further, Fong Lin learned that this fool was not from the village. He had arrived 3 years prior. The villagers, feeling pity for him, occasionally provided him with scraps to sustain him. Fong Lin initially contemplated bringing him to his home, but now he was uncertain, as this fool seemed to have no place to call home. Fong Lin asked, "Would you like to come with me?" He smiled gently. Realizing that the fool was not truly foolish, at least, communication was not an issue. He pondered why he was referred to as a fool. Perhaps it was due to his vacant gaze and submissive demeanor. In reality, he was not foolish at all. Fong Lin inquired, "What is your name?" The fool contemplated for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. It struck Fong Lin as quite absurd that he would need to think about such a simple question. Ultimately, the fool shook his head and replied, "I cannot remember." Fong Lin felt a wave of frustration, pondering how this individual could be so dull as to forget his own name. He casually remarked, "From now on, you shall be called Fong Hua." Fong Hua nodded and replied, "Certainly, young master." Fong Lin was taken aback by the title. Fong Hua explained, "In the village, those who follow others often refer to their leaders as young master." Fong Lin could only smile wryly, suspecting that this was a custom among the servants of landowners. Nevertheless, he decided to let Fong Hua call him as he pleased. As a Taoist priest and the leader of a sect, it felt rather inappropriate to be addressed in such a manner. He mused to himself that he truly lacked the fate of a young master. From now on, call me sect leader, understood? Fong Hua numbly nodded in response. At that moment, with Fong Hua by his side, Fong Lin felt no need to employ lightness in his movements, as carrying another person while utilizing such techniques was rather taxing. Moreover, a county lay just ahead. Along the way, Fong Lin imparted wisdom to Fong Hua, advising him against foolish actions, such as consuming food that others had already eaten. Fang Hua listened intently. Yet his expression remained vacant, and his gaze blank, leaving Fang Lin uncertain if any of his teachings had truly registered. In resignation, Fang Lin observed that Fang Hua resembled a fool, albeit one with an inherent cleverness, leaving him perplexed. Meanwhile, Fang Hua slowly absorbed the knowledge imparted by Fang Lin. Yet a sense of emptiness lingered in his heart. It felt as though something of great significance still eluded him, though he had acquired a new name and a place to reside, and no longer had to worry about sustenance. He could not shake the feeling that he was missing something as vital as life itself. At this moment, Fang Lin found himself at a loss for words regarding the tribulations of the past few days. Initially pursued relentlessly, he then took on a disciple. And it seemed that Zhang Shisong had also arrived at Wudong. Following this, he faced yet another chase and ended up with a simpleton as a companion, leaving Fang Lin utterly speechless. It appeared that his life was indeed unfortunate. Every outing seemed to result in additional mouths to feed. Nevertheless, despite his previous life as a practitioner of the Tao, Fang Lin possessed an inherently kind nature and did not dwell on these misfortunes. Eventually, he arrived at the county town. Observing the soldiers guarding the gate, he casually offered a few copper coins, which allowed him passage without further scrutiny. At that moment, Fang Hua fixed his gaze upon the soldiers, seemingly frozen in place. Fang Lin tugged at Fang Hua, yet he was unyielding. How could this be? Having attained the pure yang body, his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person, not to mention his training in the flowery fists. The simpleton could only be considered to have practiced some external martial arts. How could he be so resistant? Was it possible that he possessed innate strength? Fang Lin pondered. Fang Hua was intensely focused on the two gatekeepers, sensing that what he had lost within himself was somehow connected to these soldiers. Unable to resist Fang Lin's insistence, he was ultimately pulled away. Fang Lin hired a cart and engaged a driver, recognizing that with Fang Hua now accompanying him, traveling by cart was the swiftest option. Suddenly, Fang Hua dropped to his knees before Fang Lin, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He noticed that the vacant expression in Fang Hua's eyes had vanished. It seemed that these eyes did not belong to a simpleton. The once ordinary appearance, combined with his current demeanor, had undergone a profound transformation. Fang Hua's eyes were as dark as the night sky, imbued with a hint of determination, a touch of ruthlessness, an air of authority, and a whisper of other elusive qualities. Fang Lin was taken aback. A formidable aura emanated from Fang Hua, akin to the clash of golden spears and iron steeds. Even Fang Lin, who had navigated the underworld for 2 years, found himself struggling to breathe. Could it be that this fool was a master? This singular thought consumed Fang Lin's mind. In the 27th chapter, I wish to borrow 3,000 elite warriors. Fang Lin felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he beheld Fang Hua kneeling before him. Although Fang Hua was on his knees, the intensity of his gaze instilled fear, reverence, and admiration in Fang Lin, a man seasoned in the ways of the world. What kind of gaze was this? And what sort of person could possess such eyes? Fang Lin remained silent, watching Fang Hua, awaiting his words. Fang Hua, in turn, fixed his gaze upon Fang Lin. At that moment, upon seeing the soldiers, he felt a stirring within, a realization that what he lacked was indeed these warriors. Fang Hua raised his hands, reminiscent of a general receiving a military insignia. His voice resonated with a steely edge, calm yet chillingly formidable. I wish to borrow 3,000 elite warriors to aid the sect leader in conquering the world. Fang Lin was utterly dumbfounded, astonished that Fang Hua would utter such words. A bitter smile crept across his face as he regarded Fang Hua. He truly felt that this man resembled a great general. Yet as he listened to his words and observed his gaze, Fang Lin could only conclude that this individual was a war fanatic. The notion of borrowing 3,000 elite warriors to aid in conquering the world was almost ludicrous, was it not? 3,000 can conquer the world. If I were to grant you 30,000, would I not then achieve a glorious legacy? Yet, it is not so simple, nor is such a number sufficient. Fang Lin, with patience, remarked, I am merely the leader of a sect. Why should I seek to dominate the world? Fang Hua cast a glance at Fang Lin and solemnly replied, I wish to borrow 300 elite warriors to assist the leader in navigating the prominent sects. Fang Lin stared at Fang Hua, questioning the young man's judgment. He continued, Wudong is but a humble sect, far from being a force among the esteemed orthodox sections. In Fang Hua's eyes, a fervent desire flickered, an intense yearning for an army. He reiterated, I wish to borrow 50 elite warriors to aid the leader in safeguarding our sect. At this point, Fong Lin found it difficult to refuse. With a soft sigh, he thought to himself, I am too soft-hearted. The stout companion, upon hearing this, appeared visibly displeased. Fong Hua immediately rose, transformed, standing tall with the posture of a soldier. In the carriage, his demeanor resembled that of a sword drawn from its sheath. His gaze was sharp and resolute, a stark contrast to his previous dazed and foolish demeanor. Although his appearance was unremarkable, this newfound aura rendered him utterly transformed. Fong Lin was perplexed. Did this man genuinely possess a foolish imagination of being a warmonger or a great general, or had he been a soldier in the past who now suffered from amnesia? Fong Lin dismissed this notion. Could a soldier truly proclaim a desire to borrow 3,000 elite warriors to conquer the world? 3,000 elite warriors could rival an army of 100,000, a notion entirely fanciful. Fong Lin was merely indulging this fool. He glanced at the map, noting that Wudong was still 3 days' journey away, but tonight he could partake in the lottery. Regardless of the outcome, winning the lottery would undoubtedly enhance Wudong's overall strength, which could only be a positive development. Upon further reflection, Fong Lin pondered the aura that Fong Hua had just exhibited. A fool could not possibly exude such a presence. This individual had undoubtedly practiced martial arts. Fat Dun, can you sense the power that Fong Hua displayed moments ago? Fong Lin inquired inwardly. After a prolonged silence, Fat Dun eventually responded, from the aura, he may even surpass Huang Haixing. Fong Lin was taken aback. Could this fool possess at least mid-stage innate strength? However, after further assessment, Fat Dun concluded, his actual strength seems to be at the late stage of acquired. Confused, Fong Lin exclaimed, how is that possible? Initially, you couldn't gauge his strength. Fat Dun explained, he possessed a realm that eluded my perception, but it appears that his strength has significantly diminished, now only at the late stage of acquired. Fong Lin scrutinized Fong Hua anew. Once a master, now reduced to a fool possessed by a fervor for battle. It seemed that he was not inherently foolish but had suffered from memory loss, even experiencing a decline in intelligence. At least, this was Fong Lin's assumption. Reflecting on the letter he had found in the lost forest, Fong Lin contemplated quietly. The dragon seal. Clearly, it was the very artifact that the Japanese were seeking. Within the Thunder God cave, the stone walls bear intricate carvings of dragon seals. Furthermore, how could such an unassuming elder possess a treasure coveted even by the Celestial Sun sect? It appears that this sect is covertly scheming, striving to keep their intentions hidden. Is it possible that the value of this treasure is so immense that its acquisition might incite others to covet it? Additionally, who is the corpse found in the lost forest? What connection does he share with the elder? What transpired 19 years ago? Elder, how many secrets do you conceal from us? As an ordinary man, how did you become embroiled in such turmoil? Moreover, if the dragon seal is indeed in the elder's possession, why is it absent from the relics? Fong Lin glanced at the jade pendant hanging at his waist. It bore no resemblance to the finely crafted dragon seal on the stone wall. The jade was roughly made, while the dragon seal was exquisitely detailed, differing in both size and design. Could it be that someone has already taken the dragon seal? At this moment, it seemed evident that the dragon seal was not present in Wudong. The elder's sudden demise gave the impression of a natural passing. But is that truly the case? The more Fong Lin pondered, the more fear gripped him. He feared that the elder had been murdered rather than having succumbed to the natural order of life. Yet, the manner of his death did indeed resemble that of a final farewell. In an instant, a multitude of enigmas emerged. Fong Lin was at a loss as to how to proceed. Wait, he had lost his memory. The villagers had mentioned he arrived in that village 3 years ago. But why had he lost his memory? Did he possess any enemies? Given his prior formidable strength, if he had foes, would Wudong not be in peril? Fong Lin contemplated for a moment, estimating that it was unlikely. Over the past 3 years, Fong Hua had scarcely eaten, enduring daily hunger, which undoubtedly altered his appearance. Furthermore, with only the strength of a late-stage practitioner, he was adorned with a soldier's demeanor, making it improbable for enemies to recognize him. Fong Lin gazed out of the carriage towards Wudong, silently praying that nothing would go awry. In this instant, he sought his first reward, uncertain if it would materialize. Chapter 28. The Pure Young Wujigong. Fong Lin, at this moment, was rehearsing the art of sword control in his mind. This was an elite technique, one that he could not draw from the lottery given his current privileges. Thus, mastering this skill would undoubtedly become his secret weapon. The moment of the lottery had finally arrived. 13 hidden boxes were expected to appear, yet astonishingly, none did. The rotund figure spoke in a languid tone. First, let us hear you call me fat brother. Fong Lin was genuinely tempted to strike him, but regrettably, might was against him, so he restrained himself. That's right. When there's a need, call for fat brother. Trust in fat brother, it's infallible, he continued. Fong Lin inquired, what do you mean? The rotund one replied. To put it simply, the lottery system has merged with the reputation system. Be more specific, Fong Lin urged. Moreover, he added, you currently possess the lowest privileges. Once you complete the first set of tasks and the system upgrades, you will need to expend 10,000 reputation points. Fong Lin pondered for a moment, noting that his reputation had been steadily increasing over the past few days. He currently possessed a little over 4,000 reputation points, and he increasingly recognized the immense value of reputation. It seemed imperative for him to prioritize acts of kindness and seeking recognition in the future. Alas, the scarcity of reputation points was a pressing concern. It required a staggering 10,000 for even the most modest lottery attempt, and the system's demands felt excessively burdensome, almost as if it were designed to crush him. Reflecting on the current state of Wudong, he resolved to expend 1,500 reputation points to draw a martial arts manual. Only by enhancing his own strength could he ensure the safety of Wudong. The familiar 4 mystery boxes appeared before him, a rather disappointing lottery format devoid of grand prizes. Upon opening the first box, Fong Lin was filled with exhilaration. It contained the Wudong Pure Yang skill, a level superior to the Tai Chi force. His excitement surged. If he were to acquire this, he would undoubtedly attain a state of innate potential, capable of addressing the crises threatening Wudong. Yet, his joy was short-lived. A mocking voice interrupted his thoughts. It was merely the upper volume of the Wudong Pure Yang skill, allowing him only to reach the state of postnatal perfection. Fong Lin felt a surge of frustration. Was the system truly this miserly? Only the upper volume, limiting him to postnatal perfection. Was this some kind of joke? Reluctantly, he turned his attention to the second box. It contained the Wudong soft palm technique, characterized by its gentle maneuvers, which, while effective, were not what he currently required. The third technique, the 2-instrument swordplay, is quite commendable. However, it requires the collaboration of 2 practitioners and can be imparted to disciples for their study. Suddenly, Fong Lin recalled the Zhenwu 7-segment formation, pondering when he might acquire it. With this formation, the Wudong 7 heroes would undoubtedly become a formidable force. Yet, reflecting upon the current capabilities of his disciples, it seems rather ill-suited. The fourth technique, the Pure Yang Infinite skill, Fong Lin was genuinely exhilarated. In comparison to the Wudong Pure Yang skill, this internal cultivation method is a notch superior. Both belong to the first volume and can achieve the completion of the acquired realm. Yet the purity and depth of the internal energy differ significantly. Moreover, the Pure Yang Infinite skill is divided into 3 volumes, ultimately allowing practitioners to reach the advanced innate stage, whereas the Wudong Pure Yang skill is limited to the mid-innate stage. This is the disparity. Fong Lin was truly thrilled. With the Pure Yang Infinite skill, combined with his current prowess in the child's skill, his overall strength would undoubtedly rival that of an initial innate practitioner. Clutching the key tightly in his hand, the lottery commenced. For opaque boxes moved swiftly, leaving him uncertain of their contents. Fong Lin sighed inwardly. The system was not only miserly but also intricate, leaving no room for exploitation. How vexing. He chose the third box, which boasted a 50% chance of yielding an internal cultivation technique. Quite promising indeed. As the third box opened, Fong Lin trembled with anticipation as he retrieved the manual. The rotund figure in his mind mocked him for his naivety. With a sigh of relief, Fong Lin confirmed that it was indeed the Pure Yang Infinite skill. This time, Wudong's crisis should be manageable. Instantly, his strength reached the completion of the acquired realm, and with a slight introspection, he estimated that he could contend with an initial innate practitioner. He underestimated the formidable power of the Pure Yang Wujigong. If one possesses a Pure Yang body, the purity of their internal energy is beyond imagination. Soon, Fong Lin would realize that he had truly struck gold with this lottery. At this moment, the pressure in his heart eased considerably. After all, he could now firmly establish himself in Danjiang County. Finally, he could genuinely confront others. Fong Lin felt the formidable force emanating from his hands, a result of his training in the Zhunshan Taizhong technique, instilling within him a flicker of confidence. He had diligently mastered multiple martial arts to a consummate level, and with his ace technique, the sword control art, he no longer feared them. Fong Lin meticulously sensed the internal energy coursing through him. The energy from the Tongzi Gong swirled on one side, while the internal force from the pure Yang Wuzhigong was more than 3 times greater, swirling at a faster pace, with superior explosive power and purity. This exemplified the stark contrast between lower-tier and higher-tier techniques. Glancing at the manual in his hands, Fong Lin smiled faintly. Wudong finally possessed a worthy martial arts manual. While the Tongzi Gong could not be widely disseminated, the pure Yang Wuzhigong was different. He would not hesitate to impart it to those who became formal disciples. Moreover, the elite among the secular disciples should also engage in its practice, undoubtedly enhancing the strength of Wudong in the future. At that moment, Fong Lin envisioned a promising future. Pang Dun, if I were to draw the mid-scroll of the pure Yang Wuzhigong, to what realm would my strength ascend? Fong Lin inquired. Why? Isn't it supposed to directly reach the pinnacle of that realm? He pondered, for it seemed he was merely a hair's breadth away from the innate level. Fong Lin was perplexed. Do you believe that innate ability and acquired skill are on the same level? The disparity is immense. 5 in the initial stages of innate ability may not even be able to contend with 1 in the intermediate stage, Pang Dun scoffed. It was then that Fong Lin recognized the formidable strength of Huang Haixing, realizing that he alone could safeguard Wudong. However, Huang was not one of them. He was merely a guest. Fong Lin was reluctant to call upon him unless absolutely necessary. Turning around, he cast a profound glance at Fong Hua. At his peak, Fong Hua was even stronger than Huang Haixing, which made Fong Lin ponder just how powerful he must have been in the past. Huang Haixing was at least in the intermediate stage of innate ability, perhaps even higher. Was it possible that Fong Hua had once been a figure of great renown? Yet, why had such a person succumbed to amnesia? What had his past truly entailed? Unbeknownst to him, yet another enigma had emerged beside Fong Lin. Chapter 29. The sword yet to be drawn. All are astounded. Wudong was in turmoil. Tomorrow marked the day of the 5 battles agreement. The sect leader had been missing for too long, and if they were to suffer defeat tomorrow, the sect's prestige would plummet. San Quan struck the table with his fist, shattering it. Without the sect leader, we cannot protect Wudong. This is utterly intolerable. With San Quan's words, an eerie calm enveloped Wudong, akin to the stillness before a tempest. They all came to a stark realization. Without their leader, Wudong was but a shadow of its former self. In the 5 battles agreement, winning even a single battle seemed a daunting task. Song Yuanxiao spoke up. Perhaps we should inform them tomorrow that the sect leader is absent and request a postponement? San Quan pondered for a moment and sighed. It seems we have no other choice. The reason Lingxiao Palace has chosen to hold the event a month later is to create a grand spectacle. Now the entire Danjiang County is abuzz with the news of the impending battle between Wudong and Lingxiao Palace. Furthermore, Lingxiao Palace has secured a spacious area and erected a platform, capable of accommodating at least 1,000 spectators. With the nearby taverns and shops, the audience could swell to 10,000 eager onlookers for tomorrow's confrontation. Should Wudong decide to postpone, it would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation, leading to a significant decline in their standing, though this would be preferable to a defeat. Yu Dian murmured, if only I were a congenital master. The situation would be far less arduous. Sanqin interjected, do not be too hard on yourself. Wudong has only you who might secure a victory. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon us. Time waits for no one. The more one wishes for it to slow, the quicker it seems to fly. Regrettably, time is fleeting, slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. In Danjiang County, at the Fenggong platform, thousands have gathered early, creating a scene reminiscent of a deserted town. Today, the 2 largest Taoist sects in Danjiang County are set to clash, and everyone is keen to witness the event. With Lingxiao Palace's deliberate promotion, the venue is already overflowing with spectators. Make way for the esteemed Taoists, someone called out as the Lingyun Taoist entered the arena, accompanied by his disciples and 4 foreign warriors. Among the intruders is a divine envoy, who arrived in Danjiang a day earlier than Fong Lin. Which side do you think will emerge victorious? People began to speculate. The members of Lingxiao Palace exchanged knowing smiles, confident that soon enough, all would understand that Wudong is no match for Lingxiao Palace. The attendees of Lingxiao Palace had all taken their seats, while the Wudong disciples arrived belatedly. Led by Sanqin, the Wudong group approached the Fenggong platform with measured steps. Whispers filled the air. Why hasn't Taoist Sanfeng arrived? Does he deem this contest unworthy of his presence? Yet, it was not as if the other Wudong members were particularly formidable. The expressions of Sanxin and his companions darkened. They were certain that a disgrace awaited them. However, there was little they could do. Where could their master brother have gone, having been silent for so long? Sanxin took the initiative, stepping onto the arena. As he was the highest in rank, there was no alternative. He must speak on behalf of them all. Taoist Ling Yun's countenance soured as he remarked, "Why has Master Sanfeng not appeared? What is Sanxin Taoist planning to do now?" With all eyes upon him, Sanxin gritted his teeth, resigned to the situation. "Esteemed guests, I apologize. Our master brother has recently journeyed far, and we had anticipated his return by this month. Alas, he is yet to arrive. In his absence, it would be unwise to make hasty decisions. Shall we postpone the contest?" Instantly, the crowd erupted into discussions, astonished at the absence of Taoist Sanfeng. Some speculated that he was afraid to compete, while others believed he was genuinely absent. As the murmurs grew louder, Sanxin's expression grew increasingly grim. Taoist Ling Fei rose to his feet, harboring resentment from his previous humiliation. He quickly interjected, "Master Sanfeng must be intimidated by Lingzhou Palace and has chosen to withdraw from the contest, has he not?" As Sanxin was about to speak, Sanquan, the single-minded martial enthusiast, could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, "You scoundrel! Last time you attempted to humiliate Wudong, you ended up with your face in the dirt, thanks to our esteemed master. Now you come seeking revenge, claiming our master is absent. How can that be construed as cowardice in battle?" Ling Fei wore a derisive smile as he regarded Sanquan. His disdain palpable. Wudong had but a single formidable figure in Zhang Sanfeng. The rest, mere insignificant pawns. Apart from Yu Daiyan, who could hold his own, the others posed no challenge to him. Ling Yun, his senior, could effortlessly vanquish the multitude. At this moment, Wudong was hardly a source of fear, and thus deserved to be thoroughly humiliated. Ling Fei continued, "Pray tell, where has your master gone, and why has he not returned?" He laughed heartily, adding, "It seems Wudong is indeed afraid. Perhaps you should just concede and surrender." At this juncture, even the typically taciturn Yangzhou was incensed. Wudong was their home, a place they revered, and the honor of Wudong was not something to be insulted. Song Yuanxiao retorted sharply, "In our conflict, you resort to enlisting foreign marauders. What, pray tell, do you hope to achieve?" The Japanese, enraged by this, saw one of their own, a fully realized practitioner, ready to take the stage. At the behest of the divine envoy, he leaped into action, unsheathing his katana and aiming to strike at Song Yuanxiao with alarming speed. Yu Daiyan, caught off guard, was unable to react in time. Meanwhile, Huang Haixing stood at a distance, wrestling with his thoughts. The Wudong disciples were decent folk, and he had always gotten along with them. Should he intervene? However, having sworn an oath, how could one so easily betray it? At that moment, Huang Haixing keenly sensed a formidable presence, and his heart immediately calmed. Yet, he was still perplexed as to how such a significant advancement had occurred. It seemed he had indeed surpassed the record set by Lin Wu, the foremost hero beneath the starry sky. The Japanese assailant was poised to strike Song Yuanxiao, and with a single blow, the latter's perfected prowess at the early stage of the postnatal realm would surely meet its demise. Just then, a sword flew forth, deftly deflecting the assailant's blade. The long sword had not yet been unsheathed, accompanying its scabbard in flight. However, the force was tremendous. As both the scabbard and sword became lodged within the arena, a figure clad in white appeared, resembling a celestial being. Lifting his left foot and placing his right upon the sword embedded in the ground, exuding an air of superiority. It was none other than Feng Lin, who coldly regarded the disciples of Lingzhou Palace and the Japanese adversaries. He proclaimed, "I have been in seclusion for a month, and you dare to act with such impudence." With a mere flick of his wrist, he repelled the postnatal adept with ease. This display of power was undoubtedly that of the innate realm. Chapter 30. The strategy of Tianji's horse racing. Lingyun Daoist's pupils constricted as he sensed the sword being summoned from afar. The strength was indeed innate. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Lin possessed the art of sword manipulation. At this moment, he merely sought to project an air of dominance. Feng Lin himself was uncertain. Having observed that their opponents boasted 2 innate experts and 3 postnatal perfectionists, while his own side consisted solely of himself and Yu Daiyan, who was also at the postnatal peak. The remaining members were truly inadequate, with only a maximum of 2 victories anticipated, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. While Feng Lin pondered, the opposing side had already dispatched a representative, Guan Yun, the eldest disciple of Lingyun Daoist. Feng Lin surveyed the crowd and felt confident in Yu Daiyan. After all, he was an experienced guard, accustomed to living on the edge of danger. Thus, it was imperative to employ a strategy akin to the race of Tianji's horses. Turning to Guan Yun, Fong Lin inquired who was willing to step forward for battle. Sanquan stepped up, expressing his willingness. Fong Lin glanced at him, honestly reluctant for Sanquan to fight. Although Sanquan possessed remarkable talent and had reached the pinnacle of innate mastery, Guan Yun was at the peak of acquired perfection and could easily inflict severe injury with a single strike. Fong Lin wished to spare Sanquan from suffering. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Sanquan sought strength, unwilling to remain under his senior brother's protection forever. Fong Lin shook his head and cautioned, "If you can no longer endure, concede automatically." Sanquan nodded and ascended the stage. As Fong Lin anticipated, despite San Chuan's obsession with martial arts and his impressive aptitude, his experience was still lacking. He managed to block 2 or 3 strikes, each narrowly escaping injury, but ultimately, to Fong Lin's surprise, Sanquan conceded defeat. In the second match, once again, a disciple from Lingxiao Palace took the stage. Guan Yun felt humiliated by his victory, considering it an affront that Wudong had sent someone of merely early acquired stage to face him. Entering the arena was Guan Yun's junior, Guangzhou, whose strength surpassed that of Guan Yun. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Lin decided to send Yu Daiyan into the fray. Yu Daiyan, robustly built, donned a Taoist robe that did little to convey an air of elegance. He drew a gleaming longsword, clearly of fine quality. The two exchanged a slight touch of their swords as a gesture of courtesy, and the battle commenced. Guangzhou diligently practices the Lingxiao 13 swords of the Lingxiao Palace, while Yu Daiyan employs the ancestral dragon roar sword technique of his family. Once the battle commences, the two engage in a fierce and unyielding struggle. Guangzhou, appearing simple and honest, is in fact quite treacherous, often launching attacks at cunning angles, occasionally even targeting below the belt. Fong Lin observes with disdain, deeming him excessively devious and malicious. Yu Daiyan, fueled by righteous indignation, strikes with fierce precision, his movements akin to thunder, his sword resembling a soaring dragon. The sound of his blade resonates like a dragon's roar. Fong Lin squints, acknowledging that Yu Daiyan's swordsmanship is commendable. Both seem resolved to settle the contest with a single decisive strike. Guangzhou raises his sword, executing the 7th stance of the Lingxiao 13 swords, skyward sword. With a nimble leap, he ascends, launching a downward thrust. Yu Daiyan, anticipating the move, counters with his own technique. Dragon emerges from the sea. Their blades meet at the tips, producing a resounding clash of metal. In a sudden shift, Guangzhou changes tactics, aiming his sword at Yu Daiyan's back. However, Yu Daiyan, quick-witted and swift, turns the tables, deftly flicking his sword as if swatting a fly, sending Guangzhou tumbling off the platform. Had he struck with the edge of his sword, Guangzhou would surely have met his demise. Yu Daiyan descends gracefully, and Fong Lin gestures for him to prepare. His victory was anticipated. The score now stands at 1-1, and the true crucial match lies ahead. Lingyun Taoist, growing impatient, leaps onto the stage. Fong Lin glances at him and follows suit. This is a contest of sect leaders, and it necessitates his presence. Lingyun Taoist smiles faintly and remarks, "Master Sanfeng certainly knows how to employ the strategy of racing horses with different strengths." Lingyun Taoist let out a muffled groan as he drew his longsword. Fong Lin refrained from hastily unsheathing his own blade. The Zhanlu Divine Sword was one of his trump cards and must not be revealed too soon. The element of surprise was vital for achieving victory. Observing Fong Lin's complete lack of urgency in drawing his sword, Lingyun felt a surge of irritation. The aura of his innate realm began to emanate from him, and the sword in his hand was enveloped in an icy chill. This was the most formidable technique of Lingxiao Palace, the ice-cold sword chi derived from the ice formula. Fong Lin narrowed his eyes, sensing the cold. "Then I shall use the heat to melt you." The Wudong techniques were rooted in pure yang, and his internal energy was entirely yang as well, rendering him fearless against such frigid internal powers. As Fong Lin unleashed his momentum, waves of heat began to radiate, marking the true commencement of battle. What had transpired earlier was merely a prelude. The genuine confrontation was just beginning. This moment represented Fong Lin's inaugural battle in this world, and he was determined not to falter. The arena transformed into a realm of contrasting extremes, a juxtaposition of ice and fire. Spectators below remained oblivious to the intensity. Yet those standing in the center of the arena would undoubtedly experience the excruciating clash of frigid cold and searing heat. On the surface, neither combatant had made a move, but the contest had already commenced, beginning with a clash of wills. The first step of their confrontation was a battle of momentum. Their eyes met, and they instantly sprang into action, neither yielding in terms of spirit. However, Fong Lin had not yet attained the innate stage. The strength of their respective techniques was becoming apparent. Ling Yun continued to wield the Lingxiao 13 swords, while Fong Lin employed the cloud-leaping technique, striving to evade confrontation for the time being. In the arena, a self-proclaimed divine envoy from Japan rose to his feet, having recognized Fong Lin as the Taoist from before. The agility displayed was unmistakable. He resolved to eliminate him, lest the Amaterasu cult face annihilation. Fong Lin, indifferent to being recognized, harbored the same intention towards the Japanese envoy. Soon, it would be a contest of strength. Although Fong Lin had been evading, it was clear that such a strategy was futile. He immediately summoned the formidable Zhun Mountain Iron Palm, while the Ling Yun Taoist retaliated with his own palm strike. Instantly, a powerful gust of energy swept through the arena, causing the spectators to retreat a step. Fong Lin mused, "Is this the might of the innate? It hardly seems formidable. Today, I shall confront the innate." After their palms met, Fong Lin assessed that the initial stage of innate power was not as daunting as he had anticipated. He believed he could contend with those at the pinnacle of the initial stage. The Ling Yun Taoist, having just entered this realm, was not yet his match. A confident smile graced Fong Lin's face as he deftly dodged the Ling Yun Taoist's longsword, opting instead to engage him directly with the Zhun Mountain Iron Palm. The Ling Yun Taoist was astounded. How could this be? The lightness of Fong Lin's movements was extraordinary, rendering his attacks ineffective. Moreover, the previous palm strike was imbued with such strength that he felt himself wavering. At barely 20 years of age, reaching the innate stage was already remarkable. Yet Fong Lin's prowess was astonishingly superior. The Ling Yun Taoist grappled with frustration as Fong Lin evaded the longsword, engaging him head-on. His left hand began to tingle. The force behind Fong Lin's palm technique was overwhelming, and he struggled to withstand it. With a cold smirk, Fong Lin seized the moment, launching himself into the air, his palm aimed downward, delivering a devastating strike akin to splitting Mount Hua. The Taoist Ling Yun was taken aback, hastily raising his long sword to block. However, Fong Lin struck the sword aside with one hand and immediately followed up with a blow to Ling Yun's abdomen with the other. Blood trickled from the corner of Ling Yun's mouth as he staggered back, his face a mask of disbelief. He had always believed that even if Fong Lin possessed innate talent, the martial arts of Wudong could not compare to the ice formula of Lingxiao Palace, and that victory was assured. To his astonishment, the purity of Fong Lin's internal energy far surpassed his expectations. Embracing the principle of seizing the opportunity to defeat the ailing, Fong Lin activated the Eight Treasures stance, leaving Ling Yun feeling as though he were surrounded by enemies on all sides. Acknowledging his inferiority, Ling Yun felt a glimmer of hope with the assistance of the esteemed Lord Koizumi Aikir from the Amaterasu sect. Believing he could still achieve victory in the contest of 5 battles, he decided to swallow his pride and concede quickly, lest he risk being beaten to death by Fong Lin. Just as Ling Yun prepared to utter the words, he was struck in the abdomen with a punch. Although the flower fist was not of high rank, it was undeniably practical. Ling Yun's words were abruptly cut off, leaving only the fragment before he fell silent. As Fong Lin would not permit him to concede. Realizing Fong Lin's intent, Ling Yun swiftly raised his sword to block, exclaiming, "I acknowledge," but before he could finish, Fong Lin swung the Zhanlu sword, the scabbard striking Ling Yun's shoulder. Once again, Ling Yun's words transformed into a muffled groan. The blow rendered his earlier declaration of acknowledgement sounding like an expletive. Fong Lin, feigning anger, declared, "We are both practitioners of Taoism, venerating the deities of our faith. I have refrained from holding your invitation of outsiders against you, yet you dare to utter foul language. Such behavior is truly beneath my contempt." The crowd below erupted in a chorus of vitriol directed at the venerable Master Ling Yun. His eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Fong Lin, who promptly delivered a powerful punch to his left eye. Ling Yun let out a cry of pain, while the disciples of Lingxiao Palace stood in utter shock. They had arrived brimming with confidence, only to witness their leader being ruthlessly assaulted. How could this be possible? Fong Lin ceased his assault, adopting an expression that conveyed a sense of superiority, as if he were a sage who had not yet fully grasped the situation. The audience erupted in applause, praising Master Sanfeng for his composure, in stark contrast to the foul-mouthed adversary. Feng Lin offered a courteous smile to the onlookers, yet to the disciples of Lingxiao Palace. His grin appeared devilish. Indeed, he was a demon. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, Ling Yun seized the moment to shout, "I acknowledge Feng Lin's exceptional agility." He then attempted to flee, only to receive a brutal kick that shattered 2 of his ribs. The sound echoed ominously, reminiscent of a curse. Feng Lin, wearing a wry smile, remarked, "You still dare to utter foul language? I feel ashamed for the teachings of the Tao. And today I shall impart a proper lesson upon you." With what seemed to be a righteous justification, he intensified his onslaught. Gradually, the arena reverberated with cries of anguish, and Feng Lin feigned increasing anger, taunting, "Are you still obstinately clinging to your delusions?" With that, he unleashed a ferocious barrage. At this moment, the once proud Ling Yun was utterly transformed. His face was swollen and bruised, resembling that of a pig, his body smeared with blood, and his garments in disarray. The onlookers no longer perceived Master Sanfeng as brutal. Did they not witness the spectacle? The Master of Sanfeng wore a look of deep disappointment, wishing to impart wisdom to the inadequately learned leader of Lingxiao Palace. Yet, the so-called Ling Yun Taoist incessantly hurled insults, causing the Master of Sanfeng great distress. If given the chance, they would have eagerly stepped in to assist him in teaching Ling Yun a lesson. Typically, Ling Yun presented himself as a figure of profound enlightenment. But his crude demeanor was shocking, resorting to foul language when faced with inferiority. A bystander remarked, while another quickly noted that it was indeed the Master of Sanfeng's elevated cultivation that allowed him to maintain composure and guide Ling Yun even in such a tumultuous situation. Did they not see how his fists had turned red from exertion, a testament to his struggle? Feng Lin smiled faintly, while he truly felt fatigued. His hands sore from the effort. He found immense satisfaction in the situation. His reputation was high, and whatever actions he took were deemed justifiable by all. At that moment, Ling Yun's performance was undeniably lacking. However, in truth, while Feng Lin was indeed exhausted, Ling Yun was in far worse shape, his entire body aching, with not a single part unscathed. Having learned his lesson, Ling Yun attempted to concede, but his efforts were stymied as he lost 2 teeth, rendering his attempt at speech incomprehensible. Feng Lin, filled with indignation, declared, "Ling Yun Taoist, I respect you as a sect leader. While I can overlook your insults towards me, I cannot permit you to insult my ancestors. My uncle passed away long ago, yet that does not grant you the right to speak so disrespectfully." With that, Feng Lin intensified his assault. Ling Yun could bear it no longer. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Just before losing consciousness, he heard Feng Lin's words and, in a fit of rage, spat blood. Feng Lin quickly sidestepped, maintaining an air of grace throughout, his white robes unmarred by the chaos, preserving his image as a figure of nobility. The audience erupted in applause. Did you not see? Ling Yun Taoist wielded a long sword, while the head of Sanfeng did not even draw his blade, showcasing a far superior strength. Moreover, the character of the Sanfeng leader was notably commendable. If it were I, upon hearing such incessant insults, I would certainly deliver a sound thrashing. At this moment, the reputation of Lingxiao Palace plummeted to the depths, while that of Wudong soared dramatically, increasing by 3,000 points. Feng Lin was overwhelmed with excitement, an ineffable joy coursing through him. There was no choice but to continue performing good deeds to enhance his prestige. Now was the time to stoke the flames further. As there was no one left in Wudong to take the stage, he had to provoke them into a confrontation to ensure Wudong's triumph. Feng Lin raised the long sword of Ling Yun Taoist and declared, "People of Lingxiao Palace, do you dare to challenge Wudong once more?" Channeling his inner strength, his voice resounded powerfully throughout Danjiang County. With the sword aimed at Lingxiao, he questioned, "Do you dare to engage in battle?" Chapter 32. I represent the true martial emperor. Walking amongst mortals, no one dared to utter a word under Feng Lin's pointed sword. Ikki Koizumi's temper flared. Having been in the innate stage for 2 years, he was far more formidable than Ling Yun Taoist, who had just recently entered this realm. Feng Lin had to be dealt with. Without hesitation, he drew his katana. The blade glimmered ominously, exuding an eerie aura, as if surrounded by countless venomous snakes, instilling a palpable sense of murderous intent. This sword was undoubtedly extraordinary. Feng Lin felt a slight tremor. He had heard of the 5 great swords of the East, among which the enchanted blade Muramasa was the most enigmatic. It seemed that the Amaterasu sect wielded considerable influence in the East, capable of acquiring such a treasured weapon. Fong Lin remained resolute in his decision not to draw out the Zhanlu sword. Once the sword was unsheathed, its potency would significantly diminish. A sudden, earth-shattering strike would be the most opportune approach. This little Mizuki, in comparison to Ling Yun, exhibited a degree of strength, and with the presence of the demon blade Muramasa, he would not be easily vanquished. Fong Lin acutely sensed a surge of pressure. He lifted the sword sheath and beckoned with his fingers, saying, "Come forth." Mizuki was immediately consumed with rage. Having drawn Muramasa, he found it an affront that his opponent had yet to unsheath his sword. This was an insult not only to him, but also to Muramasa, which, as one of the 5 great swords of the Eastern Isles, represented a significant affront to the entire nation. "You look down upon my great Eastern Isles," Mizuki bellowed. Fong Lin merely touched his nose, bemused by the self-importance of these Japanese. In a past life, they referred to themselves as the Empire of Japan. Yet our celestial empire remained silent while they exhibited such arrogance. Had it not been for the Qing dynasty's downfall, how could they have triumphed? Any dynasty, including the early and mid-Qing periods, could have easily extinguished Japan. Raising the sword sheath, Fong Lin proclaimed, "I am under the protection of the Taoist deities," representing the Grand Emperor Zhenwu, traversing the mortal realm. "You, a mere minor deity of Amaterasu, dare to be insolent." Mizuki's face turned pale with fury as he swung his blade towards Fong Lin. In response, Fong Lin swiftly executed the cloud ladder technique, evading the attack with ease. Mizuki, possessing formidable strength, was not as easily ambushed as Ling Yun Taoist, forcing a direct confrontation. As Mizuki swung his sword, Fong Lin hastily raised the Zhanlu sword to parry the blow. Mizuki's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What kind of sword was this? The sheath was capable of withstanding the demon blade Muramasa. Fong Lin's heart harbored a cold sneer. What was Muramasa in comparison to Zhanlu? It is truly laughable. How could you, with your limited understanding, comprehend the profound forging techniques of our esteemed celestial empire? In his heart, Fong Lin felt a surge of pride, but suddenly, Koizumi spread his hands, and the cursed blade Muramasa transformed into 2. With a swift motion of his left hand, Fong Lin was caught off guard. And his left hand was struck, blood gushing forth, the pristine white robe tainted for the first time. "Huh, did you think Muramasa was singular? All renowned blades forged to combat the demons of this era are named Muramasa." Koizumi laughed heartily. Fong Lin was taken aback. This Koizumi was adept in the Japanese art of Notoryu. The situation grew increasingly perilous. With his left hand injured, and wielding a sword in his right, he could no longer utilize the Shanjan iron palm for surprise attacks, raising the stakes significantly. Should he draw his sword? After a moment of contemplation, Fong Lin grit his teeth, resolving to endure. Now was not the opportune moment. "The master of Sanfeng has actually sustained an injury," someone remarked. Another interjected. "The master of Sanfeng has just suffered a great defeat at Lingshao Palace. He must be exhausted. This Eastern barbarian is clearly taking advantage." Fong Lin found himself in a precarious situation. His swordsmanship, though formidable, remained unrefined, merely a grasp of the technique. Its power was not astonishing, surprise attacks were manageable. But in a direct confrontation, he could not inflict harm upon Koizumi. In the tavern, Huang Haixing stood with his sword, observing the unfolding battle. He understood that Fong Lin was likely to fall short. This Eastern adversary wielded the cursed blade Muramasa and possessed a superior strength. It was difficult for Fong Lin to cope. Why had he not yet drawn his sword? If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Huang Haixing tightened his grip on the bamboo sword, his heart tormented once more by the dilemma of whether to intervene. Yet he had sworn an oath he could not betray. What was he to do? "Yuner, what do you believe I should do to be deemed correct?" Fong Lin was already struggling, and hastily inquired of Pang Dun if there were any alternative methods. Pang Dun glanced over and replied, "Your reputation has reached 10,000. You may draw a lottery, though the outcome remains uncertain. Shall we proceed?" With a resolute determination, Fong Lin decided to participate in the lottery. At this moment, he was unable to divert his focus, so he activated the system's automatic lottery feature and quickly asked in his mind, "Pang Dun, what did we draw? Is it a secret manual?" Pang Dun's languid voice responded, "It is not." Fong Lin's heart sank. If only he had drawn a powerful manual. There might still be a glimmer of hope. At this point, even if he utilized Zhanlu, it would merely ensure his survival. Defeating Xiao Quan seemed an insurmountable challenge, especially considering that Xiao Quan wielded the demon blade Muramasa and practiced the legendary two-sword style of the East. making him several times stronger than Ling Yun. Pang Dun added. However, this item is still useful. Fong Lin, disregarding its nature, urged Pang Dun to present it. He peered into the system. Could this truly be as Pang Dun claimed? A means to preserve his life? Was Pang Dun jesting? Regardless, Fong Lin summoned the item with a flourish of his hands, and then he began to remove his garments. Yes, he was indeed disrobing. What he had drawn was a Taoist robe, and to prevent alarming others, he instructed the system to don the robe beneath his white cloak. As he shed the white cloak, Xiao Quan seized the opportunity. Although Fong Lin had dispersed the attack with his internal energy, Xiao Quan still aimed for Fong Lin's heart with both blades. At this moment, Fong Lin, even with unparalleled agility, could not evade his fate. In the tavern, Huang Haixing gripped his bamboo sword tightly, his face contorted in anguish, ultimately succumbing to despair as he sat heavily on a stool, refusing to gaze upon the arena. He could not betray his oath. He could not take action. Meanwhile, Fong Lin experienced a surge of trepidation. Could it be that he was truly on the brink of death? Having arrived in this world, he had not even completed his first minor task before facing demise. Suddenly, a clang resounded. The renowned demon blade Muramesa from the 5 great swords of the East failed to pierce through his resplendent robe. Fong Lin felt a flicker of joy, yet he still coughed up blood. Although he had thwarted the demon blade, he could not withstand the force behind it. It felt as though his heart had sustained a violent blow. However, he had preserved his life, and the expenditure of 10,000 prestige points had not been in vain. Impossible! How could Muramesa, one of the 5 great swords of the East, fail to penetrate? Xiao Quan exclaimed in disbelief. The crowd below was equally astonished. How could such a phenomenon occur? To be honest, Fong Lin was taken aback as well. This robe was truly remarkable. Striving to appear spirited, he forced a smile and declared, "I represent the true martial emperor, traversing the mortal realm. Under the protection of the emperor himself, how could I be slain by mere servants of the minor deity Amaterasu?" Chapter 33, Muramesa, Severed. Fong Hua, strong. Gratitude to Lele 21 for the generous offering, followed by a plea for collections and recommendations. Fong Lin's words were astonishing, causing an uproar among the spectators. Xiao Quan's expression was one of surprise, tinged with a hint of madness. He is the foremost of the 4 divine envoys of the Amaterasu faith. This time, he has come to the Great Yu dynasty on a monumental mission, having received from the sect leader 2 blades of Muramesa, said to be blessings from the sun goddess Amaterasu. Yet, to his astonishment, these blades, graced by divine favor, could not penetrate the Taoist robe of this priest. How could this be possible? In his mind, the voice of the stout figure echoed. This true martial robe can withstand 3 attacks from those below the mid-stage of innate power in a single day. Remember, only 3. At this moment, Koizumi was teetering on the brink of madness. A fervent devotee of the Amaterasu faith since childhood, he had always believed in the omnipotence and invincibility of the sun goddess. Now, a Taoist robe bestowed by the unheard-of true martial emperor was blocking the very blades given by the goddess. What did this signify? It was a reality too difficult for him to accept. Fong Lin, observing the flicker of malice in Koizumi Ikir's gaze, recognized the moment had arrived. He swiftly unleashed the sword control technique, and Zhanlu's sword from its sheath, in an instant severing the enigmatic Muramesa, one of the 5 most mysterious and otherworldly blades of the eastern lands. Fong Lin smiled slightly, having anticipated this outcome. Zhanlu is the foremost among the 5 legendary swords, and how could the Muramesa contend with it? Seizing the opportunity, he sheathed his sword and delivered a devastating iron palm strike, severely injuring Koizumi. As Koizumi seemed to descend into madness, undeterred by his own pain, he raised the broken Muramesa and swung it wildly. Meanwhile, the other 2 perfected warriors from the east rushed onto the stage, intent on vanquishing Fong Lin. After 2 grueling battles, Fong Lin found himself weary. Facing even one perfected warrior was challenging, and now 2 had come at once. At that moment, a shadow emerged, striking with its fists, effortlessly resisting the 2 samurai swords. Its fists seemingly unscathed, causing both adversaries to retreat several paces. It was none other than the foolish Fong Hua. How could he, possessing merely late-stage innate strength, withstand the blows of 2 fully realized samurai swords? In the tavern, Huang Haixing first expressed astonishment at Fong Lin's Taoist robe, then marveled at the rapid progress Fong Lin had made in swordsmanship within just a few days. Now, he was equally astonished by this lean figure. Could such strength genuinely belong to someone at late stage innate? In Fong Hua's eyes remained that unyielding, iron-blooded gaze, evoking fear and even reverence in those who beheld it. He muttered darkly, "Cowardly vermin, daring to strike in the shadows. The barbaric eastern savages dare to challenge the might of our dynasty. You shall perish." With a voice that resonated like the clash of metal, Feng Hua sprang into action, employing his iron fists to confront the two samurai swords. Feng Lin initially intended to assist Feng Hua, but soon realized it was unnecessary. Feng Hua was more than capable of handling the situation alone. Feng Lin began to suspect that Feng Hua might be concealing greater strength. Could he truly have regressed to merely late-stage innate? Suddenly, Feng Hua let out a low grunt, intensifying his power as he forcefully deflected the two samurai swords, seizing the moment to thrust towards their chests. With his middle finger slightly raised, he concentrated his strength, delivering a pinpoint strike that sent both attackers flying. Feng Hua withdrew his hands. Had he unleashed his full force, those two would surely have met their demise. Feng Hua bowed to Feng Lin and then stepped aside, resembling a general guarding a sovereign, his gaze sharp and piercing like that of an eagle, not to be underestimated. In the restaurant, Huang Haixing exhibited surprise once more. Just moments ago, that was the inch force? Although it appears simple, mastering it is far from easy. The inch force is renowned for its assertion that within a span of mere inches, one is invincible. It stands as one of the most formidable external martial arts. Where could Feng Lin have found such a person, a practitioner of the legendary martial art? Wasn't the inch force believed to have been lost over a decade ago? Huang Haixing smiled faintly. Perhaps the Taoist Sanfeng was indeed a person blessed by the divine, capable of transforming misfortune into fortune and encountering serendipitous events. He once again caressed the bamboo sword in his hand. Had it not been for the extraordinary Taoist robe worn by the Sanfeng sect leader today, the leader might have already fallen victim. Yet, if the Sanfeng sect leader were to meet with misfortune, would it mean that he had truly erred regarding that oath? Moreover, concerning the matters of the Amaterasu sect, Feng Lin must inquire thoroughly, as well as about that dragon seal, which pertains to the affairs of the primordial Tao. Feng Lin is determined not to treat this lightly. After all, the primordial Tao is the teacher and foster father of Zhang Sanfeng, having inherited both his memories and emotions. Feng Lin cast a glance at Feng Hua. The ability to effortlessly defeat two individuals at the consummate stage with mere postnatal late-stage prowess signifies something significant. This individual possesses extensive combat experience, and undoubtedly, the techniques he practices are remarkably powerful. That final punch just now, as described by the stout fellow, was indeed formidable. Only slightly less powerful than the first level of Tai Chi's formidable techniques. It is essential to recognize that Tai Chi is a breathtaking martial art. Undoubtedly the foremost among all combat techniques. The martial art that follows it in rank is merely one tier below Tai Chi at present. Tai Chi has yet to be revealed, which implies that those seemingly ordinary two punches embody the most formidable combat technique of the moment. At this juncture, Huang Haixing trailed behind the Wudong practitioners, his gaze fixed on Feng Hua, lost in contemplation. This individual undoubtedly poses a significant advantage to Wudong, yet simultaneously, he embodies considerable peril. His strength may not be overwhelming, but the extent of his combat prowess remains obscured. Huang Haixing harbored a persistent sense that his abilities were far from ordinary. Such an overwhelming presence could not possibly belong to someone merely in the later stages of postnatal development. Where, indeed, did Taoist Sanfeng source this individual? And what transpired during the past month? Chapter 34. Diverse sects flourish, yet the holy sect stands supreme. My aspiration is to secure a position within the top 3 of the newcomer rankings. I kindly ask for your support. Additionally, I express my gratitude for the evaluation votes and generous contributions. Feng Lin entered the Thunder God Cave, and at the deepest recesses of the cavern, he discovered the dragon seal sculpture etched upon the stone wall. The sculpture, albeit diminutive, was challenging to discern without careful observation. It resembled the size of a jade pendant, intricately carved with a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon, emanating an air of nobility and dominance. The craftsmanship of the stone wall was exquisite, yet it revealed no discernible mysteries. Feng Lin retrieved the jade pendant left by the elder Yuan, and upon comparison, he could not help but chuckle at his own naivety. Feng Lin, you are indeed quite innocent. The jade pendant left by elder Yuan is significantly larger than this carving and lacks such intricate details. How could it possibly compare? Moreover, there was delightful news. The system had been upgraded. Due to the significant defeat of Lingxiao Palace, The position of the foremost sect in Danjiang County has been firmly established for Wudong. After completing his first minor task, Fong Lin felt invigorated. The languid voice of the portly figure resounded once more. As the guide, I must caution you, you are still far from your goal. Just in Hubei alone. How many counties exist? Wudong possesses no innate talents, and among the acquired, only a handful are present. It would be unwise to become overly complacent. Fong Lin could only sigh. Indeed, Wudong still had a considerable distance to cover. In truth, when compared to others, Wudong could only be regarded as a minor sect in Danjiang County, for apart from Yudayan, all of Wudong's disciples were at the initial stages of acquired abilities. Nevertheless, no matter the circumstances, Fong Lin's victory over Lingxiao Palace had cemented his reputation as the foremost in Danjiang. He cast a glance at the 5 individuals before him and offered a slight smile. He then removed the cloth from the mouths of 3 of them and began his inquiry. Xiao Quan, what is the intention of the Tianzhou sect in Danjiang County? Fong Lin asked. At that moment, Xiao Quan remained in a daze, his mind still occupied by the grandeur of the great goddess Tianzhou, which now seemed to pale in comparison to Wudong's Zhenwu Emperor. He felt despondent and, simultaneously, found it hard to believe. As a fervent believer, he struggled to accept such a reality. Suddenly, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, and he roared, the Tianzhou sect is invincible. I fear not death. With that, he bit his tongue and took his own life. Fong Lin was taken aback. Truly, was it necessary to end one's life simply for inquiring about the intentions of the Tianzhou sect? He could only smile wryly. A believer who commits suicide for the sake of their faith is indeed a devoted follower. Yet, a religion that instructs its adherents to forsake personal interests for the sake of the faith, leading them to choose self-destruction, can never be deemed a virtuous faith. Fong Lin gazed at the remaining 2 adversaries, who were far less fanatical than the divine messengers. Although they professed their allegiance to the Amaterasu faith, they were not driven to the point of self-sacrifice for its sake. Fong Lin found himself at a loss for how to conduct the interrogation. At that moment, Fong Hua stepped forward and declared, Master, I am willing to assist you. Fong Lin glanced at him and asked, Are you skilled in interrogation? Fong Hua nodded slightly, replying, I remember, I can. While this statement may seem trivial, Fong Lin understood its implication. Fong Hua was an amnesiac, with scant memories, notably devoid of his own identity. Fong Lin stepped outside, taking in the vast expanse of the starry sky. Perhaps this truly was a parallel world from a former life. The celestial panorama felt so familiar. So beautiful. He murmured to himself, Have I truly traversed dimensions? Or is this merely another version of myself within a parallel existence? Before long, Fong Hua emerged. Fong Lin approached him with inquiries. Fong Hua knelt on one knee and said, I have, as per the master's intention, extracted all the knowledge they possessed, but they have perished. Fong Lin furrowed his brow, perplexed by their sudden demise. Fong Hua remained kneeling, his voice somber as he explained. They could not endure the pressure and chose to take their own lives. Fong Lin was taken aback, inhaling sharply. He was left wondering what Fong Hua had done. A curiosity he chose not to pursue. He simply desired to uncover all information. He helped Fong Hua to his feet and stated, I am not your master. You are merely a member of Wudong. Do you understand? Fong Hua nodded slightly and then spoke. They came to Danjiang for 2 reasons. One is to spread their doctrine, and the other is to acquire the dragon seal. What is it about the dragon seal that makes it so extraordinary? Fong Hua let out a bitter smile. Their status is not high. Perhaps the divine envoy knew more, but he took his own life too swiftly for me to intervene. All they mentioned was that the dragon seal was something the leader insisted upon obtaining. As for why they believe the dragon seal is located in Wudong, they are unaware. However, they stated that they were merely the first group, and perhaps more would come in the future. It seems the leader of the Tianzhou sect is determined to possess the dragon seal. Fong Lin pondered for a moment, reflecting on what this ancient artifact truly was that even a sect leader sought after it. He then inquired, Tianzhou sect, are there many religions in this world? Fong Hua's pupils constricted as he stepped closer to Fong Lin, sensing the formidable presence of this individual. If he were an adversary, the sect leader would undoubtedly be in peril. The sect leader had just bestowed upon him what he desired most. He was a benefactor, and Fong Hua felt compelled to safeguard him. As for Fong Hua's own aspirations, this towering figure yearned for the Tiger Brigade and an army. Having witnessed his display of prowess previously, Fong Lin arranged for the lay disciples to train with him daily, believing that he could impart some martial knowledge. After all, there was no loss in such an endeavor. and Fong Lin chose to disregard it. He patted Fong Hua on the shoulder, signaling that they were allies. Fong Lin then invited Huang Haixing into the room, feeling a surge of curiosity about the religious dynamics within the world, especially considering that Wudong was rooted in Taoism. Huang Haixing slowly began to speak. In this world, where myriad religions abound, each with its own beliefs, there exists but one sect that stands unrivaled, the Holy Church. Fong Hua replied in a solemn tone. Indeed, it is the Holy Church, Huang Haixing affirmed. Fong Lin cast another deep glance at Fong Hua. He had lost his memory, unaware of his own identity. So how could he recall the Holy Church? Could there be a connection between him and the Holy Church? Huang Haixing continued. The Holy Church is, in fact, the supreme authority among all sects, and its leader is often referred to as the Pope. This signifies that the Holy Church reigns as the monarch of all faiths. Huang Haixing paused for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before adding, the Shrine of Amaterasu should be considered a tertiary sect under the Holy Church, not particularly noteworthy. I have heard that its leader is merely at the mid-stage of the innate realm, and his 4 divine messengers are only at the early stage. Fong Lin regarded Huang Haixing with renewed respect. If the leader were merely at the mid-stage of the innate realm, it implied that Huang Haixing did not view such strength with much regard. In other words, he possessed the capability to defeat someone of that caliber. How formidable must Fong Hua have been, surpassing even Huang Haixing? Huang Haixing remarked, the terror of the Holy Church is unimaginable. At my current strength, I could at most contend with a branch leader, but the 7 hall masters and 4 guardians of the main church could easily vanquish my former self. Fong Lin failed to notice Huang Haixing's reference to his former self. He was lost in contemplation. Just how powerful was the Holy Church? Chapter 35, The Origin of the King. Huang Haixing cast a glance at Fong Lin and remarked, it is widely acknowledged that the realm of martial arts is categorized into acquired, innate, and the legendary 3 flowers at the peak. Fong Lin, feeling restless, abruptly rose from his seat. After calming himself, he sat back down, his throat parched as he inquired, is there really such a divine existence? Huang Haixing shook his head. There should no longer be any. Fong Lin exhaled deeply, contemplating his ambition to become the leader of the greatest sect in the world. If such formidable beings still existed, would he not be pitted against legendary deities? Huang Haixing continued, the sacred sect venerates these ancient powerhouses. In the Dayu dynasty, the emperor is referred to as emperor, while the leader of the sacred sect is addressed as sovereign. The extent of the sacred sect's influence is beyond imagination. He elaborated, to put it plainly, the position of the sacred sect's leader surpasses that of the Yuanhe emperor. Fong Lin, taken aback, found it astonishing that the leader held a rank above the emperor. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed it reasonable. The common folk, in their ignorance, viewed ancient powerhouses as deities, and the Pope represented all those formidable beings. With the faith of countless followers, he naturally bore a nobility exceeding that of the emperor, for he was the earthly embodiment of divinity. Huang Haixing then added, while 3 flowers at the peak remains a legend, the state of innate perfection is very much real. Achieving innate perfection allows one to ascend to the sacred sect and receive the title of king from the Pope, standing on equal footing with monarchs of various nations. Though the might of the Dayu dynasty is an exception, nevertheless, such a status remains undeniably exalted. Fong Lin offered a wry smile, pondering the formidable strength of the holy sect. If it were indeed so powerful, how arduous would it be for him to establish the foremost sect in the world? Huang Haixing remarked, let me inform you of one thing. Many sects already have their kings, yet Taoism remains without one. In ancient times, Taoism flourished, boasting the most deities. But now it has fallen into decline, Taoism, devoid of a king. With that, Huang Haixing soared away. After Huang Haixing's departure, Fong Hua scoffed. How can Taoism be without a king? The 7 hall masters of the holy sect may not rival a king, but the 4 protectors are all of kingly caliber. Among them, Huaguang Taoist claims to have inherited the legacy of one of the 12 golden immortals, wielding formidable strength. However, the regulations of the holy sect dictate that protectors, despite their might, cannot bear the title of king. Oh, the identities of the 4 protectors are scarcely known, Huang Haixing replied. Fong Hua, how do you possess such knowledge? Fong Lin inquired with curiosity. Fong Hua shook his head, evidently hindered by the fog of amnesia. Fong Lin felt a sense of helplessness, realizing that Fong Hua recalled little. Huang Haixing's understanding was also limited. Yet, could the holy sect truly be so powerful? Fong Lin opened the window, exhaling deeply, murmuring, Taoism without a king? Heh, I wonder what he is truly contemplating. The following day, Fong Lin rose early. Although many enigmas lingered, there was little he could do. What exactly was the dragon seal? Huang Haixing seemed unaware. Puzzled, Fong Lin wondered why. If it were indeed a treasured artifact, Huang Haixing had never heard of it. Nevertheless, he resolved to focus on the development of Wudong. At this moment, Fong Lin's reputation stood at just under 4,000. During the wager of 5 battles, he had expended 10,000, and although his reputation had surged, it remained just shy of 4,000. Since establishing himself as the foremost in Danjiang, the lottery now required a minimum of 10,000 reputation points. Fong Lin shook his head slightly. Realizing that he must engage in charitable deeds and seek to make a name for himself, acquiring 10,000 was no trivial task. Recently, the reputation of Wudong had soared once more, and the Red Cross's charitable foundation had also flourished. During Fong Lin's absence, Wudong had continued its philanthropic efforts. And as for the Hope Project, there were now 5 schools established by Wudong in Danjiang. Fong Lin was already contemplating expansion into the neighboring Bailong County. He needed to broaden his reach, or else his reputation points would prove insufficient. As he meandered through Wudong, he noted that Lingshao Palace had fallen into decline, failing to compare with the current splendor of Wudong. Observing the Xuanwu carvings in Xiongtai Temple, he recalled the past proclamations that Zhang Sanfeng was the true martial emperor. He mused that he, too, could claim to represent the true martial emperor upon the earthly realm, and this was not a falsehood. In fact, he was being modest. Arriving at the martial arts training ground, he found the secular disciples of Wudong diligently practicing. Clad in short sleeves emblazoned with the words passion, they were engaged in fundamental exercises. Fang Hua stood nearby, correcting their postures. Fong Lin smiled gently. Given Fang Hua's usual demeanor as a stern general, he had expected strictness. Yet at this moment, he seemed quite patient. Perhaps he had misjudged him. Upon seeing Fong Lin's arrival, Fang Hua promptly bowed, and all the secular disciples followed suit, offering their respects. The disciples were quite satisfied with Fang Hua. Today marked his first day instructing the secular disciples, and everyone perceived him as patient and amiable. Observing the vibrant energy of the group, Fong Lin recognized them as the hope of Wudong. He then produced a simplified version of the pure Yang Wuzhigong, a technique he had mastered to the first volume, having personally condensed it to a form sufficient for cultivation up to the late postnatal stage. It was not that Fong Lin was stingy. Rather, the secular disciples were not the core of Wudong, and the pure Yang Wuzhigong was indeed a premier technique, second only to the Taiji and the Jiuyang divine arts, thus not to be imparted lightly. The secular disciples gazed at the internal martial arts manual with palpable excitement. Fang Hua nodded at Fong Lin and continued the training. Fong Lin had previously inquired whether Fang Hua required any internal cultivation methods to restore his power, to which Fang Hua replied that he remembered the internal arts. Given Fang Hua's former strength, Fong Lin assumed his martial arts manual must be commendable. So he refrained from further interference, allowing him to recover at his own pace. As for Huang Haixing, his whereabouts remained a mystery, as he was rarely seen. After the 5 confrontations, Song Yuanxiao, San Quan, and the others recognized their own limitations and were diligently training, leaving Fong Lin seemingly the most unoccupied within Wudong. Fong Lin mused that Fang Hua indeed commanded considerable respect. Subsequently, Fang Hua led the secular disciples away from Wudong for specialized training. As for the specifics of their undertaking, Fong Lin did not inquire further. He deemed himself unsuitable for teaching, and since Fang Hua was performing admirably, it was best to allow him to determine their course of action. Chapter 36. The Gem Within the Gem. The Painting Within the Wall. Fong Lin gazed at the departing disciples of the secular world, feeling a sense of gratification. The future of Wudong indeed relies on the collective efforts of these individuals. He failed to notice the reluctance reflected in the eyes of the disciples, which harbored a hint of trepidation. After practicing for 2 hours, Huang Haixing arrived to greet him. Fong Lin prepared to seek his guidance. With a graceful merging of his fingers, Fong Lin's fingertips danced, and the Zhanlu sword soared into the sky, its brilliance shimmering. Ultimately, the radiant sword light coalesced into a colossal sword that shot toward the heavens. Fong Lin looked at Huang Haixing with anticipation, believing that his arduous practice had yielded commendable results. Huang Haixing remarked, "Very elegant." Fong Lin inquired, "And then?" Huang Haixing chuckled and replied, "Quite impressive." Fong Lin scratched his scalp and asked, "Is that all?" Huang Haixing's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he stated, "It is also quite lacking." Seeing Fong Lin's incredulous face, Huang Haixing added, "Do not overly focus on flamboyant appearances. The power is what truly warrants attention in swordplay. No matter how splendid the exterior, it remains mere superficiality." After hearing this, Fong Lin sat in contemplation, while Huang Haixing took his leave. Fong Lin rehearsed the sword control technique in his mind when he heard the voice of Pang Dun. The system upgrade was complete, introducing a new feature. Pang Dun's voice remained languid, provoking an urge to deliver a reprimand. What is this new feature? Fong Lin felt a surge of anticipation for the so-called new functionality. Fat Dun remarked, "One of the functions of the key has reached maturity, which I refer to as the radar function, capable of penetrating all illusions, such as your jade pendant." Fong Lin was taken aback. To see through all illusions implied that this jade pendant harbored some secrets. Fat Dun continued, "However, this function cannot discern human disguises, which is its flaw." Fong Lin hurriedly inquired, "What is wrong with this jade pendant?" Fat Dun replied, "You will discover its nature by utilizing the new function. Just recite after me." After reciting the incantation, Fong Lin felt a wave of frustration. He wondered if his friends had ever watched a certain anime from the island nation in their childhood. Cardcaptor Sakura. It seemed that Fat Dun had been influenced by the incantations from that series. The incantation devised by Fat Dun bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the key, which concealed a mysterious function. "Reveal your true power before me, for I, Fong Lin, who has formed a pact with you, command you, unseal." It sounded quite imposing, yet Fong Lin felt a swell of exasperation. Fat Dun was indeed eccentric to have crafted such an incantation. Resigned to uncovering the secrets of the jade pendant, Fong Lin recited the incantation as Fat Dun had instructed, feeling it was utterly out of place. Suddenly, a wondrous scene unfolded. The key began to emit sparkling lights. Fong Lin gently tapped the jade pendant, and it instantly radiated a golden yellow light, which twisted and curled like a serpent. Dragon seal? Serpent? Fong Lin's heart raced, realizing the error. No, it was not a serpent, but a dragon. The dragon seal was upon him. This was the dragon seal. Indeed, as the brilliance of the key intensified, the jade pendant shattered in response. Subsequently, a smaller yellow jade appeared within, a jade within jade. Upon lifting it, Fong Lin observed that the entire pendant radiated a golden hue, resembling not so much jade but rather leaning towards gold, devoid of metallic texture, yet remarkably translucent and flawless. This was an invaluable piece of immaculate jade. Fong Lin inhaled deeply, recognizing it as flawless emerald jade. The legendary Housekeeper was said to have begun with imperfections, gradually erasing its flaws through the touch and admiration of many. The worth of this flawless jade was beyond imagination. Could it be that the Yangzhou sect sought the pendant solely for its monetary value? After contemplating for a moment, Fong Lin pondered that perhaps there were clues within the Thunder God cave. He soared to the cave, and upon entering, found it as he had left it, save for the dragon seal carved into the stone wall, devoid of any other clues. Fong Lin chuckled wryly. "Old man, how could you possess such a treasure? Are you truly an ordinary person? Just how much do you conceal from your apprentice?" As he traced the stone wall, he noticed that the carvings were, astonishingly, the exact opposite of the dragon seal. Reciting the perplexing incantation once more, he gently tapped the key, and instantly, the plump figure understood the secret. This was a mechanism, and the dragon seal served as the key to unlock it. Fong Lin compared the size of the dragon seal, and indeed, it was a perfect match. As he placed the seal gently against the stone wall, a soft clicking sound echoed, and the wall gradually revealed a square opening. Fong Lin glanced within and discovered an object resembling a rolled scroll. Upon extracting it and unfurling it, he found it to be a peculiar painting, a striking depiction featuring a magnificent golden dragon with 5 claws. Beneath the dragon stood a figure, gazing upward in awe. After scrutinizing the artwork closely and finding no other extraordinary elements, he decided to take it with him. The moment he removed the dragon seal, the mechanism promptly shut down. Realizing the dragon seal's conspicuous appearance, Fong Lin concealed it against his chest. Once back indoors, he retrieved both the dragon seal and the scroll, placing them side by side. According to what the plump man had said, there were no additional mysteries concealed within the painting. It was not akin to the scenarios depicted on television, where letters would emerge upon soaking or scorching the paper. The secrets embedded within this artwork had already manifested, lying hidden in its imagery, though their meanings remained elusive. Was the sole purpose of the dragon seal merely to extract this painting? This suggested that the artwork might indeed harbor some monumental secret. Fong Lin pondered deeply about the nature of this secret. Was it merely an image of a dragon alongside a solitary figure clad in a Taoist robe? Nothing particularly remarkable at first glance. Yet, could it be that the figure in the robe was the legendary Taoist master Yuan Yuan? Memories from many years ago began to unfold in his mind, triggered by the painting. On a snowy day, an elderly Taoist accompanied a young apprentice to admire the falling snow. The little disciple, trembling with the cold, inquired, "Master, do you not fear the chill? I am freezing." The old Taoist smiled gently, his face radiating warmth and kindness as he patted the young one's head and replied, with the true dragon as protection, "How could I possibly fear mere cold?" The young Taoist curled his lips and remarked, "The master is boasting again." The old Taoist chuckled heartily, choosing to remain silent thereafter. At this moment, Fong Lin suddenly realized that the notion of a true dragon's protection was utterly implausible. He was well aware of that. Thus, there could only be one explanation for the seemingly elderly man, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, who showed no fear of the cold. He must have practiced martial arts. The portly figure appeared, murmuring, "O key to the hidden mysterious powers, please reveal your strength before me. Emerge, and let there be collections and recommendations." Ahem, and also, the book recommended by friends, whose title seems to suggest a rivalry with the priest for business. As an idealistic bandit burdened with aspirations, my ultimate goal is to vanquish all men and liberate their women, thereby freeing their purposes. Clearly, my stronghold lacks a lady of the fort. Without the might of a diamond, how dare I make such grand claims? Yet I possess the means. Summon Wukong, summon the second senior brother, summon the little foreigner. Chapter 37. The Call of Righteousness. To infiltrate in advance, and later, to engage in battle. Although it is somewhat disheartening for Taoists to enter the fray, this world is not one purely of martial arts. I have envisioned it as Eastern fantasy. Moreover, this marks a crucial turning point in the narrative, where the protagonist will encounter certain events, and the true essence of the tale will soon be unveiled. Consider this merely a prelude, but I shall strive to craft it with utmost care. Fong Lin pondered deeply. The old man had undoubtedly practiced martial arts. How had he overlooked this before? It seemed that everything was far more intricate than it appeared. A glimmer of cold resolve flashed in Fong Lin's eyes as he declared, "Even if the old man left no treasures, no one shall seize what he has bestowed upon me." As Fong Lin prepared to further examine the painting, he could not help but admire its remarkable realism. The Taoist depicted in the artwork bore an uncanny resemblance to the venerable Lao Dao, and the dragon illustrated was both formidable and majestic. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. It was Song Yuanqiao. Fong Lin opened the door, and Song Yuanqiao quickly exclaimed, "Master, we have received a summons from the righteous path. You must hasten to accept the decree." Fong Lin was now aware of the significance of the righteous path summons. Only the holy sect possessed the authority to issue such tokens and rally numerous sections. The holy sect not only stood at the pinnacle of all teachings, but also led all sections. Fong Lin proceeded to the main hall. His first encounter with the holy sect. After adjusting his attire slightly, he entered the grand chamber. There, he found a man in his 30s holding a token inscribed with the prominent character for holy. Was this not the official token of the holy sect? The man surveyed Wudong with an air of disdain. Given the current decline of Taoism, he naturally held the sect in low regard. As Fong Lin approached, the man maintained his haughty demeanor and inquired, "Are you the leader of Wudong?" Fong Lin harbored a deep disdain for such individuals, those who wielded their status to bully others, believing themselves superior. Clearly, the holy sect, which claimed to represent the divine, had not adequately instilled virtues in its adherents. It is akin to Wudong, which at this moment stands as the foremost sect of Danjiang, yet it does not underestimate the other factions within Danjiang. The disciples of Wudong treat others with respect. Fong Lin casually remarked, "Indeed, may I inquire about the intentions of the envoy from the holy sect?" The pride on the man's face swelled even further, causing Fong Lin to feel a sense of revulsion. This individual possessed merely the strength of the mid-stage acquired realm, merely a lackey. Yet he disregarded even the leader of his sect simply because he hailed from the holy sect. The man scoffed and replied, "Originally, we summoned Lingxiao Palace. But upon learning that Lingxiao Palace is no longer the premier sect of Danjiang, they have lost their qualification. You Wudong have now assumed their position. On October 15th, come to the branch of the holy sect. There is war to be fought." Upon finishing his words, he tossed his head back, chin raised, and strode away, seemingly unwilling to linger any longer in a minor sect like Wudong. Fong Lin wore a cold smile, however. He remained somewhat unclear about the specifics of the matter at hand. It appeared that something significant was afoot, for only the foremost sect of Danjiang held the qualification to participate. Danjiang is indeed a commendable county in Hubei, which implies that only a handful of sects within the martial world of Hubei are eligible to take part. Moreover, judging by the demeanor of the young servant delivering the message, Wudong was among the least esteemed of these sections. Fong Lin let out a wry smile, recognizing that he had no choice but to obey orders for now, hoping to adapt as the situation unfolded. Perhaps he could even seize the opportunity to garner some prestige. After contemplating for a while, Fong Lin resolved to bring along Song Yuanqiao, Yangzhou, Yu Dian, and Sanquan, while the lay disciples of Wudong would accompany an additional 36 individuals. Fong Lin felt a sense of resignation. Wudong continues to evolve, yet unforeseen conflicts have arisen. I must devise a strategy, for Wudong cannot afford any losses. Even minor casualties would constitute a significant detriment. Naturally, Fenghua was also involved. As preparations were underway to depart for the Holy Church's branch, Fenghua sought out Fong Lin. He made a request, desiring that Fong Lin set off ahead while they would follow subsequently. Fong Lin did not dwell on this for long. Time was indeed of the essence, and he needed to act swiftly. However, bringing the entirety of Wudong along would only hinder their progress, so it was prudent for him to take a select few ahead, allowing the lay disciples to follow at a more leisurely pace. With the core of Wudong united, no disturbances were anticipated. As for Zhang Shisong, being yet to reach the postnatal stage, he was not to be included. On October 9th, Fong Lin finally arrived at the branch of the Holy Church situated in Panlong City, which would later become the capital of Hubei Province, Wuhan. Observing Panlong City, Fong Lin noted its vibrancy, far surpassing that of Danjiang County. The Holy Church's branch was easily identifiable. It was the largest structure, dwarfing even government buildings, thus showcasing the church's formidable influence. Presenting the Holy Church as token, Fong Lin was escorted inside by the guards, who were all at the late postnatal stage. Although such a day would be more formal, it also illustrated the church's power. This was merely a branch, and one could scarcely fathom the strength of the main headquarters. Upon reaching the quarters designated for himself and the others from Wudong, Fong Lin discovered that many of the rooms were already occupied by disciples from various sections. A wave of frustration washed over him as he realized they had been placed to reside alongside members of other factions. This exemplifies the disparity in strength. Should Wudong exhibit formidable power, it would naturally attract greater privileges. However, Fong Lin has encountered 3 individuals who share a similar status to his own, judging by their attire. They are also sect leaders. Upon inquiry, he learned they hail from Qishan sect, Longhu Gang, and Folei Hall. Just as Fong Lin settled in, the leaders of these 3 sects came to pay their respects. Qingshan sect, a lineage of swordsmanship, is led by Li Yan, whose strength is at the initial stage of the innate realm. The leader of Longhu Gang, Xiaoshan, possesses a similar level of power. Folei Hall is presided over by Feng Xing, also at the initial stage of the innate realm. It is no wonder that they are often underestimated. All are at the same initial level of innate combat prowess, making them seemingly insignificant to the grand ambitions of the holy sect. Fong Lin gradually grew acquainted with them. Li Yan was reticent, while Qiao Shan and Feng Xing were quite the opposite, talkative and boisterous, frequently lamenting the inadequate treatment they received from the holy sect. They had arrived prior to Fong Lin, allowing him to glean insights into the most formidable sects participating in this event. The first is the Jiugong sect, which, while also Taoist, stands apart from Wudong as one of the holy sites of Taoism. Its leader, the Jiujing Taoist, is at the pinnacle of the mid-innate stage. One must not underestimate the difference in levels. A mid-innate practitioner could easily overpower 4 at the initial stage. The second is the Nanshan sect, a sword faction led by Mo Yuanshan, whose strength mirrors that of the Jiujing Taoist. Lastly, there is the branch of the Beggars sect in Hubei, renowned as the largest gang under heaven, referring to its vast numbers. The branch leader, Li Gongming, is also a formidable practitioner at the mid-innate stage. These represent the 3 most powerful sects involved. There are several sects that surpass Wudong in rank, with Wudong being regarded as the most elementary among them. Their presence here seems merely to inflate numbers. While Fong Lin felt a twinge of discontent regarding this, he chose not to dwell on it. After all, if it was merely a matter of numbers, he could afford to remain uninvolved, exerting minimal effort as long as the safety of his fellow Wudong disciples was secured. However, The immutable truth that plans are always subject to change soon became apparent to him. In Chapter 38, titled Eradication of the Bandits, the True Tiger Soldiers, Fong Lin began to grasp the rationale behind the gathering of the sections. A band of marauders had emerged in Hubei province. Indeed, an army composed entirely of bandits, uniting the strength of nearly all the brigands in the region. They called themselves the Songlong Army and had encroached upon the interests of the sacred teachings. Moreover, they were non-believers, deemed as outsiders and heretics, prompting the sacred teachings to take action against them. The sacred teachings boasted their own military force, comprised of 7 divisions, each overseen by a respective hall master. In Hubei, the Bright Hall held authority, and thus, the military was aptly named the Bright Army, a designation that elicited prolonged amusement from Fong Lin. To his disbelief, he and his companions found themselves relegated to the role of logistical support for the Bright Army. After 5 days, the assembly of personnel was nearly complete, and they were poised to embark. Those sects that failed to arrive would face penalties, a clear indication of military protocol in play. Fong Lin felt a lack of confidence, as he had received the news belatedly and was uncertain of Fong Hua's intentions. The arrival of the 32 disciples from Wudong remained in doubt. Furthermore, the adherence to military protocol meant that no prior notifications had been issued. However, observing the other sect leaders, they all appeared to be fully aware of the situation, suggesting that such occurrences were not uncommon in the past. They often leveraged the strengths of various factions to serve the holy sect, which indeed exhibited a rather insidious nature. Fong Lin could only silently pray for Fong Hua to expedite his efforts. 5 days later, the sect leaders stood atop the city walls, gazing down at the assembled troops. The government had dispatched 2,000 soldiers, which was the utmost limit, led by a junior officer who was nonetheless required to heed Du Lei's commands. Fong Lin found himself on the ramparts, enveloped in a sense of frustration. His status within Wudong was lamentably low, relegated to a position at the farthest corner. Yet, this was not the moment for grievances. What mattered now was that the time was drawing near for the roll call. The Wudong disciples could not afford any delays, lest they face repercussions. As Fong Lin silently prayed, the troops below gradually congregated. The disciples of the Nanshan sect numbered around 500, predominantly in the early stages of postnatal development, with a few at mid and late stages, led by an individual in the early stages of innate mastery. The disciples of the Jiugong sect, all clad in Taoist garb, matched the Nanshan sect in both quantity and strength. The Beggars sect, however, had a more substantial presence, boasting 1,000 members, though most were in the early stages of postnatal development, with fewer exhibiting greater prowess. The troops of the subsect, known as the Bright Army, donned black armor, which puzzled Fong Lin. Despite being named the Bright Army, their attire was decidedly dark, though their banners were adorned with golden yellow fringes. In contrast, the Holy Sect soldiers were clad entirely in black armor, earning them the ominous moniker of the Black Armored Killers. The number of individuals present was modest, perhaps 400 to 500, yet they exuded an undeniable sense of strength. It was no wonder that the captain, who wielded command over 2,000 troops, found himself without authority. The Bright Army radiated an aura of iron-blooded ferocity, their military demeanor austere, orderly, and disciplined. Although their strength was comparable to that of the larger factions, it was evident to even the most naive observer that their combat prowess was formidable. Fong Lin felt a pang of envy, pondering when Wudong would attain such formidable capabilities. The other sects were scattered, with only 70 to 80 members, and the more populous boasted merely 100 or 200. Even if all of Wudong's members were present, they would number only 36, the smallest contingent by far. As for their strength, Fong Lin could only manage a wry smile. They were likely the weakest, as, despite all having reached the early stages of postnatal cultivation, none had experienced actual combat, rendering their fighting capability marginally superior to that of ordinary soldiers. The total number appeared to be around 5,000 to 6,000. Yet their combat ability was a different matter, for they were all martial practitioners and should not be underestimated. As most had gathered, Du Lei took the initiative to descend. With a solemn voice, he inquired, "Is everyone present?" His voice reverberated, reaching the entire military district, and Fong Lin's heart raced at the realization of the formidable strength displayed. "Report to the captain. After counting, we are still short 37 from Wudong." One individual stepped forward to report. "Wudong?" Du Lei furrowed his brow slightly, unfamiliar with this sect. 36 individuals, is it?" he stated solemnly. This is a military march. According to protocol, we have but a quarter of an hour remaining. I shall not impose undue difficulties. But if Wudong's leader does not arrive within this time frame, they shall face military law. Fong Lin was taken aback, alarmed at the implication of facing military law. Observing the puzzled expressions of Qiao Shan and others beside him, it was evident that they were perplexed as to why Fong Lin's disciples had not yet arrived. Fong Lin himself was equally bewildered. Under normal circumstances, they should have reached their destination within 5 days. At that moment, everyone at the forefront of the army felt an ominous chill. Gradually, the previously solemn military formation began to exhibit signs of disarray. Du Lei furrowed his brow and spoke in a low, commanding tone. Discipline must be maintained. Silence is required. Any further disturbances will be dealt with according to military law. It was apparent that he had trained in some form of sound-based martial arts, as his voice reverberated throughout the military district, silencing all. However, slowly, the ranks within the army parted, unwittingly creating a passageway. As the sound of footsteps echoed, though not loud, it indicated a small number of individuals moving in unison, their strides resolute. Each step instilled a sense of an overwhelming force approaching, evoking a spirit of iron and blood. A figure gradually emerged, and Fong Lin squinted, recognizing a familiar silhouette. It was Feng Hua. A breath of relief escaped him. It was indeed Feng Hua, fortunate to have arrived. Under Feng Hua's leadership, the 36 secular disciples began to appear in succession. Originally, Fong Lin had equipped each of them with their preferred weapons, yet now, each disciple wielded a long sword. All identical. Meanwhile, Feng Hua brandished a Fong Tianhua halberd. Fong Lin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Could this truly be his secular disciples? Though clad in short-sleeved garments that exude youthful fervor, the originally white shirts have succumbed to wear, with some resembling the tattered attire of beggars. Their hues transformed into a murky brown, as if stained by indelible red pigment. Yet, what is this overwhelming sin of blood? Among the 36 disciples of Wudong, each bears a palpable aura of sanguinity, their gazes devoid of malice, yet instilling an unsettling chill in all who behold them. Even in their mere presence, they exude the essence of divine warriors, standing tall and resolute, akin to unsheathed swords, unmoving yet chillingly formidable. It is no wonder that everyone instinctively parts ways. Under such palpable pressure, individuals inevitably yield without conscious thought. Du Lei's eyes brightened, and he let out a hearty laugh, inquiring, "Whose army is this?" However, Feng Hua paid him no heed, his focus solely on Fong Lin. Kneeling on one knee, Feng Hua addressed Fong Lin with reverence. Feng Hua pays his respects to the sect leader. The disciples of Wudong, after 5 days of arduous travel, have eradicated 4 bandit strongholds and vanquished 700 robbers. Thus, we arrive late, and I implore the sect leader to impose punishment. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon Fong Lin. Indeed, Feng Hua was dragging a cart filled with severed heads, a bounty that could be claimed at the local authorities. Affirming that Feng Hua spoke no falsehood. 5 days of travel seemed undeniably taxing, yet the toll of 700 lives taken is astonishing. 37 individuals, slaying 700 foes. At this moment, Fong Lin stood astounded, oblivious to the fact that as Feng Hua knelt, his reputation began to soar dramatically. For this was the true essence of awe-inspiring valor. Chapter 39. Creating Chaos. Gratitude is extended to Ing Feng Huan Kong for the generous donation of 100 Qidian coins. At this moment, Fong Lin found himself at a loss for words. He had unexpectedly led the disciples of Wudong to eradicate bandits. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Otherwise, he would have felt a profound sense of sorrow. Observing the 36 lay disciples, he noted a resemblance to Feng Hua. Standing there, even the luminary army seemed diminished in comparison. Fong Lin was struck by a peculiar thought. To vanquish these 36 individuals, the 500 luminary soldiers would surely pay a grievous price. With a self-deprecating smile, he mused, Fong Lin. How naive you were to believe that with 3,000 elite soldiers, Feng Hua could conquer the world for you." It was at that moment that Du Lei took notice of Fong Lin, feeling a slight surprise. Despite his youthful appearance, he had already become the leader of a sect. Observing Wudong, it seemed he had a bright future ahead. Perhaps it would be wise to nurture this potential more carefully. Fong Lin waved subtly, signaling the others to approach his position. Feng Hua let out a low grunt, and the disciples behind him followed suit. Fong Lin's gaze fell upon Li Yun, son of the esteemed Lord of Danjiang. He no longer resembled the dashing young gentleman of yore, but rather embodied the essence of a steely commander. Puzzled, Fong Lin thought, could it be that Feng Hua was once truly a general? As the march commenced, this young leader of Wudong found himself summoned to the front by Du Lei. The latter, mounted upon his tall steed, regarded Fong Lin with curiosity, causing every hair on Fong Lin's body to stand on end. In a grave tone, Du Lei inquired, "Are you Zhang Sanfeng, the leader of Wudong?" Fong Lin felt a sense of helplessness. The question had already been posed by Du Lei, and now it was reiterated. Was this not a redundancy? He nodded slightly and replied, "The leader has summoned this humble priest. May I inquire as to your purpose?" Du Lei smiled faintly and said, "Wudong, do you wish to become a member of the sacred sect and propagate the glory of the deities?" Fong Lin, harboring a cold sneer within, realized that joining the sacred sect at this juncture would indeed be advantageous for his preaching endeavors. It was only through this affiliation that he could enhance his prestige and partake in more lottery draws. Adopting an expression of ecstatic delight, he replied affirmatively. Little did he know, Du Lei was genuinely astonished. At 17, in the early stages of innate mastery, could he be witnessing a remarkable talent? The first hero of the starry sky, Lin Wu, had not achieved such prowess at that age, had he? Could it be that he had stumbled upon a treasure this time? A surge of joy welled up in Du Lei's heart. The sacred sect, a place that fervently sought talent, would not be stingy. He promptly bestowed upon Fong Lin a servant's token. The position of a servant was only subordinate to that of the branch leader, signifying considerable esteem and substantial authority. Fong Lin secretly reveled in this. While simultaneously feeling a sense of disdain, it was clear they were attracted to his prowess as a Wudong disciple and his boundless potential. As he accompanied Du Lei, who feigned concern for his junior with warm inquiries, Fong Lin felt increasingly repulsed. Did they truly perceive him as a foolish and naive 17-year-old? After all, he had navigated the path for 2 years and witnessed myriad circumstances. Thus, he too adopted a demeanor of profound gratitude, regarding Du Lei with a sense of reverence, all the while feeling his own hypocrisy intensifying. "Sanfeng, I believe your Wudong disciple possesses a commanding presence. Relegating him to logistics seems a disservice. Why not place him at the forefront?" Du Lei suggested. Fong Lin wore a look of perplexity on his face and remarked, "Captain, with the addition of my Wudong disciples, we number merely 38. Surely, that is insufficient to take the lead?" Du Lei's expression sharpened as he replied, "Not at all. I perceive the Wudong disciples to exhibit a soldier's mettle, a quality I have only witnessed within the ranks of our main force. Given our 5 days of travel and the extermination of 700 bandits, how could such prowess not suffice for a mere vanguard?" Fong Lin inwardly cursed, "You old fool. Mere vanguard? You merely view the strength of Wudong as a means to minimize the losses of your bright army." Resolutely, he decided to refuse. He continued with feigned hesitation. "However, I fear that delaying our advance would prove detrimental." Du Lei, sensing Fong Lin's evasiveness, grew somewhat displeased, yet refrained from pressing the issue further. The atmosphere grew noticeably terse, revealing his irritation at Fong Lin's lack of awareness regarding the situation. Nevertheless, Fong Lin remained elated. Ever since Feng Hua's appearance, he had garnered significant attention among the throngs of 7,000 to 8,000, which had subsequently elevated Wudong's prestige. Now, in the company of the captain, his own renown was steadily on the rise, soon to reach 18,000. As for the lottery, it traditionally occurred on the 19th of each month. Yet due to system upgrades that consumed 3 days, it was postponed to the 22nd. This date was rather inauspicious. Today marked the 20th. Meaning merely 2 days remained until the October lottery. Should his prestige ascend to 25,000 by then, he would partake in a standard lottery draw, followed by a chance at a secret manual lottery. Fong Lin remained immersed in his splendid scheme, seemingly envisioning a realm of beauty. He felt content with the notion of the Wudong disciples continuing in their logistical roles. What did it matter if he offended the captain? He could not possibly allow the Wudong disciples to take the brunt of the battle, risking their lives in the process. Meanwhile, the other secular disciples surprisingly knelt behind Feng Hua, expressing their unanimous intention. In unison, they proclaimed, "We are willing to be the vanguard, to establish a glorious reputation for Wudong." Fong Lin's expression darkened further. Did this imply that he was the one causing chaos? Should he have not deterred Du Lei's intent, but rather encouraged them to form the vanguard? He could not fathom what Feng Hua had accomplished in just a few days, as these secular disciples had all transformed to emulate him, adopting a militant demeanor and an overtly aggressive one at that. Fong Lin exclaimed in anger, "I act for your safety. Do you not understand? You all have parents. Yet, Feng Hua remained unmoved, still kneeling, as did the other secular disciples. Li Yun, always the leader among the secular disciples, spoke up. A true man aspires to far-off places. Even in death, it must be with purpose. We are all men. Chapter 40. The Scout. However, Feng Lin now comprehended why. During his previous observations of the secular disciples' training, they had cast knowing glances in his direction. He had mistakenly believed Feng Hua to be a patient instructor. It appeared he was, in fact, a ruthless and fervent drill sergeant. Upon entering Du Lei's military tent, he was astonished to find the likes of Juji Dao Rin and others present. A bitter smile crossed Feng Lin's mind. He felt inadequate to partake in their discussions, realizing that this meeting would undoubtedly pose significant challenges for him. Indeed, they initially deliberated on the forthcoming battle, but Feng Lin comprehended little of the discussion. Nor did he care. His sole concern was the preservation of the lives of all at Wudong. Subsequently, Du Lei shifted the focus of the conversation to the matter at hand. They were about to enter the territory of the Songlong stronghold, thus necessitating a few scouts to ascertain the situation. Feng Lin felt increasingly restless, for scouts were akin to a death squad combined with reconnaissance vanguards, a rather unfortunate predicament. Du Lei turned to Feng Lin, a slight smile gracing his lips, and remarked, "I believe the disciples of Wudong under Steward Sanfeng would be quite suitable. What do you all think?" Feng Lin's expression darkened. This Du Lei had previously sought to appoint him as a vanguard, which he had declined. And now he was being thrust into the role of a scout. Did he yearn so desperately to utilize the strength of Wudong? Feng Lin inwardly cursed his ancestors once more. However, the direst part was that the likes of Juji Taoist and others expressed their agreement, leaving him with no avenue for refusal. Yet the secular disciples of Wudong had only just begun their training in internal energy, with some not even reaching the initial stages of their development. Leading them into danger would be tantamount to courting death. Du Lei chuckled lightly, assuring, "Rest easy, Steward Sanfeng. You will not be going. Your subordinate, Feng Hua, will lead the team." Feng Lin rose, slightly cupping his hands in respect, and stated, "There is no need for so many. Feng Hua and I alone will suffice. If the captain has no further orders, I shall take my leave." With that, Feng Lin swept away his sleeves and departed. Du Rei first recognized his own potential and appointed himself a steward. Yet he failed to allocate the powers of the holy sect to himself. Originally, the steward of a branch could command 80 legions of the light army. But he found himself with none, merely a hollow title. At this moment, he intended to utilize my Wudong as the vanguard. How naive. Does he not perceive that the other sects possess greater strength? This is merely a laborious task, a means to quell dissatisfaction among the various sects and avert conflicts of interest. Consequently, Feng Lin set out with Feng Hua. Though it was said that they had half a day's journey to reach the Songlong stronghold, with a bit of agility, they could arrive in less than an hour. Observing Feng Hua skillfully navigating through the forest, it became increasingly evident to Feng Lin that Feng Hua had likely led troops before. The Songlong stronghold was indeed substantial, albeit rather rudimentary. For reasons unknown, certain bandits from Hubei had congregated, forming the Songlong army and hastily erecting the stronghold. The motives behind the Holy Sect's campaign against them remained obscure. As Feng Lin surveyed the bandits guarding the entrance, he resolved to circumvent them. The voice of Pang Dun echoed in his mind. Pang Dun had the ability to sense auras, serving as a kind of radar. Feng Lin gestured to Feng Hua, indicating the 8 o'clock direction, and whispered, "There are fewer people over there. We shall enter from that side." As their two parties pivoted and moved swiftly, he instructed, "Utilize your lightness skill to its fullest." Feng Hua cast a glance at Feng Lin, puzzled by his insight, yet he complied with the command. With a swift motion of his hand, Feng Lin's figure flickered, and a shadow darted past with remarkable speed. To his surprise, the shadow behind was equally swift, entering the Tianlang stronghold alongside him. Feng Lin was momentarily taken aback. Was Feng Hua's lightness of foot truly so exceptional? This Feng Hua was becoming increasingly enigmatic, concealing secrets yet to be unveiled. As they assessed their surroundings, Feng Lin was uncertain about how the scouts would gather intelligence, yet Feng Hua seemed to possess the knowledge. Together, they soared through the air, their agility rendering them nearly undetectable to the patrolling bandits. Fortuitously, the night sky was devoid of moon and stars, enveloping everything in darkness. Even the brightly lit stronghold provided a measure of concealment. Feng Hua deftly maneuvered until they arrived at a tent of moderate size. Feng Lin whispered, "Why not approach the largest tent? Surely, that is where the bandit leaders convene. We could eavesdrop there. Feng Hua replied quietly. Think back, sect leader, to the location where Dulé summoned you for discussions. Realization dawned on Feng Lin as he recalled his puzzlement over the inconspicuous tent. It was a ruse to mislead. The largest tent was likely a decoy. The strategies of this world seemed quite distinct from the ancient military maneuvers Feng Lin was familiar with from his past life. Feng Lin inquired once more, how did you deduce that this was the right tent? Feng Hua, typically reticent, merely gestured towards the patrolling bandits. Indeed, although the area was well concealed, the number of guards had noticeably increased. They seemed to patrol their respective posts. Yet the surrounding sentinels would occasionally choose this very spot for their exchanges. Feng Lin offered a wry smile. Feng Hua could recognize him at a glance, which spoke volumes. Feng Lin was acutely aware of the implications. The two crept forward stealthily, and Feng Lin's senses, enhanced by his pure yang physique, were already superior to those of ordinary individuals. To his surprise, Feng Hua exhibited similar abilities. The sounds emanating from within the tent were not particularly subdued, as bandits were not accustomed to whispering. Had the chieftain still not arrived? What did this signify in terms of military strategy? The chieftain himself was oblivious to such matters. As long as I am present, I will issue the commands. The reason for summoning you is that the chieftain has been in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. A derisive laugh echoed forth. The chieftain organized us and established the Songlong. Yet he remains absorbed in his own meditations. He once subdued us with his strength. Does he now fear a rebellion? Must he continually enhance his power? A strategist murmured. This is the intention of that esteemed individual. You all know how concerned they are about the chieftain's strength. Subsequently, the voices inside fell silent. The strategist cleared his throat a few times and began to issue several commands. The words were unintelligible to him, and it was evident that the former chieftains found them equally perplexing. However, in most mountain strongholds, there exist some cunning strategists who would take notes and occasionally inquire of the chief strategist. Feng Lin noticed a subtle shift in Feng Hua's expression. His gaze remained sharp, yet the corners of his mouth curled slightly upwards, betraying a hint of disdain. Feng Lin felt a jolt of alarm. Disdain indeed? This implies that Feng Hua believes the strategist to be rather unimpressive. Yet, the ability to unite the bandits and command their obedience suggests that this strategist possesses considerable talent. Thus, it can be inferred that Feng Hua is indeed superior to him, particularly in matters of military strategy and warfare. Feng Lin diligently recorded their conversation, thankful for his remarkable memory. However, he remained curious about the identity of the individual in question. Upon the mere mention of his name, the previously vocal chieftains fell silent. Moreover, the chief chieftain was in seclusion, yet a battle was set to commence the following day. Was he unconcerned, or did he simply not care? Before long, the meeting concluded, and as Feng Lin pondered whom to follow, Feng Hua tugged at him, leading him towards a tall, slender figure. Chapter 41. The Pinnacle of Mid-Level Innate. A new week begins, striving for the top of the newcomer rankings, boldly aiming for first place. I wish to witness the prowess of my fellow cultivators. Feng Lin was uncertain how Feng Hua recognized this crucial figure, yet he followed along. This individual was likely the chief strategist, who proceeded into a dense thicket. A voice emerged from the rotund figure. Be cautious. The person he is meeting possesses the strength of a mid-level innate peak. Since the system upgrade, Feng Lin's authority allowed him to perceive strengths beneath the mid-level innate peak. Naturally, he could also conceal his own power and aura beneath the watchful eyes of mid-level innate beings. Concern began to creep into Feng Lin's mind, while he could remain hidden. What of Feng Hua? Perhaps in the past he would have been unafraid, but now he was merely at the late stage of acquired strength. The stout figure remarked, You need not worry about him. Although his strength has waned, his realm remains intact, and that individual is oblivious to his presence. The two stealthily advanced, eventually concealing themselves nearby. The strategist spoke. My lord, number 10 is currently in seclusion, striving to reach the pinnacle of the mid-stage of innate mastery. A gentle voice replied, Excellent. Continue to monitor him and ensure he remains focused on his cultivation. Furthermore, we must not falter in tomorrow's battle. We must secure Dulé's head. Only then will our people have the opportunity to ascend and claim the title of helmsman of Hubei. The strategist acknowledged and promptly vanished from sight. Feng Lin was engulfed in confusion. Number 10? Why do they refer to the chief envoy as number 10? Moreover, they intended to assassinate Dulé and subsequently infiltrate the Holy Church branch. indicating they had an insider and were confident they could successfully succeed Du Lei's position upon his demise. Therefore, that individual's rank must be at least that of a steward, if not a vice-helmsman. Furthermore, why does this mysterious person place such importance on the chief envoy's cultivation? The chief strategist glanced around before proceeding into the dense forest, arriving at a cave. At the cave's entrance stood 2 guards, both at the peak of the acquired stage, who bowed to the strategist as he entered. Fong Lin and Fong Hua exchanged a glance. At that moment, Fong Lin pondered whether he should venture inside. It was evident that this was the chief envoy's secluded domain. If he were to intrude during the envoy's meditation, he might easily defeat him, achieving a significant accomplishment and garnering immense prestige. While Fong Lin was still deliberating, the strategist soon emerged from the cave. Addressing the 2 guards, he stated, "Tomorrow, the battle shall commence, and the chieftain will not attend. You are to continue your vigilance over the chieftain. Failure is not an option. Do you understand?" The 2 responded affirmatively, and the strategist then departed slowly. A glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Fong Lin's eyes as he contemplated the merit of eliminating this strategist, deeming it a significant accomplishment. Fong Hua discerned Fong Lin's intent and cautioned softly, "He is already aware of the plan. Victory is assured for tomorrow. Should you take his life, the strategy may falter, introducing uncertainties into the battle ahead." Fong Lin recognized the soundness of this reasoning, realizing his own ignorance in military affairs. Yet, he was torn over whether to infiltrate the cave. Once the battle began, no one would be privy to the demise of their chieftain, and he would not need to fear discovery. The paramount concern was that if the chieftain remained awake and had not entered seclusion for cultivation, then with their combined strength, he and Fong Hua would surely meet their demise. As Fong Lin wrestled with his dilemma, Fong Hua gestured, signaling him to proceed with the attack. A spark of insight illuminated Fong Lin's mind. Fong Hua's boldness indicated he had his own rationale. The 2 exchanged a glance and swiftly maneuvered beside the guards. Fong Lin unsheathed his sword, Zhanlu. The guard barely caught sight of the glint before meeting his end. Fong Hua, on the other hand, took a more direct approach, delivering a decisive blow with his iron fists. Fortunately, both were adept in lightness of foot and stealth, for without such skills, success would have been far from assured. Any sound could spell disaster, and thus, their successful ambush was the best possible outcome. In a flash, Fong Lin and Fong Hua slipped into the cave. Deep within the cave, there resided a robust man, his face adorned with stubble, eyes tightly shut, emanating waves of intense heat, a clear indication that he was cultivating a potent martial art of the Yang lineage. He was still in seclusion. A surge of excitement coursed through Fong Lin's heart. If he could successfully launch a surprise attack now, this endeavor would not be in vain. Fong Lin cast a glance at Fong Hua, who stood vigilant and alert. With a swift motion, Fong Lin drew his sword, Zhanlu, and lunged it directly towards the man's heart. In an unexpected turn, the man abruptly opened his eyes. Even though he was in the mid-stage of innate mastery, there was no time to evade. As he shifted his form, Zhanlu veered off course, yet the man still sustained an injury. Fong Lin inwardly lamented his miscalculation. He had not anticipated the acute perception of someone at the mid-stage of innate mastery. Even a subtly executed strike was detected. The man immediately retaliated with a fierce barrage of punches aimed at Fong Lin. Fong Hua, quick to react, also launched a pair of iron fists towards the formidable man. A resounding clash echoed through the air, causing Fong Hua to stagger back several paces, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Fong Hua's strength was comparable to that of a novice in innate mastery, employing a top-tier boxing technique, yet he was unable to withstand a single punch. Fortunately, they were deep within the dense forest, and that Song Lang's stronghold was preoccupied with preparations for the impending battle. Thus, the commotion would not attract attention. Otherwise, with more people gathering, escape might become impossible. Fong Hua advanced once more, his iron fists poised for another strike. With explosive force, he unleashed a powerful attack. Despite his injuries, the man remained undaunted, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he retaliated with his own fists. Meanwhile, Fong Lin swiftly activated his swordsmanship. Zhanlu soared through the air, aimed at the man. After fending off Fong Hua's assault, the man promptly shifted his offensive, generating a formidable burst of energy with a single punch that aimed to strike down Zhanlu. Fong Lin hurriedly dodged to intercept the sword, raising it high. The man dared not meet Zhanlu head-on with his fists, for its blade was exceedingly sharp. However, he can unleash formidable power. as Fong Lin received a single punch. His spirit was momentarily shaken, and it felt as though his internal organs had been assaulted. The intensity in Fong Hua's eyes deepened as he advanced, resolutely employing his relentless force, still relying on the inch power technique. Fong Hua's punches were thunderous, yet the burly man was a master of martial arts, effortlessly countering Fong Hua's strikes with his immense strength and retaliating with a powerful punch aimed at Fong Hua. Fortunately, Fong Hua's realm remained intact, and his perceptive abilities were exceptionally keen, allowing him to barely block the blow. However, due to the disparity in their strengths, with each punch exchanged, Fong Hua's injuries intensified. Fong Lin, with keen eyes, noticed the wound inflicted by the Zhanlu dagger for every punch Fong Hua exchanged with the burly man. More blood would seep from the man's injury. Fong Lin once again employed the sword control technique. Unlike Fong Hua's iron fists, even if he utilized the mountain-shaking iron palm, he would likely fracture his hands after just one exchange. The only power Fong Lin could rely upon was the sharpness of the Zhanlu. Fortunately, the true martial robe could withstand 3 full-force strikes from an early innate master, allowing him to deflect much of the burly man's assault. However, after just one exchange, Fong Lin could only endure 2 more strikes. Otherwise, he would bear the full brunt of the man's onslaught upon his body, possibly facing death from a single punch. He certainly did not possess the ironclad physique of Fong Hua. A fierce determination glimmered in Fong Lin's eyes. He was inherently harsh on himself. He ceased using the sword control technique and directly channeled the force of the mountain-shaking iron palm into the Zhanlu, leaping down to strike. Fong Hua recognized this opportunity and aimed to create a chance for Fong Lin. Fong Hua stepped forward, letting out a muffled grunt as he launched another punch, adhering once more to the routine of inch power. Yet, there was a palpable difference this time, a disparity in might that exuded an overwhelming force, formidable enough to instill fear even in a burly man at the mid-stage of innate mastery. Fong Hua bellowed, 7 injuries. The wind from his punch surged forth, colliding thunderously with the giant's fist. Fong Lin immediately brought down his own strike, the power of which was immense. Gritting his teeth, he utilized the sharpness of Zhanlu to cleave through the force of the punch. The giant's fist met Zhanlu with a resounding crash. Fong Hua was sent reeling backward, while Fong Lin's Zhanlu soared. Yet, Fong Lin's tiger mouth was injured from the impact, and the giant's fist was drastically diminished, losing half its strength to Zhanlu. In Chapter 42, the principle of inflicting 1,000 injuries upon the enemy while sustaining 700 of one's own is illustrated. Gratitude is extended to Cat King for the generous donation of 10,000 starting point coins, and to Brother Henquang for the 100 coins. An additional chapter will be released tonight, approximately around the starting point. Thank you all for your support. Currently, the book is facing malicious sabotage, with an attempt to undermine its ranking, yet I believe that even in its nakedness, it can still claim the title of Best Newcomer. Fong Lin gasped for breath, clutching his chest. The true martial robe proved effective, albeit only capable of withstanding the force of an early innate practitioner. As the portly figure had stated, with his growing strength, his defenses would also improve. However, for now, his protective capabilities were limited, although the giant had sustained injuries from Fong Lin's successful ambush. This punch had nonetheless inflicted internal damage on Fong Lin, with his organs writhing in pain, a sensation he had not experienced since his transmigration. He gritted his teeth and picked up Zhanlu from the ground. At this moment, Fong Hua lay on the ground, gravely wounded and unable to rise. As for the reasons behind it, Fong Lin himself remained uncertain. The burly man also seemed to be suffering. After receiving a punch from Fong Hua, Fong Lin had severed half of his fist. The man staggered to his feet and took a few unsteady steps, emitting a furious roar. His right hand, rendered nearly useless from the madman's blow, referring to Fong Hua, who fought with reckless abandon, was in tatters. Moreover, Fong Lin had also sliced off 2 fingers from his left hand, leaving him with the remnants of a fist that was now effectively incapacitated. Blood continued to flow from the vicinity of his heart, and the man felt a growing dizziness, likely a consequence of excessive blood loss. Fong Lin, wielding the Zhanlu sword, approached with a faltering gait. His fingers twitched as he experienced violent spasms, struggling to execute the sword technique. The Zhanlu flew erratically, barely managing to strike at the burly man. In response, the man swung his bloodied left hand, feebly unleashing a punch, which deflected the Zhanlu. Fong Lin summoned his remaining strength and attempted the sword technique once more, only for the burly man to once again counter it. With a bitter smile, Fong Lin recognized that the situation had devolved into a battle of endurance, a relentless impasse. At that moment, Fong Hua collapsed to the ground, spitting blood, and suddenly let out a wild howl. Why? Why must you kill me? I have done so much. Yet why am I still to be slain? Master, why? Immediately thereafter, Fong Hua, akin to a ferocious beast, lunged at the burly man, tackling him to the ground. Fong Lin stood in astonishment as he witnessed Fong Hua raise his somewhat fractured right arm and deliver a powerful punch to the man's abdomen. Still infused with the essence of strength, the burly man, desperate, summoned all his might in an attempt to kick him away. Yet Fong Hua, akin to a madman, clung to him without relent, bellowing and throwing punches. With each strike, the injuries of the burly man intensified, and Fong Hua himself coughed up blood amidst the onslaught. Fong Lin, in a state of urgency, having spent considerable time with Fong Hua, could not bear to witness Fong Hua being beaten to death. Even if Fong Hua were to take the life of the burly man in his final moments, it would not suffice. Hastily, Fong Lin raised his Zhanlu sword, dragging his already fractured left leg, and slowly made his way between the two combatants. He lifted the Zhanlu and swiftly severed the head of the burly man. Blood splattered, staining Fong Hua's face, and in that instant, he went into a frenzy, seemingly impervious to his own pain, shouting, "Blood! Blood! Master! Master!" Shortly thereafter, Fong Hua's vision darkened, and he collapsed. Fong Lin, disregarding the burly man, wrapped the severed head in the man's own clothing, then removed all belongings from the body without inspecting their contents. Gathering them together, binding them securely to his waist, and hoisting Fong Hua onto his back, limping as he made his way out. With that, Fong Lin began to venture into the thicket, activating the cloud ladder technique. However, the initial lightness had dissipated, now hindered in movement. He could only rely on his right leg for leverage against the branches, and with the added burden of carrying another person, the noise was considerable. Fortunately, as the Songlong tribe was preparing for war, the forest was devoid of many inhabitants, allowing Fong Lin to evade detection. He spoke softly, "Fong Hua, hold on, you cannot die. I have gone through great trouble to carry you out. If you perish mid-journey, it would be a tremendous loss for me." Fong Hua murmured, "Master, master. I was wrong, master. I was wrong. Forgive me, master." Fong Lin shook his head, perhaps recalling something just moments ago. Master, who is Fong Hua's master? Why did he claim that he was wrong? Fong Lin stumbled, fatigue overwhelming him, yet he refused to rest. Fong Hua had been by his side for so long. Indeed, during the battle on the platform, he had saved Fong Lin's life. Without Fong Hua, he surely could not have handled the two assailants. Furthermore, Fong Hua had remained unwaveringly loyal to Fong Lin, though the reasons for this loyalty eluded him. The recent skirmish had relied heavily on Fong Hua's prowess, and given the bond they had forged, it was unthinkable to let him perish. As Fong Lin gazed towards the east, the dawn was beginning to break. According to the system's map, he was nearing his destination. Thankfully, Fong Hua was still alive. Can Fat Dun hold on? Fong Lin pondered. This time, Fat Dun exhibited none of his usual lethargy and replied, "He can endure. His physique is robust. I finally comprehend why he possesses such formidable strength even in the later stages of his development. It is due to his powerful body and the terrifying martial arts he displayed moments ago." Only then did Fong Lin recollect Fong Hua's earlier shout, 7 injuries. Indeed, it was the infamous 7 injuries fist, a technique that inflicted 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while self-harming by 700. This explained Fong Hua's grievous injuries. At last, Fong Lin arrived at the military tent. He raised his hand to present his token, affirming his identity, and staggered into Du Lei's tent, bearing Fong Hua's weight. Along the way, soldiers offered to assist him, but Fong Lin was not reassured, insisting on carrying Fong Hua himself. Ultimately, he could not suppress a low growl of concern. "Fong Hua, you listen to me. You must not die. Master, forgive me, master." Fong Hua continued to murmur. "Very well. I forgive you," Fong Lin replied dismissively, allowing Fong Hua to feel at ease and maintain the will to live. Du Lei's eyes brightened. If there were indeed any news, the chances of victory for his side would increase significantly. Chapter 43. Anger Ignited. Regardless of who you are. This is the 3rd update. The poor Taoist has promised that there will be unexpected bursts this week, and I shall keep my word. I aspire to create the miracle of streaking to the top of the newcomer rankings. I implore everyone for support, for collections, for recommendations, for member clicks. Du Lei hurriedly stepped forward, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Have you uncovered any military secrets?" Fong Lin's expression grew increasingly cold as he replied in a low voice, "My brother is injured and requires treatment." Du Lei, puzzled, inquired, "What are you saying?" "I asked about military intelligence." A glint of frost appeared in Fong Lin's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Du Lei, shouting, "My brother is injured and needs treatment. Do you understand?" His voice was loud enough for the patrolling soldiers nearby to hear. Realizing he had acted inappropriately by prioritizing inquiries over their immediate medical needs, Du Lei's eyes still flickered with a hint of malice. Fong Lin set Fong Hua down, and a physician promptly approached to administer care. Fong Lin regarded Du Lei with indifference and said, "Fortunately, I have not failed in my duty. I have gathered their marching plans." Du Lei immediately grasped Fong Lin's hands, exclaiming with excitement, "What did you say? You know all their marching plans?" Fong Lin shook off his hands and began recounting the details of the plans he had memorized. Du Lei, filled with excitement, swiftly called for someone to document the matter. However, Mo Yuanshan intervened, stating, "How can we prove that you are not in collusion with the Songlong stronghold here to disseminate false information?" Du Lei was taken aback. Indeed, if the news were fabricated, it would spell disaster. Furthermore, given the critical nature of military affairs, how could they easily ascertain the truth? Fong Lin, silently observing Du Lei and Mo Yuanshan, did not speak, yet both men could perceive the fury and coldness burning in his eyes. At that moment, Li Gongming, the leader of the beggars' sect, stepped in as a mediator, suggesting, "Leader Du Lei should first analyze the situation. If it is indeed true, we cannot afford to delay." Li Gongming adopted a conciliatory demeanor, patting Fong Lin on the shoulder, urging him to continue. But Fong Lin, with injuries to both hands and shoulder, winced sharply at the touch. Li Gongming, awkwardly smiling, quickly offered his apologies. Fong Lin mused to himself that Li Gongming was not a bad fellow. Yet, he remained steadfast, casting a frosty glare at Du Lei and Mo Yuanshan, declaring, "If you do not trust my Wudong, why should you send us as scouts?" The expressions of Du Lei and Mo Yuanshan darkened. The reason for dispatching Wudong was primarily due to the high mortality rate among scouts. This arduous task was one no one desired. They had considered Wudong's apparent strength and thus had chosen them. Little did they expect that the two would insist on going themselves. Mo Yuanshan retorted, "Your Wudong is merely a small sect. If Songlong Stronghold offers you substantial benefits and great temptations, can you truly withstand it?" Mo Yuanshan continued, "Moreover, we summoned all of you from Wudong. Yet you insisted on venturing forth alone, resulting in your injuries, for which you cannot blame anyone else." They had not noticed that Fong Lin, who usually treated others with courtesy, referred to himself this time as I, rather than as the humble Taoist. The term humble Taoist pertained to Zhang Sanfeng. While I represented Fong Lin, who had struggled for 2 years in his past life, Fong Lin spat out a mouthful of blood and said in a muffled tone, "I have said all that I needed to say. Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me. My only reason for speaking is the lives of those ordinary disciples. As for your doubts regarding Wudong, I shall remember them today." Inside the military tent, Mo Yuanshan remarked, "We do not know whether what he said is true or false. If it is false, then he deserves to be executed." For the first time, Juji Taoist spoke, asserting, "I believe it to be true. Did you not see that Master Sanfeng has also been injured? And what of Fong Hua, who is on the brink of death?" Mo Yuanshan replied, "Perhaps it is merely a ploy to evoke sympathy." He was quite displeased with Fong Lin's earlier tone, feeling a simmering anger that such a minor sect leader would show disrespect to the esteemed leader of the Nanshan sect. Li Gongming remained the peacemaker, urging them to refrain from arguing and allowing the leader Du Lei to discern for himself. The government officer examined Fong Lin's report closely and soon stated in a solemn tone, "Leader Du Lei, I have had several encounters with the Songlong stronghold, and this report appears to reflect the tactics typically employed by their strategist." Du Lei examined the report with great care. Its military arrangements were astute. If it were fabricated, it would be implausible to concoct such a meticulous account overnight to disrupt our movements. If it were premeditated, that would be even less likely. Ultimately, Du Lei chose to place his trust in it. Fong Lin stood nearby, observing as Fong Hua's wounds were adequately treated, preparing to take his leave. He had no desire to be embroiled further in this matter. Summoned by some absurd call to arms, he found himself neither in the vanguard nor as a scout, and his presence might even incite suspicion among his comrades. Fong Lin's tone remained icy, yet no one dared to retaliate. After contemplation, they recognized the veracity of the military situation. It would be unjust to doubt those who fought valiantly, and it was entirely reasonable for them to express their ire. Only Mo Yuanshan snorted in disbelief, clearly dissatisfied with Fong Lin. Dulé glanced at Fong Lin and remarked, "Master Sanfeng, we have misjudged you. What reward do you desire?" Fong Lin replied nonchalantly, "There is no need. Did you not wish for my Wudong to serve as the vanguard? My ineffectual disciples are eager to take on that role. Tomorrow, Wudong shall lead." Dulé gave a sheepish smile as he bid farewell to Fong Lin. Even dispatching someone to deliver some rare medicinal supplies, precious herbs that were seldom found in the holy sect's branch. Although Dulé may not be a paragon of virtue, he acknowledged the significant assistance provided by Fong Lin and thus felt a sense of gratitude. As for Mo Yuanshan, he remained discontented, harboring a cold grin within. Zhang Sanfeng. "How dare you, a mere sect leader, display such arrogance? Do not present me with the opportunity to bring you down." Fong Lin walked along the path, aware that someone was plotting against Dulé. Although he had never held Dulé in high regard, it did not warrant withholding information from him. Seeing Dulé's current suspicions towards him ignited Fong Lin's ire. Thus, he chose not to inform him. "If you doubt me, why should I present my warmth to your coldness? I am not one to demean myself." Initially, he had even contemplated presenting the head of the Songlong Shi's leader to them. Fong Lin scoffed, asserting his dominance on the battlefield. Yet, he recognized that he had acted impulsively. Even a clay figurine possesses a modicum of spirit, and Fong Lin was no saint. Conversely, while the original Zhang Sanfeng may have been a genteel Taoist, Fong Lin was a hardened individual seasoned by 2 years of strife in the world of cultivation. With his temper flaring, he cared little for the identity of his adversary. Chapter 44, A Different World. On the battlefield, Fong Lin gazed at the package, which contained the very head of the Songlong Shi's leader, along with other items he intended to retrieve. Upon examining these objects, he was pleasantly surprised. Among them lay a manual titled Iron Fist. The name was simple, yet Fong Lin had witnessed its formidable power firsthand. This manual was undoubtedly of great worth. He contemplated for a moment, realizing that Yu Daiyin, being quite robust, would be a suitable candidate for its cultivation. Continuing his inspection, he discovered a suit of soft silk armor that appeared to be of excellent quality, light yet resilient. Fong Lin tested several ordinary blades against it, only to find that they could not penetrate. Thus, it served as a commendable means of self-defense. It appears that the robust man has not donned his attire due to his seclusion. Fong Lin carefully stowed away the waste token, for it must be safeguarded from the prying eyes of that organization. He then proceeded to inspect his spoils, discovering a golden waist token emblazoned with a protruding wolf's head, exuding an aura of ferocity and dominance. This must surely be the identity token of the chief of the Songlong stronghold. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Lin realized that, with his current capabilities, he could not take command of such a bandit force. Thus, this token was rather superfluous. As he sensed the gradual healing of his internal injuries, he marveled at the efficacy of the medicine. In his mind, the voice of the chubby figure echoed, "Fong Hua possesses remarkable physical resilience. Otherwise, he would not be able to practice the 7 injuries fist. Those who have trained in this art exhibit an astonishing recovery rate. However, that is not the most fearsome aspect. What truly terrifies is his indomitable will, for the suffering brought about by the training of the 7 injuries is beyond imagination." Fong Lin let out a faint sigh. In this world of martial prowess, cultivation is no easy feat. Fortunately, he possesses a unique advantage. Otherwise, he too would endure considerable pain. The chubby figure chuckled mischievously within the system, remarking, "Do you truly believe you would escape such torment? Soon enough. You shall comprehend the cruelty of the system." Fong Hua seemed to have forgotten his earlier exclamations of reverence towards his master and had reverted to his usual stoic demeanor. The sound of the horn resonated, heralding the imminent onset of battle. Fong Lin made his preparations. Aside from the lingering injury on his left foot, which had yet to fully heal, he was otherwise in decent condition. However, his current combat power had diminished to approximately 80% of his usual capacity. Originally reluctant to bring Fong Hua along, he found himself overruled by Fong Hua's insistence. With a smile, Fong Lin remarked that indeed, Fong Hua had always envisioned himself as a great general. What kind of general would refrain from engaging in battle? Mounting his steed, Fong Lin led the Wudong disciples to the forefront of the ranks. embodying the collective wish of the Wudong clan to serve as vanguards. As he sensed the palpable killing intent emanating from the secular disciples behind him, Fong Lin felt a twinge of helplessness. After all, he belonged to a Taoist sect, and the overwhelming bloodlust surrounding him was starkly contrasted by Fong Hua, who exhibited none of such ferocity. Pondering these thoughts, a bead of sweat began to form on Fong Lin's brow. The ability to conceal one's murderous aura after having taken so many lives. This was the true essence of fear embodied by Fong Hua. The battlefield resounded with fervent cries as the Holy Church's bright army brandished their long spears, their expressions grim. Numerous sects amalgamated, creating a disjointed assembly. Yet this confluence of martial prowess was undeniably formidable. Fong Lin gazed across at the 8,000 bandits before him, a weight settling in his heart. Despite having navigated the underworld for 2 years in his previous life, mastering the arts of thievery and gambling, he had never encountered such a grand spectacle. For this was a society governed by law. Conversely, the bandits presented a starkly different picture, clad in casual attire. Some bared their chests, while others sported gleaming bald heads, wielding hefty sabers that radiated raw savagery. Their shouts echoed just as loudly, primarily laced with curses directed at the ancestors of the Holy Church, a relentless stream of invective. Fong Lin also discerned that although the Holy Church possessed vast influence, its foundation rested upon the faith of the populace. It was this very belief that emboldened the Pope to stand undaunted before the Emperor Yuanhe, daring to proclaim himself as a sovereign. Yet, these bandits had no faith in deities. Their belief was rooted solely in their own freedom. No wonder the holy sect wishes to eliminate them. This is an overt provocation and confrontation, is it not? Fong Lin gradually began to comprehend that this world diverged significantly from his envisioned martial arts realm, as well as from his concept of the martial world. In this realm, apart from the might of dynasties, the most formidable power within the rivers and lakes is that of the sections. Curiously, it is the indigenous Taoism that appears to be the most decayed. Gazing at the multitude of troops before him, Fong Lin endeavored to reshape his perceptions of the traditional martial arts world. In this reality, he could no longer envision it as portrayed in Jin Yang's novels. Everything had transformed. Riding a magnificent steed, Fong Lin pondered, how peculiar it is that a mere Taoist like himself is destined to lead the charge. Perhaps Zhang Sanfeng shall eventually emerge as a grand master in his own right. Yet at present, he is not solely Zhang Sanfeng. He is also Fong Lin, thus fated to be a charlatan for a lifetime. Fong Hua followed closely behind, his eyes now shimmering with a glimmer of hope. With the prospect of training lay disciples, the emptiness in his heart began to dissipate. At this moment, he felt as though he had finally discovered his true life, something that had seamlessly woven itself into the fabric of his blood and soul. I need the battlefield. I crave war. The disciples of Wudong donned their fervent short sleeves, wielding long swords with solemn expressions. Having already slaughtered 700, they harbored no fear of a few thousand more. Fong Lin was confident that this war would result in victory, which would afford him the opportunity to genuinely infiltrate the holy sect, a crucial endeavor. The virtue of Danjiang. The Taoist Zhang Sanfeng was now prepared to draw his sword and step onto the battlefield. Chapter 45. Please collect and recommend. Dulé approached with great rarity, patting Fong Lin on the shoulder. He had gradually heard that Fong Lin was revered as the embodiment of virtue in Danjiang, possessing noble qualities and profound skills. Despite his previous challenges, he was still willing to assist him in leading the charge. Dulé spoke in a low voice. Brother, I was wrong yesterday. If we triumph today, I shall remember your kindness. Fong Lin smiled faintly, replying, I merely act for the sake of these thousands. With that, Fong Lin mounted his steed and rode forward. Today, within his plans, he intended to undertake a significant and perilous maneuver, contingent upon his survival. Dulé nodded, uncertain of what would transpire. The Jujiti Taoist and others stood nearby, feeling a sense of gratitude towards Fong Lin. As this conflict was far from simplistic and would involve substantial interests, should they prevail, they too would partake in the spoils. However, Mo Yuanshan harbored lingering resentment towards Fong Lin, questioning how he could lead a major sect with such a narrow-minded disposition. Suddenly, a formidable figure emerged from the opposing side. Fong Lin recognized him as the third-in-command of the Canglong stronghold, a bandit who styled himself as the Tiger King. Fong Lin felt a jolt of realization. Was this not akin to the valiant champions rallying troops before the onset of battle in his past life? Dulé had initially intended for one of his subordinates to confront him. According to intelligence, this Tiger King was of initial innate strength, which was commendable. However, at that moment, without Fong Lin's directive, Fong Hua galloped forward. Fong Lin's heart raced in alarm. Fong Hua was still recovering from his injuries. What folly was this? Fong Lin whispered, "Captain, I have a request. If Fong Hua is unable to prevail, please ensure his survival." Du Lei nodded, yet his brow furrowed in concern. Despite Fong Hua's successful intelligence gathering, this seemed rather frivolous. He was merely in the later stages of the acquired realm and already injured. How could he possibly contend against an opponent in the early stages of the innate realm? Nevertheless, it was Fong Lin's plea, and given their bond, it would be ungracious to refuse. The Tiger King raised his golden-ringed saber, his voice booming. "Who are you? I have not seen your name in the records of the holy sect." Fong Hua remained silent, merely shaking the halberd in his hand, his gaze sharp as a lightning strike. Even the notorious bandit leader felt a twinge of fear in the presence of that terrifying stare. The crowd roared, rallying one another with fervor. Fong Lin had never witnessed such a spectacle. A flicker of trepidation coursed through him, yet an overwhelming sense of exhilaration surged within. As an ordinary man unacquainted with the ravages of war, he could not help but feel a thrill of excitement. What man, in such a moment, would remain unmoved? Seeing that Fong Hua disregarded him, the Tiger King bellowed and swung his golden-ringed saber with ferocity. The weapon whistled through the air, resonating ominously, exuding a fierce aura as if a tiger were charging forth. The essence of the dragon and the wind of the tiger seemed to coalesce in that moment. Fong Hua, with a single hand, wielded the halberd to deflect the saber. The Tiger King immediately summoned his blade's energy and struck down once more. With a swift motion, Fong Hua gripped the end of the long halberd and executed a sweeping counter, producing a resounding clash as he thwarted the onslaught. The shouts of the two sides reverberated through the air, accompanied by the thunderous sound of drums. For reasons unknown, a fierce wind began to blow, intensifying the atmosphere. As if the wind were a herald and the drums the call of battle, Fong Hua was poised to launch a counterattack. Though his hands were still injured, he displayed no sign of discomfort, as if he had grown accustomed to the pain. Fong Lin observed that Fong Hua was merciless to others, but even more so to himself. With a swift motion, Fong Hua hurled his spear down from the air, prompting the Tiger King to swiftly block it with his massive blade. Both seemed to possess immense strength, yet Fong Hua appeared to have the upper hand. The Tiger King's posture began to falter, and his steed sank to its knees. In a decisive move, Fong Hua sent the Tiger King tumbling from his mount. Fong Lin turned to Peng Dun and inquired why. Despite his injuries, Fong Hua seemed even stronger than usual. It appeared that Fong Hua's spear technique was exceptionally advanced. After unseating the Tiger King, he dismounted and pressed forward relentlessly. A late-stage acquired expert was thus relentlessly pursuing a congenital master who lived a life on the edge. The soldiers of the holy sect rallied with fervent cries, their morale soaring, for each of Fong Hua's strikes carried a formidable presence, as if infused with the power to inspire. As Fong Hua advanced, his spear became a blur, and the Tiger King struggled to keep pace. In a moment of desperation, he leapt into the air, unleashing a wave of blade energy. Fong Hua deftly dodged, and Fong Lin sensed the impending defeat of the Tiger King. Fong Hua's footwork was simply too refined. Indeed, in an instant, Fong Hua's figure flickered, and the spear struck the Tiger King's waist, sending him hurtling away. With relentless determination, Fong Hua closed in, his spear aimed directly at the Tiger King's head. The Tiger King was vanquished. Fong Hua did not even blink. With a swift motion, he hurled his long halberd, and the head of the Tiger King rolled to the ground. Eyes wide open in disbelief at having been vanquished by one who had only reached the later stages of development, Fong Lin smiled faintly. This was merely the first trophy, and there was yet another to come. The holy sect erupted in a chorus of shouts, their voices booming with unyielding certainty of victory, and at that moment, their morale soared to its zenith. Fong Hua turned, raising his Fong Tianhua halberd, eliciting a wave of jubilant cheers. Fong Lin squinted, having come to understand and confirm Fong Hua's previous identity, yet he felt a tinge of disarray within. Du Lei, on the other hand, wore a beaming smile. He had initially anticipated Fong Hua's defeat, but to witness him, despite injury, triumph over a congenital opponent was an unparalleled morale booster, coupled with the intelligence they had gathered. This battle was destined for victory. Fong Lin urged his steed forward, channeling his energy as he proclaimed loudly, "I, a humble priest, dreamt of the great Emperor Jinwu yesterday. The great Emperor Jinwu blesses Wudong and, upon learning of our engagement in battle, has bestowed upon us a modest gift, which I now present to the holy sect. Upon finishing, he unveiled a package and tossed forth a dark, spherical object. As it landed, both factions regarded it with confusion. What manner of trickery was this Taoist attempting? Suddenly, a soldier from the Songlong army recognized it and shouted, "That is the head of our chief." Instantly, the morale of their ranks crumbled. Their beloved leader had been slain? The bandits, known for their unruly nature and united only through a coalition of several camps, began to waver. With the death of the chief they all revered, it was no wonder their resolve disintegrated. 7,000 or 8,000 individuals, their eyes ablaze with fervor, erupted in a triumphant chorus. Long live Wudong! Long live Jinwu! Victory is ours. In an instant, morale soared to unprecedented heights. Chapter 46. The Spoils of Victory. Fong Lin observed the exuberance of his troops, his heart swelling with joy. For at that moment, bolstered by the throng of 7,000 or 8,000, his prestige had surpassed the formidable threshold of 50,000. The lottery was but a day away, and he anticipated the possibility of drawing more than twice. If it were a standard lottery, he could attempt 6 draws in succession. The mere thought sent a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Indeed, such moments were the most opportune for accruing prestige. Yet, juxtaposed against this rising tide of morale was the disheartened spirit of the opposing side. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that the situation Fong Lin had anticipated had indeed transpired. Having slain their formidable leader, he had become their primary target. Those fiercely loyal to the fallen leader would undoubtedly seek to eliminate Fong Lin with relentless fervor. This was precisely why Fong Lin had forewarned Du Lei to be prepared for impending turmoil. At present, with the protection of these mid-stage experts, Fong Lin's safety appeared assured. Meanwhile, Du Lei was enveloped in a euphoric state. The astonishing prowess of the Taoist Sanfeng had granted him a remarkable boon. On the eve of battle, the head of the enemy leader had already been severed, a feat unparalleled in its ability to galvanize morale. Du Lei found himself increasingly grateful to Fong Lin. For this conflict was no ordinary skirmish. It bore significant ramifications. Unbeknownst to him, Fong Lin had withheld crucial information. This war also imperiled his own life, as well as the safety of the Holy Sect's branch. Fong Lin gazed upon the formidable army before him, his heart racing as he suddenly drew his Zhanlu sword. At that moment, he experienced an exhilarating rush of blood. Memories of a poignant phrase from his past life surfaced in his mind, words that had once stirred his soul. He turned to his comrades and bellowed, "The mortal realm is inherently devoid of sentiment. Sever all ties and let no blade be sheathed." With that, his troops erupted in a fervent roar, and the war commenced. Du Lei and others hastily gathered around Fong Lin. He felt no trepidation for the safety of the Wudong secular disciples. They were capable in their own right, and Fong Hua would be there to support them without issue. At this moment, it was Fong Lin who found himself in peril. Strangely, however, the assailants converging upon him were merely lowly minions. Astonishingly, the innate masters had no intention of avenging their leader's demise. Upon reflection, Fong Lin understood the reasoning behind this. The Songlong bandit camp was a coalition of several factions, and with the death of their chief, the opportunity for power was ripe for the taking. Moreover, their leader had been secluded in meditation, neglecting the affairs of the camp, which had bred discontent among them. Fong Lin exhaled deeply. He held no fear of the minor thugs. Observing Du Lei, it seemed he possessed a certain acumen in military strategy. Despite the dawn's intelligence reports, it was now afternoon, and in just a few hours, Du Lei had already devised a counter-strategy, identifying vulnerabilities and points of breach with remarkable efficacy. How could this be? It appeared they had anticipated my tactics. The strategist was taken aback, realizing that defeat was inevitable. Glancing around, he suddenly leaped into the air, opting to flee. Fong Lin had been observing him from the very beginning, for he was an accomplice in the bid for the leadership of the Holy Sect. At this moment, witnessing him wield martial prowess, Fong Lin's pupils constricted. The man was a pinnacle of the early innate stage, a strategist who typically feigned ignorance of martial arts. Yet he proved to be a formidable innate warrior. Gradually, Fong Lin became consumed by a crimson haze of rage. The Zhanlu in his hand became akin to a harvester of flesh. With each stroke, armor and weaponry alike were cleaved asunder, as the sun dipped beyond the horizon, casting a blood-red hue upon the already blood-soaked earth. An air of tragic mortality began to envelop the scene. At this juncture, victory in battle had been secured. Suddenly, Fong Lin felt his legs weaken. As he surveyed the battlefield strewn with corpses and mangled flesh, an overwhelming urge to vomit and flee surged within him. In the midst of the slaughter, he had felt little. However, now confronted with the lifeless bodies, he found himself unable to endure, being a man of the modern world. He had never encountered such brutal imagery. As he gazed upon the carnage, a wave of dizziness washed over him. The secular disciples of Wudong fared somewhat better. Having battled bandits and brigands along their journey, they too had felt queasy, but their discomfort had been more manageable at the outset. Fong Lin still felt a twinge of unease, inhaling deeply several times to steady himself. He reminded himself that this was a different world, one far more savage and sanguinary, and he must acclimate, resolute against weakness. At that moment, a voice called from outside the tent. "Master Sanfeng, the leader requests your presence for a discussion." Fong Lin steeled himself and entered the main tent, where he found the same familiar faces. He took a seat, appearing somewhat disoriented. Du Lei welcomed Fong Lin with a friendly smile, promptly acknowledging him as the hero of this endeavor with a flurry of polite remarks. Fong Lin merely nodded, somewhat dazed. Du Lei understood that this was Fong Lin's first experience on the battlefield, and it was natural for him to feel overwhelmed by such scenes. As one rises in power, encounters with warfare become inevitable. Du Lei had witnessed many such events. He patted Fong Lin on the shoulder and said, "Now, let us proceed to allocate the spoils." What followed was an impressive array of gold, silver, and jewels, with Wudong receiving a substantial share as well. Fong Lin paid little attention. His current state was far from optimal, and an uneasy feeling lingered within him. Finally, Du Lei solemnly stated, "I believe everyone is aware of the reasons behind this conflict. Perhaps Taoist Sanfeng is not fully informed, so I shall reiterate." Fong Lin steeled himself, realizing that they were approaching a pivotal moment. Du Lei's voice grew grave as he elaborated. "Firstly, that Songlong's stronghold has infringed upon the interests of our holy sect. Secondly, there lies a rare and colossal gold mine in the rear mountains of Songlong's stronghold." Fong Lin inhaled sharply at the mention of the vast gold mine. Moreover, the wealth contained within such a treasure, deemed worthy of the holy sect's intervention, was certainly extraordinary. It was evident that the next step would involve the division of the spoils. As Fong Lin had anticipated, Du Lei indeed proceeded to discuss the distribution of riches. His opening statement declared that the holy sect would claim 40% of the wealth from the gold mine. Fong Lin felt a surge of indignation, yet understood the rationale. Given the holy sect's formidable power, claiming such a share was beyond reproach. Who would dare accuse the foremost power in the world of greed? Such an accusation would be tantamount to courting death. Subsequently, the Beggars sect, Nanshan sect, and Jiugong sect each received a 10% share. Fong Lin was uncertain about the exact portion Wudong would acquire, but he surmised it would be modest at best. Then spoke, "The Dayu dynasty shall receive 1.5 shares. As for the remainder, it shall be allocated to Wudong." Fong Lin let out a slight sigh. Indeed, Wudong could only claim the meager portion left. However, he suddenly realized that there was still 1.5 shares remaining. Remarkably, Wudong's share equaled that of several major sects and was on par with the Dayu dynasty. Du Lei laughed heartily, stating, "The victory of this battle is entirely dependent on Taoist Sanfeng. I previously offended Taoist Sanfeng, and I hope he will not hold it against me." Fong Lin slightly altered his perception of Du Lei. This helmsman exhibited a sense of camaraderie. The Zhouji Taoist and others expressed no dissent, with Li Gongming even chuckling heartily. Clearly pleased. Only Mo Yuanshan wore a dark expression, lost in his own thoughts. Fong Lin offered a slight bow and expressed his gratitude. At this moment, Wudong's construction required substantial funds, and with Fong Lin's intentions to gradually expand the Hope Project and the Red Cross throughout Hubei province, financial resources were indeed a source of joy. Du Lei continued, "After some exploration, we estimate that the mineral reserves are vast. We can roughly mine for about 10 years, yielding approximately 1 million taels of gold annually." Fong Lin felt a surge of excitement. This meant he would receive at least 100,000 taels of gold each year, equating to 10 million taels of silver. He envisioned the Red Cross emblem adorning Hubei and the various regions marked by the insignia of the Wudong Construction Society. Chapter 47, A Night of Madness. The second volume unfolds, and I hope for your continued support. It will become increasingly thrilling, with the secrets of the waste and the enigmatic organization gradually coming to light. In this moment, Fong Lin felt a surge of excitement. For although he had yet to reap the rewards of the first golden harvest, The treasures found within the defeated Songlong stronghold were astonishingly plentiful. The wealth apportioned to Wudong was nearly equivalent to 10,000 taels of gold. Indeed, among the 36 secular disciples of Wudong, some had sustained injuries, yet none were severe. And miraculously, no lives were lost. The nausea that had earlier overwhelmed Fong Lin began to dissipate. Stepping outside, he observed Fong Hua lost in contemplation. Approaching him, Fong Lin gently patted his shoulder and inquired, "Have your injuries improved?" Fong Hua nodded slightly, but continued to remain in a daze. Fong Lin felt a sense of helplessness. Fong Hua's words were few and far between. Although he no longer seemed like a fool, the barrier to communication persisted. As the division of spoils and adjustments continued, it would likely take another couple of days before they could depart. However, following the battle, Wudong's reputation soared, and soon, the valor of the 7,000 to 8,000 participants would echo throughout Hubei province, a most auspicious development. Furthermore, figures such as Du Lei and Li Gongming now regarded Fong Lin as an equal, with the exception of Mo Yuanshan. Particularly, Li Gongming engaged in spirited drinking contests with Fong Lin, who, in his past life, possessed remarkable drinking prowess, swiftly outmatching the jovial elder. As the night stretched on, Fong Lin found himself alone in the tent, eagerly anticipating the lottery that was to take place that evening. At present, Wudong's prestige had soared to over 60,000. Tonight, he could truly indulge in the excitement. The lazy fat Dun remarked, "Have you witnessed the people of this world celebrating the double ninth festival?" Fong Lin was taken aback, realizing that indeed, he had not. "What about the scriptures? They have not appeared for quite some time." Fong Lin inquired. "Only ordinary lotteries provide that. Your method relies on prestige points and offers no preferential treatment." The plump fellow retorted provocatively. As Fong Lin listened, his irritation grew, and he felt a strong urge to confront the hefty individual. Unbeknownst to them, the time for the lottery had arrived. "How shall you conduct the lottery?" the plump one asked. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Lin responded, "A monthly lottery, supplemented by 15,000 prestige points to draw for the secret manual, with the remainder allocated to the ordinary lottery. A total of 5 draws." In Fong Lin's perspective, this arrangement was the most advantageous. Fong Hua's tent was the closest to Fong Lin's. After midnight, he intermittently heard chilling laughter or scornful shouts, which occurred several times. Even the toughened Fong Hua felt a shiver run down his spine. In the early morning, Fong Lin, sporting dark circles under his eyes, surveyed the items before him. At his current level of power, one would not typically experience such signs of fatigue. However, his emotional turmoil from the previous night had led to this state of imbalance. Before him lay 6 items, indeed 6, as he had drawn a grand prize at least once. The first item was a secret manual, specifically, the silver hook iron painting. Fong Lin felt quite pleased with this outcome. The absence of internal cultivation manuals this time was likely due to their abundance in the previous draw. This manual was of the utmost quality. Moreover, his next disciple would be Zhang Cuishan, who excelled in this very domain. At this moment, the manual had transformed into something ordinary, as Fong Lin had already attained the pinnacle of his capabilities. The second item was a construction token for the needle well. Previously encountered, the sharpening well left Fong Lin exceedingly dissatisfied. Regardless of the circumstances, his system had already undergone an upgrade. Such artifacts belonged to a bygone tier and had inexplicably resurfaced, much to his chagrin. Nevertheless, there was little he could do, as the system was inflexible. Upon gazing at the third item, a smile broke upon Fong Lin's face, proclaiming his good fortune in acquiring such an exquisite treasure, the Wudong Pure Yang sword. This formidable sword technique harmonized perfectly with the pure Yang energy of the supreme Yang limitless skill, amplifying its power exponentially. Coupled with the might of the Zhanlu, Fong Lin's overall prowess had reached a terrifying zenith. The fourth item evoked prolonged laughter from Fong Lin, as he had drawn the Nanyan Palace. Nestled atop the most picturesque peak among Wudong's 36 summits, the Nanyan Palace was indeed a palace-grade structure. According to Pang Dun, such edifices were exceedingly rare, representing the pinnacle of architectural achievement. Henceforth, the entire Nanyan Peak would become the most breathtaking sight of Wudong, igniting an exhilarating fervor within Fong Lin. However, upon encountering the fifth item, Fong Lin was perplexed and could not fathom how such a creature could materialize among the miscellaneous objects. A monkey, astonishingly a living one, Sun Wukong. "Pray tell, what abilities do you possess?" Fong Lin inquired. In his bewilderment, he named the monkey Sun Wukong. The monkey, delighting in mischief, persistently tugged at Fong Lin's garments, which led him to gradually realize the creature's remarkable speed. Even with his own skill in the cloud ladder technique, evading its antics proved challenging. Though the confined space of the tent played a role, its velocity was undeniably extraordinary. The rotund figure remarked, "This monkey is a golden-furred heavenly eye monkey, inherently swift and immensely powerful, and it possesses a celestial eye." Fong Lin was taken aback. Immense strength reminded him of the Monkey King, who wielded the golden staff, and the celestial eye evoked the image of Erlangshun. What manner of creature is this? What is the purpose of the celestial eye? Its utility is somewhat limited, primarily allowing for a single glimpse into the future, usable once every 2 months. Moreover, this monkey's prowess rivals that of innate beings, making it a formidable guardian of the mountains. The function of the celestial eye is indeed quite valuable, as it can unveil glimpses of the future. Just last night, Fong Lin attempted to use it. A vision materialized before him, a waist token reminiscent of one taken from the chief, yet instead of a pair of iron fists, it bore a short, narrow blade. He also glimpsed a flower, a tulip. What these symbols signify remains a mystery, akin to a riddle unsolved. Nevertheless, the vessel was truly magnificent, adorned with a diagram of Tai Chi and the 8 trigrams. The entire vessel appeared to be crafted from bronze, intricately engraved with mountains, rivers, and creatures, as if depicting the essence of all creation with remarkable precision. "What a vessel! This is a furnace, known as the Laojun furnace," exclaimed the rotund figure. Fong Lin immediately dropped to the ground in astonishment. The Laojun furnace. Chapter 48. Under surveillance, Fong Lin inquired, "Is it truly the Laojun furnace? The one capable of refining golden elixirs?" "No, merely a counterfeit," responded the rotund figure. Fong Lin's heart sank with disappointment. I had mistakenly believed it to be the legendary furnace of Laojun, capable of refining a golden elixir that would allow one to ascend to celestial realms with a single ingestion. What, then, is the purpose of this furnace? Refining elixirs. Is it not an obvious statement? The rotund figure scoffed disdainfully. Fong Lin, with a furrowed brow, patiently inquired, "What elixirs can be produced? What are their benefits?" After a brief pause, the rotund figure responded, "With your current prowess, you can refine the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade golden elixirs." Fong Lin pressed further, "What are the benefits of these golden elixirs?" The rotund figure explained, "The 1st grade elixir enables one to break through the initial stage of the acquired realm, and so forth." Suddenly, Fong Lin rose to his feet, realizing that the 3rd grade elixir could allow an individual in the later stages of the acquired realm to achieve perfection. However, according to the rotund figure's account, it is not as formidable as it seems. One must be at the pinnacle of the later stage of the acquired realm. This implies that the elixir can transcend barriers. Yet, there is a limitation. Fong Lin is permitted to refine only 3 of each type per month. The reason for this is straightforward. His system level is too low, and his permissions are insufficient. Fong Lin had grown familiar with the system's frugality, feeling helpless in this regard. What did Sun Wukong's heavenly eye reveal? Fong Lin inquired. How should I know? It merely predicts the significant events likely to unfold in the next 2 months. That tulip is not entirely certain, but the token indicates that you will have further interactions with that organization. Fong Lin fell into a brief contemplation, struggling to discern any meaning from the situation. He tapped the old furnace, its material unknown but undeniably hard, its weight likely approaching 10,000 pounds given its dimensions of 3 meters in height and 6 meters in width. An object of such magnitude was not surprising. A flicker of joy ignited within him as he touched the furnace, and the portly figure promptly absorbed it into the system. Turning his gaze to Sun Wukong, the monkey, adorned in golden fur, flashed a toothy grin that was almost endearing, exuding an air of humanity. The loyalty bestowed by the system was unquestionable. Sun Wukong leapt beside Fong Lin, occasionally nudging his foot in a display of sycophancy that ignited Fong Lin's irritation. "I named you Sun Wukong, yet here you are, behaving in such a manner." Fong Lin quickly intervened, fabricating a story that the furnace was a gift from the true martial emperor. The others promptly bowed to the monkey, acknowledging the sacredness of the object, which warranted utmost respect. Sun Wukong grinned, his expression brimming with pride, the silver streak on his brow subtly twitching, as though all 3 of his eyes were laughing. He raised his long spear, effortlessly striking off the tip, leaving behind merely a wooden staff. With the addition of a purple gold crown and a suit of golden armor, he would indeed resemble Sun Wukong. However, Fong Lin's ire flared at the monkey's smug demeanor, and he felt an impulse to seize him and administer a reprimand. Fong Lin briefed the disciples of Wudong, prompting Song Yuanxiao to exclaim in astonishment, "Master, are you planning to conduct an on-site inspection across various counties in Hubei?" Fong Lin wished to present Fong Hua with a third-grade golden elixir, yet Fong Hua declined, offering no explanation, seemingly intent on pursuing his own path of cultivation. Thus, our esteemed leader of Sanfeng was destined to embark on his journey of field investigation. Meanwhile, in a secluded forest, two individuals were engaged in conversation. Were Fong Lin present, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for this was none other than the strategist and the enigmatic figure he had encountered in the dense woods. The strategist donned the same attire, yet his visage had transformed, revealing that he had undergone a disguise. The cloaked figure inquired, "Jelin, are you saying that number 10 was slain by one Zhang Sanfeng? This Zhang Sanfeng possesses initial innate prowess? A mere 20-year-old at that?" The black-robed man continued, "Very well, you shall assess the situation regarding number 9. And subsequently observe Zhang Sanfeng. Perhaps he would be more suitable to assume the role of number 10. After uttering these words, the cloaked figure cast a penetrating gaze at Jelin. Startled, Jelin hurriedly took his leave. The black-robed man murmured to himself, an innate initial stage under 20. My lord is certain to be pleased. The plan must proceed. With that, the cloaked figure vanished from sight. At that moment, a figure materialized unexpectedly. Clad in a tattered robe, what formidable strength must this individual possess? The black-robed man was at the pinnacle of the innate intermediate stage, yet this disheveled man went unnoticed by him. The scruffy individual bore a stubbled face, appearing quite elderly, with a mouth full of yellowed teeth, one of which was notably chipped. At this juncture, a white silhouette also emerged beside the disheveled man. The individual appeared to be in his 20s, possessing a strikingly handsome visage. His long black hair was elegantly braided, cascading down to his waist. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, seemingly imbued with an invigorating righteousness, which formed a stark contrast to the murky gaze of the disheveled old man beside him. "Old drunkard, did you hear? A lad under 20 has already reached the innate stage. Isn't that intriguing?" remarked the man in white robes. "Old gambler, shall we go take a look?" The scruffy elder replied. The youthful and refined man in white shook his head, causing his long black braid to sway, his demeanor exuding joy and satisfaction as he said, "Of course, we must go and see." The scruffy man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and the two, appearing as though they lacked any martial prowess, ambled away with their arms draped over each other's shoulders towards the edge of the forest. The scruffy man chuckled. "Indeed, they are so formidable. Yet here we are, a drunkard and a gambler, unnoticed while eavesdropping." They exchanged hearty laughter, their shared understanding perhaps only comprehensible to the two of them. Chapter 49. The Old Gambler and the Old Drunkard in Yiling City. One of the largest cities in Hubei aside from Panlong City and the site of the future Three Gorges Dam. It stands as one of the most prosperous places in the region. This was the first stop for Fong Lin's investigation. The grandeur of Yiling City was only slightly eclipsed by that of Panlong City, with its myriad streets and alleys bustling with an abundance of taverns, restaurants, fabric shops, and money houses. Feeling a pang of hunger, Fong Lin sought out the largest tea house, intending to indulge in some snacks to satiate his appetite. At this moment, Fong Lin was not short of money. He was indifferent to enhancing his quality of life. Moreover, as the leader of the faction, he had to maintain a respectable appearance. He chose a seat by the window, where he leisurely sipped tea and indulged in pastries. Fong Hua, on the other hand, kept his head down, absorbed in his meal, oblivious to everything around him. Suddenly, he noticed a commotion. At the staircase, a figure resembling the one who had read Fong Lin's fortune earlier appeared, holding a tattered cloth pole. His attire was disheveled, stained with wine and grease. His eyes were clouded, with remnants of sleep clinging to the corners, and he grinned at Fong Lin, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. This scruffy old man ambled over to Fong Lin and unceremoniously took a seat beside him, helping himself to the pastries. Fong Hua frowned, preparing to intervene, but Fong Lin chuckled and restrained him. "The elderly gentleman must be hungry. Please, indulge yourself. If it's not enough, we can always order more," he said. In Fong Lin's mind, doing good deeds was paramount. It was an opportunity to earn prestige, and he was more than willing to engage in both grand and minor acts of kindness. The old man devoured the pastries with remarkable speed, finishing them in no time. Fong Lin smiled and ordered another platter. The old man swiftly polished off the next serving before letting out a satisfied belch. He then pulled out a gourd from his waist, ready to fill it with wine, only to discover it was empty. Fong Lin promptly ordered him a jug of wine. The old man's grin widened, revealing his broken yellow teeth, which lent him an air of lewdness. He was indeed a rather unsavory character. Taoist, I observe a red glow on your brow. It seems you are destined for romantic fortune soon, the old man remarked. Fong Lin felt a mixture of annoyance and amusement as he listened. He is but a typical youth of the 21st century. How could he possibly resist the allure of romantic fortune? A Taoist priest can marry, seeking a companion for mutual cultivation and wandering the rivers and lakes. A delightful prospect indeed. At that moment, the tea house erupted into commotion once more as a group of burly men charged in, spotting the disheveled Taoist. They bellowed, "Old drunkard! Are you deceiving people with fortune-telling again? Hand over the 18 taels you owe. If you refuse, humph, do you recall the taste of a fist?" The old drunkard rolled up his sleeves, revealing a myriad of bruises, panic etched across his face. Fong Lin, sensing another opportunity for benevolence, felt that doing good had become an intrinsic part of his being. He casually tossed out 20 taels of silver, prompting the burly man to offer a sheepish smile before leading his companions away. The old drunkard, filled with gratitude, grasped Fong Lin's hand and exclaimed, "Dear priest, I am truly thankful. Otherwise, this old fool would have met his end today." Fong Lin smiled faintly, preparing to respond when yet another disturbance arose in the tea house. A handsome young man rushed in, his strikingly delicate features softened by a flowing white robe that lent him an ethereal aura. His long black braid cascaded down to his waist, swaying gracefully as he sprinted, exuding an extraordinary elegance. Spotting the disheveled old drunkard, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Old drunkard, there are still those with wealth. I am being pursued." This statement shattered the favorable impression his refined appearance had initially bestowed. The old drunkard pointed to Fong Lin, saying, "I have none. This priest has plenty of money." Fong Lin felt a surge of indignation, having offered assistance only to be summoned to share the spoils. The man in the white robe hastily grasped Fong Lin's hand, exclaiming, "Save me." Upon glancing out the window, they were greeted by a chorus of jeers from below. "You old gambler, if you don't repay your debts, I'll sell you to a brothel. With your handsome looks, those ladies will surely take a liking to you." The man recoiled, his face a mask of fear. Fong Lin turned toward the window and tossed down the silver coins they had demanded, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him as he regarded the two individuals. It was disheartening that his simple visit for tea had led him to encounter a seasoned drunkard and a notorious gambler. Listening to their conversation, he couldn't help but notice that the elder indeed had an air of an artist about him, though he wondered which artist would behave in such a manner. The old drunkard introduced himself, saying, "I am Wu Tianji, a fortune-teller." To Fong Lin's astonishment, the two seemed intent on shadowing him, and while they attempted to speak in hushed tones, Fong Lin's keen hearing allowed him to catch every word. The old drunkard remarked, "That Taoist has plenty of money. Perhaps we should follow him from now on." The gambler responded, "I am a painter devoted to my art. How could I do such a thing? Though I suppose an occasional visit wouldn't hurt." Fong Lin's irritation grew as he realized they were intent on clinging to him. Just as he was about to dismiss them, the gambler, Li Yifeng, stepped forward and said, "Ah, Sanfeng Taoist, your demeanor is quite striking. Let me paint your portrait." It won't cost much, merely a tael of silver. Before Fong Lin could respond, the gambler retrieved a brush and a sheet of rice paper from his satchel, astonishingly beginning to paint as he walked, completing the work in just a few strokes. He stepped forward, handing a painting to Fong Lin, and said, "The Duke of Yi adores dragons. 1 or 2 silver coins." Fong Lin's pupils constricted as he beheld the artwork. How could this be? The painting indeed depicted a figure alongside a dragon, aligning with the criteria of the Duke of Yi's affinity for dragons. However, the dragon bore an uncanny resemblance to the one portrayed in the work left by the esteemed elder Taoist, and the likeness of the Duke was strikingly similar to that of the elder Taoist, save for the absence of a Taoist robe. Moreover, the angles of both the dragon and the human were identical. How could this be possible? Fong Lin turned around, scrutinizing this Li Yifeng anew. He noticed Li, rather coyly, flipping his long braid and extending his right hand, clearly indicating a desire for payment. Fong Lin handed him 1 or 2 silver coins. With glee, he scampered to the back, engaging in animated conversation with the old drunkard, Wu Tianji. The essence of their dialogue revolved around Fong Lin being a wealthy magnate, insinuating that those who followed him would never face hardship again. At this moment, Fong Lin was astonished. How could this be? Chronologically, the painting had been created at least 19 years prior by the elder Taoist. Yet, this painter, Li Yifeng, appeared to be barely in his 20s, making it implausible that he had crafted it at the tender age of 3 or 4, unless he possessed extraordinary artistic talent and had previously encountered the elder Taoist's piece. At this moment, their willingness to accompany him was of little concern to Fong Lin. He could gradually uncover their secrets and learn what he yearned to know. Chapter 50. The unexpected appearance of little Li's flying dagger. Fong Lin regarded the old drunkard and the gambler behind him, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had unwittingly acquired 2 additional burdens. Yet, he understood that he must unravel the mysteries surrounding the elder Taoist. Fong Lin strolled through the streets of Yiling City, observing its conditions. He noted that there were numerous educational institutions, yet their fees were exorbitantly high. It was evident that many children were assisting their parents, indicating that children from ordinary families could scarcely afford an education. It appeared that the Hope Project could indeed flourish extensively in this world, and soon he would not have to worry about his reputation. Moreover, he could at least consider himself a benevolent angel, he mused contentedly. In the bustling metropolis, beggars were a rare sight. Fong Lin only encountered a few scattered individuals in the corners of the city. After giving them some money, he inquired about their plight. Upon hearing their stories, he felt a surge of indignation, reminiscent of the times in his previous life when workers were forced to sit on the ground in the subway. The number of beggars in Yiling City was substantial, yet they were primarily found in the small corners and outskirts. This was due to the frequent inspections by local officials, as beggars could tarnish the city's image. Reflecting on this, Fong Lin considered that the Red Cross might also be applicable in his world. Though he joked inwardly that if the number of beggars diminished, the leader of the Beggars Guild might become furious. The young Taoist from Sanfeng seems quite fond of doing good deeds, remarked Li Yifeng. Wu Tianji, revealing his crooked yellow teeth, added, "Isn't that perfect? We can follow him, and I need not worry about my drinking expenses or your gambling debts." The two exchanged cunning smiles, and Fong Lin could not help but feel a sense of wariness. He realized he would need to gradually extract information concerning the matter of Yi Gong's admiration for dragons. He had to clarify the situation, as he had deduced that the elder Taoist was undoubtedly a martial artist, suggesting that the circumstances were far from simple. Fong Lin was preparing to find an inn for a brief respite when suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd. A burly man shouted, "Catch that flower thief ahead." Fong Lin felt a wave of annoyance. Could it be true that a flower thief dared to operate in broad daylight? This was indeed a remarkable occurrence. A figure clad in a black robe, obscured by a hood, was sprinting away, hurling items from a nearby stall behind him. Fong Lin mused that if this truly was a flower thief, capturing him would be a commendable act. Moreover, it seemed this thief lacked martial prowess, which would make apprehending him relatively easy. "Not as straightforward as you think. This person possesses considerable skill," said Pang Dun. Intrigued, Fong Lin noted that despite his evident capabilities, the thief appeared to be running in a panic. It was rather amusing. Just as Fong Lin prepared to intercept him, the flower thief locked eyes with him and shouted, "Brother, I've been caught. We must split up. Meet at the old place." Fong Lin was taken aback. This rascal was deliberately trying to drag him into his predicament, hoping to divert some pursuers. "Huh, you wish to ensnare me? I shall seize you instead and see what you have to say for yourself." With a swift leap, Fong Lin quickly closed the distance to the fleeing thief. He reached out to grab him, but the thief cried out, "A little help in the world of martial arts. And you show such a lack of loyalty. I was merely extending a courtesy by involving you, and yet you refused to play along." With that, the flower thief executed a remarkable display of lightness skill. Pang Dun remarked, "I cannot fathom what kind of lightness skill this is. It is astonishingly proficient, and his speed is exceptional." The art of Yangzhou emphasizes flexibility, while the other form of lightness skill focuses on speed. Both have their merits. According to Fat Dun, this lightness skill is undoubtedly on par with the advanced techniques of Yangzhou. Encouraged by Fat Dun's words, Fong Lin's interest intensified, and he seized Li Yifeng beside him, pursuing the flower thief with determination. Observing Fong Lin chase after the man, Fong Hua also grabbed Wu Tianji. But upon catching a whiff of the cheap liquor emanating from Wu Tianji, his brow furrowed. Nonetheless, he utilized his lightness skill to follow suit, leaving onlookers in a state of astonishment. The burly man chasing the flower thief muttered to himself, who knew he possessed martial arts. Fong Hua soon found himself struggling. While his lightness skill was commendable, it still paled in comparison to Yangzhou and that of the flower thief. now burdened by an old drunkard. He could only manage to avoid being left behind by Fong Lin. The corners of Fong Lin's mouth curled slightly upward as he activated his inner strength. Channeling the essence of his training to its fullest extent, the flower thief, sensing the approaching Taoist behind him, exclaimed in disbelief, "How is it possible? How can someone possess such lightness skills?" Gradually, the group ventured into the dense woods outside the city. Fong Lin felt a surge of excitement. While he might not match the flower thief in straight-line speed, Tianzong's agility would surely render him a target within the confines of the forest. Indeed, it wasn't long before they were a mere 5 feet away from the flower thief. Feng Hua, being experienced in navigating the wooded terrain, found himself adapting well and no longer struggling as much. Fong Lin plucked a leaf, channeled his pure young energy, and sent the leaf soaring towards the flower thief. The flower thief turned his head and smiled. Fong Lin caught a glimmer of derision in his eyes. At first, Fong Lin was perplexed, but he quickly grasped the situation. A flying dagger shot forth with astonishing speed, reducing the leaves to mere fragments, and it was now aimed directly at Fong Lin. With a swift motion, Fong Lin evaded the dagger. The blade curved and pursued him once more. "The little leaf flying dagger," exclaimed Fat Dun in astonishment. Fong Lin, alarmed, unleashed the mountain-shaking iron palm, dispersing the dagger's trajectory. Frustration surged within him as he accelerated, pursuing the flower thief relentlessly. The thief continuously hurled daggers, yet Fong Lin, resolute, drew forth the Zhan Lu sword. With each strike, he demonstrated the pinnacle of the pure Yang sword technique, showcasing his formidable prowess. The flower thief, feeling the pressure, realized that he had exhausted his supply of daggers, leaving him in a state of panic. Seizing the moment, Fong Lin grasped the thief with a firm grip. In retaliation, the thief launched a counterattack, but Fong Lin countered with the mountain-shaking iron palm, absorbing the impact. A distinct sound of dislocated bones echoed. The flower thief, lacking in skills beyond his daggers and agility, faltered against Fong Lin's might. Although there was a noticeable disparity in strength, the flower thief's martial abilities were woefully inadequate. Feng Hua soon caught up, and together they carelessly tossed the drunken gambler and the betting fool to the ground, eliciting cries of agony as they demanded compensation. Fong Lin, contemplating what to do with the flower thief before him, hesitated. Should he turn him over to the authorities? As he examined the masked thief, he felt compelled to unveil his identity first. Chapter 51, Li 13. Fong Lin removed the thief's mask, revealing yet another dashing young man. Fong Lin felt a sense of frustration. He was quite pleased and proud of his exceptionally handsome appearance. Yet today he encountered a certain Li Yifeng, whose looks were equally striking. Now, he found himself in the presence of a flower thief, who was also remarkably handsome. Did this mean he no longer possessed any advantage in terms of appearance? No, that couldn't be right. Li Yifeng was a gambler, and this flower thief was only about 175 centimeters tall, while he himself stood at over 180 centimeters. That was an advantage. Fong Lin reassured himself. "I am Zhang Sanfeng, the head of the Wudong sect from Danjiang," he said, pondering how to address this flower thief. He felt that his inquiry sounded rather awkward. However, this individual was skilled in the legendary martial arts of the Jianghu, particularly the famed Xiao Li Fei Dao, and it would be worthwhile to make his acquaintance. Regrettably, he was a flower thief, and it seemed that such rogues often possessed considerable strength. At least, Tian Buoguang from Smiling Proud Wanderer was quite formidable. The flower thief responded, "I am Li Shisan. Are you, the esteemed Taoist, planning to turn me over to the authorities?" "I am wronged." Fong Lin was perplexed. What did he mean by being wronged? Li Shisan continued with a quavering voice. "I merely noticed that young lady had twisted her ankle, and I offered her assistance. Unfortunately, I inadvertently touched a forbidden area, and now they accuse me of harassment, pursuing me for several days. Even fully armed and masked, they recognized me." Fong Lin's face darkened. "It was broad daylight, and you were masked, wearing attire suited for the night. Even a fool would consider you suspicious. Moreover, while it may be acceptable to assist a lady, care must be taken not to touch where one ought not." It was likely that he had offended someone from a prominent family. Fong Lin contemplated for a moment. After all, he considered himself a modern individual and decided not to dwell on such matters. However, Li Shisan's subsequent remark nearly caused Fong Lin to spit blood. "It's merely the size of 2 buns. Why pursue me for such a triviality?" he exclaimed. Fong Lin realized that this fellow was truly extraordinary. Observing Li Shisan's dislocated right arm, he kindly offered assistance and swiftly realigned the limb. But then, a piercing shriek echoed through the air, startling the birds into flight. Isn't that an excessive reaction to pain? When I initially dislocated his arm, he didn't seem so sensitive to discomfort, Fong Lin mused. Li Shisan gazed at Fong Lin with a look of deep resentment. Fong Lin smiled faintly. Who told you to conspire against me in the first place? Li Shisan, filled with righteous indignation, retorted, this is a matter of urgent assistance in the realm of martial arts. You claim to be the leader of a sect, yet you display such a lack of loyalty. Do you not understand the principle of aiding those in peril? At that moment, Li Yifeng rose to his feet, grasping Fong Lin's hand. Little Taoist, you must compensate me. I am a person devoted to the arts, and now my hand is injured. This is a desecration of art. Fong Lin's expression darkened. His hand had merely sustained a slight abrasion near the shoulder. How could this possibly impede his artistic endeavors? Moreover, how could a gambling addict profess to be dedicated to art? As he noticed 3 pairs of resentful eyes fixed upon him, he felt increasingly uncomfortable, realizing he had encountered such a remarkable collection of characters. Just as he was about to inquire about Li Shisan's next destination, he anticipated the prospect of parting ways with this peculiar group. Who knows? Li Shisan grasped Fong Lin's sleeve and remarked, You've caused me injury. Yet I do not seek compensation. I only wish for you to impart that remarkable lightness skill to me. It is astonishing that it rivals my own. At this moment, Fong Lin, maintaining his composure, replied, The unique lightness technique of Wudong is not to be divulged. Li Shisan immediately sprang to his feet, exclaiming, That is unacceptable. You must teach me. If you refuse, I shall follow you relentlessly. Fong Lin wore a troubled expression. He could hardly resort to violence to drive him away. After all, he possessed the skill of the little Li flying dagger, and who could ascertain whether his master was a reclusive sage? Thus, a new burden had been added. Moreover, all 3 individuals were quite loquacious, one clamoring to learn the lightness skill, while the other 2 demanded compensation. Fong Lin found himself in a state of exasperation, lamenting his misfortune in encountering such predicaments. Fong Hua, despite his naturally aloof demeanor, felt a tinge of helplessness, for these 3 were indeed quite noisy. Finally, unable to contain himself, Fong Lin declared, Li Yifeng, Wu Tianji, do you intend to be unreasonable? The old drunkard and the old gambler exchanged knowing smiles, as if their devious plot had succeeded, and replied, 10 taels. Fong Lin tossed them the money, considering it a small price to pay for peace. He then turned to Li Shisan and reiterated, The martial arts of Wudong truly cannot be shared. Li Shisan curled his lips and said, We have known each other for quite some time and have shared trials together. We can be considered friends forged in adversity. How can you be so stingy? In just 2 months, there will be a competition showcasing the most skilled practitioners of lightness skills among the younger generation in the martial world. My master expects me to secure first place, but I have realized that the lightness skills imparted by him are not the strongest in the realm. Therefore, I intend to learn more. After speaking, Li Shisan looked at Fong Lin with eager eyes. Fong Lin inquired, Who else will be participating? Li Shisan replied, The heir of the renowned thief, Chu Zue Xiang, and me, the most formidable disciple of the little Li flying dagger. The rest are rather unimpressive. The mention of the thief piqued Fong Lin's interest, especially since Li Shisan was a disciple of the little Li flying dagger. It seemed wise to cultivate such connections. As they continued their lively chatter, they found an inn. Although Fong Lin was somewhat irked by the incessant noise, he felt a sense of joy. It had been a long time since he enjoyed such a carefree life. He had been preoccupied with developing Wudong over the past few months, amidst numerous dangers. Now, this tranquil life was precisely what Fong Lin cherished. The old drunkard and the old gambler shared a room, exchanging knowing smiles as they left together. Fong Hua and Fong Lin occupied one room, while Li Shisan insisted on having a room with Fong Lin, fearing that Fong Lin would abandon him. Despite Fong Lin's reluctance, he had no choice but to acquiesce, as Li Shisan was indeed quite boisterous. In their room, Li Shisan fixed his gaze on Fong Lin and said, You must possess at least a perfected foundation in your skills. You appear to be about my age. How did you cultivate such prowess? Fong Lin felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Initially, he had overlooked the fact that Li Shisan appeared to be of a similar age to himself. The legendary first hero of the starry skies, Lin Wu, was said to have reached the pinnacle of the acquired stage at the tender age of 17. Li Shisan smirked and remarked, My master says these are mere rumors. Lin Wu, at 17, had already attained the zenith of the innate stage. Fong Lin wiped the sweat from his brow, astonished that someone without any external aids could surpass him. No wonder he was revered as the foremost hero in the starry skies. A thought struck Fong Lin. This implied that he was currently the leading hero under the stars. Yet, a chill coursed through him at the realization that such a title, though imposing, would undoubtedly attract countless challengers. Li Shisan grinned mischievously. 17, and already at the pinnacle of the acquired stage. TSK, TSK. Fong Lin gazed up at the vast expanse of the night sky. Could he truly become the greatest hero in the future? Chapter 52. The Mask. Fong Lin found it difficult to drift into slumber. Arriving in this high martial arts world had bestowed upon him a considerable burden. Wudong needed to flourish, and he had merely a decade to accomplish this. Furthermore, his current strength posed a significant concern. It was imperative for him to grow stronger continuously. If others could reach the pinnacle of the innate stage by 17, then it was evident that extraordinary talents existed in this realm, their prowess undoubtedly transcending the norm. His journey was still long and arduous. Li Shisan, seemingly devoid of any intention to cultivate, simply collapsed into sleep. Fong Lin felt a twinge of discontent. At 17, Li Shisan still possessed a certain childlike innocence. As he contemplated the night sky, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. As the night enveloped the earth, the sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, presenting a celestial panorama that was quite unfamiliar to Fong Lin. In a distant realm, discussions about Fong Lin were underway. "My lord, number 10 has been slain by a young Taoist priest." If Fong Lin were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this voice as that of the enigmatic figure who once conversed with the strategist. At this moment, the individual was adorned with a white mask, which bore 3 pointed tips at its apex. Slain by a young Taoist priest. Young? The cloaked figure in black turned around, also donning a mask, but with 5 pointed tips at its summit. Indeed, I have investigated. He is the leader of Wudong from Danjiang, merely 17 years of age. A triangular masked Taoist. At such a tender age, what might his capabilities be? Inquired the 5-pointed masked figure. At the very least, he has reached the consummate stage of the acquired realm. My subordinates have witnessed his prowess on the battlefield. His strength is assuredly at least that of the perfected acquired realm. Oh, a 17-year-old at the perfected acquired realm? Lord with the 7-pointed mask will surely take an interest, haha. My lord, what shall we instruct our subordinates to do? You shall approach him discreetly to ascertain whether he has consumed any rare and precious materials. If his prowess is solely the result of self-cultivation, his inner strength must be exceptionally pure. Such individuals are precisely what our organization seeks. Remember, the plans of our masked organization must succeed, otherwise we shall incur the wrath of Lord with the 7-pointed mask. Humph. Yes, my lord, there shall be no errors this time. At this moment, the seasoned drinker Wu Tianji and the veteran gambler Li Yifeng were strolling down the street. The former took a sip from his flask and remarked, "Indeed, we are quite fortunate. Who would have thought we would encounter such a benevolent soul, and so generous as well?" Li Yifeng replied, "Certainly. It will be splendid when I present him with my artwork, distinct from all others." Wu Tianji, his eyes clouded with age, fixed a gaze upon the gambler and chuckled. "Ah, you are up to your mischief again." Li Yifeng laughed heartily. "You are no different, but it is still early. We must cast a long line to catch a big fish. This young man is quite wealthy." The two exchanged knowing smiles, linking arms as they continued on their way. Shortly thereafter, one dashed into a tavern while the other entered a casino. As dawn broke, a knock echoed at Fong Lin's door. Li Shisan, stretching lazily, bore an expression of displeasure as he opened the door to find Wu Tianji rushing in, panic-stricken. "Quick, we must save him. The old gambler has been detained by the casino, and they threaten to sell him off to a brothel as a male courtesan if he cannot repay his debts." Fong Lin was taken aback. "Is that so? Did he not receive 10 taels of silver yesterday? He went gambling that very night and has now accrued significant debts. What a troublesome character I have encountered." With no other choice, Fong Lin donned his Taoist robe, washed his face hastily in a basin, and summoned Feng Hua, with Li Shisan trailing closely behind, as they followed the old drunkard to confront the gambler. Upon arriving at the casino, Fong Lin was utterly astounded. The scene before him was indeed disheartening. Li Feng stood there, stripped of his shirt, brandishing a sign that read, "Debtors deserve death." For prominent characters hung at the entrance of the casino, drawing a crowd of curious onlookers. Fong Lin felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of intervening. Rescuing the man would imply acquaintance, and that was simply too humiliating. Adhering to the principle of performing good deeds to enhance one's reputation, he steeled himself and approached, inquiring, "How much does this gentleman owe your establishment?" The burly man from the casino replied, "He gambled all night and now owes 50 taels of silver." Li Yifeng, lacking decorum, shouted indignantly, "It is clearly only 15 taels. How dare you slander someone who has dedicated himself to the arts?" The casino's brute whipped out his lash, growling menacingly, "I said 50 taels, and it is 50 taels." He prepared to strike, but Fong Lin swiftly intervened, grasping the whip. He understood that a casino was hardly a bastion of reason. The situation had escalated. Li Yifeng was proving to be quite a nuisance. Were it not for that painting of the dragon in the guise of a gentleman, he would have long since dismissed him. Now, with his shirt torn off, even his friends found the spectacle shameful. Irritated, Fong Lin retorted, "How can such a petty gambling house act so unreasonably?" The burly man grumbled, "This is the territory of the third master of the underworld. Do you dare to challenge that?" Fong Lin had never heard of this third master of the underworld. But in his past life, he was known as the 17th master, ranked among the 18 titans of the underworld. His skills in gambling and thievery were unparalleled, yet now, having taken the path of a Taoist, he had renounced such activities. At this moment, a woman emerged from the casino, clad in an exquisite red ensemble, accentuated by a green belt that elegantly highlighted her slender waist. She was strikingly beautiful, with luscious red lips, pearly white teeth, and large, lively eyes that sparkled with vitality. Approximately in her 20s, she was in the prime of her beauty. Her long legs were adorned with fabric boots, and even beneath the flowing red robe, her graceful limbs were unmistakably apparent. The delicate skin of her neck further emphasized her allure. "Miss, there is someone causing a disturbance," exclaimed a burly man, pointing towards Fong Lin. "He troubles my friend, which is why I intervened." Fong Lin, puzzled, noted the man's evident fear of the lady. The woman in the red dress placed her hands on her hips, exuding a fierce demeanor as she declared, "This is the territory of the notorious third master, Lai Tian. I am his daughter, Lai Fei. In my casino, I make the rules." After casting a glance at Fong Lin, she continued, "You will come inside and discuss this with me." Fong Lin, undaunted, remained unfazed. As a being akin to a gambling deity, why would he fear a casino? Unbeknownst to all, in a narrow alley, a tall, slender man observed Fong Lin intently. He wore a triangular mask, and as a smile crept across his lips, he removed the mask and approached the throng at the casino. Chapter 53. The fusion of the gambling god and the thief god. Lai Fei regarded Fong Lin and stated, "According to the rules of the underworld, we shall demonstrate our true skills." Fong Lin gently shook his head, replying, "I am but a Taoist priest. Although my precepts do not explicitly forbid gambling, it is best to abstain. In this world, Taoism is in decline. The regulations of the Taoist sect are rather lenient, allowing for only a few days of fasting, with the primary stipulation being to avoid blaspheming the deities. Beyond that, there are hardly any other restrictions. Yet Fong Lin still feels the need to maintain a certain image." Lai Fei remarked with a scoff, "It's just the two of us here. What are you afraid of? According to the rules of the road, if you do not comply, I shall not release your friend." Fong Lin felt a surge of frustration. This girl was excessively bold and domineering. However, he could not simply forcefully take her down. After all, with Li Yifeng's current unfavorable reputation, if the head of Wudong were to forcibly snatch him away, how would Wudong ever develop in Yiling City? Fong Lin's fingers twitched slightly. It seemed that if he did not reveal some of his true abilities, this girl would not relent. "All right, how do you wish to wager?" Fong Lin inquired. Lai Fei smiled. "Let us play high or low, the simplest yet most challenging game." Fong Lin chuckled and replied, "Then let us play high." With a hearty laugh, Lai Fei commanded her subordinates to bring forth the gambling apparatus. Holding a shake cup, Lai Fei began to rattle it. Fong Lin closed his eyes, listening intently, a slight smile gracing his lips. This girl possessed commendable skills and had a knack for deceiving others. The sound of the dice could easily create illusions, indicating her gambling prowess was quite respectable. Noticing that Fong Lin had his eyes shut, Lai Fei felt a twinge of discomfort. How could this Taoist be so arrogant? Fong Lin remained with his eyes closed, and with a swift motion, he flicked the 3 dice into the air. In an instant, he covered them, shaking them thrice before gently setting them down. Lai Fei smirked. Lacking skill, he was merely hoping for luck. Believing he could defeat her through chance was utterly impossible. She too halted her movements, and Fong Lin gestured for her to reveal her results first. With a triumphant smile, Lai Fei declared, 3 sixes. Fong Lin did not open his eyes but spoke, "My dear girl, 3 sixes are not the greatest. Allow me to enlighten you today. A sudden shock coursed through Lai Fei, who, without opening her eyes, was astonished that he could discern her hand of 3 sixes. As Fong Lin unveiled his hand, Lai Fei gasped in disbelief. How could this be? Her father had said that only the legendary 7th master of the Tao could achieve such a feat without being detected. Alongside himself, the 3rd master. However, Fong Lin's hand was not merely 3 sixes, it was a staggering 63. With a masterful finesse, he had manipulated each die, crafting a fade that surpassed the ordinary, revealing the true zenith of numbers. Lai Fei stood in awe, realizing that this young Taoist gambling skills rivaled those of her father, suggesting that he had ascended to the pinnacle of the craft. She promptly bowed and said, "According to the customs of our sect, you are my senior. I, Lai Fei, acknowledge my error here." Fong Lin smiled faintly and stepped outside, with Lai Fei hastily following behind him. Outside, a burly man remained fixated on Li Yifeng, a notorious gambler known for his multiple escapes. Lai Fei swiftly struck the man across the face, commanding, "Release the Taoist friend at once." The man, momentarily stunned, complied and freed Li Yifeng. With a smile, Fong Lin took Li Yifeng's arm and departed. Look, the young lady entered with that Taoist for a brief moment, and now her demeanor has changed. Could it be that she has taken a liking to him? Remarked a bystander at the gambling house. I suspect that's the case. That Taoist possesses a delicate appearance and is quite handsome. Another chimed in. Lai Fei smiled broadly, having formed a favorable impression of Fong Lin. His gambling skills rivaled those of her father, which piqued her interest. After Li Yifeng exited with Fong Lin, he transformed dramatically, vocally expressing outrage at the despicable treatment of an artist by the casino's patrons. Fong Lin, overwhelmed by a sudden headache, realized he had forgotten something important. Suddenly, the old drunkard Wu Tianji slapped his forehead. Curiosity gripped Fong Lin, as it seemed to be of significant consequence. Wu Tianji hurried forward, exclaiming, "Little Taoist, quickly lend me 10 taels of silver. I have yet to purchase my wine, and I still owe 5 taels from last night." The owner warned that if I do not repay him, he shall refuse to serve me henceforth. Fong Lin felt a surge of indignation. Did these two truly consider him an automatic teller machine? Li Shisan was equally astonished, taken aback by the audacity of such shameless individuals who demanded money with such brazen confidence. With no other option, Fong Lin reluctantly acquiesced. Recognizing the importance of both men to him, they exchanged a knowing smile, preparing to make their escape, their expressions cunning and lecherous. However, Fong Lin would not grant them that opportunity, while it was somewhat acceptable for the old drunkard to procure his wine. He could not allow the gambling addict Li Yifeng to slip away. If he returned to gambling, Fong Lin would inevitably have to chase after him again. For there were more casinos than just this one, and who could say to which den of vice he might wander next? Having just saved Li Yifeng, and with the young lady bestowing him some esteem, Fong Lin felt a small sense of triumph, his reputation having risen by over 60 points, which considerably brightened his mood for the day. Throughout the journey, offering assistance to others became an instinctual act for Fong Lin, whether it was giving some money to a beggar or lending a hand to someone carrying a heavy load. Suddenly, Fong Lin furrowed his brow, but he quickly feigned nonchalance and continued on his path. Not long after, he whispered a few words to Fong Hua, who nodded in understanding before departing. A cold smile crept across Fong Lin's face as he recognized the presence of a fellow thief from his past life. This individual possessed remarkable skills, undetectable even to innate experts, yet Fong Lin, as the progenitor of the thieving arts, was acutely aware. Although this realm was not the ancient times of his previous life, it still bore resemblance to bygone eras, and the art of theft here could not possibly rival that of the 21st century. A smirk played on Fong Lin's lips as he relished the thought of outmaneuvering this interloper in his ancestral domain. His interest was piqued, especially since nothing else had been stolen except for the number 10 waste token, a sign that this person might be associated with a particular organization. Thus, he had dispatched Fong Hua, whose skills were subtle enough to evade detection, and whose proficiency in stealth was commendable. Fong Lin felt assured that Fong Hua would successfully track the individual and glean valuable information. The primary objective of this surveillance was to eavesdrop on any pertinent conversations. With the ability to lock on his scents, the stout companion possessed formidable radar-like capabilities, ensuring that the thief would not escape. At this moment, the thief chuckled to himself, weighing the badge in his hand. I, by Ming Tang, have never tasted defeat. Gazing at his tall and slender figure, he was, unmistakably, the original visage of the strategist, the very same triangular mask. Little did he know that, while he reveled in his self-satisfaction, he had already caught the attention of a notorious ancestor of thieves. This ancestor, having spent his life as a Taoist, had no intention of taking action, yet upon encountering him, he decided to make an exception this time. It is worth noting that Fong Lin was a remarkable fusion of the god of gambling and the god of thievery. Chapter 54. Stolen goods leave you exposed. Li Shisan was profoundly curious about what Fong Lin had done inside that had compelled Li Fei to submit so readily. Fong Lin could not divulge the truth, that he had gambled with Li Fei and emerged victorious. A cold smile crept across Fong Lin's mind. This thief was indeed audacious. Perhaps his thieving skills had reached an extraordinary level, yet in Fong Lin's eyes, he still fell woefully short. How audacious to dare reside so brazenly nearby. As if to monitor him, Fong Lin chuckled inwardly. Just wait, I shall leave you utterly exposed. Even those who practice martial arts require rest. Their vitality may far exceed that of ordinary individuals, and they can go days without sleep without consequence, yet exhaustion will eventually set in. Thus, Fong Lin resolved to act under the cover of night. As darkness gradually enveloped the earth, he practiced his swordsmanship in his mind until the stroke of midnight, at which point he finally opened his door. Fong Lin possessed an innate ability to traverse silently, adeptly treading on tiptoe, a skill he had long since mastered. Coupled with his current high level of agility, it became even simpler. Yet, at this moment, he was a Taoist priest, the head of a sect, a role that constrained him significantly. As he pushed open the door, the speed of his movement was remarkable, yet it produced scarcely a sound. Such was the prowess of thievery. Not only was his skill in stealth formidable, but he also possessed martial arts capabilities. Who could possibly stand in his way? Fong Lin stealthily approached the thief who had pilfered the waste token. He observed the thief's remarkable caution, as he was not resting but rather engaged in further cultivation. The voice of the rotund figure echoed. From his aura, he is indeed that strategist from before. Fong Lin gazed at the seated rogue, a mischievous grin curling at the corners of his mouth, marking the first time he had smiled so devilishly since entering this world. "Ha ha, Fong Lin. Your smile is quite sinister," the rotund figure remarked. Fong Lin's wicked smile contrasted sharply with his Taoist robes. With the advantage of his system's concealment, this nascent thief, still in his early stages, remained oblivious to his presence. Now was the time for action. Fong Lin's intentions were straightforward. First, he would seize all potentially valuable items within the room. Following that, he would commence the true exhibition of his unparalleled thievery skills. Fixating on the meditating thief, a small blade materialized in Fong Lin's hand. Indeed, it was a slender knife, a tool of thievery, which, while seeming simple, was fraught with challenges. Many attempted to use sharp blades to slice through bags and other possessions for theft, yet it was undoubtedly an art. And achieving this without detection was an exceptionally arduous task. Fong Lin was initially noticed by the thief due to his long, nimble fingers. Coincidentally, Zhang Sanfeng possessed a stature that was both upright and elegant, with long, fair hands that moved with remarkable agility, enhanced by his martial prowess, which rendered his movements effortless. Fong Lin narrowed his eyes. Should the blade descend from his neck, it would undoubtedly alert him, given the heightened sensitivity of that area. Although he was currently cloaked in invisibility, exercising caution was still prudent. Ultimately, Fong Lin opted to commence his endeavor from the left shoulder. With a razor-sharp blade, he executed a seamless incision, flowing like water, seemingly encountering no resistance. His technique was exquisite, ensuring that the blade penetrated only superficially, thus evading the thief's notice. The artistry of his movements manifested in fluid, wave-like patterns, as he followed the fabric's texture to minimize friction. In a final, deft maneuver, he hooked the garment, lifting it entirely, and swiftly secured it in his grasp. At that moment, the thief found himself bereft of clothing, exposed and vulnerable. Fong Lin harbored no malicious intent. Having pilfered all that was attainable, he departed. Upon returning to his quarters, a faint smile graced his lips, for he anticipated the thief's imminent realization of his predicament, as the absence of attire would surely be felt. As he rummaged through his belongings, he unearthed a waste token. A mask, an eerie white visage adorned with 3 sharp angles, and a modest sum of silver, alongside trifles of little consequence. At this juncture, the thief truly found himself stripped bare. Within the confines of the room, the thief by Mingtang awoke, abruptly aware of an unsettling chill that enveloped him. To his astonishment, he realized he was utterly unclothed, and the entirety of the room had been stripped bare of its possessions. How could this be? How could everything be stolen from him? He was the most formidable thief of his time, rivaled only by the illustrious Chu Zuixiong, the true heir to the art of thievery. He was, after all, the saint of thieves, the very epitome of his craft. The audacity of someone to pilfer from him without his knowledge, even his garments. Bai Mingtang inhaled sharply. The mastery required to accomplish such a feat must be extraordinary. Suddenly, he realized that the crux of the matter was not merely the theft, but rather his current state of undress. How was he to venture outside in such a condition? This thief was utterly despicable, leaving him bereft of even his clothing. Could it be that Chu Zuixiang still lived? It seemed impossible, for he had been declared dead. Even if he were alive, there would be no reason for him to target Bai Mingtang, especially since the symbolic mask and badge of identity were also missing, an alarming sign indeed. Could it be that a disciple of the Thief King had come to assert dominance over him? Cursed be it. Had that insufferable brat truly mastered the Thief King's ultimate technique? The last encounter had seen Bai Mingtang triumph by the slimmest margin, earning accolades from his peers and solidifying his status as the Saint of Thieves. This disciple, driven by envy, could not bear the thought of being overshadowed by his master's legacy. Yet, Chu Zuixiang was deceased, and Bai Mingtang had rightfully claimed the title of the world's preeminent thief. He was fully deserving of such an honor. For the past 3 years, that young upstart must have been honing his skills, and now he had seemingly succeeded. It could only be him, coming to challenge Bai Mingtang. That impudent whelp. Thinking mere skill and thievery suffices, he would pay dearly for this affront. If Fong Lin were aware of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly be elated to know that someone is willing to take the blame for him. Currently, he is merely perplexed by the purpose of this peculiar mask and the secrets concealed within the badge. In the nighttime, a shadow swiftly darted into a tailor's shop. Had there been a skilled observer present, they would certainly recognize that this figure was in a state of undress. The individual entered the tailor's shop solely to pilfer a garment for modesty. Chapter 55. The Spear's Name. Nan Yen. The most pressing concern now is to resolve the issue of the dragon seal and to enlist Li Yifeng's assistance regarding that painting. Following that, it is imperative to vigorously develop Wudong, which ought to begin admitting a formal cadre of disciples, with the lay disciples expanding to approximately 200. There is no alternative. Following the recent conflict, Wudong has acquired wealth, and with that wealth comes the desire for substantial development. Fong Lin pays him no mind. He may follow along if he wishes, for the secrets of Wudong's martial arts will not be casually divulged to him. The lack of suitable transportation is quite inconvenient. It took a full 2 days by carriage to reach Wudong. In less than 4 months, Wudong has ascended to the status of the foremost sect in Danjiang County, and it has also gained considerable renown throughout Hubei. Fong Lin is confident that once the Nanyan Palace is established, Wudong will rival any major sect in terms of scale. After all, with its 36 peaks, Wudong is of immense magnitude. Even a single palace is extraordinarily grand, incomparable to ordinary sections. Due to the necessity of maintaining his reputation, Fong Lin felt compelled to continually seek the spotlight. Consequently, he believed that this miraculous event would be unprecedentedly monumental, significant enough to warrant a place in the annals of history. Thus, he resolved to post a notice in Danjiang County, proclaiming that 3 days hence, the Nanyan Palace would descend. 3 days would suffice to spread the news, allowing individuals from neighboring counties to gather, thereby enabling Wudong to extend its influence into these areas. Brother Yifeng, may I inquire how you managed to create the Lord Yi's affection for dragons painting? Fong Lin asked. Li Yifeng casually replied, I simply drew it offhand. Fong Lin's expression darkened. Yet he could not dismiss the painting carelessly. What if it concealed some secret that others might uncover? He continued to probe. Have you ever encountered a similar painting before? Li Yifeng resolutely shook his head, asserting, I never plagiarize others' work. Each painting I create is an original. Absolutely. The old drunkard beside them chimed in, indeed. It is undoubtedly original. Fong Lin, overwhelmed, thought to himself, what are you doing here, old drunk? How do you know whether it is original or not? At that moment, Fong Lin found it exceedingly challenging to communicate with these two individuals, and supporting them was an arduous task. Li Yifeng frequently gambled, returning to Fong Lin in debt, while Wu Tianji was a bottomless pit, consuming copious amounts of alcohol daily. They were truly two spendthrifts. Regrettably, Fong Lin needed their assistance, otherwise he would have reached his limit. Wu Tianji and Li Yifeng exchanged knowing smiles and simultaneously declared, "Indeed, it is undeniably original." The smile was cunning, lecherous, and insidious. Fong Lin, maintaining his composure, inquired, "Whom did you model the figure of Yi Gong in this painting after?" Li Yifeng replied, "It is based on a Taoist priest." Fong Lin's heart leaped with joy. They had finally reached a pivotal moment. He quickly pressed on, "Do you know this Taoist? Have you ever met him? Why did you choose him as your model?" Li Yifeng chuckled, appearing quite innocent, yet the old drunkard beside him merely curled his lip, lost in his own thoughts. Li Yifeng continued, "I have met this Taoist. Once, I was pursued for gambling debts, and he lent me some money." Fong Lin rolled his eyes. A Taoist priest of such stature was hardly benevolent, especially considering his own destitution. Moreover, during the priest's lifetime, Fong Lin had been by his side. Yet he had no recollection of such an encounter. The drunkard, Wu Tianji, chimed in, "I can attest to that. It is indeed true." Fong Lin was at a loss for words. These two were clearly toying with him, offering nothing but falsehoods. After several days of fruitless inquiries, he had no choice but to abandon his quest for information, for the moment of divine manifestation had arrived. Atop Nanyan Peak, a crowd of over 10,000 had gathered, comprising not only residents of Danjiang County, but also many from neighboring regions, all eager to witness the miraculous events of Wudong. Word had spread that a palace was descending upon Wudong, igniting curiosity among the masses, as who among mortals would not wish to behold a miracle? In the hearts of the common people, the divine truly exists. Otherwise, the sacred teachings would not command such profound faith. Fong Lin gazed at the multitude on the mountainside, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Ever since that fateful night of madness, his reputation had been painstakingly cultivated through philanthropic endeavors with Wudong, the Red Cross, and the Hope Project, a process that had proven exceedingly slow, culminating in a modest 5,000 points. Thus, he realized the necessity to broaden his horizons. Furthermore, he was confident that following today's miraculous event, a lottery would be within reach. However, Fong Lin resolved to bide his time, intending to draw from the treasure trove only when his points reached 25,000, as obtaining the coveted manuals was imperative. He sensed that the organization he had inadvertently crossed paths with was far from ordinary. Even the mysterious strategist he encountered was at the mid-stage of innate mastery, while the true leader remained in the shadows, indicating the vast and unfathomable power of this organization. Therefore, it was crucial for Fong Lin to expedite the enhancement of Wudong's strength, with the manuals playing a pivotal role in this endeavor. At present, the members of Wudong had made significant strides. Sanquan and Sanxin had consumed a first-turn golden pill, achieving breakthroughs to the mid-stage of acquired mastery, as had Song Yuanxiao, while the second-turn golden pills were reserved for future use. Noticing that the time was ripe, Fong Lin stepped into an open area, retrieved the construction token, and theatrically intoned a few incantations. In an instant, the ethereal images of palatial structures began to materialize. Simultaneously, a cascade of seven-colored divine light descended from the heavens, enveloping the assembly. The onlookers, who had gathered to witness this miracle, promptly knelt, exclaiming in reverence. The seven-colored light bestowed upon each individual an overwhelming sense of tranquility and exhilaration. Among the foremost disciples of Wudong, the sensation was particularly profound. They distinctly felt their bodies growing sturdier and a subtle increase in their martial prowess. Fong Lin became the direct beneficiary, feeling as though all the hidden wounds sustained from battling that formidable adversary had completely healed. Moreover, the impurities within his power had diminished, rendering it even purer. At this moment, a multitude of palatial structures finally took shape. Suddenly, several bolts of lightning flashed across the sky, and a colossal vortex began to form. Sun Wukong stood beside Fong Lin, baring his teeth in excitement. Abruptly, a dark beam of light descended directly before the entrance of the Nanyan Palace, resulting in a thunderous roar. The populace was immediately stirred, bewildered by the unfolding event. As the dust settled, a dragon's head emerged, and gradually, a dark rod revealed itself. At the end of this rod was a golden dragon's head. Was this not the head of Xuanwu? Soon, the entire object was unveiled. It was a long halberd, approximately 2 meters and 3 in length. The tail bore the dragon's head, while the front featured a trident blade, reminiscent of the mythological Yangzhou's trident. Fat Dun remarked in his mind, a structure of this caliber is invariably accompanied by protective artifacts or extraordinary beasts. This is indeed the protective artifact of the Nanyan Palace. Fong Lin was taken aback, acutely aware that this long halberd was extraordinary. According to Fat Dun, it was only slightly inferior to Zhanlu. Undoubtedly a top-tier existence in this realm. Its name was aptly chosen. The halberd was called Nanyan. Chapter 56, The Divine General of Nanyan. The long halberd shimmered with a dark light, as if imbued with an awe-inspiring power. A dragon's roar resonated from the halberd, compelling all present to feel an irresistible urge to submit. "Oh dear, it is about to recognize its master autonomously," said Pang Dun. "Recognize its master autonomously? Do I not have a say in this matter?" Fong Lin inquired. "No, but the system has its limitations. It must be someone close to you or a member of Wudong. Furthermore, the system's chief will soon make an appearance," Pang Dun explained. At first, Fong Lin was perplexed. But soon a profound aura reminiscent of ancient times enveloped the air. "The one capable of such feats is undoubtedly a master," Li Feng murmured. Wu Tianji tugged at his disheveled hair and remarked, "They must possess at least the strength of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown, capable of moving grand halls with mere thought. Such power is beyond imagination. How could Wudong harbor such individuals?" Fong Lin did not hear their conversation, for Pang Dun's words soon proved true. A voice imbued with both authority and age resonated, as if echoing from the annals of history. "Fong Hua, step forth to receive the halberd." Fong Lin was taken aback to learn that Fong Hua had been chosen. It made sense, as his weapon was indeed a long halberd. Fong Hua glanced at Fong Lin and, at his unspoken urging, stepped forward in confusion to retrieve the halberd. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming weight in his hands, as if the halberd weighed 1,000 pounds. Such an extraordinary weapon could only be wielded by someone with Fong Hua's exceptional physique. After all, the Nanyan halberd weighed 800 pounds. Fong Lin gasped, realizing that should he swing this halberd, the sheer force from its weight would be unbearable for an ordinary person. "Fong Lin, the system's chief inquires which deity you wish to represent in the mortal realm." Fong Lin contemplated for a moment the essence of the great Emperor Zhenwu, who was embodied by Wudong itself. However, he could not fathom why the system posed such inquiries. Yet, he soon grasped the reason, leading him to refer to the system as the Mystic Assistant System. A venerable voice resounded once more, "I, Zhenwu, bestow upon Fong Hua the title of Divine General of Nanyan, to heed the call of my disciple, the Wudong sect leader, Zhang Sanfeng. Do you accept?" Fong Lin had no objections to serving under this title, and thus acquiesced. A surge of delight filled his heart. Had he not indirectly garnered significant acclaim? His reputation began to soar once again. Fong Hua was quite pleased with the long spear, which met his specifications in weight, exuding an aura of both majesty and authority that he found most appealing. Standing with the spear in hand, despite his unremarkable appearance and slender frame, he emanated a formidable presence, as if proclaiming, "With the spear, I can withstand the onslaught of 1,000 troops." "Old Mystic, do you not think it resembles him?" Li Yifeng inquired. "Do not call me Old Mystic, you scoundrel. Yet, it is indeed strikingly similar. Could it truly be him?" The two whispered among themselves, blending into the crowd. Thus Fong Lin remained unaware of their exchange. At this moment, Fong Lin feigned gravitas, declaring, "I represent the great Emperor Zhenwu," bestowing upon Fong Hua the name of Divine General of Nanyan. Instantly, all present knelt in reverence, paying homage to the divine. Bowing to the representative of the deity and the general, Fong Hua gazed upon the kneeling multitude, raising his eyes to the heavens, and felt an eerie familiarity with this veneration, as if he had once commanded such respect long ago. Fong Lin surveyed the outcome with satisfaction. If things continued as they were, the seeds of Wudong would soon take root in the neighboring county, allowing Wudong to potentially extend its influence across 5 counties. The next step would involve the recruitment of numerous lay disciples, followed by the acceptance of a select few formal disciples. Naturally, these tasks would be entrusted to Sanxin and Song Yuanqiao, while the training of the lay disciples would remain under Fong Hua's stewardship. Fong Hua felt that his previously vacant heart was no longer as empty. The trials of war and training had rendered him whole. Observing Fong Hua standing resolutely with a spear, Fong Lin felt a jolt of emotion. At that moment, Li Shisan suddenly sprinted over, and Fong Lin couldn't help but grimace at the sight. Li Yifeng was effeminate and unruly, yet Li Shisan, who typically presented himself as quite masculine, resembled Li Yifeng in his running style, appearing somewhat delicate. "Hey, Nyo, I too desire an artifact and aspire to be a divine general." Fong Lin patted his chest and replied, "You still have a long way to go." After uttering these words, Fong Lin turned to leave. oblivious to the vexed expression that crossed Li Shirsan's face as he glanced down at his chest. As afternoon approached, Du Lei unexpectedly arrived, which puzzled Fong Lin. However, after the battle with the Song Wolf, Du Lei was immensely grateful to Fong Lin, having received a promotion from a third-tier helmsman to a second-tier one. Fong Lin sensed that the Song Wolf battle was likely more complex than merely a quest for gold mines. Otherwise, Du Lei would not have been elevated in rank. Yet, as Du Lei remained silent, Fong Lin felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Du Lei smiled and remarked, "I heard there was a miraculous occurrence at Wudong this morning. I went to witness it myself, and indeed, it was extraordinary. This makes everything much easier." Fong Lin wore a gloomy expression. This old fellow was rather familiar, even referring to himself as older brother. However, what did he mean by that? Noticing Fong Lin's puzzled demeanor, Du Lei continued, "Young brother Sanfeng, to put it simply, I have reported your achievements. At such a young age, your combat prowess rivals that of the early innate stage, and your strength has reached the pinnacle of the acquired stage, just shy of the legendary Lin Wu, the foremost hero of the 8 wildernesses. Consequently, the Holy Sect wishes to recruit you." Fong Lin was indifferent to this. He was still not powerful enough within Wudong, and joining the Holy Sect could indeed be a favorable choice. Moreover, without the Holy Sect's permission, he could not preach on a large scale without being deemed a heretic. However, what did all this have to do with the miraculous event at Wudong? And what did Du Lei mean by saying that this makes everything easier? Surely, joining the Holy Sect would not require a Hubei leader to come personally, would it? Did the Holy Sect truly place such importance on his potential? Du Lei continued, "In fact, you are currently a deacon of the Hubei branch, which already makes you a member of the Holy Sect, albeit not a core one. This time, several esteemed leaders of the Holy Sect have recognized your potential and are prepared to elevate you to the core, designating you as one of the 6 great saints. This is a position of great prestige, second only to the Hall Masters. Only true talents within the Holy Sect can hold such a title. Henceforth, you shall be looking after your older brother." Fong Lin now comprehended why Du Lei was so familiar with him, and why he felt the need to come in person. However, he realized he must first understand the advantages of the 6 great saints. If it were merely a matter of noble status, Fong Lin would remain indifferent. The crux lay in the magnitude of their influence and the magnitude of the good deeds they could accomplish. In Chapter 57, The Divine Offspring, Fong Lin smiled faintly. Indeed, Zhang Sanfeng possessed a strikingly handsome and graceful physique, exuding a pleasant charisma. Du Lei continued, stating that exceptional talent was imperative moving forward. Fong Lin could accept this notion. Saints, as their title suggests, primarily represent the sacred order traversing the earthly realm. A lack of strength would surely bring disgrace upon the sacred order. Du Lei emphasized that most importantly, one must be of divine lineage to qualify. This revelation left Fong Lin feeling disheartened. Divine lineage implied that one must be a descendant of those formidable figures from years past, the 3 flowers gathering at the apex, did it not? Du Lei chuckled and said, "Brother Sanfeng, please do not take offense. The sacred order has investigated your ancestry." Fong Lin was taken aback momentarily. Yet he understood that he needed to be thoroughly clean for the sacred order to accept him. However, Du Lei's subsequent words startled him. Upon investigation, it was revealed that his ancestor was a deity, which prompted the sacred order's decision. Yet it was said that this branch of divine lineage had long since declined and perished, thus confirming was still necessary. Fong Lin felt disheartened. The so-called confirmation implied the first blood. As long as one attained the 3 flowers gathering at the apex, their blood would differ from that of ordinary individuals, and their descendants would retain some of these exceptional traits, resulting in divine offspring often possessing higher talents than the average person. Through verification, Fong Lin is a descendant of the divine, Du Lei proclaimed, since you have qualified to become a saint. You are also entitled to learn about certain matters of the sacred teachings. The prototype of the sacred teachings is, in fact, a coalition. Fong Lin listened intently, as this information could be deemed confidential. A millennium ago was an era brimming with exceptional talents. During that time, numerous formidable warriors gathered at the pinnacle of strength, representing the zenith of humanity. However, discord arose among the races. Initially, there were 2 types of humans, those like us today, and another group who referred to themselves as the blue-blooded people. Fong Lin felt a chill. The term blue-blooded sounded akin to extraterrestrials. Originally, the red-blooded and blue-blooded peoples were as close as brothers, with no barriers between them. Yet, for reasons unknown, Perhaps known only to the higher echelons of the sacred teachings, these two factions erupted into a great conflict. Fong Lin was alarmed. Fat Dun had previously informed him that, although this was a world of martial prowess, it was not the chivalric realm he had envisioned. This world was infused with marvelous hues, and he was finally beginning to comprehend that reality. Subsequently, the most powerful among the red-blooded formed a holy alliance. After the war concluded, many of the strong had perished, yet ultimately the blue-blooded were utterly annihilated. The remaining strong within the holy alliance began to carve out their interests. And in the end, the ancestors of the esteemed Pope reaped the greatest benefits, seizing control of the holy alliance. The heroes of yore were glorified into gods, and thus, the sacred teachings came into existence. The more Fong Lin listened, the more astonished he became. This was indeed astounding. Dulé gazed deeply at Fong Lin, bowed respectfully, and intoned solemnly, "Dulé has always held heroes in high regard, and now I pay my respects to the descendant of General Zhang Linglu." Fong Lin was taken aback and quickly helped Dulé to his feet. Having been raised by an elder Taoist, he was completely unaware of his lineage and hurriedly inquired, "Are you implying that my ancestor was Zhang Linglu, a general of the Sacred Alliance?" Dulé replied gravely, "The divine tower revered by the Holy Church is divided into 3 tiers. General Zhang Linglu, himself a Taoist, and one of the 3 eminent figures in Taoism, also held the position of general within the Sacred Alliance, bestowed with the divine title of Heavenly God. He is the deity enshrined in the 2nd tier of the divine tower." Fong Lin listened, his heart racing. It was evident that the deity enshrined in the 3rd tier was none other than the universally acknowledged supreme deity, Shiyan. Even the ancestors of the Pope were only honored in the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, signifying that his own ancestor was indeed remarkably powerful. Fong Lin now comprehended that he was a descendant of such a formidable divine being. This illustrious title would undoubtedly aid in his mission of spreading the faith, and he could effortlessly establish a subordinate sect within the Holy Church, propagating the teachings under the name of Zhang Linglu. Furthermore, his identity would certainly warrant the esteemed title of saint. However, none of this seemed paramount. Fong Lin had chosen to align himself with the true martial emperor, whom he could also proclaim to be the incarnation of Zhang Linglu. It was through Dulé's words that Fong Lin truly grasped the advantages of being a divine descendant, should a divine heir commit an offense. No one else possesses the authority to judge them. Only the verdict of the Holy Church holds such power. Moreover, the status of a divine heir is exceedingly elevated, akin to that of high-ranking officials in various nations. The 6 great saints are, in essence, the descendants of 6 among the 13 deities within the 2nd tier of the divine tower. Fong Lin contemplated the myriad benefits that awaited him, and it became evident that the advantages were indeed substantial. Becoming a saint of the holy sect appeared to be the most prudent choice. To his astonishment, Zhang Sanfeng was genuinely a divine offspring, with ancestors who were among the 3 eminent figures of Taoism. One might wonder how the system could casually provide a vessel. This body had been meticulously selected by the system, as Fat Dun remarked. In Fong Lin's eyes, while Taoism seemed to be in decline, he remained undeterred. For even a famished camel is larger than a horse. He envisioned a swift resurgence of Wudong under the auspices of the celestial deities of Taoism. Furthermore, from this moment onward, he would possess the holy sect as his steadfast ally. In a secluded corner of Wudong, a disheveled old man was imbibing wine. "Gambler, the holy sect has come seeking the young Taoist," Wu Tianji announced. "Of course they will. Is that not splendid? The descendant of the celestial deity. How intriguing indeed." His laughter echoed, laden with a hint of conspiratorial undertones. No one could fathom how they knew Zhang Sanfeng was a descendant of Zhang Linglu. Yet within their laughter lingered an aura of scheming. Thus, Fong Lin was recognized as a divine descendant, and the holy sect would proclaim to the world that they had found the heir of the true martial emperor, the celestial deity Zhang Linglu, and would bestow upon him the title of the 6th great saint. As for the designation of the true martial emperor, it was but a reflection of Fong Lin's esteemed preference. In Fong Lin's view, all of this is inconsequential. What truly matters is that once revealed to the world, his reputation will soar, and he will be recognized by the higher echelons, allowing him to preach with audacity. Furthermore, his identity as the heir of Taoism will emerge, ensuring that the future development of Wudong will be extraordinary. Meanwhile, Huang Haixing, perched atop a treetop, has also learned of Fong Lin's divine lineage. He smiles faintly, pondering the irony of being a descendant of the Eastern Celestial while casually encountering a scion of the Central Celestial. In a dense thicket, The figure adorned with a pentagonal mask mutters in frustration, realizing that they are indeed of divine descent. It seems he can only set this individual aside for now, as the latter remains oblivious to the existence of their organization, making it unnecessary to provoke him, lest the Holy Church become vigilant. At this moment, Feng Hua is also aware of everything unfolding. The title of Central Celestial resonates with him, though the other details remain unclear. Meanwhile, Feng Lin revels in his current stature, for his reputation has now reached an impressive 100,000. Chapter 58, The Prince of the Holy Church. This marks the third update, and I humbly seek your recommendations and collections. To Feng Lin, the term divine offspring signifies descendants of powerful ancestors who have made substantial contributions to humanity, earning the respect of future generations. Coupled with the deification by the Holy Church, these individuals are regarded as gods, while their descendants are labeled as divine heirs, akin to the privileged scions of their forebears. Feng Lin remains an unwavering atheist. Indeed, there are no gods in this world, as divinity merely represents a pinnacle of martial arts, the confluence of three flowers atop the head. This is merely a high martial world, a distinct high martial realm. To Feng Lin, although Wudong has achieved glory, what it truly requires is strength. Being the foremost sect is no simple feat. At least the mere glimpse of the saint sect's capabilities is enough to instill fear in him. At present, Wudong boasts 300 lay disciples and over 40 formal disciples, marking a significant leap in numbers. During his recent stay at Wudong, Feng Lin found himself with ample free time as the sect leader, prompting him to consider embarking on a mission to spread the teachings. After some contemplation, he decided to bring Feng Hua along, as the older lay disciples could train the newer ones, and Feng Hua would prove to be immensely helpful. However, this mission diverged from the original plan of mere field research. It now entailed direct evangelism. The essence of Wudong's doctrine is straightforward. By performing good deeds, one will receive blessings. Just as Feng Lin and his companions descended the mountain, they received news that the Saint sect had assigned him a task, instructing him to travel to the Hubei branch of the sect. Feng Lin found this puzzling, as a saint of the Saint sect, his rank should surpass that of Du Lei. This could only mean one thing. There exists a highly esteemed individual at the Hubei branch whom he must personally meet. Hastily arriving at the Hubei branch, he entered the hall to find Du Lei seated in a subordinate position, while a boy of approximately 14 years sat in the main seat. The boy, strikingly handsome, yet still bearing the youthful innocence in his face, exuded an air of arrogance, as if he were the center of the universe. Feng Lin felt a twinge of discontent upon witnessing the boy's demeanor. "Are you Taoist Sanfeng, the new sixth saint?" the boy inquired. "Indeed, I am. May I ask who you are?" Feng Lin replied. "I am the son of the Pope, the first saint, Situ Rue," the youth declared with an air of pride. Feng Lin was taken aback. He was indeed the heir of the Holy Church. Could it be that the mission bestowed upon him was somehow connected to this prince? Du Lei wore a wry smile as he explained. "I have just received orders indicating that His Holiness intends for the first saint to spend some time with you, allowing you to gain a better understanding of the Church's affairs." In a hushed tone, Du Lei continued, "This Situ Rue possesses certain qualities, which is why the Pope believes you. A promising youth should guide him in his ways, whatever that may entail." Feng Lin's expression darkened. He already had 3 burdens to bear and had only just ascended to sainthood without reaping any benefits, and now he was saddled with yet another predicament. Moreover, was he truly capable of mentoring the Pope's son, the first saint? Did the Pope's orders genuinely permit any approach? Feng Lin inquired. Du Lei nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the gravity of the command he had received, assuring Feng Lin that it was indeed as stated. Situ Rue smirked arrogantly. "My father has instructed you to accompany me, to familiarize yourself with the Holy Church. You are to follow my lead, understand?" Feng Lin nodded with a forced smile. Situ Rue continued. "It's a rare opportunity to venture out. Let us depart, for I have no desire to linger here." Feng Lin, resigned to his fate, had intended to spread the teachings in Yiling City, but now with the addition of a prince, many actions would require a more discreet approach. Along the way, Feng Lin truly witnessed the mischievous nature of this prince of the Holy Church. Encountering a beggar, this so-called saint should have learned the virtues of charity and compassion, at least on the surface. However, he callously kicked the beggar aside. It was Feng Lin who stepped forward to offer some money and utter a few words of comfort. Additionally, this young man displayed an extravagant nature, making exorbitant demands for a carriage, leaving Feng Lin astounded. According to his specifications, A carriage would cost no less than 100,000 taels of silver. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Surprisingly, this young man was also a lecher. Merely 14 years of age, passing by a brothel with a demeanor that immediately revealed his immoral character. Fong Lin sighed softly, the esteemed first saint. The son of the Pope was indeed of such disrepute. Did the Pope not impart any guidance to him? He was destined to be the future Pope. And if the representative of God were to embody such depravity, Fong Lin could hardly fathom the heinous acts this boy might commit in the future, especially at such a tender age. Moreover, he was accompanied by 3 peak innate-level subordinates, seemingly intending to intimidate Fong Lin. Whenever Fong Lin did not meet his expectations, he promptly commanded the 3 innate followers to deal with him. Ultimately, Fong Lin and Fong Hua dispatched the 3 with ease, leaving them in Panlong City as they took their leave with Situ Rue. Fong Lin had no desire to see his party grow any larger. Observing his subordinates easily subdued by Fong Lin, Situ Rue's expression shifted. He realized that he was now without any muscle at his side, and he pondered his own capabilities. After a thorough inquiry, Fong Lin discovered that this young man was the son of the Pope, who had enjoyed preferential treatment from a young age. While ordinary individuals typically began their martial training around the age of 13 or 14, this young lad had started at the tender age of 10, having consumed an array of supplements. However, despite 4 years of training, he remained at the initial stage of acquired abilities. Fong Lin pondered why the Pope lavished such indulgence upon him. If this continued, the young man would undoubtedly become a source of trouble. Such a difficult task was assigned to him as his first mission by the Holy Church, which was clearly no benevolent entity. Without any prior benefits, they had entrusted him with a challenging responsibility to diligently educate the young prince and encourage a change in his temperament. Along the journey, various individuals occasionally greeted Fong Lin, for the benevolent deeds of Wudong had gradually spread throughout Hubei, and many recognized this compassionate young leader, holding him in high esteem. At that moment, Fong Lin had acquired yet another title, the Conscience of Hubei, a grand appellation that left him feeling quite bashful for some time. Witnessing Fong Lin's popularity, Situ Rue reflected on his own experience at the Holy Church's headquarters, where he was met with fear and trepidation, perhaps out of jealousy. Situ Rue exhibited a rather irritable demeanor throughout the journey. Fong Lin, feeling increasingly helpless, resolved that upon reaching Yiling City, he would embark on his educational endeavor. With a faint smile, Fong Lin noted the young man's many virtues, reminiscent of his own mischievous nature before entering the world of thievery. He recalled how his elder brother had employed numerous tactics to deal with him, and he found himself nostalgic for those times. At the headquarters of the Holy Church, a man clad in a robe of purple and gold, crowned with the diadem of deities, stood proudly, while a figure in black beside him inquired, "Pope, is it truly wise to allow the Holy Son to accompany the Saint of Sanfone?" The Pope smiled gently, exuding a benevolent and amiable aura, evoking a sense of divine calling. He remarked, "How could the son of the steward represent the gods in this world and yet be so unruly? His other side remains undiscovered. The moon departed too soon, and I indulged him excessively. The Saint of Sanfone relies solely on himself. I have heard of his kindness. He instructs Rue'er, which I find quite fitting. The glory of the gods shall bestow blessings upon them." Little did he know, Fong Lin's previous mischief far surpassed that of his son. However, the elder brother's methods were indeed masterful. Thus, Situ Rue found himself in peril, for he encountered a predecessor even more formidable than himself, the once restrained Fong Lin from his past life. Chapter 59, the first outpost of Wudong. Fong Lin, accompanied by the others, journeyed towards Yiling City in a horse-drawn carriage. The young prince, Situ Rue, incessantly complained about the carriage's discomfort. Li Shisan struggled to contain his irritation, unaware that he was addressing the Pope's son, the scion of the Holy Church. In a moment of frustration, he struck Situ Rue, leaving him with a bruised face as he yelled for the Holy Church's members to seek retribution against Li Shisan upon their arrival in Yiling City. Fong Lin patted Li Shisan on the chest, advising him not to stoop to the level of a child. While Li Shisan was accustomed to Fong Lin's gestures, his expression remained grim. Fong Lin approached and removed the young prince's insignia. Without it, his identity could not be substantiated. This would facilitate Fong Lin's guidance, sparing them from the constant troubles caused by the prince's antics. Although Situ Rue is notoriously mischievous, he is not devoid of intelligence. He immediately grasped Fong Lin's intent and erupted in fury, exclaiming, "I will have my father execute you. Return my token at once." Indifferent to the antics of this unruly child, Fong Lin swiftly rendered him unconscious with a single strike, restoring a semblance of tranquility. Li Yifeng, with a sly demeanor, flicked his long braid and quipped, "You have struck the holy sun. Hasten to provide me with a hush fee, and I, as the embodiment of artistry, shall keep this matter under wraps." Wu Qianji chimed in, eager to join the fray. "I just cast an oracle. Should you fail to provide us with a hush fee today, you shall face calamity." Fong Lin rolled his eyes, pondering the caliber of individuals he had encountered. Meanwhile, Li Shisan, having been struck by Fong Lin, lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Fong Lin closed his eyes, feigning a state of tranquil meditation. While secretly communicating with his companion, the plump figure, for his reputation value, had reached an impressive 100,000. You are presented with two choices. One is to allocate the 100,000 for a lottery, and the other is to attempt a single upgrade lottery for the entire amount. Are you suggesting the kind of 100,000 lottery that follows the completion of the Hubei first task? Fong Lin inquired. Indeed, upon task completion, the one-time lottery of 10,000 will cease, but the system will introduce an additional feature, such as the radar function. However, you may also utilize the 100,000 for a lottery now. Fong Lin found himself in a quandary. If the secret manual lottery costs 25,000 per attempt, this 100,000 could secure at least 4 volumes of invaluable knowledge. However, with 100,000 for each lottery, the allure of valuable prizes is undeniable, leading to a dilemma in decision-making. As they approached Yiling City, Situ Rue gradually regained consciousness, only to feel an overwhelming urge to unleash a barrage of curses. Fong Lin frowned slightly, his growing disdain evident. He finally understood why his senior brother had worn such a radiant smile while reprimanding him in the past. Without hesitation, Fong Lin rolled over and restrained Situ Rue. The poor Situ Rue cried out in agony, proclaiming, "I am the Holy Son, the foremost disciple. How dare you, the 6th disciple, treat me this way?" With a smile upon his face, Fong Lin waved the token in his hand and replied, "Without the token, how can you prove your status as the Holy Son?" Situ Rue remained obstinate, continuing to shout and curse, refusing to beg for mercy. Fong Lin couldn't help but see a reflection of his younger self in the boy. He too had endured an hour of punishment from his senior brother without a plea for leniency, until his senior brother finally grew weary of the game. Observing Fong Lin's demeanor, Li Shisan and the others felt a sense of unfamiliarity, yet it dawned on them that Fong Lin was merely 17. Often assuming the mantle of a leader, yet still possessed the heart of a youth. In truth, in his previous life, Fong Lin was a part of the 90s generation. Only 20 years old, retaining a childlike innocence. At that moment, he was too indifferent to maintain any fade. Fong Lin observed Situ Rue, whose face was contorted with rage, his eyes seemingly ablaze, and found a certain charm in his demeanor, choosing not to reprimand him. Situ Rue, however, fell silent. He had already been informed by the Pope that Fong Lin was summoned to instruct him, and he realized that complaining would likely be futile. As they approached Yiling City, the rhythmic clatter of hooves echoed around them. Fong Lin had yet to decide which type of reward to select, but he felt no urgency, for his prestige would not diminish. Yiling City was the primary urban center that Wudong intended to develop. 2 days prior, Song Yuanxiao had arrived, procuring a spacious courtyard to serve as Wudong's base of operations, thus allowing Fong Lin to forego the inn and settle into his own quarters. At the entrance, 2 disciples of Wudong greeted him with a respectful bow, addressing him as the sect leader. Fong Lin smiled slightly and led the group inside. Situ Rue, still a child, was overwhelmed by curiosity and seemed to have forgotten the earlier scene in the carriage. He inquired of Fong Lin, "Why is the sect leader held in such high esteem?" Fong Lin retorted, "You are the Holy Son. Do not the members of the Holy Church respect you?" Situ Rue pouted, responding, "They honor my father, not me." Fong Lin was taken aback. The boy was sharp-witted, yet he wondered why he did not amend his poor habits or strive for improvement. With a sigh, Fong Lin surveyed the Wudong base, which was quite satisfactory. The furnishings were simple and devoid of ostentation, precisely what he desired, for in his view, wealth was better spent on benevolence to earn prestige. However, the strength of the outpost still requires enhancement. Currently, Wudong is largely comprised of individuals at the early stages of their cultivation, lacking even a single innate master, which leaves Fong Lin quite disheartened. As he wandered through the Wudong outpost, he suddenly realized that 2 of his companions, Li Yifeng and Wu Tianji, were nowhere to be found. A wry smile crossed his face, One must have ventured to the gambling house while the other had likely sought refuge in a tavern. With a slight sigh, he anticipated that soon the gambling house's lady, Li Fei, would come knocking, and the bartender would soon demand payment. He lamented the misfortune of encountering these two, who, nonetheless, held considerable importance. Casting a glance at Situ Rue, he inquired, "What is your impression of the Wudong outpost in Yiling City?" Situ Rue scoffed, "It's rubbish. The furniture and decor consist of nothing but mundane items, utterly lacking in quality." Fong Lin smiled faintly, recognizing the youth's limited understanding. He continued, "Have you led a life of comfort, with endless wealth and no one daring to provoke you? Is that not a source of pride for you?" Situ Rue replied with a haughty grin, "Indeed, it is so." Fong Lin pressed further, "Do you find that satisfying? Are you happy? Or do you truly enjoy your life?" Oddly enough, Situ Rue refrained from retorting. He realized that those around him seemed to harbor disdain for him. Their affections were insincere. Fong Lin closed the door, having made a resolute decision on how to allocate the 100,000 prestige points. Chapter 60, 8 Treasures, containing the 9 Yang. Taking a deep breath, Fong Lin ultimately resolved to partake in the lottery for the 100,000 prestige points. Now that he had attained the status of a saint, his prestige was steadily increasing, making this singular opportunity for a grand lottery one that he could not afford to miss. Fong Lin gritted his teeth, ultimately making a decision. After all, it was merely 100,000. With a monthly lottery opportunity and an impressive rise in reputation, he felt no apprehension regarding the lottery. His confidence surged. Wudong would surely flourish in the near future. Fong Lin took a moment to calm his mind, realizing the importance of maintaining a balanced mindset, lest his anxieties lead to significant repercussions. As the system lottery commenced, Fong Lin was immediately taken aback. This experience was vastly different, and the items presented were astonishingly formidable. This was the simplest and most common lottery format, yet it remained concealed. There were only 8 items this time, and no grand prizes. But the extraordinary nature of the items left Fong Lin speechless. The system had surprisingly been generous. The system merely sought to provide a taste of success, encouraging greater effort. It was no benevolent entity, as Fat Dun remarked, oblivious to the fact that he himself was a part of the system. Fong Lin rolled his eyes. The first concealed box contained a stone. With a gentle touch, information regarding the stone materialized. Pure Yang stone, which could be embedded in any tool, aiding in the restoration of pure Yang energy, enhancing recovery speed twofold. The purity of pure Yang power increased by 5%, and attack power surged by 50%. Fong Lin was astounded. This stone resembled those embedded stones from games in his past life, but its capabilities were truly extraordinary, leaving him salivating at the benefits. The second box revealed a pill, Pure Yang pill. Each pill could augment pure Yang power by 5 years of cultivation. A seemingly simple statement, yet it attests to the extraordinary nature of this singular eye. 5 years of cultivating pure Yang energy has sufficiently enabled Fong Lin to transcend from the realm of postnatal perfection to the nascent stages of innate beginnings. While 5 years may not seem an extensive period of training, it serves as a formidable asset during moments of breakthrough. The third hidden compartment reveals a construction token for the Zixiao Palace, once again presenting the Zixiao Palace and another palace-level edifice. Fong Lin is acutely aware that such treasures often come with additional gifts, reminiscent of the Nanyan halberd from the past. The fourth hidden compartment contains an object that eludes comprehension, a stone resembling a smooth pebble, entirely snow-white. However, the crux lies in the system's annotation, declaring its function to be unknown. Peng Dun, do you have any insight into this? Fong Lin inquired. Peng Dun pondered for a moment, his chubby face adorned with a red belly pouch, before shaking his round head. The stone emitted no discernible aura, which was indeed peculiar. Every entity typically possesses some essence. Yet this stone was devoid of any. The only explanation, it seemed, was that it was beyond his perception. Nodding in understanding, Fong Lin proceeded to the fifth hidden compartment, which housed 3 diminutive swords, each no longer than a finger, suspended in midair. The swords appeared semi-transparent, yet Fong Lin could distinctly sense a fierce aura emanating from them, instilling within him the unsettling realization that these 3 swords could effortlessly terminate his existence. System information indicated that the 3 sword energies could rival a full-force strike from a peak practitioner in the late stages of innate cultivation. Fong Lin gasped in astonishment. Recognizing that these sword energies possessed the potential to instantly obliterate a mid-stage innate practitioner, or even one newly entering the late stages of innate prowess. If the three items are used together, even the most formidable beings at their peak would find it challenging. It is truly extraordinary. Furthermore, if one were to infuse their pure yang sword energy into the mix, Fong Lin believed the resulting power would be unimaginable. The sixth dark box was surprisingly large, and within it lay a majestic white giant deer, peacefully slumbering. The mysterious and sacred aura emanating from it suggested that it was anything but ordinary. This white deer, a descendant of the steed of the Antarctic immortal, is a mutated beast known for its immense strength, incredible speed, and longevity, making it suitable for riding. Fong Lin regarded the white deer with admiration. As a mount, it would certainly be impressive and immensely powerful, undoubtedly a prized possession. At this moment, Fong Lin found himself unsteady on his feet, overwhelmed by the abundance of treasures, feeling an almost debilitating fatigue. The exhilaration coursing through him was beyond comprehension. With his heart racing at an astonishing rate, undoubtedly exceeding 150 beats per minute, clearly testing his cardiovascular endurance. With trembling hands, Fong Lin turned his attention to the seventh dark box, which contained something equally peculiar, a lamp. The name startled him, but after recalling the example of the Laojun furnace, he understood that the system's naming conventions were quite grandiose. The lotus lamp. Its effect was to harbor a powerful sacred aura, serving as a nemesis to all negative energies. A simple statement, yet Fong Lin sensed its profound significance. The eighth and final dark box finally revealed a manual, prompting Fong Lin to exhale in relief. He had been concerned that this lottery might not yield any such invaluable texts. After perusing the ancient tome, Fong Lin collapsed onto the ground, still bewildered by the absence of an introduction. His gaze was immediately captured by the four grand characters inscribed upon its cover. 9 Yang Divine Skill. A profound shock enveloped him. The 9 Yang Divine Skill had emerged. His hands trembled with excitement as he began to examine the details. The 9 Yang Divine Skill is regarded as one of the most formidable techniques of the contemporary era, standing alongside the Tai Chi Divine Skill as the ultimate scripture of the pure Yang lineage. The first volume enables one to attain the mid-stage of innate power, while the second volume allows for the completion of innate perfection. The third volume promises the attainment of the pinnacle known as the 3 flowers gathered at the crown. Fong Lin's forehead broke out in a cold sweat upon realizing that this was merely the first volume. Merely acquiring it would elevate him to the mid-stage of innate power. Furthermore, the restorative capabilities of the 9 Yang Divine Skill are remarkably potent. Even the formidable old nun of extinction could not overcome Zhang Wuji after delivering 3 strikes, thereby attesting to its efficacy. Its actual combat prowess would be even more terrifying. Moreover, reaching the 3 flowers gathered at the crown signifies the power of a deity, as fabled in this world. At this moment, Fong Lin found himself momentarily dazed, his mind rendered blank by the abundance of extraordinary rewards from this lottery, particularly the 9 Yang Divine Skill. He struggled to articulate the command to initiate the draw. After a lengthy pause of half an hour, he finally calmed his exhilarated heart and commanded, "Commence the lottery." Initially, he had presumed that the box containing the white deer was enormous and easily identifiable. Yet, to his surprise, all boxes had transformed into the same size. The system exhibited no leniency towards Fong Lin, and he could only manage a wry smile, finding himself at a loss for choice. Fong Lin glanced at the first box and deemed it unsuitable. He proceeded to inspect the second and third boxes, one after another, until he reached the fifth. To his astonishment, a flicker of excitement surged within him, as if something inside was beckoning him. Staring intently at the fifth box, he pondered what could be calling to him and why he felt this inexplicable sensation. What lay within? Approaching the fifth box, Fong Lin resolved to follow his instincts. With a gentle turn of the key, the box creaked open slowly. Chapter 61. A Sudden Turn. Zombies. Fong Lin chose the fifth hidden box. Closing his eyes, he drew a deep breath and gradually opened it. Upon unveiling the contents, he found himself plummeting to the ground in disbelief. It was neither a gem nor a medicinal pill, nor the esteemed 9 Yang art. It was merely a seemingly useless stone, devoid of any aura. Yet, the surprises were far from over. As Fong Lin's mouth fell agape in astonishment, the stone abruptly soared into the air and flew directly into his mouth. Before he could react, it was swallowed whole. In a panic, Fong Lin began to dig at his throat, desperately trying to expel the stone. After all, it was a stone. The lazy voice of Fat Dun chimed in. "Stop flailing about. The system won't harm you. If it's swallowed, then so be it. Fong Lin's face fell in despair. He had failed to acquire any treasures and had instead ingested a stone. The system seemed to be playing tricks on him. So many wondrous items had emerged, yet he had not claimed a single one. Why on earth did he feel a connection to this mysterious stone? Fong Lin was puzzled when he suddenly heard Pang Dun's exclamation. Hurry, cultivate your energy. This stone is actually beginning to melt. I still cannot sense its aura within you. But what the system has provided must be extraordinary. Absorb it quickly. Fong Lin promptly composed himself and began his practice. Indeed, he could distinctly feel the stone within him, exuding a certain allure and an oddly familiar sensation. Gradually, it seemed to melt ever so slightly. Had it not been for Pang Dun's assertion that it was melting, Fong Lin would have found it hard to believe. Yet at this moment, he could clearly perceive the transformation within himself. Fong Lin unleashed a flurry of punches, with the pure yang energy manifesting as striking force. He could vividly sense that the pure yang energy had undergone a significant change. This energy, representing the essence of the heavens and earth, now contained a hint of sacredness within it, an evolution of the divine that enhanced everything. Furthermore, the purity of the pure yang energy had remarkably surged. With the increase in purity came an augmentation in power. Fong Lin was acutely aware that his combat strength had risen by at least 10%. This was merely from a slight melting of the stone. If it were to fully dissolve, one could only imagine the magnitude of that divine and orthodox energy. However, the stone seemed to have grown weary, showing no further signs of change, remaining stagnant within Fong Lin's body. You are fortunate. This stone is undoubtedly a treasure, Pang Dun muttered. Fong Lin felt an urge to swat him away, considering such remarks redundant, for he had already felt it himself. His emotions fluctuated dramatically, akin to a roller coaster, and soon fatigue overwhelmed him, causing him to fall into a deep slumber. Fong Lin was unaware that the originally pristine white stone had become even more luminous. The stone had not melted again. However, all the inner energy within Fong Lin's body had inexplicably coalesced around the stone, forming a vortex. It appeared that this unknown stone was the very epicenter of all power. Fong Lin had slept for an extended period until a knock on the door roused him. It was Song Yuanxiao at the door. Fong Lin felt a twinge of annoyance, as it seemed that every time he was disturbed from his slumber. It was by Song Yuanxiao. In a cheerful mood, Fong Lin inquired, "What brings you here, Yuanxiao?" Song Yuanxiao appeared visibly anxious and replied, "Master, there is chaos in Yiling City. Reports have emerged of zombies appearing last night." Fong Lin was taken aback. He found the notion of zombies utterly incredulous. Even the divine were merely powerful beings, so how could such bizarre creatures as zombies possibly exist? When a person dies, they are gone. How could they return as a zombie? Song Yuanxiao continued, "If it were just one or two individuals, it could be dismissed, but many have witnessed it, and these zombies have already claimed numerous lives, including that of a late-stage acquired realm expert. The bite marks appear to be human." Fong Lin began to take the matter seriously. If even a late-stage acquired realm expert had fallen, then the strength of the adversary was certainly formidable. Moreover, the nature of the attacks, being bitten to death, was disturbingly brutal. If it were human, such savagery seemed implausible. Even those who practiced dark arts would not resort to such grotesque behavior, he mused. After a moment's contemplation, Fong Lin asked, "Did Wudong sustain any losses?" Song Yuanxiao responded, "Master, this is precisely the crux of the matter. The zombies roamed freely and even approached the Wudong encampment. But upon reaching the threshold, they let out a terrified cry and fled Yiling City." Fong Lin was perplexed. How could Wu Dang have cried out in alarm? A cry that many had heard? If the zombie were merely a human in disguise, it seemed unlikely they would be so foolish. As Fong Lin stepped outside, he found the entrance of the Wu Dang encampment in a state of chaos. With a slight frown, he listened as Song Yuanxiao hurried to explain, "Master, this is precisely the reason the disciples sought you. They have learned of your arrival. You are a person blessed by the deities, a descendant of the divine, and a saint of the holy sect. They hope you can rid us of the zombie menace." Fong Lin calculated in his mind that this indeed constituted a noble deed, one that would also enhance his prestige. Such an action would undoubtedly benefit Wu Dang's influence within Yiling City, making it a commendable choice. Moreover, the so-called zombie should not possess formidable strength. If it were a master, it would not stoop to the triviality of masquerading as a zombie, let alone exhibiting such cruelty. Upon reaching the entrance, he beheld a gathering of hundreds, with two corpses laid out, while grieving relatives stood nearby in anguish. As soon as Fong Lin emerged, they seemed to see a glimmer of hope, crying out, "Taoist Sanfeng, my husband was slain by a zombie. You must avenge him and rid Yiling City of this scourge." One woman lamented. The surrounding populace began to murmur anxiously. They were terrified. This woman's husband was a practitioner of the late stage of postnatal martial arts, known for running a martial arts school in the city, and he had gained some renown. If such a person could fall victim to a zombie, how could they not be frightened? Fong Lin sought to calm the crowd. At this moment, he was regarded as the conscience of Hubei. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to intervene in this matter. At this moment, the common folk began to murmur. Wasn't the captain of the guards reported missing just a few days ago? Could it be the work of zombies? And what of Master Xiong from the escort agency? He too has vanished. Is it true that many have gone missing in Yiling City recently? Fong Lin inquired. Indeed, over 10 people have disappeared without a trace. Could it truly be the doing of zombies? The townspeople's faces turned pale with fear, and they hurriedly sought Fong Lin's assistance. Fong Lin felt increasingly perplexed. Could these individuals be responsible? They seemed perfectly fine, lacking for nothing in their lives. Why would they engage in such bizarre activities? Furthermore, the brutality of the methods employed was so extreme that even Fong Lin, who had witnessed countless battles, found it unsettling. Fate seems to have a peculiar sense of irony, leading the little Taoist to encounter such events once more, Wu Tianji remarked while sipping his drink. "Oh, have you divined something? What is the situation?" "Do share," Li Yifeng chuckled, adopting a rather effeminate demeanor. Wu Tianji grinned lewdly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "You know my rules, but you should grasp my meaning. In short, fate is elusive and capricious. It appears the little Taoist is destined to clash with them again." Though the words were cryptic, Li Yifeng seemed to comprehend, and the two exchanged knowing smiles. Casually departing the Wudong outpost, seemingly unperturbed by the so-called zombie incident. Chapter 62, The Poison of Control. Gratitude for the generous reward of 10,000 Chidian coins from 360. Our Wudong sect has gained another leader. Additionally, today's recommendations have fallen short. We humbly request your support in collections and recommendations. Fong Lin was deep in thought, contemplating an excursion beyond the city limits. He decided to take along Fong Lin and Li Shisan. With their exceptional agility, they could either evade danger or confront it. For the trio's prowess and lightness skill was undeniably among the finest in the martial world. After briefing his companions on the situation, he noticed Li Shisan's pallid expression. Concerned, Fong Lin inquired, "Brother Shisan, what troubles you?" Despite his wan appearance, Li Shisan mustered his spirits and replied, "It's nothing, nothing at all. Let us proceed." Seeing that Li Shisan seemed to harbor no significant issues, Fong Lin offered a few more words of advice before leading the way toward the outskirts of the city. According to eyewitness accounts, the zombie from the previous night had presumably fled beyond the city walls. Fong Lin had always regarded the notion of zombies with skepticism, believing them to be mere fabrications of the imagination, the work of those who sought to instill fear through deception and cruel in their machinations. Meanwhile, deep within the dense forest, a handsome young man with long, flowing black braids elegantly raised his delicate fingers and questioned, "Old drunkard, do your traces lead the young Taoist to the zombie?" The old drunkard, Wu Tianji, grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, his breath reeking of alcohol. However, the effeminate Li Yifeng appeared unperturbed. "The young Taoist is no fool. The traces I left are unmistakably clear, and with such an expansive forest, he would take an eternity to find the zombie if he searched slowly. Of course, I must lend him a hand. After all, he has been paying my tavern bills for quite some time. Moreover, the march of destiny is inexorable. I have merely given him a gentle push." The two exchanged knowing smiles, their hands delving into their pockets to retrieve a few pieces of silver, evidently bestowed by Fong Lin. With a shared grin, they made their way towards Yiling City. One could easily surmise their intentions. Upon arriving at the forest, Fong Lin immediately discerned the footprints leading deep into the thicket. Indeed, the tracks seemed to suggest a trail to the zombies, yet Fong Lin shook his head in disbelief. It was too contrived. The abundance of footprints appeared to be merely a ruse to mislead. Convinced that the zombies were merely humans in disguise, he resolutely opted for the opposite direction. If Wu Tianji were to learn of his thwarted intentions, one could only wonder what thoughts would occupy his mind. Nonetheless, he was correct in asserting that the march of fate is inexorable. Even though he had attempted to nudge Fong Lin in a particular direction without success, Destiny still conspired to ensure that Fong Lin encountered what he was meant to. Within the dense forest, Fong Lin and his companions lay in silent concealment, having just detected a subtle disturbance. As anticipated, two figures clad in black emerged, both adorned with white masks. Fong Lin's pupils constricted. Their triangular masks bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the thief, albeit with only a single point. One of the masked individuals remarked, "It is truly careless of our Lord to let one escape yesterday." The other responded, "The affairs of our Lord are not for us to discuss. We must hasten to report our findings. We have yet to discover any zombies that fled." The absurdity of it all was not lost on Fong Lin. To control the human heart with poison, rendering them akin to zombies, and to label this scheme the Zombie Project was indeed laughable. Fong Lin listened intently, narrowing his eyes as he swiftly followed the two individuals. Along the way, all three tore off a corner of their garments to conceal their faces. Fong Lin's frustration mounted. Was it possible that they were indeed traversing the very path he had previously noted? Moreover, the footsteps showed no signs of ceasing, leading them ever closer to their destination. Were the members of this organization utterly foolish? Fong Lin silently scoffed at the thought. Yet, his primary concern was not the folly of others, but rather the terrifying potency of the venomous curse that could manipulate human hearts. Should this curse be deployed on a grand scale, it would undoubtedly yield catastrophic consequences. The current predicament suggested a pervasive connectivity. Fong Lin surmised that the disappearance of individuals from Yiling City was intrinsically linked to this zombie scheme. Furthermore, judging by the mask, it appeared that the figure known as Number 10 and the thief were all part of the same faction. The thief possessed innate strength at the early stage and exhibited remarkable agility. Fong Lin felt uncertain about his ability to capture him. Otherwise, he would have acted decisively before. Deep within the forest, Fong Lin encountered a cluster of cages, housing over 100 individuals afflicted by the curse. The voice of the stout man echoed, "These people are all dead. They have been cursed and are no different from zombies, entirely under the control of the venomous curse. Moreover, all these individuals possess strength at the mid-stage of the acquired realm or higher, presumably gathered from various locales." Fong Lin was astounded. Over 100 individuals at such a formidable level constituted a significant force. What, indeed, was the purpose of this organization? Before long, a commotion ensued as two cloaked figures appeared, similarly adorned with a corner of a mask, apprehending a lone zombie. In the center stood a rather plump individual, astonishingly claiming to possess the strength of a mid-stage innate. Clad in a black robe and adorned with a five-pointed mask, they appeared to utilize this as a means to distinguish levels among themselves. "My lord," one remarked, "this person was initially not entirely deceased, which allowed the poison to momentarily spiral out of control, but it is now contained." The figure in the five-pointed mask nodded slightly, casually seizing the zombie and casting it into the throng of its kind. Within the confines of the cage, the zombies shuffled slowly, their garments tattered and exuding a foul stench. Some even bore remnants of flesh and blood in their mouths, a truly horrifying sight. Fong Lin pondered for a moment. Facing a mid-stage innate, even the three of them together would be no match. The only reason they had managed to slay the chief was due to the initial surprise attack that had dealt him a grievous blow. Now, with several hundred zombies of postnatal mid-stage or higher to assist, the three of them stood no chance. Their only course of action was to flee. Fong Lin gestured, preparing to escape, when suddenly he noticed Li Shan, pale as a ghost, trembling uncontrollably. Fong Lin inwardly cursed his misfortune. Indeed, the figure in the five-pointed mask had sensed it. An overwhelming aura emanated from them as they bellowed, "Who dares approach?" With a swift motion, they unleashed several massive insects, presumably the poison. The ramifications of being struck by them were unfathomable. Fong Lin seized Li Shan and bolted, exchanging a glance with Fong Hua, who chose to head in the opposite direction. Fong Lin's heart raced. Should he be caught, his demise was inevitable. "Having discovered your secret, you shall now have the opportunity to witness the might of these zombies. I trust my lord will be most pleased with this batch." Fong Lin felt a chill run down his spine. There were still adults above him. What kind of power could that be? This batch of zombies was merely the tip of the iceberg. There had been several groups already. What sort of formidable force was at play? If Fong Lin were to flee alone, there might be a chance for escape, but carrying Li Shan made it exceedingly difficult. Once again, he found himself being hunted through the jungle, relentlessly pursued. As the five-pointed mask drew nearer, Fong Lin realized he was out of options. Perhaps he shouldn't have separated from Fong Hua. Things might have been more favorable had they remained together. But now, There was no turning back. Fong Lin unleashed a powerful palm strike, the shockwave palm, with all his might, propelling himself forward. He recalled a book he had previously recommended, one that was indeed remarkable. Chapter 63, Sacred. Fong Lin was at a loss. This was becoming troublesome. He certainly couldn't abandon Li Shisan. In his current state, Li Shisan wouldn't be able to keep up if left behind. How infuriating it was to discover his cowardice. To see the zombie actually terrified, unable to even utilize lightness skills. The successor of the small Li flying dagger was in such a pitiful state. However, contrary to Fong Lin's expectations, after his palm strike, a gasp echoed through the air. The right hand of the five-pointed mask began to emanate black mist, showing signs of decay. Why was this happening? Not only was Fong Lin perplexed, but even the five-pointed mask was taken aback. The rotund figure exclaimed, "I understand. They are employing poison, practicing sinister arts. You, being a pure yang body, combined with the strange sacred aura you acquired last night, possess a power that counters them." No wonder the zombie fled in terror upon reaching the Wudong outpost. Fong Lin felt a surge of joy, yet he recognized that his sacred power was still insufficiently potent. When he faced the pentagonal mask of the mid-stage innate realm with a single strike, the damage inflicted was minimal. However, within the depths of his eyes, a primal fear emerged, fear of the force that could restrain his own power. He set Li Shisan down, confidence swelling within him for the impending battle. Yet Li Shisan, pale as a specter, clung to Fong Lin like an octopus, causing Fong Lin to scowl in frustration. "Damn it, I am not a mere tool." Resigned, Fong Lin covered his face, knowing he lacked the assurance to eliminate the pentagonal mask in the mid-stage innate realm. Thus, he refrained from employing the Zhan Lu technique, as it would reveal his identity. Instead, he summoned his strength to confront the foe directly. The pentagonal mask, sensing the threat, dared not withstand the assault. Opting instead to evade, Fong Lin extended a finger, slicing the air towards the pentagonal mask. A flash of golden red light erupted, and he softly intoned, "A stroke of history paints the spring and autumn." This was a technique derived from the judge's pen in the silver hook iron painting he had drawn earlier. The pentagonal mask hastily attempted to dodge, but the zombies behind him were not so fortunate. Lacking the formidable strength of the pentagonal mask, they bore the brunt of Fong Lin's strike, sending 4 of them flying, their heads bursting forth as dark energy erupted, reducing them to mere corpses. The poisonous insects within them had perished. At that moment, the pentagonal mask found himself at a loss. He was unable to contend with Fong Lin. Yet the zombies were of paramount importance. If Fong Lin continued his onslaught unchecked, they would surely be annihilated. Damn it, how could such a sacred and extraordinary power exist? It was utterly unprecedented. Thus, a few individuals remained entangled in their struggle. Fong Lin, with a swift motion, evaded the five-pointed mask. On several occasions, he failed to dodge. Immediately succumbing to the interference of the divine aura, his strength drastically diminished, resulting in injury. As for those zombies, under Fong Lin's deliberate and inadvertent assaults, 3 or 4 dozen perished, though to be precise, zombies are inherently dead, the true demise being the poison within them. The five-pointed mask grew increasingly anxious, unwilling to face death. He recognized that engaging directly would pose a significant threat to his own safety, yet he could not abandon the zombies in his flight. Fong Lin let out a cold chuckle, extending his hands and raising 2 fingers, from which cascaded waves of golden red light, the pure yang energy radiating in red, with flecks of gold that countered their essence. Fong Lin distinctly sensed the stone within him melting once more, the sacred power within his body intensifying. The five-pointed mask was taken aback, cursing under his breath, realizing that the divine aura was becoming increasingly potent. Fong Lin's strikes accelerated. Executing the most formidable technique of silver hook and iron painting, Judgment Command, a massive token materialized in the air, descending with an extensive attack, leaving the zombies in a dire state. Despair flickered in the eyes of the five-pointed mask, with the majority of the zombies vanquished. How could he report back to his master? However, recognizing that the zombies were nearly eradicated, he cast aside his reservations and began his escape. Fong Lin understood he could not slay him. Should he choose to flee, he was utterly incapable of hindering him, and thus he refrained from pursuit. Meanwhile, Li Shisan, witnessing this scene, was overwhelmed, his vision darkening as he fainted. How infuriating! How could one be so cowardly, especially as a man? At this moment, Fong Lin cast aside all reservations and drew forth the Zhan Lu, the pure yang sword of Wudong. Like a harvester in a field, the zombies fell one by one. After the slaughter, Fong Lin took a deep breath, pondering the fate of Feng Hua, and resolved to check on him. In a flash, he executed the cloud ladder technique at its utmost speed, while the senses of the corpulent companion, Fat Dun, were activated. However, Fat Dun's perception was limited to a radius of merely 100 meters, yet it still proved beneficial. Upon learning that all the zombies had been vanquished, the citizens of Yiling City were immediately filled with elation. The city lord, who had been absent in Yiling and was currently in Panlong City, was momentarily overshadowed by the benevolence of Hubei, which had averted great calamity. A frown crossed Fong Lin's face. Even the delicately Yifeng mocked him, and he cursed inwardly, lamenting the absurdity of Li Shisan. However, he found solace in the fact that Wudong's prestige had increased by approximately 8,000 points. Additionally, Fong Lin discerned the advantages of this sacred aura, which served as a formidable counter to venomous practices. Thus, his journey was not in vain. Situ Rue observed Fong Lin's demeanor and laughed for an extended period, prompting Fong Lin to retaliate with the bone-dislocating grip, pinning him down for a thorough beating. Situ Rue hastily berated Fong Lin as hypocritical, disparaging the virtues of Danjiang County and the conscience of Hubei, branding him a vile, shameless bully of children. Unfazed by the accusations, Fong Lin considered the incredibility of such claims. The more he struck, the more elated he became, and he finally comprehended why, in a past life, his senior brother had taken out his heartbreak on him for a full hour. This was truly exhilarating. Meanwhile, on another side, Wu Tianji and Li Yifeng ambled together, their shoulders linked, to a secluded corner within the Wudong encampment. The old drunkard, to my surprise, the young Taoist easily resolved the matter. It seems we must reassess our opinions, remarked the gambler Li Yifeng. Wu Tianji, with his murky gaze, responded, Did I not say that nothing can halt the march of destiny? He shall not perish so swiftly. Li Yifeng let out a coy laugh and said, Oh, old charlatan, do read the omens again. Wu Tianji contemplated refusal, yet upon witnessing the determined expression on Li Yifeng's face, a mix of defiance and urgency, he sighed resignedly, revealing a grin that showcased his yellowed teeth. He produced a piece of paper, equally discolored, akin to his smile. Ah, you've even pulled out the paper for offerings. You clearly wish to divine the future, Li Yifeng exclaimed. Ignoring the jibe, Wu Tianji took up a pen and began to scribble on the paper haphazardly. Shortly, a glimmer of insight flickered in his dimmed eyes. The blessings of the gate of destiny, the crowning of the deity of fate, grant him sanctity. The path ahead has become somewhat obscured to me, yet I reiterate, the steps of fate are inescapable. What is meant to transpire shall unfold quietly, regardless of your attempts to alter it. The two exchanged a knowing, mischievous smile, the significance of the old drunkard's words seemingly understood only by them. Chapter 64. The Transformation Plan for the Young Prince. In the dead of night last evening, Li Shisan finally awoke. Observing himself entwined with Fong Lin, he felt a flush of embarrassment linger. Fong Lin pondered, his innocence tarnished in such a manner, for he was certainly not a fool. During the night, Fong Lin was venting his frustrations indoors. Indeed, ever since being embraced by Li Shisan today, misfortunes began to befall him. His reputation had surged to 10,000, prompting Fong Lin to engage in an ordinary lottery draw, only to receive a piece of floating dust. This left him feeling disheartened. For the function of this dust was rather simplistic. When held, it created an illusion of mystique, enhancing one's ethereal presence. However, Fong Lin found this ability somewhat redundant and scoffed. Do I not possess an otherworldly aura? As he stepped out for breakfast, he encountered Li Shisan, who coincidentally was also emerging from his dwelling. Meanwhile, Situ Rue, rather unusually, had risen exceptionally early that day and was discreetly chuckling at the sight of the two. An awkward atmosphere enveloped Fong Lin and Li Shisan. Fong Lin playfully thumped Li Shisan on the chest, saying, Never mind, Shisan. I shall endure this slight and not dwell on it. Li Shisan's expression grew increasingly grim, leaving Fong Lin perplexed. Observing Situ Rue's smirk, Fong Lin suddenly realized that this lad was not merely stubborn, he was inherently deserving of a beating. Thus, after subjecting Situ Rue to another 15 minutes of playful torment, Fong Lin's spirits lifted considerably. Situ Rue, now wearing a visage of indignation, found himself at a loss for alternative recourse. Yet, true to his obstinate nature, or rather, his inclination to provoke, he showed no signs of surrender or contrition. After some contemplation, Fong Lin determined that having Situ Rue in close proximity was indeed troublesome, especially given the young man's lineage as the son of the Pope. Attempting to extract some confidential information from the church proved futile, as this uneducated youth was utterly oblivious. Ironically, however, he had become quite familiar with the brothels of Yiling City. Fong Lin increasingly felt that this young man was utterly inept and that he must devise a plan to rectify him. Otherwise, any disruption within the Holy Church would undoubtedly bring calamity to the populace. Yet, he pondered, if such chaos were to ensue, perhaps by altering Situ Rue's course now, it could be deemed a great act of benevolence. Would this not bestow upon him countless prestige points? If that were indeed the case, one could amass at least 100,000, if not millions, of such points. The rotund figure remarked. Fong Lin was instantly stirred. Gazing at Situ Rue as a starving man might eye a delectable morsel. Situ Rue recoiled slightly, sensing the peculiarity in Fong Lin's gaze. A glance at Li Shursin sent his countenance into a tailspin. He was overthinking it. You are truly naive. This event has yet to transpire. And while it could be considered a virtuous deed, the rewards would scarcely exceed 3,000 or 4,000 points, the rotund figure stated. Fong Lin's spirits dampened at this revelation. You are a Taoist. Do not act recklessly, Situ Rue exclaimed. Fong Lin merely shook his head, partaking in his breakfast. He resolved that measures must be taken against this young man, who was far too unruly, reminiscent of his own past self. He believed he must address Situ Rue as his senior brother had once dealt with him. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Lin administered a peculiar substance to Situ Rue. The latter's expression shifted dramatically. I am the son of the Pope, the holy son of the Church. What have you given me? Do not act foolishly. Fong Lin offered a slight smile, yet to Situ Rue, it appeared utterly terrifying, reminiscent of a demon. It is nothing of consequence, merely a poison. You must come to me daily for the antidote. Otherwise, within 3 days, you might find yourself in the imperial palace of the Yuanhe emperor. You. What do you mean? Of course, it is to enter the palace as a eunuch. Fong Lin chuckled casually. Situ Rue's expression froze, though he lacked knowledge. It did not imply he was foolish. As the son of the Pope, how dare this young master of Wudong treat him thus? After finishing his breakfast, he stepped outside. Observing Situ Rue's unsteady gait, Fong Lin noted his appearance seemed to reflect a life of indulgence. How could the Holy Church produce such a scion? Was the Pope so derelict in his duties as a father? That night, Situ Rue was suddenly awakened, feeling a surge of heat in his lower abdomen. He abruptly recalled Fong Lin's words, and cold sweat broke out. He was terrified. He did not wish to become a eunuch. This Taoist, who outwardly displayed compassion and was lauded by all, concealed such malevolence. Yet, Situ Rue was still a child, genuinely frightened. He hurried to Fong Lin's door and began to knock desperately. Fong Lin mused to himself, I infused that candy bean with a touch of pure yang energy. It seems I have gauged the timing perfectly. He disregarded the frantic knocking from Situ Rue and continued to sleep. In the morning, Fong Lin opened the door to find Situ Rue with tear-stained cheeks, his eyes bloodshot, unmistakably resembling a panda. A twinge of compassion struck Fong Lin. Perhaps he had gone too far. But then he reconsidered. This boy was indeed insufferable. Without proper guidance, the Holy Church would surely descend into chaos, bringing calamity upon the world. Situ Rue was so terrified that he spent the entire night sleepless, weeping for several hours, his face marked with tears. Fong Lin remarked, as I have said before, perform a good deed each day, come to collect the antidote daily, and I assure you, you shall be fine. Wash your face and go have a meal. Like a wooden puppet, Situ Rue went to wash his face, ate his meal, and then stepped outside. Fong Lin exchanged greetings with Song Yuanxiao, asking him to keep an eye on Situ Rue. Fong Lin scoffed. Did you think I was unaware of everything? Refrain from employing such petty tricks in the future. I have long since mastered these tactics. Never mind. Go forth and do your good deeds. Situ Rue appeared forlorn and helpless. He truly had no choice but to lower himself and comply. Holding on to his sense of superiority, he deemed himself far too noble to engage in such acts. Yet he was unwilling to endure further humiliation. Fong Lin sighed, realizing that everything would require gradual change. This lad simply held himself in too high regard. Casually tossing him a piece of candy, Fong Lin watched as Situ Rue, believing he had indeed been poisoned and that this was the antidote, hastily consumed it. Fong Lin took him out once more for a stroll. For Fong Lin, the notion of a stroll meant immediately engaging in any good deeds he encountered, amassing reputation points. for even the smallest of mosquitoes are still flesh. On the roadside, they spotted several beggars, not members of the beggar clan, but those who begged due to disabilities or other unfortunate circumstances. A child, no more than 7 or 8 years old, was pleading for alms. Fong Lin took Sitarue over and generously bestowed 50 taels of silver upon the child. Sitarue, pinching his nose in disgust, appeared repulsed. The young beggar, mistaking Sitarue for a benefactor, expressed gratitude to Fong Lin, then tugged on Sitarue's sleeve, intending to utter a few words of thanks. Sitarue's expression shifted dramatically, as if driven by instinct, and he kicked the small beggar away. Chapter 65. The Beggar Prince next week promises a powerful recommendation, featuring prominently on the homepage. Iduo has always enjoyed the support of the audience, having once soared to the top 3 of the newcomer rankings. The first recommendation is a strong endorsement from the category, and Iduo expresses great satisfaction, extending heartfelt thanks to everyone. Recently, however, the number of newcomers in the readers group has dwindled. The introduction contains the group number. Those interested are welcome to join. Fong Lin was immediately incensed, swiftly knocking down Sitarue. After offering a few words of comfort to the small beggar, he bellowed, "Do you truly look down upon beggars? Even if he is but a child?" He was about to express his gratitude to you. Sitarue, with an air of arrogance, retorted, "I am a dignified holy son. How can a mere beggar dare to touch my garments?" Fong Lin, ablaze with fury, found this youth to be far more despicable than he had been in his own folly. Without hesitation, he struck Sitarue's mute acupoint, rendering his legs immobile and transforming him into a voiceless and limping figure. Fong Lin stripped him of his opulent attire, leaving him clad only in a pure white robe. He then tossed Sitarue onto the ground, causing him to roll several times and emerge covered in dirt, declaring, "Now, you too are a beggar." He scattered 30 pieces of candy before him, leaving Sitarue to believe they were an antidote, and departed. Sitarue, dumbfounded, yearned to scream and chase after Fong Lin. Yet he found himself unable to move. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he grew increasingly terrified. Voiceless and incapacitated, coupled with his frail health, he feared for his life. Once Fong Lin had walked away, he exchanged a few words with Song Yuanxiao. "Master, he is still but a child. Is this truly appropriate?" Song Yuanxiao inquired. "He is to be the future pope, embodying not only the essence of all deities, but also standing at the pinnacle of human faith. He shall preside over the most powerful holy order. And can you fathom the grave repercussions of his current state?" Song Yuanxiao ceased his discourse, heeding Fong Lin's command, and observed Sitarue from a distance. At this moment, Sitarue's face, once handsome, was marred with tears and disarray, resembling that of a destitute beggar. A little girl passed by, tilted her head, and offered him a few morsels of snacks, smiling widely before scampering away in delight. Sitarue was taken aback. He was now the recipient of charity, a prince of the holy order, a future pope, reduced to this. Enraged and aggrieved, he cursed the ancestors of Fong Lin, vowing that upon his restoration, he would wield the power of the holy order to annihilate Wudong. With a swift motion, he brushed aside the snacks, for his garments had been stripped away by Fong Lin, leaving him without a single coin to his name. The holy order, indeed, had a presence in Yiling City. A flicker of hope ignited within Sitarue as he limped toward the holy order. Suddenly, he collided with a noblewoman clad in exquisite attire. Enraged, she delivered a sharp slap to Sitarue's face, exclaiming, "You beggar, are you blind while walking?" Still a mere child, Sitarue could no longer contain himself and began to sob uncontrollably, though no sound escaped his lips. He was but a little mute. The noblewoman huffed disdainfully, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe her hands, as if the act of striking him had sullied her delicate skin. Tears streamed down Sitarue's face as he made his way toward the stronghold of the holy sect, believing that salvation awaited him there. Those who had wronged him would meet their demise. His eyes burned with fury as he limped to the entrance, only to be halted by the gatekeeper. With a dismissive shove, the guard sent Sitarue sprawling to the ground, saying, "You little beggar, go plead for alms elsewhere. Here, take this, but do not dare intrude upon the holy sect." With that, he tossed a few coins at Sitarue. Though he yearned to shout, no sound escaped his lips. He scrawled in the dirt, declaring himself the son of the holy sect, but the gatekeeper merely scoffed, "A madman, it seems." The guard seized one of Sitarue's arms and flung him far from the sanctuary. As he sat despondently on the ground, all hope dissolved and his mind fell into a void. "Hey kid, where are you from?" "This is my territory," a middle-aged beggar with a missing hand interjected. Situ Rue paid him no mind, lost in his own thoughts. "You asking for a beating?" The beggar continued, raising his intact arm threateningly. Awakened by the confrontation, Situ Rue's face turned pale with fear. With a sigh, the one-armed beggar seemed to take pity on him and refrained from violence. "Stick with me, kid. What rotten luck to run into a mute beggar like you. From now on, I shall be known as the one-armed uncle." Situ Rue, still on the ground, wrote, "I am the son of the holy sect." The one-armed uncle replied, "Son, you little beggars certainly have a way with words. In the past, my family was quite well off. But alas, I encountered bandits, leading to my current plight. I possess a few characters of knowledge. Yet you, a mere beggar, are quite amusing. From now on, follow the elder and cease your boasting. Do you understand? For a beggar, what matters is not the bluster, but the will to survive." Gradually, the one-armed beggar began to take Situ Rue along in his quest for alms. With a vacant gaze, Situ Rue trailed behind. Though still a youth, his expression was far from endearing, and throughout the day, no one bestowed upon him any charity. The one-armed beggar sighed and cursed, lamenting his misfortune at encountering such a small beggar. After uttering this, he relinquished the hard-earned bun he had procured to Situ Rue. Situ Rue, truly famished, was willing to consume anything when hunger struck. It is an instinctual response. He gazed at the bun, disregarding its cleanliness, and devoured it without uttering a word of gratitude to the one-armed beggar. In his memory, he had always believed that any kindness shown to him was his due, for he considered himself a noble scion. The one-armed beggar, feeling the emptiness in his own stomach, sighed once more. In the days that followed, he continued to take Situ Rue along in his begging endeavors. Gradually, Situ Rue began to acclimate to the life of a beggar. He endured all that a beggar experiences, being beaten, mocked, and occasionally receiving alms. Everything had transpired. The esteemed heir of the sacred teaching had lived through the trials that a beggar must face. Meanwhile, Fong Lin was within his abode, meticulously planning the future development of Wudong. Every few days, he would establish a new strategy. Song Yuanxiao remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on Situ Rue, commanding several third-generation disciples to ensure his safety whenever he grew weary. Fong Lin's life remained remarkably structured. As usual, he occasionally ventured out, assisting others with their burdens and performing acts of kindness. "Taoist, how can I impose such labor upon you? I shall manage on my own," declared the burly man, carrying a sack of goods. "Nonsense, let me lend you a hand. It will spare you some effort," replied Fong Lin, who then helped lift the load. The title of conscience of Hubei is not something one earns overnight. In that moment, Fong Lin reveled in the joy of altruism, which transcended mere reputation. As he walked, Fong Lin spotted Situ Rue, who was oblivious to his presence. At that moment, the child was begging. Yes, begging. He was but a child who wished to survive, to learn how to endure life. Fong Lin smiled faintly and moved on, aware that while his own circumstances had not altered, Situ Rue's life had taken a different turn. Though his own character remained unchanged, he recognized that Situ Rue's disposition was gradually evolving. Chapter 66. Leth Phi's Request. The newcomer rankings have been updated. The initial publication period has concluded. I humbly seek recommendations and collections, for support is crucial at this juncture. Fong Lin observed Situ Rue from a distance, harboring no significant animosity toward him. Having once encountered the darker aspects of society, he too had been unruly, only to be transformed with the guidance of the master of the thief sect. At that moment, Situ Rue resembled Fong Lin's former self, and he wished for Situ Rue to undergo a similar metamorphosis, for his character would ultimately determine the fates of countless individuals. Today was a fortuitous day, as the first large academy of Wudong in Yiling City had been established and was officially welcoming disciples. In his previous life, Fong Lin was an orphan, and he harbored a sense of gratitude towards compulsory education. At this moment, observing the children on their way to school, many dressed in tattered garments, a faint smile graced his lips. He reflected that engaging in acts of kindness not only accrues prestige, but also brings a profound sense of fulfillment to one's heart. In the grand hall of the holy teachings, the Pope, adorned with the golden halo of the deities, regarded the confidential document in his hand. Fong Lin had already begun to surmise its contents. He believed that the Pope would not leave his son unmonitored while educating him in his presence. If Fong Lin were to lead his son into a life of begging, the Pope would surely comprehend the situation, acknowledging the boy's mischievous nature. With a subtle smile, the Pope mused, Saint Sanfeng, Who are you to dare suggest that I, the earthly representative of the divine, should beg? Yet, memories began to resurface in the Pope's mind. Years ago, he too had been compelled by his master to undertake menial tasks. It was only through understanding the entirety of existence that one could attain the title of Pope. Unbeknownst to Fong Lin, he found himself amidst a quandary. He pondered, could it be that after losing last time, they have returned for a rematch? Yet, I am, after all, a Taoist. Excessive gambling would be detrimental. Upon seeing Fong Lin approach, Li Fei's face lit up with joy. To be candid, the girl was strikingly beautiful, with a figure that was equally alluring. Though her temperament matched her fiery appearance, which was somewhat challenging to accept. I am remiss in not welcoming you properly, Miss Li Fei, Fong Lin remarked. At that moment, Li Shisan was also present, his gaze directed at Li Fei, filled with an unmistakable discontent. Fong Lin thought to himself, truly, he is a brother. Well aware of the difficulty this girl poses. However, Fong Lin truly had no time. He was eager to engage in charitable deeds. And the Wudong Charity Fund was set to commence operations in Yiling City shortly. He was indeed quite occupied. Thus, Fong Lin graciously declined, maintaining a polite demeanor while preserving the dignity of the city lord. What, one might wonder, brought this young lady to mention the city lord today? Li Fei continued, in truth, I am good friends with the city lord's daughter, Xingyu. I have spoken of you to him, and he expressed considerable interest in meeting you. However, you have declined the invitation to the birthday banquet, so I have taken it upon myself to assure him that I will indeed bring you along. Fong Lin raised an eyebrow, bemused. It seemed they were not particularly acquainted, yet she had the audacity to guarantee his attendance. Regrettably, I am genuinely pressed for time, and as a Taoist, you ought to understand. Before he could finish his thought, Li Fei interjected, what of Taoists? They are not monks. Taoists can marry and associate with women. If you refuse to attend, I shall proclaim that you are gambling. Seeing this young lady threaten him so boldly, Fong Lin retorted with a smirk, a Taoist never claimed to be incapable of gambling, did they? Indeed, in this world where Taoism had waned, the restrictions had diminished significantly. Many Taoists frequented brothels, and some even maintained multiple wives. Li Fei, clearly exasperated, stamped her foot and demanded, will you or will you not go? Fong Lin shook his head, signifying his refusal. I have heard that you are a descendant of the heavenly god, Li Fei remarked. Fong Lin nodded. This was a matter verified by the holy sect and could be considered an indisputable fact. My father possesses the treasured relic of the celestial god, which appears to be a cherished heirloom of his lineage. It is said that the descendants of the celestial god perished, leading to the acquisition of this artifact by my father. Should you venture there, I shall devise a way for you to obtain it. After realizing that threats proved ineffective, Li Fei resorted to enticement. Fong Lin pondered momentarily. Regardless of the circumstances, he was not only Fong Lin but also Zhang Sanfeng, and thus, he held a deep respect for his ancestors' possessions, particularly for heirlooms of such significance. Indeed, he found himself swayed by the young lady's allure and reluctantly acquiesced. I must inform you, dear sister, you is quite enchanting, indeed. With a mischievous grin, she departed joyfully. Fong Lin, with a look of helplessness, found her quite challenging to contend with. He noticed Li Shisan observing him, and an odd sensation washed over him. Clearing his throat, he remarked, it may be unwise for me to venture alone. Would you, brother Shisan, accompany me? I had precisely that intention, Li Shisan replied before taking his leave, leaving Fong Lin even more perplexed, as if he had somehow offended him. Fong Lin shook his head. The number of rational individuals around him seemed to dwindle. In the shadows lurked a sinister aura, where a man clad in a black robe and donning a five-pointed mask knelt in terror. Behind him stood hundreds of enormous cages, imprisoning tens of thousands of zombies. Each one possessed strength exceeding the mid-level of the acquired realm, their howls echoing as they moved, an utterly terrifying sight. Before the pentagonal mask stood a man adorned with a heptagonal mask, cloaked entirely in black. His hands, however, were gaunt and skeletal, resembling bony claws. And their hue was not the pale white of an ordinary person but a sickly gray, as if poisoned by a lethal toxin. The heptagonal mask turned around, its eyes dark, hollow, and devoid of life, resembling those of a corpse. Yet, the words that escaped its lips bore a sinister edge. Are you suggesting that you encountered a masked individual whose power exudes a sacred aura, and that the mere touch of his poison is fatal? The vacant gaze of the heptagonal mask remained lifeless, its pupils rolling ominously, enhancing its terrifying presence. A sacred aura. The nemesis of poison, even the guardian of the holy sect, trained in the most potent of solar techniques, would struggle to achieve such a feat. The pentagonal mask inhaled sharply, pondering whether the master harbored doubts about him. The heptagonal mask sighed, conceding, very well, the objective has largely been accomplished. And I can provide an account to our superiors. You have accompanied me for 5 years. You may leave now. The pentagonal mask exhaled in relief, expressing gratitude before hastily departing. The heptagonal mask lifted its gaze to the dim surroundings, its corpse-like eyes shifting as it murmured, the ability to restrain poison, perhaps? The words were casual, yet the chilling aura they carried sent shivers down one's spine. Chapter 67. The Busy Disciples of Yangzhou in 3 days. The city lord's 50th birthday celebration would commence. Overall, Xingling, the lord of Xingling City, was a commendable leader, and his efforts had significantly contributed to the swift development of Yiling City. The citizens held him in high regard, and his daughter, Xingyu, was said to be a benevolent young woman, embodying values akin to those of Wudong. Although he was a saint with a status equivalent to that of royal kin, the city lord's position still fell beneath his own. However, Feng Lin, influenced by certain philosophies from his previous life, did not adopt an arrogant demeanor like that of Situ Rue. He appreciated the respect bestowed upon him and reciprocated it gracefully. As the 3 days rapidly passed, noon arrived, signaling the time to attend the city lord's grand celebration. Feng Lin donned his sect leader's robe. Though saints possessed their unique attire, he opted not to wear it. His appearance was casual, and he noted that Li Shisan's attire mirrored his own in its informal nature, a black robe donned with ease. Feng Lin exuded a carefree aura, yet he found it challenging to articulate the essence of Li Shisan's demeanor. Nonetheless, it was undeniably pleasant to behold. "Nyo, have you prepared your congratulatory gift?" Li Shisan inquired. Feng Lin, preoccupied with matters concerning the charitable foundation in recent days, had inadvertently forgotten to prepare a gift. However, he remained unconcerned, as he had no intention of attending the celebration for the sake of gifts, which often served merely as tokens of goodwill or as instruments for the aristocracy's comparison. Casually, he selected a jade ring, valued at approximately 1,000 taels of silver, deeming it a respectable offering that would uphold his dignity. The virtues of Danjiang County and the conscience of Hubei, it would indeed be peculiar if they went unappreciated. Those who are impoverished have, to varying degrees, received assistance from Feng Lin, and the instances of his benevolence are well known. Thus, the young leader, the youthful Taoist, and the emerging saint is held in high esteem by all. The city lord's mansion is situated at the heart of Yiling City, akin to the ancient governors of the past. Just as Feng Lin prepared to enter, he was halted by the gatekeeper. "Taoist, please present your invitation before you may enter," the guard stated. Feng Lin was taken aback. Having initially declined, he had returned the invitation. "I am Zhang Sanfeng, the head of Wudong. Might you relay my name?" Feng Lin inquired politely. "The virtues of Danjiang County and the conscience of Hubei, Zhang Sanfeng, you say? Yet, your name does not appear on the guest list for the city lord's mansion," replied the gatekeeper. Feng Lin felt a twinge of frustration. Had Li Fei not informed the city lord of his presence? However, both guards were cognizant of Feng Lin's identity and thus did not impede his entry. What sense would it make to obstruct a superior arriving to celebrate a subordinate's birthday? Feng Lin proceeded into the hall alongside Li Shisan, where a multitude had already gathered. The man, round-faced and beaming with joy, was evidently the city lord, currently engaged in conversation with those around him, predominantly officials or members from various sects within Hubei province. The relationship between the government and the martial world appeared to be quite harmonious. He had not encountered Feng Lin before and was naturally unaware of his arrival. So Feng Lin and Li Shisan meandered casually into the crowd. Upon their entrance, a slight stir ensued. The origin of the commotion primarily stemmed from the daughters of those celebrating their birthdays. Feng Lin, possessing a strikingly handsome appearance, was a rare find among men of the world, and Li Shisan was equally so. Their temperaments, however, were entirely different. Yet, when they stood side by side, they exuded a remarkable harmony, a phenomenon Feng Lin himself had not yet realized. With a gentle smile, Feng Lin remarked, "Brother Shisan, you are quite the handsome one. Those ladies are all gazing at you." It was a rare moment as Feng Lin began to tease Li Shisan. Li Shisan playfully pinched Feng Lin's waist, causing him a momentary pang of pain, to which Li Shisan responded with a slight smile. "It is primarily due to Taoist Sanfeng's good looks." Fong Lin could not shake the feeling that there was an intriguing undertone to his smile. "Hey, little Taoist, you finally arrived. You are the last to make it," Li Fei exclaimed as she approached. Following her was a woman whose demeanor was in stark contrast to her own. The woman was delicate and charming. Clad in a flowing white robe, equally tall, yet her features conveyed a sense of fragility that evoked a sense of concern. This was presumably the city lord's daughter. "Xingyu, this is the little Taoist I mentioned to you." Li Fei introduced her to Xingyu. Xingyu's face flushed as she offered a slight bow to Fong Lin, acknowledging his elevated status. After her greeting, she prepared to report to the city lord that Taoist Sanfeng had arrived. However, Fong Lin intervened, explaining that the city lord was currently occupied with other guests and would surely come to greet him first, which would place those present in an awkward position. Fong Lin also had little patience for such formalities. Li Fei appeared quite pleased, as at least she had managed to invite Fong Lin, which was a significant source of pride for her. In a limited circle, a constant stream of officials and the daughters of prominent families approached Fong Lin and Li Shisan for conversation. This world was not devoid of infatuation. Despite being clad in a Taoist robe, their interest in him remained unabated. However, Fong Lin held a general disdain for such women, responding only with perfunctory pleasantries, while Li Shisan exhibited an even greater indifference, scarcely acknowledging them. Li Fei let out a soft grunt, prompting the young ladies to gradually disperse, as if they held a certain awe for this little enchantress. Fong Lin smiled slightly, sensing that it was nearly time to commence the day's birthday banquet. Before the festivities began, a list of gifts was announced, followed by the birthday celebrants' expressions of gratitude. Today, Xingling appeared radiant, exuding evident joy. Fong Lin felt somewhat helpless regarding these gifts. The spirit of competition truly permeated everywhere. Lieutenant Li Long presented 2 exquisite jade corals. Lord Xing Qiliang offered a pair of jade discs. The more Fong Lin listened, the colder his heart grew. The meager salaries of these officials paled in comparison to the opulence of these offerings. Yet, witnessing the smug expressions of those dignitaries filled him with discontent. At that moment, Xingyu was nowhere to be found. As Li Fei mentioned, she had gone to prepare a gift for her father. Finally, the announcer declared, "There is also a jade ring. The donor remains unknown. May we inquire as to its origin?" Some young gentlemen began to jest, noting that a simple jade ring was worth at most 1,000 taels of silver. Such a gift could only be bestowed by a minor official or a local master. At this juncture, Fong Lin slightly rose and declared, "This jade ring is my humble congratulatory gift. Who dares to present such a gift? A mere country bumpkin." It seems this is the son of Colonel Li Long, who appears robust, yet somewhat lacking in wit. Fong Lin chuckled, "I hail from Danjiang County." The other young gentleman nearby remarked, "Indeed, he comes from a small place. One wonders how he managed to gain entry, for it appears there were no Taoists among the invitees." In such grand banquets, these young lords often seek to showcase themselves to win the favor of the ladies. The recent entrance of Fong Lin and Li Shisan had stolen their thunder, and now was the perfect moment to mock. "Taoist, which sect do you belong to?" one of the young men shouted. Fong Lin replied, "I am a disciple of Wudong." He added, "My disciple from Yuanxiao is currently occupied with charitable endeavors and could not accompany me." Upon hearing disciple, the young man instantly grasped the identity of this young Taoist. He was the embodiment of virtue from Danjiang County, the conscience of Hubei, a descendant of the divine Emperor Shenwu, and now one of the 6 holy disciples of the sacred teachings, led by the esteemed Zhang Sanfeng of Wudong. In that moment, the entire assembly fell into a hushed silence. Chapter 68. The Qin of Shisan. Fong Lin smiled gently and offered a few words of congratulation to the birthday celebrant. Lord Xing. Lord Xing was already quite elated by Fong Lin's presence and was taken aback by the gift he presented. Although it was merely an ordinary jade ring, it was likely that Lord Xing would wear it daily henceforth, for it was bestowed by the revered Taoist Sanfeng, a matter of great prestige. The once proud young gentlemen were rendered speechless, with their parents hastily bringing them forth to apologize or to make the acquaintance of Fong Lin, who merely responded with a casual indifference. The young ladies, however, were in a state of heightened excitement, for this handsome Taoist was none other than the renowned Zhang Sanfeng, the master of Wudong, famed throughout Hubei. Color rose to the cheeks of the young ladies, leaving them lost in their own thoughts. Fong Lin chose to feign ignorance of their reaction, while beside him, Li Shisan playfully pinched Fong Lin's waist, prompting Fong Lin to retaliate with a light punch to his chest. As the banquet commenced, a multitude of guests raised their glasses to toast Fong Lin, a situation he found rather distasteful. In the company of acquaintances, he could shed his pretense, but amidst strangers, he was obliged to maintain the demeanor befitting a master and a saintly figure. Fortunately, his capacity for alcohol was commendable, allowing him to indulge without concern. The guest of honor, however, had indulged a bit too much, his spirits lifted by Fong Lin's presence, which brought him immense joy. Given Fong Lin's age, he should have been seated among the young gentlemen, yet his elevated status compelled him to share a table with the older generation, who were eager to befriend him. This left Fong Lin feeling somewhat overwhelmed, but for the sake of his ancestors' legacy, he endured. Before long, after several rounds of drinks, Xingyu emerged, cradling her guqin. Her graceful steps accentuated by a flowing white gown that rendered her quite enchanting. "Father," she announced, "I have no gifts to present you today, so instead, allow me to perform a newly composed piece for you." Xingling felt a profound sense of comfort, for Xingyu had always been considerate and dutiful. As the most beautiful woman in Yiling City, many sought to wed her, which filled the old city lord with immense joy to have such a daughter. As Xingyu gracefully settled down, the sound of her guqin began to flow like a babbling brook, perfectly embodying her elegant yet dignified demeanor. Ethereal as a celestial being from the heavens, Fong Lin, though unfamiliar with musical intricacies, found the melody enchanting. Even the spirited Li Fei listened with rapt attention. Xingyu's skill on the guqin was truly remarkable. Suddenly, with a graceful turn, Xingyu directed her performance towards Fong Lin, inviting him to join in a duet, which incited a wave of envy among the young gentlemen present. However, they could only lament their perceived shortcomings in comparison to Fong Lin, who was not only handsome but also of noble status and exceptional martial prowess. The more they pondered, the more they felt overshadowed. Even their ornate robes paled in comparison to the effortless grace of Fong Lin, who wore simple attire. Fong Lin, feeling somewhat helpless, admitted, "I appreciate your kind invitation, Miss Xing, but I am regrettably unversed in the art of music." A hint of embarrassment crossed Xingyu's face, yet she nodded slightly, recognizing her previous abruptness. As the final notes lingered in the air, the audience remained entranced by the melody. Li Shisan remarked, "This young lady's guqin skills are indeed impressive." Fong Lin whispered, "Impressive? I have never encountered such exquisite music before." Surprisingly, Li Shisan's expression darkened at Fong Lin's praise for Xingyu. Even he himself was unaware of the reason for his discontent. Xingyu gently inclined her body, her tone delicate as she spoke. "The piece I just performed has yet to be named. I wonder if you might bestow it with a title." Although her words were directed at Fong Lin, the young gentlemen present were oblivious to her intent. Many of them had secretly relished Fong Lin's admission of ignorance regarding music, and now they saw an opportunity to leave a favorable impression on Xingyu. One young man, appearing as if well-versed in literature, rose to propose, "This melody is enchanting, reminiscent of a mountain stream. Might we call it the flowing spring melody?" Fong Lin found this name somewhat fitting, yet, drawing upon his years of literary study, he sensed it lacked a certain depth. Xingyu shared this sentiment. At that moment, Li Shisan interjected, "It could be named Clear Heart and Universal Goodness Melody." Xingyu felt a surge of joy. This title indeed resonated well, and she offered a slight bow towards Li Shisan. Fong Lin also deemed it appropriate, as the piece truly possessed the ability to instill tranquility and elevate one's spirit. The previously confident young man now appeared flustered, overshadowed by Fong Lin's presence and further eclipsed by Li Shisan's suggestion. Li Shisan glanced at Fong Lin, then at Xingyu, and inexplicably, he rose slightly, exuding an air of elegance as he stated, "I possess some understanding of musical principles, yet with Miss Xing's brilliance preceding me, I wonder if I might dare to showcase my humble skills." Xingyu promptly vacated her seat, while the other young gentlemen erupted in scornful laughter. After all, there were few in Hubei who could claim to match her mastery of the zither. This brash youth was surely misguided in seeking the spotlight at such a moment. Once Xingyu had concluded her performance, it was evident that his attempt would undoubtedly pale in comparison. Fong Lin was indeed filled with anticipation. Observing the eager expression on Fong Lin's face, Xingyu felt a tinge of disappointment. The esteemed Taoist Sanfeng had long been known for his virtuous deeds, and in truth, Xingyu held him in high regard. Li Shisan rested his hands upon the guqin, his eyes gently closed, refraining from playing. Yet, upon witnessing his posture, Xingyu's eyes sparkled with realization. This young gentleman's musical prowess was undoubtedly extraordinary. Li Shisan remained with his eyes shut, and in that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. As the first notes resounded, Fong Lin felt as though the wine he had consumed moments ago had dissipated, leaving his mind clear and unburdened. The music flowed like a serene river, conjuring images of majestic mountains and winding rivers, the melodies unceasing. No one uttered a word, and the composition defied description. Even though Xing Yu played remarkably well, it merely evoked a sense of the pinnacle of earthly beauty, whereas Li Shisan's performance seemed to transcend the mortal realm, encapsulating the essence of nature itself, a true testament to excellence. Fong Lin slightly squinted, his visage reflecting pure enjoyment. He had not anticipated that Li Shisan's artistry would be so exceptional, leaving him genuinely astonished. As the final notes faded, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. Yet it seemed the echoes of the guqin lingered in the air. Was this what they called lingering resonance? Li Shisan, perplexed, addressed Fong Lin. Echoing Xing Yu's earlier sentiment, this piece, too, bears no name. Might I request your esteemed opinions for a title? Fong Lin, without a second thought, replied. High mountains and flowing water. Indeed, high mountains and flowing water are renowned pieces from a previous era, epitomizing the zenith of guqin artistry. And they fittingly resonated with this composition, slipping from Fong Lin's lips unconsciously. Li Shisan smiled gently, slightly bowing to Fong Lin, expressing his satisfaction with the name. The entire banquet spotlight was commandeered by Fong Lin and Li Shisan, whether it was Li Shisan's exquisite performance on the qin or the poignant verse recited by Fong Lin. Both were remarkable. As the gathering concluded, the young gentleman could only depart awkwardly. Within the city lord's residence, Lai Fei was engaged in light conversation with Xing Yu, saying, "That little Taoist is rather impressive, and I find Li Shisan quite admirable as well. Which do you prefer?" Xing Yu smiled faintly, lowering her gaze in silence. Softly murmuring the final line of Fong Lin's poem, her fingers attempting to play Li Shisan's melody. No one discerned the meaning behind her sweet smile. Chapter 69. The thief saint has arrived. The beggar is dead. Fong Lin pondered, noting that Situ Rue had been a petty beggar for 5 days now. He mused about what state the boy might be in, uncertain of the outcome. Having been born into a life of luxury, he considered himself of the utmost nobility. Indeed, even the crown prince of the Yuanhe emperor could not rival his status. However, his character needed transformation. It appeared that his compassion had been stifled, to the extent that he would dare to kick a mere beggar. In a fit of anger, Fong Lin had decreed that Situ Rue would become one himself. Yet upon reflection, he realized this might be the swiftest method to effect change. The thief has arrived, Fat Dun remarked. His sensing abilities extended for 100 meters, indicating that the thief had approached within that range. It was evident, judging by the mask, that this thief belonged to that organization. Fong Lin feigned ignorance and prepared to venture out to encounter the thief. Upon stepping outside, Fat Dun indicated, the thief is located at the 2 o'clock position. Fong Lin glanced casually and was slightly taken aback. The thief, though slender, appeared remarkably handsome at that moment. Fong Lin recalled that when he had stolen from him, he had seemed quite ordinary. This was indeed his true visage. The man's skill in disguise was exceptional. The plump fellow remarked on the situation. At this juncture, Fong Lin was also unexpectedly surprised to discover that Lai Fei, the young lady, was trailing behind the thief. Lai Fei greeted Fong Lin, who was also inclined to engage with this thief, and thus approached. Uncle Mingtang, this is the little Taoist I mentioned, who possesses gambling skills that rival my father. Lai Fei introduced. Little Taoist, this is my father's friend, the 7th master of the Tao, the thief saint by Mingtang, she continued. Fong Lin slightly cupped his hands and replied, the renowned thief saint of the Jianghu, I am Zhang Sanfeng, the head of Wudong. Fong Lin presented himself with the demeanor of a modest gentleman. Bai Mingyang responded, so it is the conscience of Hubei, the 6th disciple of the holy sect. Taoist Sanfeng, I have long admired your reputation. Fong Lin mused to himself, just as I intended. They subsequently made their way to a tavern. Of course, Fong Lin always brought Fong Hua along, while Lai Fei accompanied by Mingyang. Upon arriving at a private room in the tavern, Lai Fei nonchalantly crossed her legs, displaying a demeanor unbecoming of a young lady, which seemed a lamentable waste of her exquisite beauty. Fong Lin wore a grim expression. As he considered the negative influence of gambling associated with Taoists, he had no desire to indulge excessively. However, Bai Mingtang indeed had quite a reputation, being well known among those of the Tao, referred to as the 7th master, and even lauded as the thief saint. Fong Lin inwardly scoffed, thinking that if this were sufficient to earn the title of thief saint, then surely he could be called the god of thieves. Do not forget the promise between us. Fong Lin remarked, displaying a certain attentiveness towards the ancestral relics. Lai Fei laughed heartily, patting his chest, exuding an air reminiscent of a formidable gang leader's daughter. Meanwhile, Fong Lin and Bai Mingtang engaged in polite exchanges, which led Bai Yutong to perceive Fong Lin as somewhat naive, given his youth and lack of guile. Bai Mingtang, occasionally inquiring about the affairs of Wudong, would elicit candid responses from Fong Lin, reinforcing this impression. Bai Mingtang then said, Master Dao, there is a business proposition I wish to discuss, though I am unsure if you would be inclined to accept. Fong Lin gently shook his head, replying, as a Taoist priest, it is prudent for me to refrain from certain dealings. Bai Mingtang clarified, you misunderstand, Master Dao. I have observed that Wudong's charitable endeavors are flourishing, and it stands to reason that financial support would be beneficial. Thus, I would like to donate 1 million taels to you. Fong Lin smiled, acknowledging the audacity of this bandit, pondering how many treasures he must have pilfered. However, I would like you to assist me with a matter, Bai Mingtang continued. Uncle Mingtang, you are being rather unreasonable, Lai Fei interjected. Fong Lin inquired, what is this matter? If it is within my capabilities, I am willing to give it a try. Bai Mingtang replied, in a few days, I shall return to discuss it further. Fong Lin felt no objection. He was eager to engage more with Bai Mingtang, hoping to glean insights into the workings of that organization. During the night, the one-armed beggar tossed a steamed bun to Situ Rue, while he himself sipped on the remnants of last night's soup, which was little more than a few wilted vegetable leaves immersed in mostly clear water, devoid of oil. Situ Rue felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the one-armed man. Unlike the members of the Holy Church who were kind to him merely because he was the Pope's son, this beggar genuinely cared for him. Oblivious to his status as a holy child, he selflessly offered his meager food to Situ Rue. Although the beggar often berated him and wore a fierce demeanor, his intentions were truly benevolent. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the boy's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Suddenly, he recalled the detestable Taoist Sanfeng, who, aware of his sacred identity, treated him with a disdain that starkly contrasted with the beggar's kindness. In that moment of reflection, Situ Rue recognized a peculiar difference in Fong Lin. He neither flattered nor coddled him, but instead admonished him, urging him to perform acts of kindness. It dawned on Situ Rue that perhaps the Taoist Sanfeng harbored a certain goodwill towards him, pushing him towards self-improvement. Just then, a drunken man staggered by, swigging from a flask, his gait unsteady. Abruptly, he seemed to step on something, tumbling to the ground, spilling his drink. Enraged, he realized he had trodden upon Situ Rue's foot. In agony, Situ Rue opened his mouth to scream, but no sound emerged. The drunken man advanced with a kick, only to have his foot intercepted by the beggar's remaining hand. Good sir, the young beggar is but a child. Please, spare him this once. The intoxicated man hurled a few curses, forcefully kicking the one-armed beggar aside, and seized Shirturi, preparing to strike him. At that moment, the one-armed beggar lunged forward, shielding Shirturi beneath him. The drunken man unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the one-armed beggar, who gradually succumbed to the assault, blood trickling from his mouth, froth forming as he lost consciousness. It was only when the drunken man felt a twinge of fear that he hastily fled. Shirturi, in a state of alarm, desperately shook the one-armed beggar, yet he remained unresponsive. Upon checking for signs of life, he discovered the grim reality. He was dead. The one-armed beggar was gone. In a flurry of emotions, Shirturi was struck with panic. The one-armed uncle was dead? This was the uncle who had shared his meager bread while starving himself. The same uncle who, despite his harshness towards Shirturi, would always protect him in times of danger. This was the one-armed uncle who, regardless of his own status as a beggar, had always shown kindness to him. Shirturi, having grown up amidst celestial treasures within the holy sect, found himself inexplicably breaking through to the mid-stage of the acquired realm amidst this surge of grief and fury. The pressure on his acupoint, sealed by Fong Lin, was unexpectedly shattered by this overwhelming emotional force. A piercing scream echoed throughout the alley. Suddenly, the one-armed beggar stirred, his remaining hand slowly rising. He was not yet beyond saving. With a pained smile, the one-armed beggar declared, "Young man, if you truly are the Holy Son, then treat us beggars and the impoverished with kindness. I have endured a lifetime of suffering. I yearn to enjoy even a few days of peace." Situ Rueda growled, "Uncle, it will be all right. Uncle, wait a moment. I will find Zhang Sanfeng to rescue you. He will surely save you." At this moment, Situ Rueda could only think of Fong Lin. Suddenly, Fong Lin appeared before Sidu Rueda, immediately discerning the dire situation. He hastily retrieved a third-grade golden pill, which, although containing the power to induce breakthroughs, also harbored pure internal energy beneficial to the body. With no other options, Fong Lin resorted to desperate measures. Quickly transfer your energy into him. Channel the power of the pill and envelop his heart with that trace of divine aura within you, advised the stout man. The act of saving a life is inherently a noble deed, and it was evident that this man had taken great care of Sidu Rueda, should he perish. It would be difficult for Sidu Rueda to come to terms with it. At that moment, Sidu Rueda's face was streaked with tears, and he never anticipated that. In such a critical hour, he would believe that only Fong Lin could save the man. Having witnessed Fong Lin assist countless individuals, he had, almost unconsciously, come to trust that Fong Lin could aid anyone. The power of the pill gradually activated as Fong Lin slowly transmitted his internal energy, soon realizing that it was the heart that was injured, and an old wound at that. It seemed something had occurred to provoke the recurrence of this old injury. Fong Lin dared not be negligent, yet the divine power within him was scant. Gradually, it all flowed into the body of the one-armed beggar. It was likely that it would take days to restore this power. As for the fate of the one-armed beggar, it was left to destiny. Just now, someone wanted to hit me. Uncle, Sidu Rueda could hardly speak through his tears. Fong Lin had gained a rough understanding of the situation. I am going to kill that drunken man, shouted Situ Rue, his voice laced with a murderous intent. Were you not once the same? Fong Lin replied calmly. What distinguishes that drunken man from you? What right do you have to take his life? Situ Rue was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the drunken man had merely kicked a beggar a few times, unfortunately striking his heart and causing a latent injury to resurface. Had he not once disrespected others, believing himself to be superior? Observing Situ Rue's prolonged silence, Fong Lin cautiously hoisted the beggar, heedless of the blood and foam he had expelled, and made his way towards the Wudong outpost. As the night deepened, Situ Rue silently followed behind Fong Lin, seemingly coming to an understanding. He would forever remember the words spoken to him by the one-armed uncle. Fortunately, Fong Lin later sought the finest physician in Yiling City, and coupled with the beggar's innate recovery, the one-armed beggar ultimately survived, though he would need to be cautious regarding his heart in the future, unable to sustain further injury. Before long, upon regaining consciousness, the one-armed beggar realized that Situ Rue was indeed the Holy Sun. In that moment, he felt as if the very heavens had collapsed. Nevertheless, Fong Lin's diligent efforts were not in vain. Situ Rue's world had remained unchanged, yet he himself had transformed. Each day, he adhered to Fong Lin's previous instructions, consistently engaging in acts of kindness and often exceeding them. Fong Lin took great joy in witnessing these changes, at the very least. He felt he had accomplished a significant act of charity. Moreover, he regarded Situ Rue as he once regarded himself, fostering a rare sense of kinship. Now, Situ Rue has undergone a significant transformation in his attitude towards Fong Lin. He has come to realize that Fong Lin genuinely cares for his well-being, and he is gradually beginning to appreciate the gratifying sensation of doing good deeds. He reflects on his past behavior, acknowledging that he had been rather reckless. Now, he finds himself earning more respect, not due to his status, but rather his newfound character. Before long, Fong Lin received a message instructing him to take the Holy Sun to the Holy Church, as they were to partake in some sacred teachings. What exactly are these sacred teachings, Xiao Rue? Have they always existed? Fong Lin inquired. Situ Rue expressed his discontent with the title, but to no avail. Fong Lin and Situ Rue climbed aboard the carriage, their destination set for the Holy Church headquarters. Meanwhile, Fong Hua, accompanied by others, also boarded a carriage. Inside, Wu Tianji pulled out a yellow sheet of paper and began to doodle wildly, while Li Yifeng watched in excitement as Wu Tianji sketched. Soon, Wu Tianji sighed and murmured. A millennium ago, there were countless geniuses, and today, the same holds true. Numerous talents across the continent will inevitably clash and collide. Of course, the steps of fate are inescapable, all as part of Zhang Sanfeng's destiny. Li Yifeng nodded in agreement, striking a rather flamboyant pose, and the two fell into a contemplative silence. At this moment, Fong Hua was meditating with his eyes closed, pondering why he felt such a sense of familiarity and a desire to go to the Holy Church, yet simultaneously felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Chapter 71. The True Sacred Teachings, and him Fong Lin and Situ Rue sat in the carriage. At this moment, Situ Rue had completely transformed. He was diligently practicing, and whenever he encountered a query, he promptly sought Fong Lin's guidance. As a descendant of the divine, endowed with remarkable talent, coupled with the unparalleled techniques passed down exclusively within the papal lineage, his progress was beyond description. He swiftly solidified his cultivation at the mid-stage of the acquired realm, experiencing noticeable advancements each day. As time gradually passed, November arrived, bringing with it a slight chill in the air. However, as martial practitioners, Fong Lin donned a thin Taoist robe, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Throughout the journey, Situ Rue felt an increasing sense of camaraderie with Fong Lin. Although Fong Lin occasionally playfully chastised him, Situ Rue increasingly regarded Fong Lin with the warmth of an elder brother. "Your home has arrived," Fong Lin announced. Situ Rue nodded, gesturing for Fong Lin to disembark first, while he followed closely behind. At that moment, they were greeted by a deacon of the sacred teachings, a figure of considerable rank, comparable to that of the leaders of various branches. Upon witnessing the sixth saint, Zhang Sanfeng, alight from the carriage, the deacon's eyes widened in surprise as he observed the Holy Son deliberately allowing himself to follow behind. Wasn't the Holy Son known for his arrogance? Why was he showing such deference towards the Taoist? "Esteemed Holy Son and Saint Sanfeng, I humbly welcome you." The deacon bowed respectfully. As he entered, Fong Lin was taken aback by the grandeur of the Holy Church. Its magnificence could not be encapsulated by a mere word. In his past life, he had visited the Forbidden City in Beijing, yet he found the main hall of the Holy Church even more expansive. The decor, though not ostentatious, exuded an understated elegance that commanded respect. In the square, statues of various deities stood tall, with the statue of the divine Emperor Xuan being particularly colossal. Fong Lin observed the divine emperor's likeness, which, though ordinary in appearance, was masterfully sculpted. There was a hint of a disdainful gaze in the divine emperor's eyes, instilling within Fong Lin a profound sense of awe. It felt as if the statue was watching him from every angle. The architecture of the Holy Church dazzled Fong Lin, its splendor beyond description. Following the attendant, he arrived at the central grand hall. The hall resembled the celestial palace of the heavens, immense and awe-inspiring. Fong Lin was momentarily stunned as he stepped inside. According to the attendant, the Pope wished to meet him and his son, Situ Rue. Upon entering, he beheld the Pope, clad in a white robe adorned with golden trim. The Pope's presence lacked any sense of oppression. Instead, it radiated warmth, akin to a gentle spring breeze. The Pope bore a striking resemblance to Situ Rue, yet the disparity in their demeanor was profound. Upon seeing Situ Rue, Pope Sidichi was momentarily illuminated. Astonished by the remarkable transformation in his son, it seemed that a few days of living as a beggar had imparted significant wisdom. At that moment, Fong Lin felt an unexpected surge of gratitude. Zhang Sanfeng, the sixth saint of our holy sect, spoke first. Fong Lin slightly bowed and said, "I humbly greet your holiness." The Pope Situki, offered a faint smile, and Fong Lin felt an immediate warmth envelop the grand hall, dispelling the chill of November, transforming the atmosphere into one reminiscent of spring. How formidable must such power be? "My son, you may retire to rest for now. Your youth renders you unfit for this sacred rite," the Pope declared. Situ Rue stepped forward, his voice resolute. "Father, I must participate in this sacred rite." He had been striving diligently and could not bear to forfeit this opportunity for advancement. Each holy gathering promised immense growth. After a moment of contemplation, the Pope replied, "Very well. Rue, take Zhang Sanfeng to the sanctum." Thus, Fong Lin followed Situ Rue, who was the true master of this domain, while Fong Lin himself was utterly disoriented. Along the way, the rotund figure was transmitting information to him, and Fong Lin listened with trepidation. They had just passed a certain area when Situ Rue explained that it housed assassins who dealt with matters the holy sect could not publicly address. Fong Lin understood the constraints of their sect's identity, which forbade many overt actions. However, the rotund figure revealed that within 100 meters, 7 innate masters had been detected, and conservatively estimating, there were at least 100 innate practitioners inside. Wudong had yet to produce a single innate master, while here, there were nearly 100. Moreover, this is merely the Assassin's Hall. At present, Fong Lin holds the esteemed title of the sixth saint of the Holy Sect, granting him insight into certain secrets. The Holy Sect also encompasses the Law Enforcement Hall, which operates overtly, in addition to 7 other halls, each presided over by a master at the pinnacle of the late innate stage. This implies that these 7 masters are all at the late innate stage, and the guardian, as Huang Haixing has mentioned, is of the king level, which signifies a complete innate mastery. Alongside these 7 halls, there exists a formidable force of approximately 800 innate warriors. It is no wonder that they dominate this world. Fang Lin increasingly perceives the immense power of the holy sect. The ordinary army is remarkably strong. He has witnessed the prowess of the bright army, which far surpasses that of typical forces. Is this truly the essence of the holy sect's might? As for the so-called sacred hall, it lies deep within the holy sect and is riddled with intricate mechanisms. Were it not for Situ Rue's guidance, Fang Lin would undoubtedly be unable to enter. According to Situ Rue, at each mile, one can expect around 100 guards, as the sacred hall is of great significance, thus its defenses are particularly stringent. As Fang Lin traverses the path, he ultimately arrives at a grand door. This door, simple in design, is crafted from wood, somewhat corroded and infested with insects. Resembling an ancient relic infused with the essence of time, Fang Lin is acutely aware that the more ancient an object is, the more one should not underestimate it. Situ Rue pushes open the wooden door, revealing everything within to his gaze. The room is modest in size, filled with statues of deities, each approximately the size of an ordinary person. At this moment, there are already 4 individuals present, 2 men and 2 women, who all turn their attention to Fang Lin in unison. Fang Lin felt a peculiar discomfort. The 4 individuals before him were undoubtedly the 4 great saints who had joined the holy sect prior to his own initiation. Alongside him stood the Holy Sun, thus the 6 esteemed saints of the holy sect were assembled within this ancient abode. At that moment, within the grand hall of the sect, 3 figures clad in black robes emerged slowly, seemingly materializing from thin air. The Pope, unfazed, remarked with a hint of indifference, "What brings you here?" One of the robed figures spoke, his voice gravelly, accentuating his tall and slender frame. That Zhang Sanfeng lacks a profound understanding and possesses no sense of belonging to the holy sect. While this saint may seem adequate, the selection process was far too haphazard. Yet, he has at least aided Ruhr, the Pope replied in a calm tone. Another robed figure interjected, "Loyalty is paramount. After all, he is a saint and may one day inherit our positions. Furthermore, this divine command came too prematurely." His voice resonated with vigor, his robust presence evident even beneath the black cloak. "This divine command was issued out of necessity. You must be aware of the current circumstances," the Pope stated. The 2 robed figures fell silent. "Do you not find that Zhang Sanfeng bears a striking resemblance to him?" the Pope inquired, fixing his gaze upon the 3. "It is solely due to him that Zhang Sanfeng is deemed worthy of trust." The 3 remained silent. Indeed, the resemblance was uncanny, profoundly so. Suddenly, a droplet of water fell to the ground, the tear of the silent black-robed figure, whose form revealed a curvaceous silhouette, indicating she was a woman. The remaining individuals sighed, and the grand hall once again fell into silence, with only the Pope lost in contemplation. Chapter 72. The 6 Great Saints. It was ever the same. If daily recommendations reached 200, there would be additional updates, and similarly for member clicks, as every little bit helped to secure a higher ranking on the list. Thank you. Fang Lin was slightly taken aback, while Situ Rue seemed to be acquainted with them all. The 4 were momentarily stunned, recognizing the significant transformation in Situ Rue, whose demeanor had undergone a radical change. Situ Rue began the introductions, starting with the master of Wudong, Zhang Sanfeng, the 6th saint, a descendant of the celestial deity. Next, Situ Rue gestured towards the woman on his left, clad in a white robe, her eyes strikingly beautiful, her skin as pure as freshly fallen snow. Reminiscent of an untainted lotus emerging from the water, her petite frame radiating vitality. This is Zhu Miaoxue, a descendant of the snow deity, the 5th saint. Then, Situ Rue pointed to the woman beside her, who was considerably taller than Zhu Miaoxue, dressed in a green robe that accentuated her splendid figure. Her long legs and a green sash emphasized her slender waist, while 2 green ribbons cascaded down her long hair, enhancing her allure. Yet, she emanated a frosty demeanor. Her piercing gaze briefly assessed Fang Lin before she turned away. This is Ji Yueyao, a descendant of the moon deity, the 4th saint. Following her was a tall youth, his height comparable to Fang Lin's, around 1.80 meters, adorned with a white crown. His attire resembled snow, featuring sword-like eyebrows, a straight nose, and piercing black eyes that held a sharpness to them. At his waist hung a long sword, presenting the image of a dashing swordsman. This is Kanya, the second saint, a descendant of the wind deity. At last, a man clad in a crimson robe approached, exuding a certain warmth as he introduced himself. I am Zhu Lingqi, a descendant of the fire god. Fong Lin exchanged pleasantries with them all. It appeared that they were somewhat acquainted, yet there was an unmistakable air of mutual disdain among them. Zhu Lingqi, however, was notably more cordial, engaging Fong Lin in conversation, while the other three stood silently, seemingly awaiting something. Situ Rue, once a minor troublemaker and now transformed, remained largely unnoticed by the others, who were unaware of the extent of his change, leaving Fong Lin increasingly uncomfortable in the palpable distance that enveloped the group. He greeted everyone, and while the others responded more warmly, Ji Yueyao merely nodded, offering no words. At that moment, the wooden door swung open once more, admitting a figure clad in black. This individual appeared somewhat aged, his hair a mixture of dark strands and gray, a curious sight for a martial artist who typically aged more gracefully. The black-clad man looked quite gaunt, and Situ Rue whispered to Fong Lin, "This is the leader of the Guangming Hall, known by a singular name, Guangming. His rank surpasses even that of my father, the emperor." Fong Lin immediately felt a surge of respect, if his status was indeed higher than that of the Pope. It indicated that he was undoubtedly a venerable elder of the Holy Church. Guangming then spoke, "Are all 6 saints present?" This sacred edict differs from those of the past. Previous declarations hardly qualify as sacred. This time, however, it is the true sacred edict. Fong Lin listened intently, fully aware of the significance of the moment. Do you understand the purpose of this sacred edict? The current situation has become quite complex. A millennium ago, prodigies emerged in abundance, and now, 1,000 years later, countless talents continue to flourish. Whether within the Great Yu Empire, among the various sects, or even within the numerous religions affiliated with the Holy Church, a multitude of geniuses exists. This is indeed a radiant and glorious era. Fong Lin felt a surge of anxiety. He was burdened with a system task, and the presence of so many talents only intensified his pressure. The elder continued, "The emergence of such prodigies poses a threat to the Holy Church, which has always maintained its paramount status. Likewise, as the most gifted representatives of the Holy Church, it is incumbent upon you to overshadow all so-called geniuses. In 45 days, the Great Yu Dynasty will host a martial arts tournament, inviting all talents to compete. This implies that the current sacred training serves as a preparatory exercise before the competition." Fong Lin was astonished. He felt he did not require it, as he could simply draw lots to cultivate his techniques to perfection without any additional training. The Elder of Light then spoke again. "The first trial of the sacred training will be a joint effort among the 6 of you against me. If you can endure for the duration of a single incense stick, you may proceed to the subsequent training. If not, you shall continue to spar with me." The elder unleashed his aura, his peak innate strength instilling a sense of oppression in everyone present. The voice of the plump boy resonated, stating, "That Kangya is the eldest, already 20 years old, with initial innate strength. The others are all 17 or 18, possessing perfected acquired abilities. Though Situ Rue is only at the mid-stage." Fong Lin felt a surge of trepidation. Even with 6 individuals, they would undoubtedly prove to be no match, particularly since they were still unfamiliar with one another and appeared to harbor little regard for him. Certain defeat loomed ahead. Kanya was the first to strike, drawing his long sword and, with a swift somersault, aimed directly at the elder. Fong Lin understood that they needed to act in unison. This realization dawned upon all, and one by one, they unsheathed their weapons. Remarkably, each of them wielded long swords. As Fong Lin brandished his Zhanlu, the elder exclaimed, "A sword of unparalleled quality." Fong Lin was taken aback, promptly invoking the pure Yang sword technique. The group assailed the elder from various angles, yet with a mere flick of his sleeve, the elder easily sent Situ Rue, who was at the mid-stage of the acquired realm, flying away. With a mighty shout, Kangya released his innate sword energy, summoning a tempest. This was the first move of the Wind God sword technique, an esteemed skill of the Wind God lineage. The others unleashed their attacks as well. However, their techniques seemed disjointed and chaotic. Fong Lin, acutely aware of the vast disparity in their strengths, felt a sense of inevitability regarding their impending defeat. Yet, driven by a desire to gauge the prowess of the Holy Church's leader, who was at the late stage of the innate realm, he decided to give it a try. The thought exhilarated him. He executed the first move of the pure Yang sword technique. Purple chi emerges from the east. Astonishingly, the elder effortlessly countered all their assaults with bare hands, neutralizing their efforts with casual palm strikes. Kongya, appearing to possess formidable combat capabilities, maneuvered to the side to launch an assault, unleashing several beams of sword light. His strength, while at the early stage of the innate realm, displayed combat prowess that rivaled that of a peak early innate practitioner, surpassing even Fong Lin's own abilities. As Fong Lin unleashed the pure Yang sword aura, all present were momentarily taken aback. That single strike undoubtedly demonstrated a mastery of swordsmanship at its zenith, and although the Taoist strength was merely at the perfected postnatal stage, his combat prowess subtly surpassed that of Kongya. The elderly figure of light, with a hearty laugh, recognized Fong Lin's formidable nature. In a fleeting motion, he countered with a swift palm strike, rendering Fong Lin unconscious. There were no earth-shattering techniques. Each move appeared quite ordinary, devoid of overwhelming pressure from powerful attacks. Yet, every action seemed to conceal profound secrets, effortlessly incapacitating all onlookers. The elderly man smiled slightly, remarking to himself that this batch of individuals was indeed promising. He cast a glance at Fong Lin, who wielded a divine sword, showcasing a consummate sword technique at merely 17. Possessing a strength comparable to that of the innate realm, a truly exceptional prodigy. Should the Pope have heard such an assessment, he would undoubtedly be astounded. Although the elder's strength did not rival that of the Guardian or the Pope, his pedagogical abilities were undeniably first-rate. Whether it be the Guardian or the Pope, in truth, they could both be regarded as his disciples. Chapter 73. Mutual Understanding. Only through battle. The ensuing narrative promises to be captivating, as the secrets of the celestial god will gradually unfold within this volume. Yesterday, demonstrations commenced in my hometown, where I even glimpsed a banner that has recently gained popularity. The Jiaoyu Islands belong to China, while Aoki Sora belongs to the world. As the evening approached, the third update was set for 8 o'clock. When Fong Lin awoke, he discovered that the Elder of Light had already departed. Shaking his head slightly, he noted that the Elder had not been overly harsh. One by one, the others began to stir, and an awkward silence enveloped the group, with no one daring to speak. Eventually, it was Zhu Lingqi who broke the silence, suggesting, "I believe we should take the time to understand one another. To maximize our combat potential, mutual understanding is essential, and the best approach to achieve this is." Fong Lin glanced around at the assembly. In unison, they declared, "Battle." Thus, the entire afternoon was consumed by a fray, with 6 individuals embroiled in chaotic combat. Of course, Situ Rue, being considerably younger and significantly weaker, could only retreat after being at a disadvantage despite consuming countless rare resources. Fong Lin, with his formidable strength, was unmatched even at the pinnacle of the acquired stage, leveraging the prowess of his Zhanlu to dominate the others. Consequently, whenever Fong Lin gained the upper hand, everyone would join forces against him, leading to a tumultuous melee. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, not only did everyone gain insights into each other's fighting styles, but they also fostered a harmonious rapport. Each day, they engaged in fierce duels with the Elder of Light, gradually extending the duration of their matches. Though significant growth remained elusive, however, as time passed, Fong Lin's leadership position became increasingly solidified. In his previous life, he was an adept gamer, well-versed in the arrangement of formations and possessing a remarkable ability to adapt to changing circumstances. He had even facilitated 1 or 2 small-scale guild battles. Kongya, avoid direct confrontation next time. Your swordsmanship is the most formidable. While I engage him head-on, strike from behind. Jiwao, lend me your aid at this moment with your moon dance sword technique to confound him. Additionally, Zhu Miaoxue, is it possible for your wind and snow sword to temporarily freeze the Lord of Light's limbs? Fong Lin inquired. I shall give it a try, Zhu Miaoxue replied. Fong Lin nodded slightly and continued. Zhu Lingqi, your fire god sword is sufficiently ferocious. I cannot endure for long. You must follow up immediately. Do you understand? Zhu Lingqi nodded in agreement. Situ Rue asked, what shall I do? The Elder of Light arrived at the usual time, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, it is the 4th day now. I must inform you that your specialized training requires considerable time. If you cannot endure even the burning of a single incense stick today, your training will undoubtedly fail. The Elder of Light pondered, for days have passed, and yet you still do not comprehend the importance of unity and how to leverage your strengths? Fong Lin exchanged glances with everyone, drew his Zhanlu, and murmured, a stroke of vicissitude, painting the annals of spring and autumn. It is indeed the pen of judgment. The Elder of Light was slightly taken aback, remarking, I did not expect so many advanced techniques to emerge. The Elder of Light extended a finger, making a subtle sweep through the air, generating a similar force that began to clash violently. Fong Lin was taken aback. Could the judge's pen elder also possess such capability? No. It was merely a mimicry of the empty framework, relying instead on his formidable internal strength and deft control. Instantly, Fong Lin reversed the blade of his sword, directing it oppositely, and proclaimed, "What sorrow does the autumn wind bring to the painted fan?" This was the softest maneuver within the judge's pen. Yet its continuous application was adept at prolonging the engagement. The elder spoke, echoing, "What sorrow does the autumn wind bring to the painted fan?" Utilizing the same method, he matched the defense. At that moment, Kongya seized the opportunity, his sword striking with the ferocity of a dragon, each stroke incisive, compelling the elder to turn and counter. Meanwhile, Fong Lin pressed forward with the pure yang sword technique, intensifying the assault. The elder began to get serious, sweeping his sleeves, unleashing a formidable force that radiated outward. After enduring a strike, Fong Lin staggered back several paces, only for Zhu Lingqi to immediately take over, launching a frenzied attack. Ji Yueyao recognized her cue to join in, darting about with her swordplay resembling a dance, bewildering the elder's vision. Each stroke was aimed from various angles, her feet never pausing. At this juncture, Fong Lin advanced a step, joining Zhu Lingqi in the confrontation. The elder, brimming with energy, grasped both swords with a firm grip. In that moment, Fong Lin called out, "Zhu Miaoxue," quickly. The elder felt an icy breath enveloping him, widespread and chilling. To shield his comrades from the adverse effects, Fong Lin released his pure yang power outward, sufficiently countering the frigid aura, though the elder's body was somewhat affected. Fong Lin shouted, "Do you recall what I said yesterday? Channel your energy." At this moment, the incense had burned halfway down. Fong Lin stepped forward, prepared to endure a strike. The defenses of the true martial robe were fully activated, which should suffice to withstand an attack. The elderly man felt a tinge of disappointment. Having just observed Fong Lin's commendable tactical ability, he was now acting so impulsively. Could a perfected practitioner truly withstand a ferocious blow from someone in the early stages of innate mastery? The elder swiftly unleashed a palm strike, sending Fong Lin hurtling backward. The remaining 4 members exerted their strength from 4 different directions, but the elder's hands moved with remarkable speed, parrying each attack, although he began to feel somewhat overwhelmed. With only a quarter of the incense remaining, the elder soared into the air, bellowing, "White rainbow palm technique." This was a relatively basic martial art, categorized within the eclectic practices of the Jianghu, yet in the elder's hands, it exhibited astonishing power. A tremendous force descended from above, causing the 4 fighters to retreat several steps. Upon landing, the elder declared gravely, 8 trigrams palm. This was one of the most formidable techniques in the Jianghu, renowned for its unique footwork and intricate palm maneuvers. The 4 were swiftly knocked down, their fighting spirit diminished. The elder smiled faintly, preparing to depart, when suddenly, Fong Lin launched a surprise attack from behind. Indeed, Fong Lin had feigned unconsciousness, utilizing the true martial robe, and was waiting for this very moment to strike. The elder found himself increasingly fond of Fong Lin, appreciating his cunning tactics. The elder continued employing the 8 trigrams palm, leaving Fong Lin with no choice but to exert all his effort into the 8 treasures stance. However, the disparity in skill was too vast. One was employing the pinnacle of Jianghu footwork, while the 8 treasures stance was relatively rudimentary, with no avenue for retreat. Fong Lin had no choice but to make one final stand, invoking the mountain-shaking iron palm to sever the 5 peaks. The elder responded, "Limitless finger." With a swift motion, one finger met the palm, striking with precision to shatter the surface. Fong Lin was immediately sent flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Only a trace of fragrance remained. Had Fong Lin managed to endure for merely 3 or 4 more seconds, victory would have been his. At that moment, the elder suddenly realized that one individual was missing, Situ Rue, the only one he had overlooked, the frail Situ Rue, positioned in the farthest corner behind a statue. Situ Rue sensed the elder's presence and swiftly evaded, knowing he could not withstand the impending attack. He closed his eyes. Just as the elder's hand was about to render him unconscious, Fong Lin's feeble voice rang out. "The fragrance has faded. We have triumphed." The elder's hand halted, and Situ Rue opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance within them as he declared, "Grandfather of Light, you should not have underestimated me." The elder smiled gently. waving his sleeve to close the ancient wooden door. Chapter 74. The Legacy of the Statue. The elder regarded Fong Lin, stating, "Your talent is exceptional, able to adapt spontaneously. And you understand how to leverage the strengths of others. Moreover, you possess a certain cleverness. You are impressive." Fong Lin struggled to rise, offering a slight bow. The elder continued, "Today, you shall rest briefly. In the evening, we shall commence the formal sacred teachings." Fong Lin took several deep breaths, acknowledging that this fortunate outcome was indeed a stroke of luck. He promptly joined the others in meditation to recover his strength and mend his internal injuries. As for Situ Rue, he fervently dedicated himself to intense training. As night fell, Fong Lin opened his eyes to find the others quietly awaiting the arrival of the Elder of Light, with the exception of Kongya, who was conspicuously absent. Zhu Lingqi remarked, "Do not inquire. Kongya cannot be seen at night." Fong Lin nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, in the previous few days, he had not seen Kongya at night and was unaware of his whereabouts. Just then, the Elder of Light floated in. Upon finding Kongya absent, he felt no curiosity. However, Fong Lin's intrigue deepened. Where could Kongya possibly be, and why was no one aware of it? The Elder of Light seemed to possess an understanding. He remarked, "This room is, in fact, the most significant place of the holy sect." Fong Lin was taken aback. How could such a dilapidated and cramped space hold such importance? The elder continued, "Do you see the statues here? As descendants of the gods, you ought to recognize the distinctions among them. Indeed, you all bear the legacy of divine martial skills, yet countless deities perished on the battlefield. These statues were crafted from their relics, or even their very bodies." Fong Lin truly sensed the uniqueness of these statues. Each emanated a distinct aura of oppression. The elder explained, "Some statues are founded upon the remains of fallen gods, while others wield the weapons they once held. Within the stone, their armaments are concealed, some are armor, and others may even contain their blood, flesh, eyes, or ears, among other remnants. War is undeniably brutal, even for those of divine stature." The elder added, "Each statue carries a legacy, to varying degrees. You have 30 days. How much you can achieve in this time depends upon your fortune." With that, the elder turned and departed. The 5 individuals fell into a profound silence, exchanging glances before turning their attention to the nearby statues. Regardless of the circumstances, time was of the essence. Fong Lin inquired of Pang Dun, "Pang Dun, have you discerned anything in the aura?" Pang Dun replied, "From the aura, I can ascertain that some statues emanate a strong presence, while others are faint. However, I cannot guarantee that those with a weaker aura were inherently weak in life. The essence contained within them, given your authority, remains beyond my perception. Some powerful beings may have left merely traces of blood, resulting in a naturally diminished aura. Thus, I am unable to offer you substantial assistance." Fong Lin pressed further, "So, how can one obtain the inheritance?" Pang Dun responded, "I am uncertain. The radar function can unveil all illusions. Yet here, we are confronted with formidable beings of at least the 3 flowers gathering at the apex. The powerful figures of the divine alliance of Ur could not penetrate this mystery." Fong Lin sighed softly, realizing that everything would depend on their own efforts. At that moment, the usually aloof Ji Weiyao spoke up. "I have heard my father mention that within the sanctum of the Holy Church, the methods required for each statue's inheritance differ. Ultimately, it hinges more on one's fortune." Fong Lin understood that Ji Weiyao was, in fact, a person of warmth concealed beneath a veneer of coldness. Otherwise, she would not divulge such information. Situ Rue added, "I vaguely recall my father mentioning that the inheritance from these statues is not easily attained. There were generations of saints who, within 30 days, could not receive a single inheritance." Zhu Lingqi interjected, "I have perused the ancient texts, which state that the rules were established by the divine emperor. Everything is subject to the will of destiny, thus the means to acquire inheritance must remain undisclosed. One must rely on one's fortune." Fong Lin nodded and began to examine the most recent statue. The statue depicted a man clad in armor, robust in stature and nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a colossal sword. Among the multitude of statues, it stood out for its impressive height. As Fong Lin reached out to touch it, he felt an unusual sensation coursing through him, emanating from that very stone, the stone that imbued him with a sacred aura. He sensed that the divine energy within him, beyond his control, gradually flowed into the statue, ultimately resting upon a specific plate of armor on the giant's breastplate. Fong Lin discerned that the secret of this statue lay within that particular plate. Pang Dun cautioned, Fong Lin, do not accept this legacy. It is ill-suited for you and far more appropriate for Zhu Lingqi. Fong Lin concurred, recognizing that Zhu Lingqi, with his towering physique and uniquely massive sword, was indeed a perfect match. I have uncovered the secret of this statue, Fong Lin proclaimed. The others were taken aback, inquiring how he had achieved such insight. Fong Lin hurriedly replied, do not concern yourselves with how I came to this knowledge. What matters is that I now consider you all as friends and would not deceive you. Indeed, after 4 days of fighting side by side, they had forged a bond of camaraderie. Fong Lin continued, I possess the ability to unveil the secrets of all statues. I have a secret method that will allow me to select the legacies most suited to each of you. Trust me. The group was increasingly astonished. How could one uncover the mysteries of all statues? Fong Lin paid no heed to their thoughts as he gently caressed each statue, only to be astonished to discover that he could discern a mere handful among them. He pointed them out one by one, and to his surprise, the stout fellow remarked that none of them belonged to the pure young lineage. Not a single one was suitable for him. Fong Lin gestured towards the statue of the towering figure and said, as for the others, I cannot ascertain their nature, but this statue is perfectly suited for Zhu Lingqi. Zhu Lingqi, bewildered, pointed to himself and inquired, suitable for me? Fong Lin nodded affirmatively, and Zhu Lingqi's voice trembled as he asked, are you implying that you wish to bequeath the legacy of this deity to me? It was crucial to understand that this was a divine inheritance. Even the slightest acceptance would undoubtedly be of immense benefit, and the very notion that it was being offered to him was staggering. Fong Lin, however, remained indifferent. With his system, the martial skills he could obtain through the lottery would be anything but mediocre. They would undoubtedly be of a high caliber. After all, the last time, even the 9-yang divine art had surfaced. Fong Lin nodded once more, and Zhu Lingqi was immediately filled with excitement. Fong Lin waved his hand, saying, as for the rest, I can no longer discern them. You may select from them yourselves while I continue my research. Grateful gazes were directed towards Fong Lin, who merely inclined his head slightly. The others, shedding any pretense, recognized that they would soon represent the holy sect in battle, and thus, they formed a cohesive team as fellow disciples, destined to share their journey within the holy sect. Meanwhile, Fong Lin resumed his examination of the peculiar statues, intent on discovering one that truly resonated with him. Yet he found, to his dismay, that among the few he could investigate, none were suitable. At this moment, Zhu Lingqi concentrated his internal energy onto the piece of armor that Fong Lin had mentioned. Instantly, a faint red glow emanated from it, prompting Zhu Lingqi to immediately enter a meditative state. Zhu Miaoxue exclaimed in astonishment. This is the martial comprehension that can only be attained through the convergence of 3 flowers at the crown. What is preserved within the statue is astonishing. Chapter 75. A drop of blood, a legacy, a grudge as usual. An additional chapter would be provided upon reaching 200 votes. Although we did not reach that number yesterday, an extra chapter was still added. Today, let us strive for excellence. Furthermore, I kindly request the members to click. What constitutes martial comprehension? Fong Lin inquired. He was taken aback, realizing that the so-called inheritance from the statue was indeed a remarkable treasure. It seemed that despite its inappropriateness, this inheritance would undoubtedly prove useful. For all things converge into one, sharing a common origin. There must be points of connection, ensuring that there would be gains. It appeared that Zhu Lingqi might achieve a significant breakthrough this time. Fong Lin also discerned an important point. The inheritances he could uncover were limited. Within the statue, half of what was concealed consisted of fragments, a drop of blood, or a small piece of flesh, with none of them being relics of greater abundance. However, this also indirectly demonstrated certain truths. Fong Lin surveyed the remaining statues, realizing that those with fewer inheritances were already apparent to him. Thus, the remaining ones must possess more. He spoke, with my secret method, I can perceive those with lesser inheritances. Consequently, what remains must be abundant. Choose wisely. The crowd nodded in agreement, while Zhu Lingqi remained seated in a cross-legged position, deeply engrossed in meditation. Yet, from the aura emanating from him, subtle changes were evidently occurring. Fong Lin continued his exploration. Yet after an entire night, he had gleaned little in the way of results. At that moment, it was Ji Weiyao who chose to inherit from a statue. The point of inheritance located at the statue's brow, marked by a drop of blood. As for Zhu Lingqi, he would require several days to conclude his endeavors. Fong Lin felt an inexplicable sense that these inheritances were not what he sought. There was something that seemed to be drawing him in. though he had yet to uncover its nature, an instinct, a faint yet profound sensation. He touched each statue in turn. While others gradually made their selections from the dozen or so statues Fong Lin had pointed out, even a single acquisition would render their journey worthwhile. Suddenly, a stirring within his heart caused him to halt in his tracks. Was it behind him? Fong Lin turned around and approached a statue, feeling as though he was being drawn towards that which resonated within his soul. Before him stood a statue of a man, and upon seeing it, he was enveloped in a daze, the name of this deity almost on the tip of his tongue. The Elder of Light had once spoken of these beings, warriors who had perished in battle, leaving their families without heirs. He vividly recalled Du Lei informing him that the holy sect believed the god of the central sky had no successors. Yet here he was. Thus, the statue of the god of the central sky also resided here. Fong Lin gazed at the statue before him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he noted the striking resemblance he bore to it, a similarity that was almost 6 parts. Moreover, when his hand made contact with the statue, he was overwhelmed by a sense of warmth and familiarity, yet this was merely a statue. Why did he feel such affinity? Fong Lin even sensed a connection that seemed to resonate through his very blood, a call echoing from within his veins. Fong Lin felt an overwhelming desire to embrace this legacy, driven solely by a profound sense of kinship. He gazed at the deity's statue, unable to discern the source of the inheritance within, yet he was guided by an intrinsic feeling. Raising his right hand, he was astonished to find it trembling. Orphaned and bereft of kin, he bore the enduring anguish of Zhang Sanfeng. No matter how benevolent the primordial Taoist was towards Zhang Sanfeng, it could never alleviate his suffering. At this moment, the statue before him embodied the ancestor of Zhang Sanfeng, and Fong Lin was no longer merely Fong Lin. He was also a part of Zhang Sanfeng. Closing his eyes, Fong Lin gently pressed his right hand against the heart of the statue, intending to summon the inner energy within him to activate the inheritance. However, before he could do so, he felt a warmth surging through his blood, which began to boil. He sensed a swelling throughout his veins, which became distinctly visible. Recalling Du Lei's words, he realized that identifying a divine progeny was straightforward, as the blood of the divine possessed unique qualities, and the progeny would inherit a portion of that essence. It became evident what lay within. It was the blood of the celestial Zhongling Lu. As Fong Lin's fingers brushed against the heart of the statue, he experienced something different from others. There was no epiphany in martial arts. Instead, a single drop of blood slowly emerged. Indeed, it floated forth. Fong Lin then heard the voice of the system, and his heart raced in astonishment as he promptly chose to accept it. The martial inheritance was activated, with a completion rate of 3%. The essence of blood gradually merged into Fong Lin's body, and astonishingly, the stone within him absorbed that drop of essence. A powerful aura began to emanate, swirling rapidly, giving rise to an existence capable of rivaling the prowess of a novice. This phenomenon materialized out of thin air and was swiftly escalating, transcending to the late stage of the acquired realm. Remarkably, a single drop of essence had bestowed upon Fong Lin the inner strength of the late acquired stage. The system inquired whether it was time to begin accepting the inheritance of martial enlightenment, indicating a completeness of 3%. Due to the profound connection of his bloodline, which stood at 15%, there were no obstacles to the inheritance. Fong Lin opted for the transmission, and at that moment, the drop of essence remained within the stone. At its core, resembling amber, gradually, an enigmatic aura began to emanate, expanding slowly, and Fong Lin felt himself entering a realm of profound mystery. Everything appeared so lucid. He beheld a vast expanse of unfamiliar starry skies, where twinkling stars seemed to outline a path. The inner strength derived from the essence began to circulate in accordance with the arrangement of the stars above, forming a pathway for his energy. The system automatically commenced the transmission of the scenes before the inheritor, with a completeness of 0.3%, capturing the individual's most fervent desires before their demise. Gradually, the enigmatic aura thickened, and Fong Lin dimly perceived a scene unfolding before him. A figure resembling Fong Lin was suddenly struck by an arrow, his heart shattered. Before his demise, the long sword fell to the ground, embedding itself amidst the wild grass. This was a vast prairie, and in the distance stood a peculiar stone, resembling a ferocious tiger. Atop this stone, a blurred shadow loomed, bow in hand. The arrow-struck individual propped himself up with his sword, his gaze fierce. He glanced skyward, then ceased all movement, maintaining the posture of sword raised toward the heavens. He had perished. The shadow lifted the bow, releasing a sharp arrow that exploded before the man, leaving only fragments of armor, the long sword in his grasp, and a heap of blood and flesh. Suddenly, Fong Lin opened his eyes, their crimson hue laced with blood vessels, panting heavily. That must have been the celestial being. It had to be. But who was that shadow? Who, indeed, was that shadow? Fong Lin touched his body, realizing he stood where the stone was, the very spot where his ancestor's essence resided. He murmured, "Ancestor, do you wish for me to avenge you?" Fong Lin raised his gaze, his pupils constricting, filled with terrifying blood vessels and murderous intent. Chapter 76. That Glimmer of Crimson. "Do you believe in souls?" asked Fat Dun. "Of course, otherwise how could I have traversed realms?" Fat Dun replied. "The system has shown you a lingering obsession from his final moments, and then it restored the scene." Fong Lin murmured to himself. He died because of that person. Logically, the final obsession should be vengeance. Yet, why do I not feel such an emotion? Instead, I sense something peculiar due to the connection with my ancestral bloodline. Fong Lin first sat down cross-legged, feeling a new surge of postnatal energy within him, which was also capable of further enhancement, for he had discovered a path of cultivation, represented by the stars he had seen. As for its name, Fong Lin was uncertain, so he simply decided to call it the Zhangtianqiu. The system verified that this technique was merely a fragment. How could that be? The cultivation process was quite smooth, Fong Lin inquired. Perhaps it is due to the imperfection of the inheritance itself, or the technique is inherently incomplete. In any case, the system confirms it is a mere fragment, replied the stout figure. Fong Lin fell silent for a long time, but with the three energies within his body, he felt confident that he could easily surpass any adversary below the innate mid-stage. He then proceeded to explore the secrets of the statue, unaware of how much time had passed. However, noticing that others had not even fully received the first inheritance, he realized that Kongya had now vanished into the night. Fong Lin's gaze swept across his surroundings, and he began to feel conflicted. Some minor inheritances were easily grasped, while the remaining ones remained elusive, which explained why they said that all inheritances depend on fate. It was indeed fortunate to be able to receive even one inheritance. As Fong Lin walked, he felt the peculiar stone in his chest emanating a faint, sacred glow. The divine aura within him grew even more profound, and Fong Lin began to wonder why this was the case. What caused this sudden reaction? Fong Lin's brow furrowed as he felt an excruciating pain erupt in his chest, as though a stone were desperately attempting to break free from within, surging in a singular direction. Fong Lin stumbled, the internal assault rendering him paralyzed. The agony was unbearable. He sensed himself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, his steps becoming increasingly unsteady, his mind growing ever more vacant, nearly colliding with a cluster of divine statues. The remaining individuals were engrossed in meditation, seeking enlightenment from their martial arts comprehension, oblivious to Fong Lin's distress. With a sudden impact, Fong Lin's head struck a statue, and he tasted a warm liquid flow into his mouth, his vision dimming as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Within his chest, the stone whirled violently, intermittently battering his body, which was already ravaged and torn, flesh scraped away, blood surging within. Only after Fong Lin collapsed did the stone gradually cease its tumult, emanating a sacred aura that began to heal his injuries. Unbeknownst to Fong Lin, at the moment he struck the statue, the divine essence produced by the stone surged into the statue as well. In his unconscious state, he remained unaware that from within the statue, a powerful aura emerged, intertwining with the sacred essence within him. Gradually, the initial clash transformed into a harmonious fusion, which then seemed to give rise to conflict, leading to a division, only to merge once more. These two essences slowly nourished Fong Lin's body, mending his wounds. Fong Lin felt as though he had merely experienced a dream, a realm of chaos where everything appeared indistinct. Gazing upwards, he found no azure sky, only an expanse of gray-black. Looking down, the earth was similarly shrouded in obscurity, as if he were ensconced in a world devoid of light. Wandering aimlessly, he sensed that nothing had changed, trapped in an abyss of darkness. He attempted to channel the pure yang energy within him, yet felt an emptiness, as if he were nothing more than a disembodied spirit, unable to perceive anything. Suddenly, the sky erupted with streaks of golden red light, blinding him momentarily, yet a wave of comfort washed over him, radiating warmth. Was this sunlight? It felt akin to the pure yang energy he cultivated. Then, the heavens began to warp, revealing a multitude of stars. Why did this seem so familiar? Was this not the celestial technique bequeathed by his ancestors? Fong Lin murmured, his mind sluggish, staring vacantly at the sky, where an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. On one side, a mass of golden red light, and on the other, a tapestry of twinkling stars, while the remainder of the sky remained an indistinct haze. He continued to gaze vacantly. Was this light? Fong Lin reached out to touch the crimson golden radiance, feeling as though it were a tangible entity, imbued with a warm sensation. He extended his left hand, savoring the essence of the night. Was this the starry sky? As he remained transfixed by the gray-black earth, he murmured, "What is this?" At this moment, within Fong Lin's body, two forces were gradually merging. Subsequently, this power began to stir, enveloping the pure yang energy and the newly arrived Zhongtian force. For distinct energies intertwined, creating a striking spectacle. At times, they radiated a golden red light, at others a milky white, then pure gold, and occasionally a grayish-black hue. At this juncture, Situ Rue and the others had emerged from their seclusion, witnessing Fong Lin's unconscious state. Yet, none dared approach him, for the moment they touched him, they would be repelled by an overwhelming force. Fong Lin's entire being emanated a peculiar aura. The onlookers glanced at the statue stained with Fong Lin's blood, deciding it prudent to wait, as he appeared to be in no grave danger, merely bleeding, seemingly undergoing some form of inheritance. They were hesitant to intrude, yet concerned for his well-being, choosing instead to observe quietly. "How about this? We take turns watching over him while the others continue their contemplation," suggested Zhu Miaoxua. The group nodded in agreement, yet Situ Rue, feeling uneasy, insisted on being the first to keep watch over Fong Lin. Fong Lin remained seated, his eyes devoid of focus, sensing that he had grasped something significant, yet feeling as though he had grasped nothing at all. In this moment, he was devoid of thought and memory, experiencing only a pure sensation as if he were on the cusp of understanding something, yet unable to reach it. The turmoil within him intensified. Indeed, the stone was now suspended above that very force. The once pristine statue now bore a patch of crimson at its cerebral region. Fong Lin lay motionless on the ground, his own head similarly stained with blood. Strangely, the area of blood appeared remarkably alike, as if they occupied the same position, a detail overlooked by all. In Chapter 77, The Lone Nine Swords, Fong Lin gazed at the abrupt scene before him. At that moment, the ashen earth was cleaved in twain. One half remained dark and gray, while the other gleamed a soft ivory. Fong Lin stood in a daze, pondering the reasons behind this phenomenon. He sensed that three of the forces emanating from within him were familiar, yet the nature of the grayish-black energy eluded him. Gradually, Fong Lin discerned a golden-red figure emerging from the area of pure yang energy. The figure began to move, executing delicate floral punches, followed by the formidable mountain-shaking iron palm, all while standing upon the eight treasures stance. The figure then transitioned into the pure yang sword technique, performing swift and agile movements, launching into the air with a single leap. Was this not the cloud ascending technique? Simultaneously, in the starry expanse, a golden silhouette appeared, seated in meditation. Within this figure, a stream of golden energy was clearly visible, embodying the essence of the Zhongtian Ju. Fong Lin watched in a stupor, yet his mind grew increasingly enlightened, the intricacies of the Zhongtian Ju becoming ever clearer. He could feel the formidable power of this technique. If this was merely an incomplete scroll, how terrifying must the complete version be? In the ivory region, Fong Lin noted no peculiarities, save for the emergence of a man in white robes. His features were indiscernible, yet an aura of profound integrity, steadfastness, and sanctity radiated from him. The man stood there motionless, his form alone revealing his gender. However, Fong Lin felt an inexplicable sense of perception emanating from the figure clad in a white robe. Yet, the exact nature of this sensation eluded articulation. As Fong Lin gazed at the white-robed man, his mind began to clear, and the feelings within him intensified. His pupils slightly contracted as he noticed a peculiar stone embedded in the man's chest, a milky white stone, reminiscent of a river pebble. Fong Lin cautiously approached and extended his hand to touch the stone's location. A ripple of milky white emanated from it, and to his astonishment, his hand seemed to penetrate the stone. A surge of sensation coursed through his heart, and suddenly his mind became vividly alert. Questions flooded his thoughts. Where was this place? How had he arrived here? He called out for Pang Dun several times, but received no response. Intrigued yet puzzled, Fong Lin took a step forward, finding himself enveloped by the presence of the white-robed figure. A wave of tranquility washed over him. and he realized that the stones on his own chest and the figures were aligned in the same spot. As he stepped forward again, he caught sight of a shadowy figure emerging from a gray-black area. This figure exuded an aura of solitude and desolation, wielding a long, dark sword, embodying the essence of a lonely master, as if standing at the pinnacle of isolation. Fong Lin felt himself drawn to this somber presence, slowly moving toward the gray-black figure without closing the distance, silently observing. The shadow, cloaked in hues of gray and black, slowly drew the longsword from its waist. Fong Lin's pupils contracted, for he sensed an overwhelming aura of solitude and loneliness emanating from this figure, even in the act of unsheathing the sword. A voice, imbued with a sense of profound melancholy, resonated. I am known as the sword god, wielding only my sword, undefeated in battle. Yet, I call myself the sword demon, the embodiment of malevolence within the sword. Hence, I name it the solitary 9 swords. Fong Lin's spirit trembled at the mention of the sword demon and the solitary 9 swords. In the realm of martial arts, only speed is invincible. Thus, I believe one must anticipate the enemy's moves. I have perfected my swordsmanship, building upon the foundations of all sword techniques, creating a singular, all-encompassing strike capable of countering myriad sword forms. The breaking sword technique. The shadow began to move, the speed of the long sword astonishingly swift. Fong Lin could barely perceive it, focusing intently to memorize and observe. The second technique, capable of shattering the world's renowned blades, the breaking blade technique. This strike's velocity was even more breathtaking. The clumsy nature of knife techniques rendered them ineffective against such swiftness, triumphing through sheer speed. Fong Lin's mind grew increasingly chaotic as the gray-black figure unleashed a flurry of strikes. Breaking spear technique, breaking whip technique, breaking palm technique, breaking rope technique, breaking arrow technique, and the breaking chi technique. The latter, known as the breaking chi technique, could dismantle the most profound inner strength, grasped intuitively and residing within the heart. As the gray-black figure gradually faded, it proclaimed, the final technique, the grand formula. It encompasses the essence of all martial arts, and I have attained but one. Wielding my sword to sweep across the world. Fong Lin was taken aback. He had barely managed to commit the previous 8 techniques to memory. Yet the final grand formula eluded him, as the inner cultivation methods had not been imparted. However, Fong Lin was aware that the Duga 9 swords was a divine weapon, each maneuver rivaling the proficiency of swordsmanship. He did not aspire to master the mental techniques, as he was of the pure Yang lineage. Gradually, Fong Lin observed the 4 figures approaching, converging together, and he was suddenly overwhelmed by a blinding light, his mind ringing. Startled, Fong Lin opened his eyes wide. Taking a deep breath, he touched his head, astonished to find himself unscathed, despite distinctly remembering having suffered a severe head injury. Upon examining his internal energy, he discovered 3 distinct flows, quietly coexisting without interference. His body exhibited no signs of distress. Fong Lin was astonished. Could it be that after 30 days of unconsciousness, he had not succumbed to starvation? He did not feel hungry at all. The robust figure, Fat Dun, remarked with irritation. That boy Situ Rue has been quite kind to you. He even brought you meals and arranged for others to feed you, visiting daily with the rest. A sense of warmth touched Fong Lin's heart. Since arriving in this world, he had acquired some disciples and fellow apprentices, yet true friends were few and far between. Now, however, he seemed to have found some. Fong Lin slowly rose, pushing open the door, only to be met with a blinding light. A clear indication of his prolonged slumber, leaving him unaccustomed to the sun's rays. The energies within you were once intertwined, but now they have separated. There was previously a dark gray internal force, but now its whereabouts are unknown, Fat Dun continued. Fong Lin nodded gently, stating, I have learned 8 maneuvers of the Duga 9 swords. Pang Dun was taken aback and remarked lightly, You are fortunate. With your authority, it was quite early for you to acquire the Taiji sword technique, yet now you have learned the Duga 9 swords. It is a pity you lack the accompanying mental cultivation. Fong Lin nodded slightly. At that moment, Situ Rue came running over. Upon seeing Fong Lin awake, his face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, I'm so glad you're awake. The grand competition is about to commence. We must set off today. Chapter 78. The so-called tradition. Situ Rue nodded and continued, Had you not awakened today, you would have lost your qualification. Fortunately, my father remarked that my abilities are too lacking, so I will merely observe. Observing Situ Rue's childlike pout, Fong Lin chuckled and inquired, What insights have you gained in the Holy Hall? Situ Rue's excitement surged as he replied, I have grasped a glimmer of understanding. I fear it won't be long before I reach the pinnacle of the mid-stage in the post-heaven realm. Fong Lin was astonished. 30 days had enabled one to ascend from the mid-stage to the pinnacle of the mid-stage in the post-heaven realm. Situ Rue elaborated. This is merely due to my low realm, preventing me from comprehending more. The other saints have already attained the innate stage. By the way, have you reached the innate stage? Fong Lin was startled. They had all broken through to the innate stage. And Situ Rue mentioned that Kongya had already solidified his peak in the early innate stage and was beginning to challenge the mid-innate stage. Although Kongya was the oldest, he was merely 22 years of age. At such a young age, he was already striving for the mid-innate stage. Such news would undoubtedly astonish the world. Fong Lin replied, I have not yet broken through. I remain at the completion of the post-heaven realm. Situ Rue felt a sense of confusion, yet it seemed that something unfortunate had befallen Fong Lin, who had remained in a state of unconsciousness, resulting in significant losses. As the two of them continued their journey, they encountered Kongya and others. Upon seeing Fong Lin, Kongya and the others unexpectedly bowed deeply to him. And Fong Lin assisted each of them to their feet. It appeared that they were expressing gratitude for the knowledge he had imparted regarding their heritage. The Elder of Light swiftly approached, glanced at Fong Lin, and remarked, You have awakened. Splendid. Now, everyone is gathered. He continued. The venue for the martial arts competition is situated in the capital of the Dayu dynasty, Dayu City, which is approximately a 5-day journey from the headquarters of the Holy Sect. We have 10 days remaining, so we must train while we travel. The group nodded in agreement and commenced their journey. However, they were soon astonished to discover that the so-called training was indeed quite daunting. During their travels, as the carriage traversed a river, the Elder of Light unceremoniously tossed everyone into the water, instructing them to find the best way to breathe while submerged. Fong Lin was filled with dread. He was unable to swim and had nearly drowned in a past life, thus harboring an innate fear of water. Yet, the Elder of Light was indifferent to his plight and, with formidable strength, lifted Fong Lin, submerging his head beneath the surface. Fong Lin was immediately engulfed by a sense of suffocation. However, through the Elder's relentless and cruel methods, he gradually began to adapt to holding his breath underwater, learning to regulate his breathing in the most effective manner. Throughout the journey, the Venerable Elder imparted wisdom tailored to the surroundings. The most vexing moment arrived when the carriage passed a waterfall, prompting Fong Lin and his companions to strip off their shirts and stand beneath the torrent's powerful embrace for 3 whole hours. Fong Lin found the force of the cascade overwhelming and somewhat uncomfortable, while Kongya remained steadfast, seemingly unaffected by the relentless deluge. Observing Kongya's robust physique, Fong Lin was both in awe and intimidated by his remarkable strength. In the absence of specialized training, they engaged in sparring, resulting in a chaotic melee. Fong Lin distinctly noticed a significant advancement among his peers, both in terms of their strength and their comprehension of techniques, which had undergone a substantial transformation. Before long, amidst this fervent training, they arrived at Dayu City, mere 2 days prior to the commencement of the martial arts tournament. Within the Holy Church's main hall, the Pope conversed with 3 cloaked figures. One gaunt figure, with a raspy voice, remarked, I have heard it said that the inheritance was discerned by Zhang Sanfeng and subsequently conveyed to them. The Pope smiled gently, replying, His decision not to hoard it for himself indicates his integrity. Do you not find this aspect increasingly reminiscent of him? Initially, he too possessed the capability to contend for the papacy. The other 3 fell into a contemplative silence, uncertain about how to respond to this matter. The Pope continued, All of this is a manifestation of their destiny. What is fated to occur shall inevitably come to pass. What is not destined should not be forced. The concept of fate is indeed a complex one. The sole female among the cloaked figures inquired, Does this Zhang Sanfeng have any connection to him? Her voice was melodious, yet carried a frigid undertone, and at that moment, it trembled slightly, betraying a hint of excitement. The Pope shook his head and remarked, You know him best. You should be aware that if he wishes to conceal himself, no one among us can ascertain his whereabouts, not even by employing the powers of the Holy Church. I have verified that Zhang Sanfeng's master was merely an old Taoist, long since deceased, whom Zhang Sanfeng witnessed being cremated. As for others, Zhang Sanfeng had little interaction with them. However, the son of the Eastern Heavenly King, Huang Haisheng, was quite close to him. The connection between the Middle Heavenly God and the Eastern Heavenly God What else could it be but fate? Once again, silence enveloped the assembly, and the sanctuary regained its tranquility. At this moment, Fong Lin and the others had ceased their specialized training. Yet, the old man of light, indeed. They had all taken to calling him that, expressed no objection, stating that they had always referred to him in such a manner. Initially, they believed the specialized training had concluded, only for the old man of light to issue a startling command. Each person was to select a prince, and, this very night, apprehend him for a beating. This, he proclaimed, was a tradition of the Holy Church, a tradition that exemplified the church's status. It also served to exert pressure upon the Great Yu dynasty. Fong Lin listened with dismay, pondering who had first instituted this tradition, in an effort to showcase the church's might and standing. Every disciple was expected to instigate a provocation against a prince during the Great Yu dynasty's reception of the Holy Church, culminating in a scuffle. Moreover, Fong Lin found this tradition utterly absurd, quite unreliable, and remarkably juvenile. At that moment, within the sanctuary, the Pope surprisingly laughed like a child and said, "I suspect they have also been brought to Great Yu City by the Old Man of Light. Thus, it is time to enact this tradition." The Pope directly addressed the Old Man of Light. At this moment, the Pope appeared rather disheveled, yet the other three seemed unfazed, sharing a hearty laugh. Shortly thereafter, the sole woman among them covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "I recall that time when Satuki confronted the second prince. Though the second prince was no weakling himself, the Great Yu dynasty was well aware of tradition. In a desperate attempt, he kicked you right in the rear." The Pope's face flushed with embarrassment as he offered an awkward smile. The woman continued, "I remember that he even struck the crown prince, who is now the Yuanhe emperor." Fong Lin was quite pleased with this old custom. How does one amass reputation? Apart from performing good deeds, garnering esteem through flamboyance is undoubtedly the most effective method. What could be more ostentatious than assaulting a prince? Fong Lin pondered how to maximize his showiness, and with a tinge of malice, he wondered if the Yuanhe emperor had ever been struck in the past. In this martial arts tournament, he resolved to exert himself fully to make a grand impression. As the head of Wudong, he could also elevate its renown across the land. In the city of Great Yu, let my name, Fong Lin, lay the groundwork for Wudong's illustrious reputation. Chapter 79, The Night Banquet at the Palace and the Saint's Assault. Later, I felt that exchanging votes for updates was unfair to the readers. If you wish to cast a recommendation, please do so, but if the requirements are not met, I will continue to deliver 3 updates as I have done in the past few days. Tonight, the third update will be at 9:30. I would also like to express my gratitude to Silent Landing for the generous reward of 100. Additionally, I kindly request your support through collections and member clicks. According to the words of the Venerable Elder of Light, this tradition has been passed down since the establishment of the Holy Sect. The Holy Sect employs it to suppress the Great Yu dynasty, explicitly declaring that we, the Holy Sect, are the most formidable. Thus, our next generation shall triumph over yours. Similarly, the princes and princesses of the Great Yu dynasty aspire to defeat the saints. Fong Lin let out a bitter laugh. He found this custom rather juvenile. Yet it clearly illustrated the friction between the Great Yu dynasty and the Holy Sect. It was evident that such a battle must not be lost. For Fong Lin, this was a grand spectacle, but at this moment, he had already established his own principles for gaining prominence. He needed to align with his identity as a Taoist while also being powerful and awe-inspiring. The group did not stay in the accommodations prepared by the royal family of the Great Yu dynasty, nor did they report the arrival of the Holy Sect. However, the eyes of the Great Yu dynasty surely discerned their presence, as they had taken residence in the branch of the Holy Sect in Great Yu City. This branch is classified as a primary one, and the position of its leader is quite esteemed. Naturally, the Venerable Elder of Light, as the Master of the Hall of Light, holds a status only secondary to that of the Pope and the Guardian, and he is of considerable seniority. Upon his arrival, the branch leader could only retreat to the sidelines. Fong Lin, however, had no such intentions, for reasons unknown. He felt exceptionally well at this moment and planned to take Situ Rue on a tour. At his age, Situ Rue had no need to engage in challenges. After all, he was, at best, still a child. This was Fong Lin's first visit to Great Yu City, and he found it even more magnificent than the Forbidden City. The shops within were remarkably grand, and the restaurants exuded an air of opulence. As they passed by the palace, a distant glance revealed a scale that was truly awe-inspiring. At that moment, a young gentleman, holding a folding fan and embodying a nonchalant demeanor, caught their attention. However, His sunken eyes suggested a life of excess. Fong Lin jested. Situ Rue, do you see that man? He is a reflection of your former self. Situ Rue chuckled and replied, You insolent Taoist, I have changed. Can't you see my current positive and uplifting spirit? They exchanged smiles and continued their stroll. At this juncture, a luxurious carriage approached slowly, accompanied by no fewer than 20 guards, each clearly seasoned from the battlefield and exhibiting formidable strength. The young gentleman's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried to the front of the carriage, prompting the driver to halt. A gentle voice emanated from within. Melodious like a nightingale's song, Li Bo, why have you stopped? How dare you behave disrespectfully towards the princess? The leader of the guards admonished. Wang Quan glared at him and retorted, Who do you think you are? I am conversing with my sister Linger. You have no place to interrupt. The guard seethed with anger but was powerless, for this was the only grandson of General Wang. Following the general's demise, even His Majesty had shown considerable favor to this wayward youth. Fong Lin tugged at Situ Rue, intending to depart, yet Situ Rue refused to leave, insisting, Let us stay a while longer. Surely, there will be a splendid spectacle. The princess, referred to as Linger, commanded, Li Bo, continue driving. If he dares to obstruct us, let him try. Situ Rue observed the scene before him and let out a hearty laugh, while Fong Lin, feeling helpless, thought to himself that this lad simply reveled in mischief. Wang Quan, seething with rage, was quick to react upon witnessing the mockery directed at him. You insolent brat. What are you laughing at? Seeking death, are you? Attack him, he bellowed. Fong Lin hurriedly stepped forward. Recognizing that this young master was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, believing he could act with impunity. At that moment, a similarly aged youth, around 17 or 18, emerged from the side. The young man remarked, Indeed, the presence of science is ubiquitous. He stretched languidly, and with a mere shift of his foot, all the guards collapsed to the ground. Fong Lin's pupils constricted. The youth's movement was remarkably refined, rivaling the 8 trigrams palm of the venerable light elder. The young man turned to Wang Quan, who was now paralyzed with fear, and addressed Situ Rue, saying, Do not be afraid, little brother. Your elder brother shall protect you. Naturally, this elicited a look of astonishment and a wry smile from Situ Rue. The youth then directed his attention to Fong Lin, advising, Ensure you safeguard your brother. Without my intervention, you would have faced a beating today. This young man was indeed quite arrogant. Nevertheless, Fong Lin expressed his gratitude a few times before departing with Situ Rue. Within his consciousness, the plump figure remarked, That youth is no ordinary individual. What he just employed was the ethereal wave steps. Fong Lin squinted slightly, beginning to ponder the implications. As night quietly descended, the venerable light elder, as usual, donned casual attire, resembling the amiable grandfather next door, accompanied by 6 saints as they made their way towards the imperial palace. Ah, is that not the leader of the light? It has been many years. Your charisma remains undiminished. A eunuch stationed at the entrance exclaimed upon spotting the light elder. The old man of light remarked, Isn't Lord Yi the same? Let us inside. Lord Yi nodded and bowed courteously, beginning to guide the way. Fong Lin had visited the Forbidden City, yet he found the imperial palace of Great Yu to exude even greater opulence. For the Forbidden City had endured the ravages of time, unlike the palace, which remained pristine. As they approached the side hall, the door swung open, revealing a cacophony of voices within. It appeared that the followers of the Holy Church had arrived rather late. The old man of light nodded and turned to depart. For inside were young princes and princesses, along with the children of ministers. The old man intended to head to the main hall to join their parents. The group exchanged knowing smiles. Tonight, they had but one mission, to capture a prince or princess for a good thrashing. Fong Lin gradually discerned that Ji Yueyao was rather reticent, while Zhu Miaoxua was vivacious and exclaimed, Let's go in. I can hardly wait. Laughter erupted among the group as they pushed open the grand palace doors. Inside, the hall was aglow with light, and numerous young lords and ladies were engaged in lively conversation. Upon seeing the doors swing open, all eyes turned toward the newcomers. None of them wore the robes of the saints. Fong Lin remained in his Taoist garb. Yet, it was undeniable that they were all strikingly handsome and beautiful, causing a stir among the assembly. However, being in the imperial city, they quickly composed themselves. Nevertheless, countless young gentlemen gazed at Zhu Miaoxua and Ji Yueyao with newfound interest, indicating that the 2 ladies would have their hands full that evening. As for the other women, they fixed their eyes intently on Fong Lin and his companions, with even Situ Rue being scrutinized by several gazes. Fong Lin smiled faintly and remarked, Zhang Sanfeng, Kongya, Zhu Lingqi, Ji Yueyao, Zhu Miaoxua. And Situ Rue arrived for a visit, instantly causing a stir in the side hall, as the 6 esteemed saints unexpectedly gathered in the imperial palace. In the midst of the festivities, Fong Lin and the others found a spot to sit, and shortly after, guests began to approach them with toasts and greetings. These were saints, the future pillars of the holy sect, and forging connections with them would undoubtedly benefit their entire families. Moreover, their striking appearances only added to their allure. Fong Lin harbored a profound aversion to such social gatherings, and it was evident that others shared his disdain. Particularly, Situ Rue, though merely a child, wore the title of the holy sect's prince, leading everyone to seek his acquaintance. Situ Rue struggled to contain his frustration, nearly on the verge of an outburst. Only when the crowd noticed his irritation did they reluctantly disperse. Meanwhile, Kongya remained peculiar, occasionally glancing outside, relying on the moon to gauge the time. Indeed, as the night deepened, Kongya would invariably take his leave, his destination a mystery. At that moment, the foolish Wang Quan unexpectedly appeared, pointing at Fong Lin and cursing. How dare you show your face before me? A saint? What a farce. I see you're merely courting death. Last time someone protected you, but this time, I won't let you off so easily. The onlookers gasped in shock. Wang Quan, your usual reckless behavior is one thing, but you surely cannot be so ignorant as to not recognize a saint. Wang Quan, undeterred, reached out to slap Situ Rue, clearly opting to target the softer target first. Fong Lin countered with a swift motion, declaring, as a humble Taoist, I treat you with respect. Do not take my kindness for weakness. He harbored an innate disdain for the frivolous scions of affluent families, for he was acutely aware that much of his suffering in a past life stemmed from their arrogance. Furthermore, Fong Lin firmly believed that true heirs of distinguished families were invariably cultivated individuals, while the debauched offspring were seldom the pillars of their lineage. Wang Quan bellowed. Why aren't you assisting me? Do you not claim to follow my lead in everyday matters? Fong Lin retaliated with a forceful strike, sending Wang Quan staggering backward, muttering, Do not provoke me further. Does your noble status grant you immunity? Wang Quan shouted defiantly, Nonsense. My family boasts 3 generations of generals, all of whom perished valiantly on the battlefield. My kin have sacrificed for the nation, and even the emperor himself protects me. Do you dare lay a hand on me? Fong Lin could only chuckle in disbelief. 3 generations of loyalty, yet this man had received no guidance in their absence, resulting in his current debauchery. The emperor, mindful of his family's contributions, yet this unworthy descendant brought shame upon his ancestors' legacy. Wang Quan continued, How dare a mere Taoist strike me? My lineage is illustrious. You are beneath me, Fong Lin countered. So, you assert that your noble birthright grants you the privilege to strike us, while we, of lesser status, must tolerate your abuse? Wang Quan affirmed, Precisely. With resolve, Fong Lin seized him by the collar and effortlessly tossed him to the ground, proclaiming, I am the head of Wudong. That is my first distinction. He continued, I represent the divine spirit of Zhenwu. That is my second distinction. Fong Lin seized him once more, exerting force to hurl him to the ground, proclaiming, I am a descendant of the celestial beings, and your ancestors once roamed the battlefield, just as mine did. This is the first distinction of my lineage. The nobility of being a divine descendant is beyond imagination. Even Wang Quan, despite his foolishness, recognized the exalted status of a divine lineage and instantly realized he had provoked a misfortune. Yet, this fellow was indeed peculiar. Completely oblivious to the lofty status of the Holy Church's disciples, Fong Lin lifted him again, but this time, instead of throwing him down, he stated, I am a disciple of the Holy Church. My status is equivalent to that of royal offspring. This is the 4th distinction. Tell me, does my status suffice to subdue you? Fong Lin gazed at him with a mocking expression. At that moment, Wang Quan trembled, too intimidated to utter further words. He could not compare himself to this man. After the demise of his forebears, his family had fallen into decline, and it was solely through the grace of the Holy Church that he could act without restraint. In every respect, he was no match for the Taoist before him. Fong Lin regarded Wang Quan coldly, stating, Reputation must be earned through one's own efforts. Fong Lin settled slightly, his reputation rising a notch, marking a trivial episode amidst the ongoing night banquet. At that moment, he heard the voice of the eunuch announcing, The prince and princess have arrived. Fong Lin turned his gaze slightly, for the focal point of the day had finally arrived. Gradually, more than 10 men and women emerged, and the disciples were all watching, searching for their respective targets. Fong Lin, however, closed his eyes slightly, believing that the most significant catch would surely make a grand entrance last. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the eunuch proclaimed, His Highness Prince Yuan Bo and Her Highness Princess Yuan Ling have arrived. The others rose to pay their respects, while Fong Lin and his companions merely nodded slightly. The woman beside them was likely the same one encountered earlier in the carriage, petite and charming, with sparkling large eyes and skin as fair as snow, truly on par with Zhu Miaoxiue and her peers. Yuanbo remarked, Please, everyone, rise. He then approached Fong Lin and addressed Situ Rue. How have you been, young brother Situ? Situ Rue merely pouted, ignoring him, indicating their prior acquaintance. Yuanbo seemed unfazed, offering a faint smile before presiding over the evening feast, toasting several times to the gathered guests. At that moment, Wang Quan appeared to seize an opportunity, rushing to Yuanbo and exclaiming, Your Highness, that Taoist, conceited in his status, just dealt me a blow. You've always said we are good brothers. You must avenge me. Internally, Yuanbo cursed Wang Quan, who was oblivious to the nuances of their world. His care for Wang Quan stemmed from the considerable influence of his family in the military, as he sought to win over loyal generals to their cause. What could he expect from this ignorant young heir? Yuanbo offered an apologetic smile to Fong Lin before engaging in a hushed conversation with Wang Quan. As for Situ Rue, he turned to Fong Lin and warned that Yuanbo is quite treacherous. I recognized this since childhood. It's best to avoid him. Fong Lin nodded in acknowledgement. Situ Rue wasn't foolish, merely unruly in his youth. At that moment, Princess Linger approached, seemingly intrigued by Fong Lin, and remarked, Saint of Sanfeng, I hear you have taught Wang Quan a lesson. My gratitude to you. Zhu Lingqi jested. Sanfeng, it appears that this little princess harbors some affection for you. Fong Lin shot him a glare, but Zhu Lingqi merely chuckled. The little princess, with a faint smile, remarked, Sanfeng Taoist. My father once intended for me to marry him. He is truly detestable. Today has been quite a relief. Fong Lin replied, It was but a trivial effort. Your Highness need not feel obliged. The little princess blinked and asked, Could you assist me with a small favor? Fong Lin, feeling exasperated, thought to himself that dealing with such women was never easy, and quickly responded, I am currently occupied with a task. Perhaps you should seek assistance elsewhere. The little princess stamped her foot and exclaimed, Will you truly not help me? Fong Lin's expression darkened. A princess with such whims could be quite troublesome. He shook his head in refusal, wishing to avoid any further complications. The little princess continued, Just help me with this. All I need is for you to teach Wang Quan a lesson when we leave the palace. Otherwise, I shall. She struggled to conjure a threat, but found herself at a loss. Zhu Lingqi, with a rather infatuated expression, interjected, If he won't help, I shall, and then proceeded to engage in cheerful conversation with the little princess. Fong Lin, feeling quite vexed, had not anticipated Zhu Lingqi's true nature. However, he was content to remain at ease, focusing on his meal while conversing with Situ Rue, contemplating how to fulfill the upcoming tradition.